Chapter 1. A kind father and filial son have I, a heartless capitalist, transcended time? Do you dare to unveil His Majesty's imperial edict? If I did not break your legs today, I might as well end my life by crashing into a wall. A voice, brimming with authority and fury, resonated through the air, awakening Gao Yang, who felt as if his head were being split asunder. Unveiling the edict? Had he not just orchestrated a scheme, reaping millions of dollars from a few foreigners, and summoned several blonde maidens to the hotel to bring glory to his country? Gao Yang instinctively opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself sprawled atop a courtyard wall, looking down into a quaint, fragrant garden where a throng of people stood, urgently urging him to calm down and refrain from rash actions. Several maidservants stood ready below, arms outstretched, prepared to catch him at any moment. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, exuding an air of unspoken authority, glaring at him as if he were a meal to be devoured. "You wretched beast, I shall grant you 3 breaths to avoid humiliating yourself further," he declared. Gao Yang felt a surge of indignation. This middle-aged man, while possessing a certain dignified demeanor, truly believed himself to be in command, hurling insults and threats with abandon as if he were his father. As a shrewd and unscrupulous capitalist from the 21st century, feared by countless foreigners, could Gao Yang tolerate such affronts? We live in a society governed by law. What is there to fear? Should anyone dare to strike him, he could easily retaliate with a claim for compensation. Thus, Gao Yang retorted boldly, "Old Bitten, if you continue to spew such filth, I shall shatter your dog eyes with a single punch." At this proclamation, the entire household of the Duke of Dinghua fell into stunned silence. Insanity. The eldest son must be mad to speak thus to the master. Not far away, a middle-aged woman, resplendent and graceful, instinctively dropped her exquisite jade talisman upon hearing Gao Yang's words, which shattered with a crisp sound. Yet, she remained oblivious, her expression one of astonishment. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his body quaking with rage, teetering on the brink of eruption. "You wretched beast, do you dare to address your father in such a manner?" Gao Yang shot back, "Old Bitten, dare to utter such arrogance, and I shall claim to be your father." At this, the middle-aged man trembled violently. His lips turned pale with fury as he bellowed, "Bring forth a long ladder and my great sword, rather than allow this wretch to offend His Majesty and implicate the Gao family. I shall personally cleanse the household and report to Her Imperial Majesty." With this roar echoing throughout the Duke of Dinghua's estate, several armored servants hastily presented a long ladder, accompanied by a gleaming sword. What in the world is happening? Gao Yang quickly discerned that the sword was indeed real. Casting his gaze to the side, he observed the opulent and imposing residence, an ancient and elegant courtyard. Oh no, could it be that I have truly transcended time? At that moment, a sharp pain coursed through Gao Yang's mind, as a vast expanse of unfamiliar memories surged into his consciousness. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, a profound shock reflected within. This is bad. I have genuinely transcended time. This is not a society governed by law, but rather the historically unprecedented Qian Dynasty. Before him stood a middle-aged man, his father, Gao Feng, who held the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue in the Great Qian Dynasty, a third-rank official. His grandfather, Gao Tianlong, was a venerable elder of the 3 dynasties of Great Qian and the foremost figure in the military. Through the corridors of memory, Gao Yang grasped the entirety of the situation. 2 months prior, the Empress Wu Zhao ascended the throne, becoming an unprecedented female emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. Yet now, the realm faced treachery within as power-hungry nobles carved out territories for themselves, while the Xiongnu eyed them with menace from beyond. The Empress, with lofty ambitions, sought to quell the chaos of the times and lay the foundation for the enduring legacy of the Great Qian Dynasty. A month ago, she issued a decree seeking talent from across the land, posting imperial edicts to summon capable individuals, yearning for strategies to strengthen the nation. The Empress particularly emphasized that extraordinary achievements required extraordinary individuals. Thus, anyone with remarkable talent could enter the court, regardless of their background. As fate would have it, the original owner of this body, a notorious wastrel well-versed in indulgence and debauchery, inadvertently revealed himself in response to the imperial edict. This incited Gao Feng's immediate fury, as he felt the weight of familial disgrace. By the Empress's command, those who responded to the edicts were summoned to the Golden Throne Hall. Those with talent would be rewarded, while those seeking fame without merit would receive 30 strikes of the cane, and the more grievous offenders would be charged with treason against the emperor. Upon hearing this news, Gao Feng brandished a staff, pursuing Gao Yang throughout the courtyard in a fit of rage. In a desperate bid, Gao Yang scrambled up to the courtyard wall. In the Grand Duke's residence, it was not the presence of future generations of wastrels that instilled fear, but the ignorance of one's own shortcomings while striving to achieve monumental feats. In Gao Feng's eyes, Gao Yang epitomized such a wastrel. Panic set in as Gao Yang absorbed the gravity of the situation. He glanced down at Gao Feng, who had seized a broadsword, the intent to kill glaringly apparent. Cold sweat beaded on Gao Yang's forehead. Just as he pondered an escape, a thunderous voice rang out. "Gao Feng, how dare you?" Li Shi, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, rushed to shield Gao Feng, proclaiming, "Even a tiger does not eat its young. If you wish to harm my son, you must first slay me." Li Shi, the eldest daughter of the illustrious Li family, was Gao Yang's mother, managing the affairs of the Duke's residence. "Step aside. This ungrateful wretch has gone mad. If he reaches the Golden Throne Hall, who knows what chaos he might unleash?" Gao Feng shouted, his finger pointed accusingly at Gao Yang. "This wretch has not only caused great calamity, but has climbed the courtyard wall, spouting arrogance without a hint of humility. How can I possibly tolerate him?" In the next moment, Gao Yang hastily descended from the wall, straightening his rumpled attire. With utmost respect, he bowed to Gao Feng, declaring, "I am Gao Yang, your son, paying my respects to you, father." In truth, my unveiling of the imperial edict was driven by the desire to achieve greatness and restore the illustrious legacy of our Gao family, not an impulsive act. Gao Feng remained silent, momentarily taken aback by his son's rapid submission. "Do you remember, when you were 17, your poem about the reed flowers, a single, 2, 3, or 4 petals, 5, 6, 7 petals, which turn our family into the talk of Chang'an?" Memories flooded back. Gao Feng and his father, Gao Tianlong, had teamed up against him, leaving him bedridden for an entire month. Before he could respond, Gao Feng continued, "At 18, your composition, a close look at the large stone, a distant view of the stone, once again brought our family into the spotlight, becoming a source of ridicule in the literary world. Now that you are 19 years of age and have torn down His Majesty's edict-seeking talents, are you aware that this act may bring my entire Gao family into the eye of the storm?" Gao Feng stated, his grip on the great sword shifting slightly. Gao Yang understood that if he did not provide Gao Feng with a satisfactory explanation, he would undoubtedly face a brutal beating. At this juncture, even if father were to strike me down, it would be of no avail. The current Empress has just ascended to the throne and is eager for capable individuals. By unveiling the imperial decree, I have made myself the target of scorn in Chang'an. If you were to obstruct me with severity, it would, at the very least, be seen as disrespect to the Empress, and at worst, could be construed as a crime of deceiving the sovereign. Gao Feng's pupils contracted as he looked at Gao Yang in shock. This statement struck a chord within him. With the new emperor's ascension, the realm was indeed rife with turmoil. Gao Yang's revelation of the imperial edict had likely reached the palace by now. Should he interfere, he would undoubtedly be reported. But when did this boy become so sharp-tongued? Gao Feng was taken aback. Gao Yang calmly inquired, "Father, have you ever heard of the poison strategist?" "Poison strategist?" Gao Feng frowned. "There are 3 types of strategists: those who plot for themselves, for others, and for the world. The self-serving strategist is the poison strategist. Those who employ overt strategies damage their hidden virtues. They, too, are poison strategists. With the world unified, yet the North remains unsettled, beset by treachery and discord, with feudal lords holding sway and foreign barbarians lurking menacingly. Conventional methods are ineffective thus. We must embrace the realm of the poison strategist." Upon hearing these words, Gao Feng's face displayed astonishment. Though he knew this lad was speaking fancifully, there was a semblance of truth within the pretense. Was he truly hiding his talents? Just as Gao Feng pondered, a gentle voice suddenly wafted from outside the Gao residence. "Uncle Gao, Qingqing has come uninvited, and I apologize for the intrusion." Gao Yang looked up to see a woman clad in a dark green gown, her skin as pale as snow, standing at the entrance. Her icy gaze was fixed upon his direction, though a hint of indifference lingered in her eyes. Song Qingqing, the daughter of Song Li, the minister of rights in Qian, and also his nominal fiancée. Her arrival at this moment sent a wave of unease through Gao Yang. We are family, so there is no need for such formality. Qingqing, Gao Feng said, his face softening into a warm smile upon seeing her. Song Qingqing raised her chin with an air of pride and replied coolly, Uncle Gao, I have come to annul our engagement. Chapter 1. A loving father and filial son of I, a heartless capitalist, transcended time? How dare you unveil His Majesty's decree, summoning the virtuous? If I did not break your dog legs today, I might as well dash my head against a wall. A voice filled with authority and fury resonated, stirring Gao Yang from a hazy slumber, his head throbbing painfully. Unveiling a decree? Had he not just orchestrated a scheme, reaping millions of dollars from several foreigners, and summoned a few blonde maidens to prepare for a glorious evening in the hotel? Instinctively, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and the surroundings gradually came into focus. To his astonishment, he found himself sprawled atop a courtyard wall, his body horizontally positioned. Below, in a quaint yet fragrant courtyard, a group of individuals stood, urging him to remain calm and not to act impulsively. A few maidens had their arms outstretched, ready to catch him at any moment. The middle-aged man at the forefront, exuding an unspoken authority, glared at him as if he were prey. Unworthy wretch, I grant you 3 breaths to cease this disgraceful display, he thundered. Gao Yang's anger flared instantly. Though this middle-aged man appeared dignified and commanding, he truly believed he could toy with him. With words like unworthy wretch and threats to break his legs, did he think himself his father? As a heartless capitalist of the 21st century, feared by countless foreigners, how could Gao Yang tolerate such indignity? This was a society governed by law. What was there to fear? Should he dare to lay a hand on him, he would ensure a hefty compensation of 3,000. Thus, Gao Yang retorted fiercely, Old bidong, should you continue to spew such nonsense, I shall shatter your dog eyes with a single punch. Upon hearing this, all the servants of the Duke's residence were left in utter shock. He has lost his mind. The eldest son must surely be mad to speak thus to the master. Not far away, a middle-aged woman, resplendent and elegant, froze upon hearing Gao Yang's words. She instinctively released her exquisite jade rui, which clattered to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. Yet, she remained oblivious, her expression one of astonishment. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his body trembling with rage, as if on the brink of explosion. You dare speak to your father in such a manner? Without thinking, Gao Yang shot back, Old bidong, if you dare to utter such arrogance, I proclaim myself your father. At this proclamation, the middle-aged man trembled violently. His lips turned pale with fury, and he bellowed, Bring forth a long ladder and my great blade. Rather than allow this wretch to offend His Majesty and implicate the Gao family, I shall personally cleanse the house and report to Her Majesty the Empress. With that thunderous shout echoing throughout the Duke's residence, several armored servants hastily brought forth a long ladder, along with a gleaming, formidable blade. What on earth was happening? Gao Yang could immediately discern that this blade was indeed real. Gazing around, he noted the opulent and dignified estate, the ancient yet elegant courtyard. Oh no, could it be that I have truly transcended time? At that moment, a sharp pain shot through Gao Yang's head, and he suddenly found himself inundated with a vast array of unfamiliar memories. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, shock etched across his face. This was not a society of law, it was the grand era of the Great Qian Dynasty, one that had never been seen in history. The middle-aged man before him was his father, Gao Feng, a distinguished official serving as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue in the Great Qian Dynasty, holding a third-rank position. His grandfather, Gao Tianlong, was a revered elder of the 3 dynasties of Great Qian, a prominent figure in the military. Through the memories he possessed, Gao Yang understood everything clearly. 2 months prior, Empress Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, becoming the unprecedented female emperor in the annals of the Great Qian Dynasty. However, the current state of Great Qian was fraught with internal treachery, regional warlords vying for power, and external threats from the Xiongnu, lurking ominously. The Empress, with grand ambitions, sought to quell the chaos of the times and lay the foundation for a millennium of prosperity in Great Qian. A month ago, she issued a decree seeking talented individuals, publicly calling upon the heroes of the realm, yearning for strategies to strengthen the nation. The Empress particularly emphasized that extraordinary achievements necessitated extraordinary individuals. Thus, anyone possessing remarkable talent, regardless of their background, could enter the court and serve. Unexpectedly, the original owner of this body, a notorious libertine well-versed in indulgence, inadvertently revealed his name on the imperial edict. This enraged Gao Feng, who felt a deep sense of familial disgrace. According to the Empress's decree, those who revealed their names would be summoned to the Golden Luan Hall. Those with talent would be duly rewarded, but those seeking fame falsely would receive 30 lashes. In severe cases, they would be charged with treason against the emperor. Upon learning this news, Gao Feng brandished a stick, furiously pursuing Gao Yang throughout the courtyard. Gao Yang, using all his agility, managed to climb onto the courtyard wall. In the esteemed duke's residence, the concern was not merely for future generations of debauchery, but for a current fool who, unaware of his own shortcomings, wished to prove himself and achieve monumental feats. In Gao Feng's eyes, Gao Yang epitomized such foolishness. A pang of anxiety struck Gao Yang as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He glanced down at Gao Feng, who had taken up a large blade, the murderous intent unmistakable. Cold sweat trickled down Gao Yang's forehead. Just as he pondered his escape, a commanding voice rang out. "Gao Feng, how dare you?" Li Shi, like a hen protecting her chicks, swiftly positioned herself in front of Gao Feng. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. If you wish to harm Yang, you must first kill me. Li Shi, the eldest daughter of the illustrious Li family, was Gao Yang's mother, managing the affairs of the duke's residence. "Step aside. This wretched creature has gone mad. If he reaches the Golden Luan Hall, who knows what chaos he might unleash?" Gao Feng exclaimed angrily, pointing at Gao Yang. "This wretched creature has not only brought disaster upon us, but has also climbed the wall, brazenly speaking nonsense without any sign of remorse. How can I possibly tolerate him?" Yet in the next moment, Gao Yang swiftly descended, adjusting the wrinkles in his clothing. He respectfully bowed to Gao Feng, saying, "I am Gao Yang, your son, pleased to meet you, father. In truth, my revealing of the imperial edict was driven by a desire to achieve great deeds and restore the 100-year glory of our Gao family, not an impulsive act." Gao Feng remained silent, taken aback by how quickly his son had bowed his head. With an impassive expression, Gao Feng responded, "Do you recall when you were 17, and your poem Ode to the Reed Flowers became a topic of jest among the citizens of Chang'an?" Memories surged forth. That incident had left Gao Feng and his father, Gao Tianlong, nursing injuries for an entire month. Before Gao Yang could speak, Gao Feng continued, "And at 18, your poem The Stone Up Close, The Stone Far Away once again brought our family to the forefront of scandal, earning us the disdain of the literary world. Now that you are 19, having unveiled His Majesty's edict seeking talents, do you comprehend that this act could place the entire Gao family in the eye of the storm?" Gao Feng remarked, his grip on the large blade shifting slightly. Gao Yang understood that if he did not provide Gao Feng with a reasonable explanation, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. "At this juncture, even if my father were to chastise me violently, it would be of no consequence. The current empress has just ascended to the throne and is eager for capable individuals. My act of revealing the imperial decree has rendered me a target in Chang'an. Should you impose strict opposition, it would be, at the very least, a sign of disrespect towards the empress. At worst, it could be construed as treason." Gao Feng's pupils contracted, and he looked at Gao Yang with a mix of astonishment and concern. This statement struck a vulnerable chord within him. With the new emperor's rise, a tumultuous period was upon them. Gao Yang's revelation of the imperial edict had likely already reached the palace. If he were to obstruct him, it would surely lead to a petition against him. But when did this rebellious child become so eloquent? Gao Feng was bewildered. Gao Yang calmly continued, "Father, have you ever heard of a poison strategist?" "A poison strategist?" Gao Feng furrowed his brow. "There are three types of strategists: those who scheme for themselves, for others, and for the world. The self-serving are poison strategists. Those who employ overt strategies may undermine their own virtue. They, too, are poison strategists. In this unified realm, with the North in turmoil, internal treachery threatening the state, and vassal kings asserting their power, while external forces loom like beasts, conventional methods are rendered ineffective. It is indeed the era of the poison strategist. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's face revealed a look of astonishment. Though he knew the boy was likely deceiving him, there was a semblance of reason in his words. Could he truly be hiding his capabilities? Just as Gao Feng pondered this, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted from outside the Gao residence. "Uncle Gao, Qingqing has come uninvited, and I apologize for the intrusion." Gao Yang looked up to see a woman clad in a deep green gown, her skin as fair as snow, standing at the entrance, her cold eyes fixed intently in his direction, albeit with an air of indifference. Song Qingqing, the daughter of Song Li, the minister of rights in the Great Qian, and is betrothed in name only. Her arrival at this moment sent a chill through Gao Yang, hinting at impending trouble. One family does not need to speak. As if they are strangers, there is no need for such formality. Qingqing. Upon seeing Song Qingqing, a gentle smile graced Gao Feng's face. Song Qingqing lifted her chin with an air of pride and replied coolly, "Uncle Gao, I have come to annul our engagement." Chapter 2. The Empress's Assessment. A devious scheme shocks the officials. Withdraw from the engagement? Upon the utterance of these words by Song Qingqing, an uproar erupted within the entire residence of the Duke of Dinghua. Gao Feng's expression darkened instantaneously. The betrothal between the Song and Gao families was a childhood arrangement. And with the wedding imminent, how could one simply retract such a commitment? Gao Feng's countenance turned icy as he gazed at Song Qingqing, demanding, "What does this act of the Song family mean for the Duke of Dinghua's household?" Gao Yang, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon his arrival, his betrothed would come to annul their engagement. This narrative had certainly taken an unexpected turn. However, it was a profound humiliation for the esteemed Duke of Dinghua to be confronted by the bride-to-be seeking to dissolve the engagement, a rupture that could lead to irrevocable enmity. Song Qingqing spoke, acknowledging, "This matter arises from my family's shortcomings, yet it is a decision made by the entire clan, one I am powerless to contest. My father has specifically instructed me to convey to the Duke of Dinghua that should any troubles befall your esteemed household, the Song family shall undoubtedly offer our staunch support." Gao Feng, seething with rage, retorted, "Begone. Inform that old fool Song Li that if the engagement is to be annulled, it shall be done by the Duke of Dinghua, not by the Song family, who are of no consequence." In the face of Gao Feng's fury, Song Qingqing remained unperturbed. The natural order dictates that water flows downward and individuals ascend, an immutable truth. The Duke of Dinghua once stood at the pinnacle, yet now, with the ascension of the Empress, the entire city of Chang'an was destined to witness a shift in power. As long as Gao Tianlong, the Duke of Dinghua, remained alive, he would command respect. However, how many more years could he endure? Gao Yang, having hastily torn down the imperial edict, was aware that this would inevitably lead the Gao family toward decline. The future spouse of Song Qingqing was destined to be a figure of great stature, a paragon among men, far removed from the likes of Gao Yang. Thus, we shall await the esteemed visit of the Duke of Dinghua. After delivering her proclamation, Song Qingqing departed with her attendants. Gao Feng's face was a stormy shade of blue, his fists clenched in indignation. This was an unparalleled disgrace. Yet, Gao Yang burst into laughter. "You wretched creature, how can you still find mirth in such public disgrace?" Gao Feng turned to him with fury etched across his features. Gao Yang smiled. "Father, what is so lamentable about withdrawing from an engagement with such a vain woman?" In her eyes, with the new Empress's ascension and the ensuing shift in power, the younger generation of the Gao family lacks the capability to assume significant responsibilities, and thus, we are bound to decline. It is no surprise that she hurried here to annul the engagement, fearing the repercussions for the Song family. Gao Feng's gaze toward Gao Yang transformed. His son seemed to perceive the situation with greater clarity. Yet, something felt amiss. Had Gao Yang not declared his unwavering desire to marry only Song Qingqing? A sense of disquiet loomed, an overwhelming sense of something being profoundly wrong. With a sigh, Gao Feng stated, "Do not dwell on the engagement matter. The Duke of Dinghua will not let this incident pass quietly. Our immediate priority lies with the Empress's assessment in the Golden Luan Hall. I shall take you to the palace to meet Her Majesty." Once we arrive at the Golden Luan Hall, your true abilities will be put to the test. Do not seek to impress the Empress, but rather, strive for the absence of error. Otherwise, it will not only be you facing consequences, but the entire Duke of Dinghua's household will be implicated. Accompanied by Gao Feng, Gao Yang entered the imposing Daqian Imperial Palace, traversing several crimson gates en route to the Tai Chi Hall. Your Majesty, the son of the Minister of Revenue, Gao Yang, has arrived at the hall. Announce him. A noble voice resonated. With that, Gao Feng pulled Gao Yang into the Tai Chi Hall. At this moment, the officials were arrayed on either side, their curious gazes fixed upon the two as they entered the palace. After exchanging formal greetings, Gao Yang finally lifted his head to behold the scene before him. Upon the dragon throne sat Wu Zhao, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, her countenance strikingly beautiful, her phoenix eyes emanating an air of authority. A regal aura enveloped her, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Gao Yang's mind began to stir with ambition. The Empress had recently ascended to the throne and was eager to make her mark. If he could secure her favor, the fortunes of the Gao family would undoubtedly be revitalized, ensuring a prolonged period of prosperity for him. Wu Zhao's discerning eyes fell upon Gao Yang, tinged with disappointment. She had anticipated that one bold enough to present the Edict of Talent would be an extraordinary individual. However, upon reviewing Gao Yang's credentials, even the formidable Empress found herself momentarily speechless. Yet, in the realm of governance, rules must be adhered to. Having summoned the aspirant to the palace, she was bound to convey her decree. Nevertheless, the Gao family was a prominent military lineage, steadfast in loyalty. Her only hope was that Gao Yang would not be overly audacious in front of the assembled officials, thus complicating her position. Wu Zhao spoke with a measured tone. My first inquiry is this. If you were a newly appointed magistrate of a remote county rife with banditry, and during your inspection of the town, a butcher publicly berated you, knowing he had some influence in the locality and even at court, how would you respond? Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Gao Yang paused, taken aback by the uniqueness of the Empress's question. The officials, too, were drawn into contemplation. Wu Zhao's fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the dragon throne, her gaze fixed upon Gao Yang. The question appeared deceptively simple, yet harbored deeper intricacies. The court of Qian was mired in decay, rife with factional strife, and beset by regional warlords and entrenched aristocracy. To contend with such malefactors and cultivate a peaceful realm for the populace, one must employ cunning against the wicked. The Empress sought not merely scholars well-versed in doctrine, but rather a strategist capable of navigating treachery. After a few moments of reflection, Gao Yang replied, the commoner would respond with a smile, expressing gratitude for the butcher-esque critique of my shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's expression soured, her spirits waning. Just as she was about to dismiss him, Gao Yang's voice rang out once more. Then, the commoner would return to the county office, instructing my subordinates to beat drums and announce a reward of 10 taels of gold for the butcher. Soon, the entire town would know that the butcher had received this gold, and considering the abundance of bandits in the area, it would be certain that he would meet his demise. I would also discreetly arrange for the constables to monitor the situation, so that once the butcher fell, the criminals could be apprehended. With these words, the officials were visibly stirred. Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. This Gao Yang possessed a certain ingenuity, a scheme that not only returned the gold to the magistrate, but also earned a reputation for magnanimity, while simultaneously orchestrating the downfall of the butcher by way of the bandits. Though the plan had its flaws, it could still be deemed a clever stratagem. Now, suppose you were to personally slay the entire family of your adversary, reveling in the aftermath of their demise, only to discover a child hidden within the premises. What would you do? Wu Zhao's piercing gaze remained fixed on Gao Yang, and this dilemma was undoubtedly more profound than that of the butcher. Gao Yang pondered for a few moments before turning to Wu Zhao and declaring that the common folk would remember his face, and should they meet again, he would show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao subtly shook her head, filled with profound disappointment. The child of an enemy, having witnessed the annihilation of his entire family, if the roots of vengeance were not eradicated, would he not return to exact his revenge after 10 or 20 years? In the name of righteousness and a misguided sense of compassion, he had placed his entire family in jeopardy. Such folly, in Wu Zhao's eyes, was utterly foolish. But in the next instant, Gao Yang's voice rang out once more. After uttering these words, he would turn to leave, only to abruptly look back and laugh heartily. "Ha ha, young man, we meet again." At this proclamation, the civil and military officials all turned their gazes toward Gao Yang's direction, their lips twitching slightly. Wu Zhao's hand, which had been tapping the dragon throne, froze, and her phoenix eyes suddenly brightened. Gao Feng had initially breathed a sigh of relief. The response of not showing mercy at the next meeting was conventional, aligning with the benevolent ethos of the Great Qian Dynasty. Yet, this rascal followed it up with a turn to walk away, only to whirl back around. Thus, would he not require mercy this time? He closed his eyes momentarily, gritting his teeth as he stood forth. "This reckless child has offended your majesty. It is my failure in discipline, and all blame lies with me. I humbly request your majesty's punishment." "Why should I punish you?" Wu Zhao replied, a faint smile curling at her lips. At that moment, Gao Feng was taken aback. The Great Qian Dynasty governed through law, and the winds of benevolence made it morally wrong to implicate an innocent child. Did Wu Zhao truly favor this response? As she spoke, the officials glanced at one another in astonishment. Soon, a voice emerged. "Your Majesty, to kill is merely to bow one's head to the ground. The past enmity, with corpses strewn about, is sufficient. This child is unarmed. If slaughter is indiscriminately pursued, the methods would be excessively brutal. Such cold-blooded individuals, once in power, will surely bring calamity." Gao Yang turned his gaze to see a young man in an official robe, exuding an air of dignity. Following his words, a white-haired general clad in battle armor echoed, "Cui Zhuangyuan speaks wisely. The men of Deqian wield their blades in battle against enemies, not to slaughter the defenseless old and young. To further massacre such children is sheer savagery." Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, recognizing the white-haired general as General Wang Zhong, a sworn enemy of his grandfather, Gao Tianlong. With Wang Zhong's words, a chorus of ministers voiced their agreement, causing Gao Feng's expression to darken, his fists clenched tightly. The Gao family had remained hidden for too long. Now, in this court, everyone dared to take advantage of them. Wu Zhao regarded Gao Yang with her piercing phoenix eyes. Remaining silent, she was keen to observe how he would respond. Both Wang Zhong and the newly minted Zhuangyuan, Cui Xinghe, were formidable opponents, and even she found them troublesome. Gao Yang smiled, first addressing Wang Zhong. "What the esteemed General Wang has said is indeed reasonable. My blade does not strike the old and young, but I do possess a smaller knife." Wang Zhong. The entire court of civil and military officials. Cui Xinghe's lips twitched as he coldly remarked, "Cunning words cannot conceal your inherent cruelty." Gao Yang turned to Cui Xinghe and continued, "Zhuangyuan Cui, with your lofty morals, I hold great admiration. However, the commoner is but an ordinary individual, unable to let go of the past, causing his family to endure years of unease." Cui Xinghe gazed at Gao Yang and inquired, "How can you be certain that, after a decade or more, he shall not seek vengeance for the annihilation of his family?" Gao Yang replied with a smile, "If we follow your majesty's hypothesis, had that boy's father understood the principle of eradicating the root of the problem, would we encounter the tragedy of family extermination today? Conversely, if we fail to eradicate the root now, a decade or two hence, a similar calamity may well befall the Gao family. A commoner may live a life laden with guilt, but he must never live in perpetual fear. The principle of eradication is a lesson taught by his father." Upon hearing these words, Cui Xinghe's pupils constricted. Wu Zhao's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gao Yang continued with eloquence. "Of course, the earlier act of turning away only to suddenly look back was merely a jest. Were a commoner in such a situation, he would offer a few pieces of silver and say to General Wang Zhong, 'I, Gao, do not strike the old and the young. Let him go.' Yet, in truth, one would covertly observe where he seeks refuge or who comes to his aid, and then eliminate them all. When the time to act arises, the heart of a typical person is usually found on the left side, though a few possess it on the right. Thus, it would be prudent to strike once on each side, perhaps even a blow to the rear." Chapter 3. A shock to the court. Eyes aglow with turmoil, Gao Yang's words suddenly echoed in the Golden Throne Hall, startling all officials present. They widened their eyes in astonishment as they gazed at Gao Yang. In mere moments, a chilling sensation gripped them. One may endure a lifetime of guilt, yet one must never live in constant fear. When the time to act arrives, a strike to each side of the chest, even a blow to the rear, each must be a fatal strike. Harsh, truly harsh. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang in terror, his heart trembling. Could it be that the Gao family, renowned for a century, harbors such treacherous descendants? If he were to gain power, would the old Wang family's very foundation be cleaved in twain? Not only Wang Zhong, but even Gao Feng felt a shiver down his spine. These words, astonishingly, came from his own son. In an instant, the gazes of civil and military officials were fixated upon Gao Yang. General Qin Zhenghua of the Right Guard spoke, "Your Majesty, the words of Deputy Minister Gao's son are not without merit. If it is a deep-seated enmity, then age becomes irrelevant." "I concur." This statement brought Wu Zhao back to her senses. Her gaze swept over, her exquisite visage adorned with a hint of intrigue. This Gao Yang possesses a certain charm. In the face of adversaries, one must not hesitate. Rather, one should employ ruthless methods. "Your response to the first question has pleased me greatly," Wu Zhao remarked, addressing the court with her first statement, while her second was directed at Gao Yang. Gao Feng appeared stunned. This wayward son has garnered the favor of the Empress? Though Gao Feng found it hard to believe, it was indeed a fortuitous occurrence for the Duke of Dinghua's household. Wu Zhao turned her gaze toward Gao Yang and said nonchalantly, "The first question was merely a small test. However, to serve in the court of Qian and advocate for the people is no simple matter." Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, first casting a glance at the long legs concealed beneath the dragon robe, and then replied, "I humbly request your Majesty to pose another question. A commoner is willing to serve you diligently. The Empress possesses a certain intrigue, eschewing the conventional 4 books and 5 classics, as well as poetry and moral teachings. In favor of these peculiar inquiries, one cannot help but feel a sense of curiosity regarding the next question posed by Wu Zhao." With a sweeping glance of her phoenix-like eyes directed at the assembled officials, she declared that this question would not solely assess the High Chancellor's son. Rather, all ministers were encouraged to voice their thoughts freely. "Those who provide a satisfactory answer shall certainly find favor in my court." Upon hearing this proclamation, some lesser officials felt a spark of hope and eagerly anticipated the opportunity. Should they gain the Empress's favor, their ascent in the world would be assured. Wu Zhao spoke in a measured tone, presenting a scenario. Imagine you are a tea merchant from a distant land, having contracted a barren mountain in the impoverished southern regions, yet wishing to cultivate tea. To do so, you must first clear the land. However, the local populace is notoriously indolent. Not only are they unwilling to assist in the clearing, but even those few who might be persuaded to work do so with great reluctance. As the planting season approaches, what course of action should one take? At her understated utterance, the entire assembly of civil and military officials furrowed their brows. This question was one of her most challenging, and those capable of delivering a brilliant response would undoubtedly reveal extraordinary talent. Her piercing gaze scanned the court, and all officials lowered their heads in contemplation. Even Cui Xinghe wore a troubled expression, recognizing the complexity of the query. The difficulties in the scenario were threefold. First, the tea merchant is unfamiliar with the region and lacks substantial support beyond his financial resources. Second, the local populace is inherently lazy. Clearing land is arduous and laborious work, and without offering exorbitant wages, it would be nearly impossible to attract laborers. Third, even if generous wages are provided, the locals may still exhibit a lackadaisical attitude towards their work. Wu Zhao sought not merely a solution to the problem, but rather the most optimal answer that would demonstrate one's capabilities. This question posed a formidable challenge. Wang Zhong, however, was oblivious to the intricacies of the matter and boldly asserted, "Your Majesty, what is so difficult about this? If one wage is insufficient to attract workers, then double or triple it. With a handsome reward, how could one fear that no locals would respond to the call for labor?" Wu Zhao shook her head, her expression revealing disappointment. "General Wang, your reasoning is flawed. As a merchant, one must prioritize profits. While tripling wages may garner some responses, it also significantly increases costs. Furthermore, as I mentioned, even if the locals are willing to work, their innate laziness presents a formidable barrier. The tea merchant, lacking local connections, would find it difficult to enforce any work ethic. How then shall this be resolved?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's countenance shifted. He realized his thoughts had been rather superficial. "It is indeed my oversight, but Your Majesty, this question is exceedingly challenging. In these impoverished and remote regions, the laziness of the populace is a given. Without increasing wages, how could one expect any response? And laziness is a fundamental aspect of human nature. In such destitute areas, it is likely to be even more pronounced, rendering any efforts to combat it futile. This question appears unsolvable." As Wang Zhong voiced his concerns, The other officials nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Wu Zhao's expression grew cold, an aura of authority enveloping her. She spoke with a calm, yet commanding tone. If we are to select exceptional talents for the nation and its people, should the challenges be rendered too simplistic? In the vast land of Deqian, there exists a multitude of similarly complex governance issues. Shall we simply abandon them all? I would not dare. Wang Zhong hastily knelt, acknowledging her authority. In that moment, under the weight of Wu Zhao's formidable presence, the officials bowed their heads in deference. Wu Zhao continued. This question, while clearing land and cultivating crops may not be inherently difficult, requires ingenuity and efficiency to achieve the desired results at minimal cost within the shortest time frame, which is indeed a formidable task. YangTeaching, you are the top scholar of our Great Qian Dynasty. It is said that you composed poetry at the tender age of 8 and comprehended the classics by 12, making you one of the 4 great talents of Chang'an, with a remarkable literary flair. Do you have an answer? Wu Zhao inquired with a calm demeanor, her gaze resting upon Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe furrowed his brow, and then, with a wry smile, shook his head. Your Majesty, I have yet to formulate a response. However, grant me a moment of contemplation, and I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer. Though his scheme was superior to that of Wang Zhong, it would undoubtedly fail to meet Wu Zhao's expectations. He needed more time to ponder. Wu Zhao's expression remained impassive as she remarked, then, YangTeaching, think further. She then turned her attention to an elderly scholar with silver hair. Old Master Zhou, you are a grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy, a luminary of our Great Qian literary world. Do you have an answer? Old Master Zhou paused momentarily and then, somewhat embarrassed, shook his head. This old minister has yet to devise a better solution. His thoughts were akin to those of Wang Zhong, centered around offering more money. But such an idea had clearly been dismissed by Wu Zhao. The chill in her gaze intensified, though she did not display it outwardly. Finally, she turned her gaze toward Gao Yang, stating mildly, Gao Yang, do you have an answer? Gao Yang shook his head. I too need to ponder. Although he held a grudge against Cui Xinghe, considering him a mere upstart, he recognized the latter's exceptional talent as the top scholar. Moreover, Old Master Zhou was no ordinary figure. He was a distinguished scholar of the Hanlin Academy. Both of them required time to think. If he were to speak hastily, it would surely offend. Despite his disdain for the two, he saw no need to create enemies in public, which was contrary to his nature from a previous life. Wu Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, you have unveiled my summons for talented individuals. I regard you differently than others. Should you fail to conceive an answer, I may have to accuse you of treason. Where are the Black Ice Guards? Wu Zhao commanded with authority. Outside the hall, several armed guards entered, their expressions icy. Gao Feng trembled. The charge of treason could spell doom for the entire Gao family. Would their century-old legacy be obliterated in an instant? Just as he was about to step forward to plead for mercy, a voice emerged from behind him. Your Majesty, I have suddenly conceived a few strategies that might resolve this dilemma. Gao Feng turned in astonishment to look at Gao Yang, their eyes meeting in a significant exchange. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wu Zhao's smile widened as she articulated, should this plan please me, not only will you, Gao Yang, be exonerated, but you shall also be rewarded. The eyes of all officials converged upon Gao Yang. Compared to their initial scorn, there was now a palpable sense of caution following Gao Yang's decisive strategy. This young man's cunning was potentially perilous. Gao Yang's voice resonated within the Golden Luan Hall. From the perspective of a tea merchant, his aim was straightforward, to hire laborers at a low cost to clear land swiftly. Yet, the local populace was predominantly indolent. Land reclamation was arduous and taxing. Even with generous compensation, the tea merchants held little sway in the area, and the locals would only work sporadically. To achieve his objective, he needed to manipulate human nature. The method I propose is simple and can be encapsulated in a single scheme, which I shall refer to as the monkey play strategy. As Wu Zetian straightened her posture, her phoenix-like eyes fell upon Gao Yang. She inquired, how does one manipulate human nature, and how is a scheme devised? Gao Yang's voice resonated throughout the Golden Luan Hall as he replied, if I were a tea merchant, I would first hire a dozen peasants to cultivate the land, offering them thrice or even quintuple the usual wages. Wu Zetian furrowed her brow. Is that all? I expected you to have a brilliant plan. It seems you merely proposed to hire labor at exorbitant rates. Wang Zhong scoffed at the notion. He genuinely believed Gao Yang had conceived a solution, but after much deliberation, it amounted to little more than high-priced labor. Cui Xing has shook his head in disbelief. Unfazed, Gao Yang continued, a few days ago, I instructed the peasants to concentrate their efforts on clearing a designated area. If any of them were to slack off or doze off, I would feign urgency and scold them, pretending to be anxious. The peasants, accustomed to idleness, would likely mock my frantic demeanor, perceiving me as nothing more than a comical monkey. However, after several days, I would bury a few pieces of gold in the desolate mountains, and thus, my plan would take shape. Upon hearing this last statement, the Empress sat up straight, her gaze filled with astonishment. Gold buried within the barren mountains. This strategy was indeed ingenious. She could already foresee Gao Yang's next steps. The officials erupted in a chorus of murmurs. Gao Yang continued calmly, once the gold is buried, the peasants who have been working diligently on the land will inevitably become aware when the gold is unearthed. No matter how swift the discoverer, they cannot conceal it from their fellow laborers. When disputes arise, I will seize the opportunity to feign concern, demanding they surrender the gold while offering them a bit of silver to keep their discovery secret, lest others come to compete for it. Within a few hours, the news of a gold mine would spread throughout the village. It takes just a couple of gold pieces to reveal the darker aspects of human nature. Those who witness the gold extraction, enticed by its allure, will become restless, like ants on a hot pan, while those who discover the gold will rally their entire families to surreptitiously ascend the mountain, driven by greed. When rumors proliferate, no wages are needed. Entire families will eagerly wield their hoes and toil through the night. At this pronouncement, the officials were taken aback, their gazes fixed upon Gao Yang. The root of the peasants' laziness lay in the arduous nature of land cultivation. Even triple wages lacked the incentive to spur them into action. Yet, if they believed a gold mine lay beneath the barren mountains, driven by rumors, especially with the first person to discover it leading the charge, the villagers would swarm to excavate, dreaming of sudden wealth. Even Cui Xing, after grasping the concept, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Though this plan has its flaws, it undeniably holds potential for success. Gao Feng, equally astonished, regarded Gao Yang with wide eyes. Is this truly my son? Has he finally seen the light? Brilliantly, he had drawn out human greed with the promise of gold, compelling the entire village to engage in the cultivation. Furthermore, by casually burying gold in various locations on the mountain, the peasants would be convinced of the existence of a gold mine, thereby saving immense labor costs while they worked tirelessly through the night. The son of the deputy minister had indeed not disappointed me. This strategy is truly remarkable. Wu Zetian marveled, her phoenix-like eyes resting upon Gao Yang with satisfaction. Gao Yang replied with a smile, Your Majesty, please hold on. This game has yet to conclude. In fact, the most perilous part is just beginning. Upon hearing this, Wu Zetian was taken aback. The most treacherous aspect was only commencing? The officials surrounding them were equally astonished. Having swiftly achieved their initial goal, this was merely the beginning? In remote and desolate regions, where the populace is often indolent, it is highly probable that local magistrates are corrupt officials, easily bribed prior to any scheming. Should a county magistrate cooperate, the efforts would yield magnified results. Gao Feng's expression shifted abruptly as he rebuked, Wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Yet Wu Zetian waved her hand dismissively, It matters not. Even in the impoverished lands of our Great Qian, are there not plenty of greedy officials? Gao Yang, please continue. What follows after bribing the magistrate? Gao Yang, with a smile, elucidated, according to the laws of Great Qian, wild mountains are private domains of tea merchants. Should villagers ascend the mountains to mine gold overnight, they would have already violated the law. If I were the tea merchant, I would promptly report this to the authorities, dispatching officials to apprehend them and demand the return of the gold they extracted. The common folk, envious by nature, would surely inform on one another. Wang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes wide with disbelief. Without spending a single coin, the villagers had been allowed to cultivate the land, and even the gold they unearthed would need to be returned. This scheme was remarkably insidious. Wang Zhong gazed at Gao Yang, terror evident on his face. Wu Zetian nodded in admiration, recognizing the brilliance in bribing the magistrate first and then exploiting human nature to reclaim the previously invested gold. Though somewhat treacherous, this plan accomplished the most effective reclamation with minimal expenditure. It was certainly a clever stratagem. Cui Xing's face darkened. As one of the 4 talents of Chang'an and the esteemed son of the Cui family, he was the top scholar of the day. Yet, at this moment, he found himself overshadowed by Gao Yang. which he found difficult to accept. He spoke in a low voice. Bribing the magistrate is no small matter. The villagers may merely return the gold, but is it worth the risk of execution? Gao Yang chuckled. Lord Shui, are there not numerous instances of collusion between officials and merchants who would venture to offer substantial bribes? Both honest and corrupt officials can easily be discerned among the populace. Moreover, the treachery does not end there. What if the gold is merely gold on the outside but copper within? Chapter 5. Manipulating Human Hearts. This son of the Gao family is far too ruthless. As these words left his mouth, Cui Xinghe's complexion changed dramatically. Luring the entire village to mine the mountains under the pretense of gold was one thing, but to suggest that the gold could be a mere facade, hiding copper within, how could someone be so malicious? He looked at Gao Yang, his lips twitching and his heart trembling. On the dragon throne, Empress Wu Zetian was equally moved, her astonishment palpable. Gold on the outside, copper within. How ruthless indeed. Gao Yang strolled confidently within the Golden Luan Hall, as if traversing level ground. His audacious demeanor was quite brazen, yet at that moment, none dared to reprimand him. With a faint smile upon his face, Gao Yang knew that with the magistrate's cooperation, he could easily slice open the returned gold and accuse the villagers of theft, subjecting them to trial. Ordinary villagers would hardly withstand the harsh penalties. With merely a few severe punishments, the villagers who had unearthed the gold would be coerced into confession. At that juncture, even if they comprehended the gravity of the situation, it would be too late. Lacking funds for restitution, they would be compelled to sign a contract of servitude, becoming lifelong tea slaves. Naturally, if I were that tea merchant, I would take stringent precautions against retaliation, traveling with an entourage of guards. Simultaneously, I would promise these indentured tea slaves that should they labor diligently for me for 5 or even 10 years, I would grant them their freedom. The more industrious they were, the sooner they would regain their liberty. Once profit was garnered and the enterprise expanded, I could construct roads and bridges for the convenience of transporting tea, all the while publicly claiming it was to ease the villagers' travel, thereby garnering a reputation as a benefactor. Upon the utterance of this proposal, silence enveloped the grand hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The civil and military officials fixated their gaze upon Gao Yang, their lips quivering. An immense turmoil surged within their hearts. Even the Empress, her hand instinctively clutching the dragon throne, fixed her gaze intently on Gao Yang. This revelation astonished even her, the one who had posed the question. In her mind, this query was intended to test both reflexes and mastery over human nature. The chaos plaguing the realm had long persisted, and conventional methods proved inadequate for resolution. In extraordinary times, extraordinary individuals and unconventional methods are required. Only by exploiting the darker facets of human nature could one govern the nation and restore peace, thereby becoming a capable minister in Wu Zetian's reign. The essence of this inquiry lay in the comprehension of human nature. Merely increasing wages would be a subpar strategy. She had contemplated burying gold in desolate mountains or employing rumors as tactics. In her heart, she believed these to be the perfect solutions. However, she did not anticipate that Gao Yang had further stratagems in mind, such as bribing the county magistrate and fabricating accusations by substituting copper for gold, thereby coercing the gold-digging populace into servitude as tea slaves. Moreover, he had meticulously considered a timeline, providing these enslaved individuals with hope, ensuring that they did not resort to desperate measures. A profoundly sordid scheme culminated in Gao Yang emerging as a local benefactor. Gao Yang presented her with a satisfactory answer. No wonder this scheme was dubbed the monkey play scheme, as the common folk perceived the tea merchants as mere monkeys, oblivious to the fact that they themselves were the truly absurd ones. This individual, even if he refrained from entering officialdom, must never be allowed to engage in commerce. The Empress resolved within herself that should he pursue trade, countless citizens would fall victim to his machinations. Cui Xinghe stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that Gao Yang had so swiftly provided a solution. He began to ponder the feasibility of this plan, yet the more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became. Gao Feng turned back in disbelief, regarding Gao Yang with trepidation. Could such a cunning and devious character truly be a descendant of the Gao family, renowned for a century? Such venomous schemes would instill fear not only in the other officials within the Grand Hall, but even in him as a father. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon Wu Zetian, and he expressed a hint of regret. Your Majesty, time is too constrained. This scheme still harbors some flaws. If the common folk could be granted a bit more time, it could be rendered even more flawless. Gao Yang, a perfectionist in the art of scheming, found this plot somewhat crude and was not entirely satisfied. The officials were instantly struck with trepidation, their eyes widening in disbelief. They turned towards Gao Yang, their faces etched with astonishment. Could this scheme be executed any more flawlessly? This seemingly imperfect plan had already required minimal resources, achieving the clearing of land while simultaneously ensnaring a batch of commoners as tea-slaves. If this was deemed perfect, what fate awaited those commoners? This young man is exceedingly ruthless, they collectively pondered. Old Master Zhou trembled with indignation as he stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, this scheme is far too insidious. I implore you to impose severe punishment upon Gao Yang." "I concur. I second that." Several ministers rose, bowing deeply towards Empress Wu. Gao Feng's expression turned icy as he scanned the assembly. Among them, many were rivals of the Gao family. The Gao family had remained too discreet. Even the most insignificant figures dared to challenge them. He hastily stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke, as the saying goes. The merit of a strategy lies not in its nature, but in the mind of its executor. Although my son's plan may appear somewhat ruthless, I beseech your Majesty to discern wisely. Cui Xinghe's countenance shifted as he realized that with the Empress newly ascended to the throne, the position of chief clerk, responsible for drafting edicts, was crucial and currently vacant. He had assumed that the Empress's confidant would undoubtedly be himself, the current top scholar. However, unexpectedly, Gao Yang emerged at this critical juncture. "Your Majesty," he interjected, "I too echo old Master Zhou's sentiments. This scheme is excessively cruel and should not be adopted." Empress Wu cast a frigid gaze across the assembly of ministers. "If you esteemed courtiers find this scheme too vicious, do you possess a superior alternative?" Upon uttering these words, both old Master Zhou and Cui Xinghe's expressions changed dramatically. If they had an alternative, they would have articulated it long ago. With an air of icy authority, Empress Wu proclaimed, "In my eyes, there exists no good or bad strategy. Any plan that achieves its objectives is a commendable one. Although the strategy devised by Gao Yang, son of the High Minister, may be somewhat malevolent, from the perspective of the tea merchants, it is entirely justified, perhaps even the most effective approach. If the populace is free of guilt, then where do corrupt officials arise? Governing a vast nation is akin to handling delicate matters. All corrupt officials harbor malicious intent, and thus, against the wicked, one must employ wicked means. Furthermore, the ability of the High Minister's son to conceive such a cunning plan in a short span reveals his remarkable talent." This statement carried a certain weight for the officials, prompting both old Master Zhou and Cui Xinghe to bow their heads in acquiescence. "I am weary. We shall adjourn." With that, Empress Wu, her countenance strikingly beautiful, rose and departed. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Is she leaving just like that? What of the promised rewards? At the very least, she could have bestowed upon him 2 lovely maidens instead of a mountain of gold. This empress is quite lacking in decorum, he mentally lamented. Meanwhile, the officials exchanged glances, their astonished gazes fixed upon Gao Yang. It was evident to all that today's events would swiftly circulate throughout the entirety of Chang'an. Chapter 6. The Duke of the State was bewildered. "Is this my grandson?" Outside the Golden Hall, the officials engaged in animated discussion. Gao Yang trailed behind Gao Feng, basking in the golden sunlight that enveloped him warmly, nearly blinding him. He felt a profound sense of relief and contentment. The peril of the day had been thoroughly averted. He had not anticipated that the Empress would favor such treacherous schemes, yet it seemed fortuitous. He was unable to navigate the grand plans for the nation and its people. However, he harbors a plethora of cunning schemes within him. In this regard, it is no exaggeration to assert that he is an expert. "Father, since the Empress did not punish him, can we consider that the boy has passed this trial?" he hesitantly inquired. The Duke of Dinggua's household has always upheld a tradition of discipline through firm measures. "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with your performance today," came Gao Feng's voice, albeit with an odd tone, as if concealing a burden. Yet, Gao Yang paid little heed to it. Instead, he began to look forward to the days ahead. His father serves as the current Minister of Revenue, and his grandfather holds the title of Duke, clearly placing him among the elite offspring of the highest ranks in the Great Qian Dynasty. In his previous life, had he possessed such a distinguished status, there would have been no need for him to engage in intricate schemes. In this era of Qian, he might still need to take examinations, but in later generations, he could simply pen an essay titled My Grandfather the Duke and My Father the Minister. Without a doubt, such a composition would secure a top position in any writing competition, unless competing pieces bore titles like My Father the Chancellor or My Grandfather the Emperor. Otherwise, victory would be assured. Having been granted a second chance at life, he now possesses an illustrious identity that commands respect throughout Chang'an. To not indulge in the pleasures of the brothels would be a disservice to his privileged status. Just as Gao Yang pondered this, Gao Feng suddenly halted ahead. Caught off guard, Gao Yang collided directly with him, causing a sharp pain to throb in his forehead, prompting him to instinctively rub it. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he found Gao Feng staring intently at him, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. "Father, what troubles you?" Gao Yang asked, feeling a sense of unease. Was it that Gao Feng was becoming increasingly agitated and intended to reprimand him? However, Gao Feng merely continued to gaze at him in silence, which only heightened Gao Yang's anxiety. After a prolonged moment, Gao Feng placed a hand on Gao Yang's shoulder and spoke, as the old saying goes. A brother fighting alongside a brother, a father and son on the battlefield. As a father for the first time, I may have my shortcomings. Do not take it too much to heart. With that, Gao Feng turned and walked away. His silhouette, illuminated by the golden sunlight, stretched long, reminiscent of someone heading out to procure oranges. Gao Yang was left bewildered. What did Gao Feng's words mean? As Gao Feng and Gao Yang gradually made their way back, the events that transpired in the court that day swiftly spread throughout Chang'an. Particularly, the two pressing questions posed by the Empress and Gao Yang's two significant responses circulated with astonishing speed, even faster than Gao Yang's return home. In the Duke's residence, a venerable voice resonated from a deep, ancient room, imbued with a palpable aura of menace. I have served Qian on the battlefield for 50 years. Enduring life and death, I demand an audience with the Emperor. The household servants of the Gao family, upon hearing the command, brought forth a weathered red iron armor. Though they remained silent, their movements were efficient, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent born from countless battles. It was evident that they were all skilled warriors. At that moment, they collectively turned their gaze towards an elder, approximately 70 years of age, whose countenance exuded authority, clad in a purple robe. Simply standing there, he commanded an instinctual desire to kneel. Gao Tianlong, the foremost figure in the Dacian military, a man forged in the crucible of battle over 5 decades, has indeed carved out his legacy amidst the corpses of his foes. Though aged, the mere sight of him standing erect radiates an aura akin to that of a sharp sword, rendering one unable to avert their gaze. The old duke, despite his eldest son's previous folly, has never stooped to such disgraceful acts. Today, his audacious act of unveiling the emperor's edict for talent suggests there are unseen hands orchestrating this audacity. Beside him, the steward Fu Bo of the duke's residence, clad in a gray robe, spoke with evident concern. Gao Tianlong's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes glimmered with an unapproachable chill. Though it may be dismissed as mere childish antics when the younger generation brings shame upon the Gao family, today's targeted assault on his son indicates a calculated move by those wishing to undermine the Gao clan in the wake of the new emperor's ascension. To safeguard his son, a visit to the royal palace is imperative. However, he mused upon the worth of his aged visage in such matters. Gao Tianlong's countenance was as frigid as ever. He had but 3 sons. His eldest, Gao Feng, had achieved the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue, showing some promise. The other 2, Gao Linyuan, had gone to the borders of Dacian to serve as a local governor, while Gao Tiansong had joined the Dingyuan army as a deputy general. For a duke's household, such a lineage appears to be in decline. As for his grandchildren, the situation is even more dire. All of them indulged in extravagance. His eldest grandson, Gao Yang, epitomized the worst of this excess, a scoundrel among scoundrels. The Gao family, while seemingly prosperous, was perilously close to the brink. In Gao Tianlong's view, the fate of the Gao clan would be determined today. Yet, regardless of the court officials or the Empress, he would surely command a modicum of respect. Now, he awaited news from the court before proceeding to the palace for an audience. Alas, what misfortune has befallen my household? Gao Tianlong sighed inwardly, when suddenly a voice resonated throughout the duke's residence. Old Duke, I bear both good and bad news. A servant rushed in with great urgency. Good news? What good news can there possibly be for the Gao family? A fleeting moment of self-mockery crossed Gao Tianlong's stern visage. If the Mirsong family dared to publicly withdraw from their engagement, it was evident that the prestige of the duke's residence had sunk to an all-time low. However, it was reported that the eldest son had revealed the emperor's edict for talent and had successfully passed the emperor's examination in the Golden Luan Hall, with the capital now abuzz with tales of the eldest son's clever stratagem. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong, while stroking his beard, inadvertently tugged at several strands in surprise. "What did you say? My son passed the emperor's examination? The Gao family has not faced punishment?" His piercing gaze shot forth, filled with incredulity. Such news had spread throughout the capital and could not possibly be false. Everyone claimed the eldest son had been concealing his true abilities, and remarkably well at that. Gao Tianlong erupted into hearty laughter, brimming with exuberance. "Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a mouse will surely burrow. How could my descendants, the Gao Tianlong lineage, truly be so foolish? And what of the bad news?" Gao Tianlong inquired, his face alight with anticipation. The servant hesitated before delivering the unwelcome tidings. "The eldest son's stratagems are all nefarious. Even the Empress has remained silent for an extended period. The common folk have expressed their outrage, declaring the eldest son to be truly malevolent." Subsequently, the attendant vividly recounted the Empress's inquiries and relayed in detail Gao Yang's responses. The nearby troops displayed expressions of astonishment, for not only did they allow the common folk to cultivate wasteland free of charge, but they also turned them into unpaid tea laborers, ultimately branding them as benevolent benefactors. Such ruthlessness! At that moment, even the seasoned Duke Gao, who had witnessed countless vile schemes, fell into silence. His grandson was indeed more cunning than anyone else. In the Song residence, the artificial mountains and waters adorned the courtyard, with maidservants bustling along the corridors. Song Qingqing sat gracefully on a bench, her exquisite visage devoid of any expression. Upon seeing a middle-aged man enter from outside, she promptly rose. "Father, what punishment has His Majesty decreed for the Duke of Ding?" she inquired. Song Li cast a glance at his daughter, refraining from a direct response, instead solemnly asking, "Is the marriage called off?" These words sent a wave of foreboding through Song Qingqing. Nodding, she replied, "The Duke of Ding has not made an appearance." Upon hearing this, the minister Gao was furious and vowed that this matter would not end peacefully. "Father, could it be that there has been some upheaval in the court?" Song Li's expression darkened as he remarked, "Gao Yang has indeed hidden his talents. He possesses considerable capability, and the Duke of Ding's household has successfully navigated through peril." "What?" Song Qingqing's face reflected her shock. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, she was taken aback but quickly smiled as she reassured, "Father, there is no need for concern. His Majesty has not publicly conferred rewards, which indicates no decision has been made. Gao Yang treasures me dearly, as all of Chang'an knows. There remains room for negotiation. Moreover, in the vast realm of Deqian, with the multitude of illustrious families, I am confident that I will find a talent greater than Gao Yang's to bring honor to our Song family. After all, the Duke of Ding is aged. Relinquishing this matter is no great loss." Her melodious voice brought a sense of calm to Song Li's heart. Chapter 7. Urgent news from Linjiang City. Wu Zhao's determination at this juncture, Gao Yang and Gao Feng disembarked from their carriage, pushing open the gates of the Duke's residence. Gao Feng, wearing a stern expression, headed straight for the inner courtyard, while Gao Yang made his way to his own chamber. The Duke of Ding, as the foremost among the 6 dukes of Deqian, held a distinguished status, further amplified by Gao Tianlong's reputation as a god of war, boasting a rare record of victories and numerous accolades. The Gao residence was indeed imposing. Recollecting his memories, Gao Yang navigated around several artificial hills and walked along the corridor from the outer courtyard to the inner residence, ultimately arriving at his room. He flung himself onto his bed, the crisp sheets igniting a wave of desire within every fiber of his being. Bliss. As he reclined in the most comfortable position on the bed, Gao Yang began to contemplate. Although the Gao family was in decline, they were still more substantial than many. With a duke and a third-rank official, his status was sufficient to command respect throughout Chang'an. Now, if only he could secure the Empress's favor. His life in Chang'an would be beyond imagination, comfort, and ease personified. What position would the Empress bestow upon him? Having traversed to this ancient era as a man of stature, he was determined to achieve great feats and make his mark. Just as Gao Yang was lost in his reverie, the door to his room was suddenly flung open. A young girl, with her hair tied in a ponytail and appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, came into view. The little girl had a cherubic face and round, sparkling eyes. Upon seeing Gao Yang, she immediately burst into tears. "Wah, brother, how come you're not dead?" Gao Feng made his way to the innermost chamber of the residence, swiftly pushing the door open and respectfully bowing to his father, Gao Tianlong. "Greetings, father." In the grand tradition of Qian, filial piety was paramount, and younger generations were obliged to show reverence to their elders. Gao Tianlong, expressionless, was engrossed in arranging a chessboard. "I am aware of Yang Er's situation. This wayward child has concealed his actions quite deeply. However, today's events not only benefit him but also serve the interests of our Gao family." Gao Feng, filled with anxiety, noted that the emperor had yet to bestow any rewards, indicating that matters remained unresolved. As he continued to manipulate the chess pieces, Gao Tianlong remarked, "Yang Er is notorious for his mischief, and he has garnered considerable notoriety. Originally, Cui Xinghe was the most favored candidate in the Empress's eyes, but Yang Er's emergence has complicated matters. Cui Xinghe, the top scholar of Qian, is not only well-versed in the classics, but also adept in governance. It is only natural for the emperor to hesitate. I suspect he has devised a specific evaluation regarding governance between Cui Xinghe and Yang Er. The current emperor's ambitions are certainly no less than those of his predecessor." Gao Feng furrowed his brow. According to his father's words, if Yang Er could not surpass Cui Xinghe, would he not still face punishment? That may not necessarily be the case. Gao Feng's eyes brightened. "Does father have faith in Yang Er?" Gao Tianlong nodded, expressing a sense of nostalgia. "Having lived nearly 70 years and witnessed 3 emperors, I have seen countless devious schemes, yet I have never encountered one as vicious as this. Yang Er may yet surprise us, though it has tarnished my reputation." Gao Feng nodded in deep agreement. "Moreover, as long as I am alive, I shall ensure his safety. While I still draw breath, it is prudent for him to seize this opportunity." In a solemn tone, Gao Feng added, "Father, there is one more matter. Today, Song Li's daughter, Song Qingqing, personally came to annul the engagement. There is much discussion in Chang'an. How should we proceed? The marriage of our Duke of State is not easily dismissed. If the Song family lacks benevolence, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will expel all the young members of the Song military without exception. Such a profound humiliation will surely allow me to act with impunity. The emperor will not dare to object, but let us set aside this matter for now. Life should be enjoyed in the moment. Come, let us play chess." Gao Tianlong indicated the chessboard. Gao Feng's expression shifted, as if facing a formidable adversary. "Father, as a master of chess in Qian, is it truly fair for you to take advantage of a mere novice like me?" Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Ah, you have a way with words. I would never bully the younger generation. I shall grant you the first move." Seeing no way to escape, Gao Feng reluctantly took a seat. Yet he could not help but remind, "Father, let us agree beforehand. Should I lose, no one is permitted to use the chessboard as a weapon." In the imperial palace, within the Fenghuan Hall, Wu Zhao donned a golden dragon robe, her demeanor icy. "Your Majesty, are you still contemplating the son of Minister Gao?" asked Shenghuanwaner. Dressed in a dark green robe, Wu Zhao nodded. Rumors in Chang'an can be misleading. Such a vicious strategy is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary frivolous youth. Even I have never witnessed such a cunning ploy. Beside her, Shenghuanwaner nodded in deep agreement. When she first heard of these 2 nefarious schemes, she was taken aback. Gao Yang's grasp of human nature, particularly its darker facets, was simply terrifying. If His Majesty were to utilize this talent wisely, Gao Yang would undoubtedly emerge as a significant figure in the Great Qian. Wu Zhao, somewhat surprised, was well aware of Shenghuanwaner's pride. There were few in the Great Qian who could receive such high praise from her. "Which do you believe is stronger, Gao Yang or Cui Xinghe? Who could assist me in establishing an unprecedented and unparalleled dominion?" Wu Zhao suddenly inquired, her eyes radiating a commanding aura that surpassed that of many men. Without hesitation, Shenghuanwaner responded, "The Cui family, Cui Xinghe." Seemingly taken aback, Wu Zhao remarked, "You hold such confidence in Cui Xinghe?" Shenghuanwaner replied with unwavering composure, "Cui Xinghe is not only the top scholar of the present age, but also a pillar of our state. His theories on governance incisively address the shortcomings of our Great Qian. If your Majesty wishes to lay the foundation for an enduring legacy, Cui Xinghe must be the foremost choice." Wu Zhao remained expressionless, her gaze drifting outside. "Yet I have a stronger inclination towards Gao Yang. I possess a premonition that he is the one I seek. Shangwan Wan'er's resolute visage reflected her confusion. Your Majesty, Gao Yang is tainted by a dubious past. While he excels in manipulating hearts, how could he possibly compare to Scholar Cui in matters of statecraft? Wu Zhao picked up a memorial, stating nonchalantly, the measure of strength and weakness will soon be revealed. This year, our Great Qian has suffered numerous calamities, and public sentiment is boiling. The magistrate of Linjiang, Du Jiang, has reported that grain merchants across Linjiang are hoarding supplies, causing prices to soar uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the nearby Qingshui city has also faced disaster, leading to a surge in grain prices, leaving the populace in distress. Shangwan Wan'er's eyes widened in realization of Wu Zhao's intention. Wu Zhao coldly declared, draft an edict. Confer upon Gao Yang the authority of Imperial Inspector of the State Duke's residence, granting him control over all affairs in Linjiang City. Appoint Cui Xinghe of the Cui family as Imperial Inspector of Qingshui City, overseeing all matters therein. I demand they stabilize the grain prices swiftly, restoring peace to the local people. Hearing this, Shangwan Wan'er was taken aback but quickly lowered her head to draft the edict. Once she had prepared it, she presented it to Wu Zhao. Cui Xinghe knows his place and possesses the means. With him stationed in Qingshui City, disorder is unlikely. However, you should accompany Gao Yang. If I have misjudged, intervene promptly to prevent further deterioration of the situation. But remember, this individual is unlike the rest. Do not act unless absolutely necessary. Go and announce the edict. The disaster waits for no one, and they must depart immediately. Upon receiving Wu Zhao's command, Shangwan Wan'er hurriedly exited the palace. Once tranquility returned, Wu Zhao stood in the Golden Luan Hall, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing through the window at the vast expanse of the Great Qian. In that moment, it felt as though she transcended time and space. Witnessing the mountains and rivers of the Great Qian and the common people, she murmured to herself, Father, I shall prove to the world that a woman can reign as emperor. A woman can lead the Great Qian to greatness. Not only will I strengthen the Great Qian, but I will also conquer the 7 kingdoms, bringing an end to this tumultuous era that has persisted for 6 centuries. Wu Zetian's voice was icy, imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Chapter 8. The Warmth of Family, to vanquish those profiteering merchants during national calamities. Cui Fu, by the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims that the nation is in distress, and the plight of Qingshui City is dire. Cui Xinghe of the Cui family possesses the talent for statecraft. I hereby appoint him as the temporary inspector general, overseeing all matters in Qingshui City, to stabilize grain prices with utmost urgency, restoring peace to the populace. You are to depart immediately, without delay. Thus decreed. Dressed in official robes, Cui Xinghe's handsome face was alight with excitement. This humble servant, Cui Xinghe, acknowledges the decree and shall exert every effort. He received the imperial edict, his heart racing with anticipation. Your Majesty has issued a command. I implore you, Master Cui, to make a brief preparation and set forth at once. Wan'er has other urgent matters to attend to and must take her leave, spoke Shangwan Wan'er, as she took another imperial edict and departed in a different direction. Cui Xinghe's gaze caught sight of another edict, and his pupils contracted. He glanced towards the direction in which Shangwan Wan'er had vanished. That was the direction of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. His expression darkened abruptly. Beside him, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached. He was none other than Cui Jian, the head of the illustrious Cui family. If I am not mistaken, this is the Empress's assessment of you and Gao Yang. Whether our Cui family can earn her trust and ascend to greater heights in the Great Qian Dynasty rests entirely upon your shoulders. Cui Xinghe nodded solemnly. In terms of intrigue, I might not rival Gao Yang, but when it comes to governance, I am leagues ahead. Within 15 days, the grain prices in Qingshui City shall undoubtedly fall. Father, await my good news. Cui Jian nodded with satisfaction. My son Xinghe possesses the demeanor of a chancellor. At the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gao Yang's lips twitched. For a moment, he could not discern whether the little girl was expressing concern for him or cursing him. The girl, named Gao Ling, was the daughter of his second uncle, Gao Linyuan, and had been close to him since childhood. Thus, Gao Yang felt that children's words were often innocent and unfiltered. He pulled Gao Ling closer, pinching her chubby little cheek. Linger, you are too thoughtful for your own good. Gao Ling blinked, unable to comprehend the irony of his remark. With tear-filled eyes, she asked, Brother, I heard from the servants in the manner that you have recklessly revealed the imperial edict and are to be executed. Is this true? Gao Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated this. What ill intent could a child possibly harbor? Before he could respond, Gao Ling continued pitifully, "Brother, the peach blossom pastry from the east side of the city that you promised to buy for me. Please get it first. Otherwise, if you are executed, who will buy it for me?" Gao Yang's lips twitched as he scanned the surroundings. Gao Ling timidly inquired, "Brother, what are you looking for? I believe it is necessary to make your childhood memories a bit more vivid. Where's my rattan?" In the next moment, Gao Ling darted away like a slippery eel. Brother Linger was wrong. Don't run. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I shall change my name to Gao Wan. Gao Yang immediately gave chase. Perhaps it was due to his transmigration, or perhaps because, in his previous life, he had felt the pangs of solitude without experiencing familial warmth. Upon crossing over, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he found everything in the Gao household familiar and endearing. The imperial edict has arrived. As Gao Yang apprehended Gao Ling, he was suddenly met with a proclamation that resonated throughout the entire residence of the Duke of Dinghua. A flicker of joy crossed Gao Yang's face as he released Gao Ling, whom he had held like a chick, deciding to grant her a temporary reprieve to witness what rewards the Empress might bestow. In the outer courtyard of the Duke of Dinghua's estate, Shangwan Wanner held a golden silk edict, flanked by a dozen palace guards, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion. Upon the arrival of the edict, all within the estate, young and old alike, knelt in reverence to receive it. Yet, there was one notable exception. Gao Tianlong, the Duke himself, stood at the forefront in a coarse robe. Exuding an aura of unyielding authority, he merely inclined his body slightly, and no one deemed it inappropriate. For this was a privilege earned through 50 years of service to the Great Qian Dynasty. Gao Yang, lacking such privileges, found the act of kneeling to receive the edict distasteful. Yet in ancient times, one had no choice but to bow. This marked his first encounter with his esteemed grandfather, a celebrated general of Daqian, whose hair was now gray and who remained silent, yet radiated an imposing dignity that dissuaded direct gazes. Thus, Gao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Gao Tianlong, reflecting, "You insolent child, lower your head to receive the edict with due respect. Do not incur the grave sin of disrespecting Her Majesty." Gao Feng whispered, unable to contain his frustration any longer as he observed Gao Yang's curious glances. "Is the old man a paragon of beauty that you must scrutinize him so? Moreover, this edict may not herald good tidings. Your demeanor is akin to that of a leisurely stroll in the Golden Hall." Reluctantly, Gao Yang bowed his head and complied. Receiving the edict, Shangwan Wanner unfurled the decree and proclaimed aloud, "By the divine will of heaven, the Emperor decrees, in light of the grievous calamities besieging Tianjiang City, I hereby appoint Gao Yang, grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, as the temporary Inspector General to oversee all affairs of Tianjiang City, expedite the stabilization of grain prices, and restore peace to the populace. Depart immediately, there shall be no delays." Thus decreed. "Gao Yang, express your gratitude for the Emperor's grace," came the command. At the pronouncement of the decree, Gao Feng's pupils constricted in shock. Even Gao Tianlong's eyes sharpened with intensity. Gao Yang momentarily froze before respectfully replying. Gao Yang humbly thanks the Emperor for this honor. He accepted the edict with a resigned smile, initially believing it to be a mere appointment from the Empress. However, it became evident that the Empress's goodwill was not easily won. This was a clear transition from theoretical governance to practical administration. Should he fail to swiftly lower grain prices, he would find himself ousted from the Empress's favor. Yet, he could not help but admire Wu Zetian's audacity, using the lives of an entire city's populace as a test of his capabilities. Did she not fear his potential failure? Gao Feng regarded Shangwan Wanner in disbelief, exclaiming, "With his abilities, how can this child possibly fulfill the role of Inspector General? The lives of a city's citizens cannot be trifled with." Shangwan Wanner's expression turned frosty. The thought of accompanying Gao Yang on this inevitably doomed endeavor filled her with discontent. It was not that she looked down upon Gao Yang. Rather, in her heart, compared to Cui Xinghe, she believed he could not possibly prevail, a fact she could not ignore. "High Minister, all of this stems from His Majesty's decree. You are well aware of His Majesty's disposition. It is immutable." Subsequently, Shangwan Wanner turned her gaze towards Gao Yang, stating that the situation is dire and that she awaits outside. She implored High Censor Gao to prepare himself and depart swiftly. With that, Shangwan Wanner turned on her heel. Gao Tianlong glanced back at Gao Yang, his countenance devoid of any expression, Yet the urgency of the calamity loomed large. Prepare your belongings and set forth at once. This is a test from His Majesty. Should you succeed, you shall soar to great heights. But remember, it is better to refrain than to err. Even if you fail, I can still ensure your safety. Your fortune or misfortune rests solely upon your actions. With that, Gao Tianlong turned and strode towards the inner residence. Despite his cold demeanor, Gao Yang sensed a thread of concern. He turned to gather his belongings, which required little effort. It was akin to a business trip where provisions were provided, necessitating only a few changes of fresh attire. Thus, after instructing a maid to pack a few garments, Gao Yang pushed open the door. However, upon doing so, he was met with the tense visage of Gao Feng and the dignified countenance of his mother, Lady Li. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Lady Li's expression filled with concern. The journey from Jiangqing to Chang'an spanned over 200 miles, and hardships were inevitable. Green Orchid, accompany Yanger and attend to his needs, she directed. A petite young girl clad in green promptly responded, yes. Her porcelain complexion and delicate features instantly brightened Gao Yang's spirits. His mother truly was considerate. Green Orchid cast a timid glance at Gao Yang, perceiving his gaze as fierce as that of a predator, which was quite daunting. Meanwhile, Gao Ling skipped forward, presenting a small bundle. Her youthful face was marked with reluctance. Elder brother, here is some peach blossom cake. Take it with you on your journey, she said. A mixture of concern and determination evident as she pressed the parcel into Gao Yang's hands. Beside her, a younger youth, sporting a hint of mischief, chimed in, brother, your journey will last at least half a month, perhaps even a month. Do not worry. I will look after the young lady from the Rouge Pavilion whom you often attend to. This speaker was none other than his younger brother, Gao Feng's second son, Gao Changwen. Hearing this, Gao Yang's lips twitched. Before he could respond, Gao Feng's wrath flared, scoundrel. Within 3 breaths, be gone. At this, Gao Changwen, frightened by his father's fury, sprinted towards the gate, all the while shouting, elder brother, fret not. I shall take good care of your lady. Gao Feng painfully closed his eyes, lamenting his earlier indulgence that led to this daily rise in blood pressure. There is no need for anger, father. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. When I return, I shall properly discipline Changwen and ensure he corrects his ways, Gao Yang replied with a smile. Gao Feng suppressed the blood rising in his throat and, after a long pause, remarked, this is both an opportunity and a crisis. The currents in Chang'an are tumultuous. If you do not seize the moment, heed your grandfather's counsel, for the Gao family will ultimately protect you. Remember, do not act rashly and allow matters to spiral out of control. Gao Yang felt as though something profound had stirred within him. A mother worries as her child travels far, sending her dearest maid and her beloved sister with cherished peach blossom pastries. The esteemed Gao Changwen is not to be overlooked. Although his father, Gao Feng, often derides him as a wayward son, he has consistently protected him, whether in the grandeur of the Jinluan Hall or in the present. His grandfather, Gao Tianlong, though not eloquent, similarly shows favoritism. In this new life, the voids he once experienced have unexpectedly been filled. Gao Yang chuckled, pondering that a fledgling eagle must eventually spread its wings, sheltered by the family. How can one soar high and gaze upon the world? In today's realm, with the emperor freshly ascended, the need for talent is paramount. If I could earn the favor of the Empress, I would revive the illustrious legacy of the Duke of Dinghua. This seemingly trivial remark startled Gao Feng, who appeared visibly gratified. The grain prices in Linjiang City are bound to drop within 10 days. Dear father, await the good news from your son in Chang'an. It is time for the Gao family to shoulder new responsibilities. With that, Gao Yang spoke with nonchalance, bowed respectfully to Gao Feng and Lady Li, then turned to leave. Green Luohua picked up her bundle and followed closely behind him. With the new emperor's ascension, the political landscape is tumultuous. Although the Gao family has served as generals for 3 generations and ranks among the 6 great dukes of the realm, they are under the watchful eyes of many schemers. Numerous individuals wish to see the Gao family fall. To navigate this life peacefully and preserve the tranquility they have so hard won, it is imperative to secure the Empress's favor. Gao Yang resolved that if he did not put an end to the grain merchants profiting from the national calamity in Linjiang City, it would be better for him to end his life against a tofu block. Behind him, Gao Feng gazed at Gao Yang's retreating figure, a smile of relief gracing his face. Heaven has ultimately sheltered the Gao family. Yet, his expression shifted to anger as he commanded, send my orders. Restrict that wayward child to the duke's residence. Until Yang returns, he shall not leave even a step. Otherwise, I shall break his legs. Chapter 9. Taking control of Linjiang City, closing the granaries outside the Duke of Dinghua's residence, a carriage awaited, accompanied by more than 10 imperial guards. Upon seeing this, Gao Yang promptly entered the carriage with green luohua, but was taken aback by the sight of the exquisite face of Lady Shangwan. What brings you here, Lady Shangwan? He inquired. Lady Shangwan sat regally, her expression frosty. The emperor has decreed that I accompany you to Linjiang City. Gao Yang pondered briefly and quickly grasped the situation. He settled himself comfortably and replied, Indeed, it concerns the lives of an entire city. We cannot afford any missteps. Shangwan regarded him with surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gao Yang. She had not anticipated that he would so swiftly discern the Empress's intention for her accompanying him. Master Gao is indeed astute. No wonder the emperor holds you in such high regard, she began slowly. High regard? It seems the emperor's assessment extends beyond just me, if I am not mistaken. There is also the renowned scholar Cui, is there not? Upon uttering these words, Shangwan's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, she questioned, How do you know this? Observing her reaction, Gao Yang understood everything. He calmly inquired, What authority do I possess on this journey? The dignified Shangwan replied, The Inspector General acts on behalf of His Majesty, overseeing the realm and wielding the power of life and death. In Linjiang City, from the county magistrate down to the common folk, all may be commanded by young Master Gao. Does that include you? Shangwan hesitated for a moment before nodding. According to the edict, unless Gao Yang overstepped his bounds, she too would be obliged to heed his commands. Shangwan, take a look at your leg, Gao Yang suddenly remarked. The moment the words escaped his lips, Shangwan's complexion shifted dramatically, causing the temperature within the carriage to plummet by several degrees. Young Master Gao, is that not a tad presumptuous? Gao Yang merely touched his nose, confirming the unspoken truth. Though Shangwan wielded the imperial sword granted by Wu Zetian in Linjiang City, he was the undisputed authority. This situation could be easily resolved. A group of opportunistic grain merchants had been inflating prices egregiously. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Green Luan, sensing the tension within the carriage, paled slightly and cautiously adjusted her long, slender legs towards Gao Yang. Young master, would you care to take a look at my legs instead? The group fell into a contemplative silence. The carriage soon exited Chang'an, and after casting a few glances at Green Luan's exquisite legs, Gao Yang lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing towards the imposing silhouette of Chang'an in the distance. 2 days later, in Linjiang City, County Magistrate Du Jiang stood at the entrance of the county office with a group of officials. How long until the imperial inspector arrives? Du Jiang inquired in a deep voice. Beside him, a clerk with a mustache looked into the distance and replied, Do not fret, County Magistrate. The inspector is likely to arrive imminently. With grain prices skyrocketing, the 4 major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, were each more cunning than the last, all paying lip service while conspiring against the populace. The price of grain had soared from 41 per do to 101 per do, an increase of 61, rendering the common people unable to cope. How could the county magistrate not feel anxious? As Du Jiang spoke, the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. In recent days, he had exhausted every means at his disposal. Even opening the granaries had failed to stem the relentless rise in prices. Despair loomed large. Merchants, driven solely by profit, had taken full advantage of the continuous torrential rains and disasters afflicting Linjiang City. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the inspector dispatched by the court. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of citizens in Linjiang City would likely face starvation. Du Darren, someone approaches from afar. The clerk's voice suddenly broke the tension. Du Jiang looked up to see a carriage slowly approaching, flanked by dozens of armored soldiers on horseback. When the carriage came to a stop, Gao Yang lifted the curtain and stepped down, inhaling deeply the fresh air. We've finally arrived. Gao Yang's gaze scrutinized Du Jiang, who appeared to be in his 40s. Dressed in a blue robe, with bloodshot eyes betraying the strain of recent days. Beside him, Shangwan, holding the imperial edict, spoke coldly, Du Darren. This is the Inspector General appointed by the Empress, specifically tasked with overseeing the disaster in Linjiang City. From this moment forth, all matters, great and small, shall be under the command of young Master Gao. Upon receiving the edict and verifying its authenticity, Du Jiang's expression turned to one of shock. It was absurd that someone so young as Gao Yang was entrusted with the lives of tens of thousands in Linjiang City. However, with the imperial edict in hand, although Du Jiang harbored discontent, he could only endure it. I, Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang County, pay my respects to young Master Gao. Du Jiang bowed respectfully, his fatigue barely concealed on his face. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Sir Du, Gao Yang replied with a smile, then continued directly. I have been delayed on the road for 2 days. How fares the situation in Linjiang City now? Du Jiang felt a slight sense of relief. At least Gao Yang's attitude upon arriving in Linjiang City was somewhat favorable. Please, young Master Gao, step inside. Du Jiang gestured, ushering him into the county office. As they walked, he spoke. In recent days, after the torrential rains have ceased, Linjiang City, being close to the river, has always been prone to flooding. This downpour has resulted in a poor harvest for the populace this year. The grain merchants in Linjiang City have taken advantage of the situation, hoarding grain, which has caused prices to soar from 40 to 100 coins per dough in just 10 days. If it weren't for my orders to open the granaries, the prices would have risen even further. Additionally, the heavy rains have destroyed some farmlands outside the city, leaving many citizens homeless and leading to a large influx of refugees into Linjiang City, who need urgent accommodation to prevent unrest. Upon hearing this, Shangwan furrowed her brow, unable to restrain her gaze towards Gao Yang. The situation in Linjiang City was far more severe than reported in the memorials. Not only was there an urgent need to lower grain prices in the capital, but the displaced citizens also needed to be settled. This was indeed a formidable challenge. Young Master Gao, how shall we resolve this predicament? Du Jiang inquired. Gao Yang, maintaining a serene expression, listened quietly until Du Jiang's voice prompted a smile to grace his lips. This predicament is not insurmountable, he replied. Upon hearing these words, both Shangwan and Du Jiang were taken aback. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed High Minister, on behalf of the 100,000 citizens of Linjiang City. I express my gratitude to young Master Gao. Du Jiang bowed deeply in respect. This demonstrated that Du Jiang was a devoted official, genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people. Gao Yang's gaze drifted towards the emaciated refugees outside the county office. First, we shall close the granaries in Linjiang City, he stated. This proclamation left Shangwan in shock, and Du Jiang was equally astonished, his face contorted with anger as he retorted, Young Master Gao, are you jesting with me? Opening the granaries will barely stabilize grain prices. Closing them will surely cause prices to soar beyond 100 coins per dough. How can the people afford such exorbitant prices? Du Jiang could only think that Gao Yang had lost his senses. What a disastrous suggestion. Shangwan, though perplexed, remained silent. Wu Zhao had instructed that all matters, great and small, in Linjiang City be entrusted to Gao Yang, and she must not interfere unless absolutely necessary. Gao Yang, his demeanor calm, replied, in recent years, our Great Qian has suffered from either drought or incessant rain, leading to meager grain harvests. How much grain is currently stored in the granaries of Linjiang City? Will it suffice for the 100,000 citizens for 5 days? Upon hearing this, Du Jiang was momentarily speechless. No, it is not enough. However, if we close the granaries, grain prices will inevitably skyrocket again. How can the citizens possibly afford to buy food? Young Master Gao's words are difficult for me to accept, Du Jiang said, his expression shifting dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Gao Yang continued, asserting that he was not here to explain himself, but to issue a command. You have no right to choose. His words were domineering and filled with an air of undeniable authority. Du Jiang clenched his fists, yet with the imperial edict in Gao Yang's hands, he knew that defiance could result in dire consequences. I shall immediately dispatch someone to seal off the granaries of Linjiang City and post a public notice. However, Master Gao must consider that once grain prices soar uncontrollably within the city, the responsibility will fall upon you, Du Jiang warned, his voice laced with a hint of threat, reminding Gao Yang to contemplate the repercussions of his actions. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, if the grain prices in Linjiang City do not decrease within 7 days, I shall bear all consequences myself, even if it costs me my life. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at the confident visage before him, his countenance darkening. In his eyes, Gao Yang was merely a self-serving individual who had somehow gained the trust of the Empress. The lives of hundreds of thousands could not be trifled with. If the populace were to suffer, what value was one man's life? Du Jiang resolved internally that if the situation spiraled out of control, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own position to apprehend this man, regardless of his connections to the Empress and his immense power. Yet for now, he would observe how Gao Yang intended to proceed. Turning his gaze towards Du Jiang, Gao Yang instructed, "Please bring forth a map of the Linjiang city vicinity." With a mere glance from Du Jiang, one of his subordinates quickly produced a map. Spread out on the table, the geographical layout of Linjiang city was clear to see. Gao Yang scanned it briefly and frowned. How is grain typically transported in Linjiang city? Du Jiang, upon hearing this inquiry, regarded Gao Yang with growing disdain. He coldly replied, "Naturally, both water and land routes are used for transportation, but Linjiang city is renowned for its proximity to the clear water river, making water transport predominant due to its speed and minimal loss." Du Jiang then probed, "Do you already have a clever strategy in mind, Master Gao?" Gao Yang's fingers traced the path of the clear water river, a slight smile gracing his lips. Instead of answering Du Jiang's question directly, he asked, "Are you aware of the largest grain merchants in Linjiang city, Magistrate Du?" "The Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families," Du Jiang replied. "These four families have dominated Linjiang city for a century, wielding considerable power. In light of the recent calamity, they are aggressively hoarding grain, causing local smaller merchants to follow suit and profit from this national disaster. Consequently, grain prices have nearly doubled in just a few dozen days. However, with the Empress recently ascending the throne and the fierce spirit of the Linjiang populace, forceful suppression is not an option, lest chaos ensue, the consequences of which no one could bear." Gao Yang smiled lightly and requested, "I kindly ask Magistrate Du to prepare a sumptuous feast to entertain the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families on my behalf." Du Jiang shook his head. "Master Gao, I must confess that this tactic has already been employed by me with little effect. Merchants prioritize profit, and with this fortuitous opportunity, they will not easily relent." "Proceed as planned," Gao Yang commanded. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he strode directly into the government office. Du Jiang, infuriated, flicked his sleeves and departed, contemplating the capabilities of Master Gao. Meanwhile, Shang Wanwaner gazed at Gao Yang in silence, her heart brimming with curiosity about his intentions. In Lin family's residence, the illustrious estate of the century-old Lin clan in Linjiang city was an exquisite tableau of rockeries and flowing waters, resembling a miniature landscape painting. At the center of the pond stood a pavilion with octagonal eaves, adorned with antiquity. Inside, the decor was lavish, with intricately carved beams and painted columns, while koi fish leaped from the water, epitomizing prosperity. Old Lin, the head of the Qian family, said, "We've received word from Lord Du that the court has dispatched an inspector to oversee all affairs in Linjiang city. We are summoned, likely to address the grain prices. What shall we do?" Within the pavilion, 3 middle-aged men gathered around an elder. Dressed in a resplendent robe embellished with precious jewels and golden threads, the elder, Lin, maintained a composed demeanor. The head of the Qian family could not help but express his concern. Upon hearing the news, old Lin replied, "What is there to fear about merely attending a banquet? If they suggest lowering grain prices, shall we simply comply? Nonsense." With a dismissive scoff, old Lin surveyed the others. "As long as we stand united, the recurring natural disasters in Qian have left the granaries of Linjiang city nearly empty. We shall consume whatever grains are available, and the prices will not only remain stable, but could soar to 110 coins per dough. If we seize this opportunity, our descendants shall live without worry." Upon hearing this, a glint of greed flickered in the eyes of the others. 110 coins per dough, with the grain they currently held, would amount to a fortune. Old Lin was right. As long as they were united, the newly crowned empress would not dare to challenge them. Yet, the head of the Zhao family, marked by a prominent mole on his face, expressed his apprehension. "I have heard that the new inspector is quite young and hails from Chang'an. He likely possesses significant backing. If we disrespect him, we may provoke powerful figures in Chang'an and face dire consequences." Old Lin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. However, he continued, "With the empress's ascension, the world is ultimately governed by laws. Still, Zhao's concerns hold merit. We must show some respect to the inspector's arrival. Currently, the grain price stands at 100 coins per dough. At tonight's banquet, let us lower it by 5 coins. This will serve as our courtesy to the inspector. But let me make it clear, anyone who obstructs my path to wealth shall face my wrath." A fierce glint flashed in old Lin's eyes. Indeed, what old Lin says is true. We shall follow his lead. As long as we are of one mind, the grain prices in Linjiang City will be dictated by us." The three men nodded in agreement. A smile crept onto old Lin's face as he adjusted his slightly wrinkled robe. "Change into a simpler robe and accompany me to the banquet." The others glanced down at their opulent garments, dawning realization on their faces. Old Lin's wisdom was indeed profound. In the courtyard of the county office, Gao Yang sat at the head of the table, flanked by Shangwan Wanner and Du Jiang, with green ivy standing behind them. The table before them was laden with exquisite food and drink, a feast for the senses. Gao Yang's fingers lightly tapped on the table, slow yet rhythmic. Du Jiang could not help but exclaim, "Young Master Gao, these grain merchants are all cunning old foxes. Convincing them to lower their prices would be more difficult than slaying them. At best, they might concede to a reduction of 5-1. 5-1 is their absolute limit." Du Jiang extended his palm, his expression animated. "County magistrate, remain composed. As a father figure to the county, if you lose your composure, how can we stabilize grain prices?" Gao Yang spoke calmly, noting that although Du Jiang was a good official, he was too impulsive. This situation could serve as a lesson for him. Suddenly reprimanded, Du Jiang's face turned ashen, and he thought to himself that he would wait and see how Gao Yushi handled this matter. At that moment, a soldier hastily entered and reported, "My lord, the heads of the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families have arrived." "Let them in," Gao Yang commanded. Soon, the heads of the four prominent families entered. "We pay our respects to you, Gao Yushi," they chorused in unison. Gao Yang's gaze swept over them, and he could not help but smile. He had heard of the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families' long-standing prominence in Linjiang City, renowned wealthy merchants for over a century. Yet, upon seeing them today, they appeared so destitute. Shangwan Wanner wore a look of disdain. Despite their affluence, they deliberately donned simple, antiquated robes. Their intentions were all too apparent. However, she felt a twinge of concern. Gao Yang's desire to reduce grain prices today might be thwarted. Old Lin, bowing respectfully, stated, "Gao Yushi, you may not be aware, but Linjiang City has suffered devastating rains, ruining fertile fields and leading to a multitude of refugees. The common people have no food to eat, and we are truly pained by this. We have been distributing porridge and have invested a substantial sum for disaster relief. Our resources are now nearly depleted." As Old Lin spoke, the other three family heads echoed his sentiments, lamenting the recent natural disasters that had plagued Qian, leaving the populace in dire straits. As local gentry, beloved by the people, we cannot stand idly by. Yet, in our generosity, we are on the verge of exhausting our provisions. Our pressure has significantly eased with your arrival, Gao Yushi. Their words caused Du Jiang to nearly storm out in outrage. How shameless. The mansions of these families were exceedingly opulent, rivaling the duke's residence in Chang'an, housing over 100 servants. Had they merely released their stockpiled grain, the people of Linjiang City would not be facing starvation. Shameless. These merchants truly deserve condemnation. Du Jiang was on the brink of exploding with anger. Yet, Gao Yang remained unfazed. He merely remarked, "The heads of the four families exhibit noble character and compassion, which I admire. However, I have been appointed by the Empress to oversee all affairs in Linjiang City." Old Lin sensed a shift and turned to the other three, taking the lead and declaring, "With your arrival in Linjiang City, we, the Lin family, shall act with sincerity and willingly lower our prices by 5-1, selling grain at a loss. The Qian family will do the same. The Zhao family will comply. The Han family will as well." They all wore expressions of gritted teeth, as if they were suffering a great loss. Du Jiang was not surprised. No one understood the true nature of these wealthy merchants better than he did. Gao Yang shook his head, lowering by 5-1. Old Lin's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated Gao Yang's insatiable appetite. A reduction of 5-1 per dough of grain would amount to a staggering loss of several thousand taels of silver. 8-1. How does the esteemed inspector perceive this? Lin inquired in a low tone. Gao Yang continued to shake his head. The faces of the four major grain merchants darkened simultaneously, their expressions reflecting extreme dismay. Gao Yang was clearly forcing them to confront the truth. Du Jiang cast a cold smile toward Gao Yang, realizing that the situation was unfolding as he had anticipated. He was eager to observe how Gao Yang would navigate this predicament. Just as Lin was about to turn and leave, Gao Yang coldly interjected, "I demand that the price of all the grain in your possession be raised to 151 per dough. It is permitted to increase, but not to decrease." Should anyone dare to sell grain for less than 150 won per do, I shall have their life. Chapter 11. Raising Grain Prices. The frenzy of the four major grain merchants not to be lower than 150 won per do. Upon uttering this proclamation, the assembly was rendered speechless. Lin's beard quivered, nearly causing him to tear it from his chin, as astonishment etched itself across his wrinkled face. The heads of the other three major grain houses gazed at Gao Yang in utter disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the county office, as all present stood agape, momentarily forgetting to speak, for Gao Yang's declaration had utterly blindsided them. Du Zhang had initially prepared to witness how Gao Yang would negotiate with these obstinate merchants, hoping to extract a few more won from them. Yet, Gao Yang exhibited no inclination to lower prices. On the contrary, he had audaciously inflated the grain prices. He had escalated the cost from the already burdensome 100 won per do to a staggering 150 won per do, even forbidding these merchants from selling at lower prices. Was Gao Yang intent on starving the entire populace of Linjiang City? Fury coursed through Du Zhang's veins. But with the four major grain merchants present, Gao Yang had assumed control over all affairs in Linjiang City. Even if he harbored profound discontent, he could not openly question Gao Yang in front of them, lest he commit the grave offense of disrespecting a superior. Lady Shangwan was equally taken aback. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Had they not come to Linjiang City to negotiate lower grain prices? Moreover, from their previous interactions, Gao Yang should have been acutely aware that this was an evaluation from the Empress, one that bore significant implications for the entire Duke's household. Why then was he not focused on reducing grain prices, but rather raising them to such a terrifying figure? Shangwan could not fathom this rationale. Having served alongside the Empress for 2 months, she had encountered numerous officials, some insidious, others ruthless, and some upright and principled, but none had deviated from the norm as Gao Yang had. Lin, astonished, with incredulity in his eyes, remarked, "Esteemed Inspector, I must be growing old. As my hearing fails me, did you just state that we must not sell grain for less than 150 won per do?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of the heads of the other three families converged on Gao Yang. With a slow tap of his fingers upon the table, Gao Yang replied with a faint smile, "Is my meaning so difficult to comprehend? The price is set at 150 won per do. Should anyone dare sell below this price and I discover it, their life shall be forfeit. Do you all comprehend this clearly?" Observing Gao Yang's firm confirmation, despite their deep cunning, smiles could not help but break across their faces. To their astonishment, the situation took an unexpected turn. Gao Yang summoned them, revealing no intention of reducing prices. Rather, he proposed an astonishing hike, a staggering 150 coins per do. This alarming figure signified exorbitant profits. Moreover, it was well known that the majority of grain in Linjiang City was controlled by the four prominent families. Grain prices had soared over 100%, reaching 100 coins per do, earning them considerable scorn. However, this time, it was a mandate from the county office that grain must be sold at a price exceeding 150 coins per do, thus sparing them from public outrage. The prospect of enormous profits without the burden of blame made old Lin nearly burst with laughter. Having lived for a considerable part of his life, he marveled at such fortune. Yet, the more elated he felt, the more composed he remained. A glimmer of intelligence sparked in his murky old eyes as he could not restrain himself from asking, "My lord, will this matter be publicly announced?" Upon hearing Lin's inquiry, the heads of the Qian, Han, and Zhao families turned their gaze toward Gao Yang, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. If a public proclamation were made, it would solidify the deal. Otherwise, should Gao Yang change his stance, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. All present were astute individuals, well aware of the necessity for caution. Gao Yang, with his penetrating gaze fixed on old Lin, nodded affirmatively. After this meal, a proclamation stating that grain prices cannot fall below 150 coins per do will be posted throughout every street in Linjiang City. Old Lin glanced at the other three families, and they felt a profound sense of relief. Today, a windfall of unimaginable wealth had descended upon the four families, and to squander such an opportunity would be a disservice to the century-old foundation laid by their ancestors. Following that, while Gao Yang relished his meal, the others scarcely touched their chopsticks. Yet, flattery flowed from Lin and the heads of the three families like a relentless river. Soon, the four major grain merchants took their leave in unison. Old Lin, what could be the intention of this new inspector, who not only refrains from lowering grain prices, but instead raises them to 150 coins per do? Could there be an issue? Outside the county office, the head of the Qian family could not help but voice his concern. Old Lin snorted coldly. In my long life, I have witnessed many situations, but I have never seen grain prices surge to such heights and then fall again. Regardless of what schemes this Gao inspector may harbor, it is of no concern to us. We must seize this golden opportunity and profit immensely. Such a rare chance, if grasped, could ensure our family's prosperity for a century. No matter how chaotic Linjiang City becomes, it will not pertain to us, for we are merely adhering to the county office's directives. With this proclamation, the head of the Qian family quickly offered his apologies, and old Lin's anger subsided. I am but an old man who has never encountered such a stroke of good fortune, hence my concerns. Yet, as old Lin stated, this truly was a monumental opportunity for wealth. Our Qian family shall follow old Lin's lead, echoed the heads of the Zhao and Han families. The four prominent families of Linjiang City had always stood united in fortune and adversity. Whatever old Lin decided next, they would undoubtedly follow. Hearing the words of several individuals, old Lin cast his profound gaze upon the pedestrians on the streets of Linjiang City, his murky old eyes igniting with insatiable greed. Seizing the moment before the county's announcement was posted, he swiftly sought to acquire all the grain in Linjiang City at the price of 100 won per do. He then awaited the inevitable surge in grain prices. Once the county's announcement was released, it was inconceivable that the price would remain at 150 won per do. In times of chaos, grain prices soar without restraint, and the common folk, desperate to survive, would part with everything to procure sustenance. Old Lin's voice carried a chilling undertone. The grain price would not merely reach 150 won per do. Should it exceed 100 won per do, Linjiang City would witness a landscape strewn with the corpses of the famished, with thousands upon thousands of citizens perishing from hunger. And the notion of 150 won per do, or even higher, would lead to an inferno of suffering within a mere 10 to 15 days. Yet, neither old Lin nor the other three major grain merchants displayed any emotion. Their eyes were solely filled with avarice. The plight of the common people held no significance for them. In such tumultuous times, seizing the opportunity to amass wealth amidst national calamity was their paramount pursuit. Linjiang City was on the brink of an unprecedented spike in grain prices. Within the county office, Du Jiang gazed at Gao Yang with disbelief. You truly intend to post the edict that grain prices must not fall below 150 won per do throughout Linjiang City? Du Jiang's face was flushed with anger. He believed Gao Yang had lost his senses. It would be one thing to speak such words to the four major grain merchants, but to disseminate an edict citywide was utterly preposterous. Once the announcement was made, there would be no room for negotiation. The county office would become a target of public ire. The citizens' wrath could easily bring them to ruin. Moreover, was their intention not to lower grain prices? Why then would Gao Yang seek to inflate them to such exorbitant heights? After a prolonged silence, Gao Yang finally turned his gaze to Du Jiang. My dear Du, you are to act according to my directives. Other matters are not for you to question. Gao Yang's expression remained cold and indifferent. Du Jiang trembled, his eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang, a pang of anguish coursing through him. The Empress, renowned throughout her reign, had dispatched such an audacious individual. Did he even comprehend the implications of a grain price set at 150 won per do? It was akin to suggesting, why not eat gold? This phrase echoed in Du Jiang's mind, a stark reminder of the privileged elite in Chang'an who were oblivious to the struggles of the ordinary folk. This was not merely a calamity for Linjiang City, it was a disaster for countless citizens. Yet, Du Jiang felt compelled to make an effort. For he was the steward of hundreds of thousands in Linjiang City, and he owed it to himself to uphold the dignity of his position. He inquired earnestly, my lord, are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Once the edict is issued, within 10 days to half a month, Linjiang City will undoubtedly become a living hell, with countless citizens perishing from starvation and families torn apart, resorting to cannibalism if necessary. Clenching his teeth, Du Jiang knelt on one knee. I, a humble servant, have lived 36 years without ever beseeching anyone, but today, I implore you, my lord, to rescind your command. Once grain prices reach 150 won per do, it will be beyond the means of ordinary folk to afford. Gao Yang regarded Du Jiang with unyielding eyes, devoid of any emotion. He is aware that Du Jiang is a devoted official dedicated to the welfare of the people. Upon his return to the capital, he will advocate for Du Jiang's promotion. However, if the city of Linjiang wishes to reduce grain prices, it must adhere to his directives. The walls of the county office have ears. Thus, before he possesses absolute certainty, his intentions must remain unspoken. He can only subtly hint to Du Jiang that, to lower grain prices, it is not imperative to relentlessly suppress them. One must remember that the stronger the spring is compressed, the more terrifying the rebound will be. In 7 days, everything will improve. This young master will not gamble with his life. Having said this, Gao Yang strode directly out of the county office. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he had pressing matters to attend to. In the current Great Qian Dynasty, it is not only Linjiang that has suffered from torrential rains. All 16 cities in Guangyang County have been ravaged by calamity, with Linjiang experiencing the most severe devastation. The repercussions will inevitably leave countless citizens displaced. Reducing grain prices is merely one aspect. The most crucial task at hand is to ensure the survival of the populace amidst this disaster, even enabling them to prosper. What should he do? Standing at the entrance of the government office, Gao Yang gazed outward, lost in contemplation. Behind him, Du Jiang trembled with rage, struggling to comprehend the situation. In his 12 years of governance, he had witnessed numerous tactics, yet he had never heard of a method where raising grain prices could lead to their reduction. This man was nothing but a deluded fool, bound to pay a heavy price. Before Du Jiang could regain his composure, Gao Yang's voice rang out. Lord Du, allow me to tour the premises. I see this government office has fallen into disrepair. Once the grain prices have dropped, perhaps we can consider renovations. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The citizens were already struggling to survive, and Gao Yang proposed extensive renovations to the government office? How was this any different from exploiting the common people? Yet before he could speak, Gao Yang, accompanied by LV Luo, stepped out of the office. Lord Shangwan, do you truly intend to stand by while the people of Linjiang suffer? Du Jiang placed his last hope in Shangwan Wanner, as a favored confidant of the Empress. If she intervened, perhaps everything could still be averted. Shangwan Wanner gazed in the direction Gao Yang had departed, a look of conflict crossing her exquisite features. Were it anyone else, she would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, this was Gao Yang, whose antics in the Golden Luan Hall defied all conventions. Was Gao Yang a wastrel? Based on past behavior, the grandson of the Duke of Dingwa was not only a prodigal, but also a complete scoundrel. However, his actions did not reflect that of a fool. He must be acutely aware of the predicament faced by the Duke of Dingwa. A determined glint flashed across Shangwan Wanner's stunning visage. The Empress had decreed that all matters concerning Linjiang, great and small, be entrusted to young Master Gao. However, should the situation become urgent and uncontrollable, I shall intervene. With this declaration, Shangwan Wanner also marched away resolutely. Upon hearing her words, Du Jiang lamented. I fear it may be too late by then. This matter must be reported to His Majesty at the quickest speed, if he continues with such recklessness. The fate of hundreds of thousands of citizens in Linjiang will be sealed. Du Jiang's gaze was resolute as he called out, Bring me my brush and ink. I shall submit my memorial tonight and urgently impeach this official. 2 days later, a voice echoed through the palace. Urgent news from Linjiang City, 800 miles away. Clad in black armor, a guard rushed into the imperial palace, kneeling to present a memorial. Linjiang City, 800 miles of urgent news? Empress Wu Zhaojun, adorned in a golden dragon robe, her phoenix eyes exuding an overwhelming majesty, felt her brows relax upon hearing the name of Linjiang City. President, she commanded, setting aside the memorial she had been reviewing, a rare smile gracing her lips. Linjiang City belonged to Gao Yang. Even after several days, the memory of Gao Yang casually throwing out a scheme in the Golden Luan Hall left her astonished. Such a cunning plot originating from the grandson of a prominent military family was truly astonishing. Thus, she eagerly anticipated Gao Yang's actions in Linjiang City. However, as she perused the memorial, her expression shifted dramatically, ultimately contorting into one of fury. This Gao Yang dared to collude with merchants, inflating grain prices. Not only refusing to lower local prices, but also demanding exorbitant rates for grain. This was simply outrageous. Just as Wu Zhaojun was about to issue a decree, she hesitated. Something was amiss. Gao Yang did not strike her as a fool. Could there be a hidden agenda? Her brows knitted tightly. She was taken aback by the surprise Gao Yang had presented her with. More accurately, it was a shock. Her gaze returned to the memorial, landing on Du Jiang's brazen claim that Gao Yang would reduce the grain prices in Linjiang City within 7 days, while simultaneously raising the grain prices to astronomical levels. What was Gao Yang truly aiming for? You certainly know how to trouble me, Wu Zhaojun thought as she massaged her temples while seated on the dragon throne. The following morning's court would not be tranquil. The Duke of Dinghua attracted attention, with many in the court wishing to see his downfall. According to the rules of the Great Qian, the impeachment required one copy to be sent to her study and another to the censorate. Tomorrow was destined to be a storm. The next day, a beam of golden sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, enveloping the entirety of Chang'an. In the Great Qian Palace, within the Golden Lawn Hall, Wu Zhaojun sat high upon the dragon throne, her expression icy, radiating an air of authority. The civil and military officials were lined up on either side. Wu Zhaojun was aware that beneath the calm surface of the court, turmoil brewed. Your Majesty, I impeached the Duke of Dinghua's son, Gao Yang. An official proclaimed. Gao Yang, favored by Your Majesty and appointed as the censor for Linjiang City, has colluded with merchants, decreeing that grain prices in Linjiang City shall not fall below 151 per dough, and has lavishly renovated the government office. This is indeed a grave folly. I beseech Your Majesty to impose severe punishment to serve as a warning. An elder with a straight posture and graying hair stepped forward, his face ashen, embodying righteousness. Yan Zheng, the chief censor, was known for his integrity. He readily voiced his discontent, unafraid of any repercussions. Even in the wake of the late emperor's passing, he dared to publicly impeach one of the 3 regents left behind. Even the irate Prince Rong has taken to his bed these past few days, neglecting even his morning court duties. With his appearance, the countenance of the assembly has shifted dramatically. Yan Zheng's impeachment has left even those largely immune to such actions feeling the weight of scrutiny. Gao Feng, wide-eyed, felt as though struck by a heavy blow upon hearing the news. The collusion between Gao Yang and the merchants, manipulating grain prices, has resulted in a decree that the price of grain in Linjiang City must not fall below 150 cash per dough. Had he not warned Gao Yang that if he could not manage, he should not overreach, for the Duke of Dinghua's emaciated camel is still larger than a horse, thus ensuring his survival. Gao Feng's expression shifted tumultuously. After the initial shock, the officials found themselves deeply divided. General Wang Zhong, clad in armor, was the first to speak. 150 cash per dough. If this persists, it will incite immense public outrage, potentially leading to famine and a hell on earth. I concur with Dr. Yan's sentiments. May Your Majesty impose severe punishment. The Minister of Rights, Chui Li, wore a cold smile as he stepped forward, asserting, Guangyang County has recently suffered severe flooding, leaving the populace bereft of sustenance and struggling to survive this calamity. Such inflated grain prices, if left unchecked, will surely provoke a tremendous backlash from the people. I implore Your Majesty to intervene promptly to avert irreparable consequences. In unison, the officials echoed their agreement. We second this. We second this. Gao Feng's complexion darkened, his expression icy. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wu Zhao, for only the Empress could make the final decision. Wu Zhao scanned her ministers, took a deep breath, and declared, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua does not follow the conventional path. Since I have made a promise, he must possess extraordinary talent, and extraordinary individuals require extraordinary patience. It has only been 2 days. Why the urgency, my esteemed ministers? Perhaps the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua will present a satisfactory resolution. Wu Zhao's powerful demeanor compelled the assembly to bow their heads. Yet Wang Zhong instinctively scoffed. To lower grain prices, how can one elevate them to the heavens? Gao Yang is but an incompetent fool, unworthy of such responsibility. Wu Zhao's gaze turned frigid, her voice cutting. General Wang, do you question my judgment? A sense of panic surged through Wang Zhong, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I harbor no such intentions. Wu Zhao's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Yan Zheng. Linjiang City will not descend into chaos. I have already made arrangements. Since County Magistrate Du claims that the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, has made grandiose promises, let us grant him 7 days to lower the prices. My decision is resolute and requires no further discussion. At the Minister of Rights' residence, Song Li laughed heartily. Whether Gao Yang is a dragon or a mere insect is evident at a glance. Thank goodness the Empress has such faith in him. It seems our family's withdrawal from the engagement was indeed prudent. Hearing this, Song Qingqing inquired curiously, Father, has news arrived from Linjiang City? Song Li nodded. Indeed. Gao Yang has gone to Linjiang City, and his first order of business was to summon the 4 major grain merchants. Not only does he refuse to lower prices, But he has also commanded that they sell grain no less than 150 cash per dough. Today's impeachment memorial has reached the Golden Luan Hall. Had it not been for the Empress's protection, Gao Yang would be in dire trouble. Song Qingqing's expression remained impassive. She shook her head, saying, Gao Yang is truly misguided. Fortunately, our family withdrew from the engagement in advance. Otherwise, we would have been entangled. The merchants are consumed by greed. Not only do they refuse to lower the grain prices, but they also shamelessly inflate them. If these avaricious grain traders do not elevate prices to astronomical heights, I, Song Li, might as well end my life by colliding with a block of tofu. With a disdainful expression, Song Li sipped his tea. He then earnestly addressed Song Qingqing, stating that Scholar Cui has ventured to Qingshui City, while Gao Yang has proceeded to Linjiang City. The calamities in both regions are strikingly similar, evidently a contest. However, in this competition, Gao Yang is destined for a dismal defeat, and Scholar Cui will undoubtedly become the most celebrated figure in Chang'an, soaring to great heights. Qingqing, you must seize this opportunity wisely. Song Qingqing smiled faintly, reassuring her father, do not worry, father. Scholar Cui is exceptionally talented, captivating all of the capital. I have already encountered him, and I believe he harbors some affection for me. Song Li, taken aback with joy, could not help but stroke his beard, exclaiming, if we can secure Scholar Cui, our Song family shall surely thrive. Chapter 13. 7 days have passed. The storm of Linjiang City in Qingshui Cui. Cui Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back within the government office, holding a letter that had been dispatched from Chang'an at remarkable speed. Behind him stood the respectful magistrate of Qingshui County, who gazed at Cui Xinghe's silhouette, his face betraying a hint of excitement. This Scholar Cui is indeed remarkable. Merely a day after arriving in Qingshui City, he has employed resolute measures to compel the major grain merchants to lower their prices by 5 won. The price of grain in Qingshui City plummeted from 100 won to 95 won. The following day, he issued an order to open the granaries and procure grain from the market, further driving down the price to 90 won per dough. The market price stabilized at 90 won per dough. Such tactics have left the magistrate in awe, as he had heard that in the nearby Linjiang City, grain prices were not only unrestrained but were, in fact, surging. After perusing the letter in hand, a look of disdain crossed Cui Xinghe's handsome face. He then voiced his thoughts aloud. The citizens of Linjiang City are indeed suffering. Behind him, the magistrate inquired curiously, Cui Yushi, what has transpired? Why are the people of Linjiang City in distress? Cui Xinghe turned to the magistrate, replying nonchalantly, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, has arrived in Linjiang City. His first decree mandates that the 4 major grain merchants within the city may not sell grain for less than 150 won per dough. 150 won per dough? What? The magistrate was taken aback, his face filled with shock. That price would be enough to drive the common people to despair. Cui Xinghe continued, the Duke of Dinghua wields immense power. Although the Empress has ascended to the throne and the Great Qian Dynasty is undergoing a new reshuffling, the Duke remains a venerable figure known throughout the realm. Gao Yang, as the grandson of the Duke, possesses greater influence than even my Cui family. Instead of leveraging his status to pressure these greedy merchants to lower their prices, he foolishly opts to elevate them further, squandering such a noble position. Cui Xinghe's tone dripped with disdain. He reflected on the Empress's arrangements, finding them utterly laughable. He, Cui Xinghe, is a scion of a prestigious family, the top scholar of the Great Qian, and his knowledge and strategy far surpass that of a mere fool who relies on underhanded tactics. The Empress has bestowed upon them seemingly similar identities. One is destined for Linjiang City, while the other heads to Qingshui City. This is clearly an arrangement for a comparison. Moreover, the situation in Linjiang City is decidedly more dire. Yet, Gao Yang has chosen to go to Linjiang City. In the eyes of Cui Xinghe, this is an immense humiliation. Gao Yang, a debauched scion, spends his days languishing in the alluring brothels of Chang'an, while Cui Xinghe dedicates himself to the study of governance within the Hanlin Academy. However, in the Empress's eyes, Gao Yang is held in higher regard. This is a disgrace not only to the Cui family, but also a personal affront to Cui Xinghe. Contemplating this, Cui Xinghe's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He relayed the order of the imperial censor, cautioning the grain merchants against excessive greed. Otherwise, should they provoke his ire, the consequences would be dire. The grain price in Qingshui City must be reduced by another 8 won, setting it at 82 won per dough, a rate at which they would still profit, albeit moderately. should they heed the imperial censor's request. Upon his return to Chang'an as a member of the central government before the Empress, he would remember their cooperation. If not, they would be left to their own devices, but the repercussions might be unbearable for them. The magistrate of Qingshui City was taken aback upon hearing this. Mr. Chui intends to lower the price by another 8 won? If that is the case, the grain price in Qingshui City would be merely 82 won per do, still significantly higher than the previous 50 won per do. Yet, the common folk could manage to tighten their belts and afford it, thus avoiding the nightmarish scenario of starvation. Of course, in such a year of calamity, a means of livelihood is invaluable for those without means. Even a reduction to 50 won per do would still lead to starvation. This was already a considerable concession in the eyes of the magistrate. Cui Xinghe nodded. He had discreetly investigated the grain prices along the Qingshui River and compiled statistics. The two major grain merchants, Lu and Tian, had hoarded grain at prices ranging from 53 to 71 won. Not to mention, they still had last year's surplus. At 82 won per do, they could still earn a profit without risking total ruin. A wise official knows when to apply pressure and when to offer incentives. This is the art of governance. The magistrate of Qingshui City expressed profound admiration. Master Cui, your exceptional talents are a blessing for the nation and its people. With that, he promptly dispatched the message. Upon receiving Cui Xinghe's message, the two major grain merchants of Qingshui City fell into silence. On one side lay the favor of the illustrious Cui family from Chang'an, and on the other, the potential for conflict and the display of their own capabilities. Yet, Cui Xinghe had left them a path forward. The price of 82 won still promised substantial profit. In this delicate negotiation, the grain prices in Qingshui City soon began to decline once more, albeit at a gradual pace, allowing for greater gains, a matter Cui Xinghe regarded with indifference. A sudden drop of 8 won would cause excessive fluctuations in the market, while a slow descent would enable the merchants to better control the prices and secure additional profits. Having orchestrated all of this, Cui Xinghe cast his gaze toward the northern expanse of Qingshui City, his eyes glimmering with cold resolve. On one side lay the sudden drop of 18 won in Qingshui City, while on the other, the soaring price of 150 won per do in Linjiang City. Or even higher. Cui Xinghe is destined to shine throughout all of Chang'an. In the depths of Cui Xinghe's gaze lay an intense ambition. Outside the county office of Linjiang City, an agitated crowd of citizens surrounded the building, their simmering anger spilling forth in vehement outcries. 180 won per do. How are we to survive? My lord, I kneel before you. I beseech you to show mercy and open the granaries, lest my family perish from starvation. Today's price has already exceeded 180 won per do, surpassing 200 won. These heartless grain merchants refuse to sell even at that price. They are but beasts, feasting on the blood of the people, and their retribution shall come. The chorus of voices resonated far and wide, leaving Du Jiang within the county office deeply troubled. He paced restlessly in the grand hall, his brow furrowed with anxiety. The scribe at his side spoke up. My lord, if this continues, the people's fury may spiral out of control. Du Jiang halted, turning to the scribe. Is this the scene I wish to witness? With the imperial edict proclaimed by the inspector, how can the populace not be incensed? Yet what recourse do I have? My petition for impeachment was dismissed, and the emperor commands us to heed the inspector's words. What can I do? The scribe wore a similar expression of worry. Despair etched across his features. It was the 7th day, and the grain prices in Linjiang City had not only failed to diminish, but had instead soared to 200 won per do, surpassing the official rate of 150 won by 21. With the citizens depleting their food reserves and the county office unable to release grain, chaos would surely ensue in a matter of days if public outrage continued to mount. Du Jiang's brows knitted tightly. He was well aware of these circumstances. Where is Inspector Gao? He asked, his eyes tinged with bloodshot urgency. He should be at Huagua Temple, the scribe replied. Du Jiang's countenance darkened. Back to the temple again? His face turned ashen. In the past week, aside from ordering grain merchants not to sell below 150 won per do, Gao Yang had either been enjoying leisure at the Qingshui River or visiting temples to pray. He even intended to renovate the county office and host grand sporting events. With such negligence, how could the grain prices in Linjiang City ever fall? The 7th day had arrived. I shall seek out young Master Gao and ascertain how he intends to guarantee a reduction in prices. Outside Huagua Temple, the largest temple near Linjiang City, throngs of citizens came to pay their respects, the incense burning fervently. In the Great Qian era, both Taoism and Buddhism flourished, each holding equal prominence. Throughout the realm, from the highest officials to the common folk, countless individuals engaged in the practice of burning incense and praying. After lighting several sticks of incense, Gao Yang was personally escorted out by the temple's abbot. The two engaged in lively conversation, a scene that filled Du Jiang with ire as he approached in search of Gao Yang. He held little faith in the divine. In his heart, if there truly existed celestial beings capable of hearing the sufferings of the common people, then how could such calamities plague the world? The notion of deities was nothing more than a farce. As the abbot re-entered the temple, Du Jiang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Inspector Gao, 7 days have elapsed." However, the price of grain in Linjiang City has not only failed to decrease, rather, it has escalated dramatically. Since your decree was issued, the price surged to 150 yuan per dough, and alarmingly, it continues to rise, reaching a staggering 200 yuan per dough. Following the county office's announcements, a daily scene of desperate citizens has unfolded outside its gates. If this persists, the situation will inevitably spiral out of control, and it will be too late to rectify matters. Are you truly unconcerned? Du Jiang spoke with palpable despair. He initially intended to urgently report to the Empress, hoping she would intervene to halt this madness. But his pleas fell on deaf ears, receiving only a directive to act in accordance with the decree. Through his investigations, he finally uncovered Gao Yang's true identity, the grandson of Duke Dinghua, a notorious libertine from Chang'an. Upon receiving this news, he slumped into his chair, engulfed by despair, momentarily lost in thought. In the subsequent days, Gao Yang, aside from issuing orders that the county granary must not open its stores, indulged in leisurely activities. He either took excursions along the pristine Qingshui River that traverses Guangyang County or visited temples daily to pray and converse with the abbots. Appearing every bit the devoted acolyte, he frequented numerous temples in the vicinity of Linjiang City. As 7 days elapsed, not only did the grain prices not fall, but they soared even higher, far exceeding the county office's proclamation of 150 yuan per dough, reaching an alarming 200 yuan per dough. With an upward trajectory, Gao Yang not only refrained from any measures to curb this rise, on the contrary, he intended to take advantage of this calamity to renovate the county office and organize grand events. Thus, despite knowing of Gao Yang's folly, Du Jiang could not restrain himself from offering a warning, hoping he would devise a solution. If this continues, chaos in Linjiang City is imminent. Gao Yang turned to Du Jiang, but did not respond directly, merely inquiring, "What actions have the 4 major grain merchants taken in recent days?" Du Jiang, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Ever since the county office posted its announcement, the 4 major grain merchants have mobilized substantial funds, aggressively purchasing grain from smaller merchants at a price of 100 yuan per dough, refusing to sell even at 150 yuan per dough. Consequently, the prices have surged, and they are now hoarding grain, awaiting the depletion of the citizens' supplies to further inflate prices. These individuals will not sell even at 200 yuan per dough." A smile crept across Gao Yang's face, his gaze icy. "Tomorrow, we shall commence a grand recruitment for the renovation of the county office, and I will issue a public announcement. I am organizing a magnificent dragon boat race. The victor shall be exempt from commercial taxes for 3 years. Chapter 14. The True Intent of Gao Yang. The net begins to close. Du Jiang was taken aback. What? He did not anticipate that Gao Yang was serious about this. He truly intends to undertake extensive renovations of the county office and host a grand event. But this is a year of calamity. The common people are struggling to survive, and such oppression is tantamount to pushing them to their demise. I will proceed as instructed. However, Your Excellency, even as the grandson of Duke Dinghua, you cannot escape the consequences of such a grave error." Du Jiang's face was etched with anger. Beside them, Shangguan Wan'er gazed at Gao Yang with a complex expression, her smile tinged with bitterness. "Young Master Gao, what exactly are you aiming to achieve? Otherwise, I may have no choice but to take over the governance of Linjiang City on your behalf." Shangguan Wan'er's demeanor turned grave, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of urgency. The situation had already begun to spiral beyond control. She must comprehend Gao Yang's intentions. Du Jiang's eyes suddenly ignited with hope as he earnestly implored, "My Lord Shangguan, please take action swiftly. Otherwise, should the populace rise in rebellion, it would precipitate an irreparable calamity." Shangguan Wan'er cast a perplexed glance at Gao Yang, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. You evidently harbor no affection for the Buddha. In Chang'an, there are numerous devotees whose eyes are filled with an inexplicable fervor, unlike yours. To put it differently, your recent visits to temples were not your genuine desire, and the renovation of the county office is utterly perplexing. Soon, you shall return to Chang'an, but why undertake such renovations? Bearing the scorn of an entire city while causing the grain prices in Linjiang to soar. This demands an explanation from you, Master Gao. Du Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He was no fool. Shangwan Wanner's words resonated with him. He too sensed something amiss. All of these actions were exceedingly unusual. Even the most devout Buddhist would not visit temples daily to burn incense and pay homage. The renovation of the county office seemed a futile endeavor, and even Gao Yang, with all his frivolities, would not engage in such thankless tasks. Was it possible that Gao Yang truly harbored ulterior motives? Standing outside the temple, Gao Yang surveyed the entirety of Linjiang City from his vantage point. He spoke coolly. Master Du, do you recall what I said to you 7 days ago? Du Jiang furrowed his brow and instinctively replied. Was it that desire to lower grain prices doesn't necessarily require forceful suppression? However, with grain prices surging, merchants, driven by greed, would not relent without a substantial profit. Gao Yang stated calmly, Master Du, I wish to pose a question. If the 4 major grain merchants were to unite in oppressive action, how much could they realistically lower the prices? 8 coins, or perhaps 18. Even if the price of grain reached 80 coins per dough, how many common folk could afford it? Du Jiang was momentarily taken aback, and Shangwan Wanner wore a look of astonishment. Unless one resorted to slaughter, annihilating them all, the merchants would remain in a state of trepidation. Furthermore, for ordinary citizens, whether the price was 100 coins per dough or 150 or even 200, it made little difference. They simply could not afford it. Yet, with the prices in Linjiang soaring and the government decreeing that grain could not be sold for less than 150 coins per dough, what would this attract? As soon as the words escaped his lips, a realization struck Du Jiang like a thunderbolt. The exorbitant grain prices, unaffordable for the common folk, would attract whom? Both Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner instinctively conjured a single term in their minds. Merchants from distant lands. Could it be? Du Jiang, his expression one of shock, gazed incredulously at Gao Yang. Shangwan Wanner felt a tempestuous upheaval within her heart, her delicate features reflecting the turmoil. Even the lovely green vine, with her ample bosom, rose and fell with agitation. Gao Yang's face bore an icy demeanor as he declared, the 4 greedy grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, are voraciously plundering local grain supplies, inflating prices, while local grain sellers hoard their stocks, hoping to sell at exorbitant rates. Greed is the nature of humanity. No merchant in the world is free from it. Yet, the news of soaring grain prices in Linjiang will spread with terrifying speed to surrounding regions. In recent days, at the city gate and by the docks, the number of grain-laden carts and cargo ships has been steadily increasing. The merchants from distant lands flocking to Linjiang City are rising daily, and it is evident that the city is no longer in want of grain. Presently, the grain prices in Linjiang City resemble a massive balloon, appearing substantial, yet easily punctured. These merchants, seeking to profit from national calamity, shall face ruin at my hands. A cold glint flickered in Gao Yang's eyes, though his voice was low. It resonated clearly with Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner. This seemingly casual tone swept through their hearts, leaving them as startled as if they had seen a ghost. If Gao Yang's words were to be believed, these grain merchants would soon confront a catastrophe. Yet Du Jiang felt no pity. Instead, he reveled in the prospect. Those who profited from the nation's distress deserved their fate. What is the intention behind the county magistrate's plans to renovate the yamen and host dragon boat races? Du Jiang inquired, perplexed. Gao Yang offered no explanation, merely stating that Magistrate Du would soon understand. For the common folk, even a price of 50 won per dough of grain required silver to procure. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes revealed an unusual lack of disdain as he fell into contemplation. The notion that even at 50 won per dough, the people needed silver to buy grain enlightened him, yet he struggled to grasp its full significance. He suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, I am guilty. Not only have I displayed ignorance, but I have also dared to impeach you." Gao Yang replied coolly, "The 4 major grain merchants have deep roots, and many of their supporters dwell within the yamen. Hence, I refrain from speaking. The impeachment from a few days past is trivial. Do not let it trouble your mind. However, Du Jiang, drenched in sweat, insisted, "My lord, just an hour ago, prior to seeking the Grand Censor, I penned another letter." Even more vehement and impassioned in its tone, Gao Yang turned to Du Jiang, his lips twitching slightly. The speed of Du Jiang's actions was astonishing. Wouldn't this set Chang'an ablaze? Shangguan Wan'er interjected, "I shall compose a letter immediately and dispatch it to Chang'an with swift horses. You need not worry, young Master Gao." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. These grain merchants had truly met with misfortune upon encountering him. He gazed at Shangguan Wan'er and instructed, "Esteemed Shangguan, tonight, please arrange for sandbags to be filled with earth and sand from outside the city. Ensure that the news remains confidential. I have great plans." Shangguan Wan'er promptly affirmed, "I will act in accordance with His Majesty's orders and summon a troop from outside the city to assist young Master Gao." Gao Yang surveyed the entirety of Linjiang City, his gaze imbued with an icy resolve. Today marks the final revelry for the grain merchants of Linjiang City. By tomorrow, they shall learn the true meaning of despair. Chapter 15. The officials in an uproar, the authority of the Duke of the State the following day. At the Daqian Imperial Palace, within the Golden Luang Hall, scouts rushed into the Grand Chamber. Report. The grain price in Qingshui City has dropped to 82 yuan per do, and Scholar Chui boldly claims it could further decrease by 7 yuan. With this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of officials, who immediately erupted into animated discussions, unabashedly extolling the news. Cui Zhuangyuan's remarkable talent is truly admirable. In such a brief period, he has managed to reduce the grain prices in Qingshui City by a substantial 18 yuan, with the possibility of further declines, all without resorting to terror tactics that would undermine the authority of the court. He is indeed deserving of the title of Zhuangyuan. I Songli beseech your majesty to bestow honors upon the supervisor of imperial examiners, Cui Xinghe. Among the assembly of ministers, Songli stepped forward, his voice resonating throughout the Golden Throne Hall. In his mind, the outcome of this competition was predetermined from the outset. What remained was merely to observe Cui Xinghe's methods in Qingshui City. Yet, Cui Xinghe did not disappoint his title. In less than 7 days, he curbed the rising grain prices and even managed to lower them by 18 yuan. Such prowess undoubtedly paves the way for his ascendancy. Upon his return to the capital, he shall undoubtedly become a figure of great prominence in Chang'an. Thus, Songli did not hesitate to extend a personal favor to him. In the bureaucratic realm, relationships deepen with exchanges. Moreover, in his heart, Cui Xinghe had already become the ideal son-in-law of the Song family. The gathered ministers, all astute individuals, quickly grasped the implications. Wang Zhong also rose to speak, remarking that merchants often profit from disasters, especially during years of famine. However, Cui Zhuangyuan, in merely 7 days, has stabilized the grain prices in Qingshui City. Such a feat is truly commendable. I too implore your majesty to establish Cui Zhuangyuan as a model for officials across the land to emulate. One by one, ministers stood in agreement. We concur. We concur. Upon the dragon throne, Wu Zhao, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, exuded an aura of unapproachable nobility. She too was somewhat astonished. Cui Xinghe was indeed no ordinary talent. Within just 7 days, he not only stabilized the soaring grain prices, but also reduced them by 18 yuan. This individual is certainly worthy of further trust. At that moment, Wang Zhong inquired, given that Qingshui City is merely several dozen li from Linjiang City, and with grain prices in Qingshui City plummeting to 82 yuan, what might the prices be in Linjiang City? Chancellor Su Xuanji replied in a grave tone. The news from Qingshui City has arrived. It is likely that the news regarding Linjiang City's grain prices will follow soon. Gao Feng's expression grew serious. The 7-day deadline had arrived. Should Gao Yang fail to stabilize the grain prices in Linjiang City, today could spell danger, especially since Cui Xinghe had submitted an exemplary report. The pressure now rested heavily upon the Duke of Dinghua's household. If Gao Yang did not perform well, he would find it difficult to justify his actions. The stakes had escalated beyond a simple competition. Report. The latest news from Linjiang City indicates that grain prices have surged beyond 200 yuan per do. The populace is in uproar, and Linjiang's magistrate, Du Jiang, has sent a second urgent missive, impeaching Supervisor Gao Yang. Another scout rushed into the Golden Throne Hall. At this proclamation, a tempest of astonishment swept through the hall, as all present turned their shocked gazes toward the scout. Even Wu Zhao was taken aback. Is it truly the case that grain prices in Linjiang City have exceeded 200 won per do? Is this information verified? The scout nodded, his voice echoing through the hall. Your Majesty, this news is indisputable. For the past 7 days, grain prices in Linjiang City have been soaring. Moreover, this report is already 2 days old. The prices in Linjiang City may be even higher now. The countenance of Wu Zetian darkened further. Her fists clenched tightly. A visage of fury etched upon her face. She had placed immense trust in Gao Yang, even suppressing all discussions regarding him in the court and granting him authority. Yet, he had so callously betrayed her trust. The price of grain soaring to 200 won per do, the public outrage among the citizens of Linjiang City. She could foresee it all. It would undoubtedly incite a tempest of fury. Gao Feng was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was wrong with this wretched creature? It was promised that the fledgling eagle would eventually spread its wings and soar high in the sky, shouldering the weight of the Duke of Dinghua's responsibilities. But now, with grain prices surpassing 200 won per do, it seemed as though he intended to send the entire Duke's household to the guillotine. Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, the scout continued. Moreover, Magistrate Du has not only failed to lower the grain prices, but has also taken to burning incense and praying daily, indulging in boat rides for leisure. In the midst of this calamity, Gao Yushi still seeks to renovate the county office and host a grand dragon boat race on the Clearwater River. Magistrate Du, in a state of deep distress, ordered an urgent report to the emperor, covering 800 miles in haste. With these words, the entire court was engulfed in shock. In a time of national disaster, to elevate the grain prices in Linjiang City to exorbitant heights was already intolerable. Yet, to think of seizing this opportunity to renovate the office and hold large-scale events amidst the suffering of the populace was beyond comprehension. Yan Zheng trembled with rage, his white beard quaking uncontrollably. Absurdity. In his 30 years of governance, he had never encountered such an outrageous individual. Did he truly believe that during a time of widespread famine, when the people could scarcely afford to eat, it was appropriate to renovate the county office at a low cost? Such treachery could not be tolerated. Yin Zheng was furious. Song Li and Wang Zhong were equally taken aback by Gao Yang's folly. Not only raising grain prices, but also planning to renovate the county office and host grand events during this year of calamity. Song Li shook his head in disdain. He commanded Song Qingqing to proceed to the Duke of Dinghua's residence to annul the engagement. This would be the wisest decision for the entire Song family. Stepping forward, Song Li implored, I beseech your majesty to severely punish the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua to quell the public outrage. Wang Zhong immediately echoed, with righteous indignation. I support this motion. Yan Zheng added, I second this motion. In an instant, the entire Golden Luan Hall reverberated with the supportive voices of the officials. Wu Zetian's exquisitely beautiful face was shrouded in ice, remaining silent. She firmly believed in her intuition. Gao Yang could not possibly be so foolish. These successive maneuvers, even the most debauched scions of Chang'an's military families would not be this dim-witted. He undoubtedly had his own motives. Yet now, even as the Empress of Deqian, she felt an immense weight pressing upon her. Gao Feng's expression also darkened. In a year of calamity, to exploit the people for the renovation of the county office and to host large-scale events was tantamount to wishing to drag the entire Duke of Dinghua's household down with him. This wretched creature must be punished severely upon his return. However, he knew he must still step forward. He could not allow his own kin to be scapegoated by these scoundrels. He wondered if Gao Yang could withstand the pressure. Gritting his teeth, Gao Feng prepared to rise. But then, outside the Golden Luan Hall, a figure clad in mottled armor, exuding an imposing presence without a hint of anger, emerged. In an instant, the gazes of all the officials converged upon the newcomer, their expressions shifting drastically. The Duke of Dinghua, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Tianlong strode directly into the hall. As a duke, he held the privilege to enter the palace at any time, and he was not required to kneel during court sessions. Gao Tianlong arrived at the center of the grand hall, first bowing slightly to Wu Zhao, saying, Your servant, Gao Tianlong, pays his respects to your majesty. Wu Zhao let out a sudden sigh of relief and straightened up. Gao Tianlong's gaze swept across the entire Golden Luan Hall before he spoke in a calm tone. I have come here with but one purpose. Whether it be the soaring grain prices or the reconstruction of the government office. These are merely reports that have arrived from Linjiang City 2 days prior. Why the haste, esteemed officials? In a matter of 2 or 3 days, Linjiang City will not descend into chaos. Can we not wait an additional 2 or 3 days? His voice, unwavering and commanding, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Upon his words, the ministers fell silent. Even Wang Zhong, who had always been at odds with the Duke of Dinghua, refrained from speaking. As long as the Duke of Dinghua, the foremost among the 6 dukes of the Great Qian, remained alive, the entire realm ought to show him some respect. Chapter 16. The fish is in the net. The true intentions of Gao Yang begin to unfold. Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, a beam of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the entire city. In just one night, the price of grain surged once more by 21, rising from the exorbitant 200 yuan per do to an astounding 221. This price was unbearable not only for ordinary citizens, but even for some affluent merchants. The cost of grain had reached an unfathomable level. Merchants, while profiting immensely, continued to hoard grain, waiting for prices to ascend even higher. On the streets of Linjiang City, outside the county office, throngs of emaciated citizens gathered. Their faces were etched with despair, a palpable wave of anger rising towards the heavens. If it were not for the fact that many households still possessed some stored grain, a catastrophic uprising would have already toppled the county office. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that if this trend continued, chaos in Linjiang City was inevitable. As if the heavens conspired against them, just as the simmering discontent reached its peak. News arrived from dozens of miles away. Grain prices in Qingshui City had stabilized at 82 yuan. Instantly, Linjiang City erupted in uproar. Without comparison, there is no harm. The two cities were connected by the clear water river, merely a few dozen miles apart. Both had suffered great calamities. With grain prices rising to 100 yuan per do, however, within a mere week, Qingshui City's grain prices had settled at 82 yuan per do, while Linjiang City's prices soared to 220 yuan per do. Such a disparity was utterly incomprehensible to the populace. Consequently, the citizens had long been cursing Gao Yang in private, calling him a corrupt official and a greedy tyrant. Out of respect for the court, they refrained from openly voicing their grievances. But at this rate, even though chaos had not yet erupted, the people were already on the brink of revolt. Inside the county office, Gao Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed outward. Even with the doors of the county office closed, the anger of the populace was still audible. Linjiang City was on the verge of an explosion. Du Jiang paced anxiously within the office, frequently glancing at Gao Yang, his face a mask of worry. He feared that if Linjiang City descended into chaos first, it would be too late to rectify the situation. Yet, Gao Yang remained calm and composed, utterly unfazed. All Du Jiang could do was fret. Early in the morning, Master Du, you have wandered around for over a dozen laps, nearly leaving me dizzy, Gao Yang remarked with irritation. Du Jiang halted his steps, offering an awkward smile. My lord, given the public outrage outside, while you remain composed, I cannot sit idly. It was indeed remarkable to witness someone with such psychological fortitude as Gao Yang, who, despite his youth, exhibited an unsettling level of composure that surpassed his own. It was truly terrifying. The assistant beside them was taken aback. When did Du Jiang start showing such respect to the esteemed son of Chang'an? Just a few days prior, he had seemed ready to devour Gao Yang whole. Gao Yang picked up a cup of tea, savoring the explosion of flavor in his mouth. Then, he spoke calmly. Master Du, please retrieve the seal of Linjiang County. The fish has entered the net. It is time to strike. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurried to fetch the county seal, exclaiming, My lord, can we finally close the net? Gao Yang nodded, replying coolly, immediately post the proclamation, the granaries of Linjiang City shall open, selling grain at the price of 105 yuan per do. This announcement must echo throughout the streets and alleys of Linjiang City. Then, Gao Yang turned to Shangguan Wan'er, instructing, from this moment, deploy troops to take control of the docks. No cargo ships are to leave the city. Those who defy this order shall be executed. The city gates must be heavily guarded. Not a grain shall exit the city. Upon hearing this, both Du Jiang and Shangguan Wan'er could not help but show their excitement. After 7 days of frustration and planning, Gao Yang finally took decisive action, and it was a significant one. We shall faithfully follow your command, my lord, they responded in unison. Shangguan Wan'er was internally astonished. How ruthless. Not only would they open the granaries and sell grain at a competitive price, disrupting the market, but they would also seal the city gates and docks. Such actions would surely instill panic among the grain merchants. My lord, I harbor some concerns. As you previously mentioned, if we open the granaries, we might not have enough grain to meet demand, Du Jiang said, seeking guidance. If the merchants within the city hold out for a few days and the granaries run dry, what shall we do then? Gao Yang smiled. Master Du, have you forgotten about the batch of disaster relief grain outside the city? Du Jiang's eyes brightened at this, yet he furrowed his brow and replied, the four major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, have been entrenched in Linjiang City for a century. Their influence is intricate. They are likely aware of the granary's status. A cold, disdainful glint flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. They know, and they can resist. But can the local grain merchants withstand it? Selling first guarantees profit. Selling later leads to bankruptcy. Not selling results in total loss due to spoilage and substantial costs. If you were in their position, Master Du, what choice would you make? Gao Yang mused. One can evade conspiracies, but how does one avoid the obvious? Du Jiang suddenly comprehended, his face flushing crimson. He understood it all. Gao Yang was cunningly intent on trampling the external grain merchants, compelling the four major merchants to sell their grain. I shall attend to this immediately, he declared. Du Jiang was anxious to leave, but Gao Yang called out, wait. Du Jiang turned back and inquired, my lord, do you have further instructions? Gao Yang replied coolly, the granary supplies are dwindling. Do not sell too quickly. Let the common folk queue to purchase, registering each household. Furthermore, let it be known that His Majesty has decreed disaster relief, dispatching 100,000 carts of grain to Linjiang City. I have always despised those profiteering grain merchants, and I intend to see them all brought to ruin. The grain restriction may last 10 days, or perhaps half a month. It all depends on my mood. Du Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. He remarked directly, my lord, this plan is exceedingly ruthless. These grain merchants are truly unfortunate to encounter you. The grain prices in Linjiang City will likely plummet. He hurried out to execute Gao Yang's orders. Shangwan Wanner, perplexed, questioned, surely such rumors will not be believed by grain merchants from other regions? Gao Yang smirked disdainfully. You are mistaken, Lady Shangwan. Her gaze fixed on Gao Yang's refined countenance. She remained uncertain. Gao Yang elucidated, you still do not grasp human nature. These merchants travel great distances to sell grain, incurring at least a 10% loss along the way, with laborers and cooks requiring wages and sustenance. Each additional day of delay escalates their costs. Even if they stubbornly refuse to sell, returning home incurs significant expenses. At this juncture, even the slightest disturbance will send them into a panic. Moreover, the true brilliance of this scheme lies in the stampede. The first batch of merchants to act will profit, while those who come later will find themselves with nothing. Shangwan Wanner listened, her expression intricate. Lu's cherubic face paled. She looked as though she had seen a ghost. In recent days, Gao Yang had taken advantage of her, jesting and laughing, yet she had not anticipated such a terrifying prospect. Young master, you wouldn't one day sell me off and have me count the coins for you, would you? Lu spoke timidly. Gao Yang laughed heartily. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Lu nodded without hesitation, only to shake her head immediately afterward. Gao Yang playfully pinched Lu's chubby cheeks and mockingly warned, if you don't massage my shoulders properly, you better be careful. Lu quickly fetched a chair. Young master, please sit, she urged, attentively massaging his shoulders. This sight amused Gao Yang greatly. Not only Lu, but even Shangwan Wanner felt a wave of trepidation as she gazed at his handsome features. It was hard to fathom that the young master, descended from a prestigious lineage, harbored such a dark heart. Yet, she felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Suddenly, her mind recalled Wu Zhao's words. The greed of corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants is unimaginably cruel and vicious. Ordinary means are insufficient to curtail them. Evil must be met with evil. She experienced an epiphany. The scholar Cui from Qing Shui City, whom she regarded as a pillar of talent, adept at governance, had exhausted all means, yet could only suppress the grain price to 82 yuan per do, unable to lower it further. However, in Linjiang City, these merchants had inflated prices to 220 yuan per do and were still unsatisfied. With Gao Yang's tactics in play, how low would the prices ultimately fall? Supreme Officer Wanner was uncertain, yet she was convinced that it could never be 82 dan. Chapter 17, The Game and the Counterattack. In the city of Linjiang, within a dilapidated residence on Wright Avenue, a middle-aged man stood bare-chested, displaying his muscular physique, silently sharpening a large blade. The harsh sound of the grinding echoed throughout the room. Soon, the blade was honed to an exquisite sharpness, reflecting the man's icy gaze. Clutching the ancestral sword, he vowed to rid the world of corrupt officials, for a true man should be thus. As he spoke, Chen Sheng instinctively rose, preparing to draw his sword and depart. "Husband, do not go." Just as Chen Sheng was about to push open the door, a voice called from behind him. Startled, he turned abruptly, and upon seeing the woman before him, his eyes took on a complex expression. Yet he said, "Once I leave, you must return to your family to avoid the storm. There is some silver beneath the mattress. Take it with you. Even if I perish, you will have the means to find another husband." The woman shook her head tearfully. "In the entire city of Linjiang, not a single soul has taken action. Why must you go? Consider it for my sake. Stay," she pleaded. Chen Sheng replied solemnly. "The price of grain in Linjiang has skyrocketed from 50 yuan per dan to 220 yuan per dan. The common people can barely afford food, all due to that incompetent official. Only by eliminating him can the grain prices return to normal. I, Chen Sheng, have practiced martial arts since childhood, relishing the rivers and lakes. Linjiang is my home. I might die, but I cannot bear to witness it turned into a graveyard." His wife, visibly distressed, hesitated. "Husband, please reconsider. I sense that everything in Linjiang is rather unusual. Could we wait a couple more days? I have a feeling that the official is not as simple as he appears. If chaos ensues, even he, a scion of a prominent family in Chang'an, would struggle to bear the consequences." Chen Sheng scoffed self-deprecatingly, raising grain prices and profiting from the people's misery. This first-class dandy from Chang'an lives up to his reputation. He exclaimed angrily, "If this high censor truly possesses the ability to lower grain prices in Linjiang, I, Chen Sheng, would serve him for life. But is that even possible? My resolve is set. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall make him pay with his blood." The woman sighed. "The grain merchants in Linjiang are unprecedentedly united. How could the prices possibly fall? I merely wish to prevent you from throwing your life away. Assassinating the current censor is not an easy feat. In the next life, I shall make amends to you." Chen Sheng placed his hand on the door. He had long since crossed the threshold, well aware that this journey could very well be one of no return. That corrupt official seemed to know he had incited public outrage, venturing out with utmost caution, protected like a hedgehog, making it nearly impossible to strike. Yet today, even if it meant shedding his own blood to awaken the citizens of Linjiang to rise against him, in his heart, that would be worth it. Resolutely, he pushed the door open. But in the next moment, upon witnessing the scene on the street, he was taken aback. He beheld armored soldiers galloping down the streets of Linjiang, their voices booming. "By order of the esteemed censor, post the proclamation. Effective immediately, we shall open the granaries. Grain will be sold for merely 105 yuan per dan, with no limits on quantity. The common people may line up to purchase." Chen Sheng widened his eyes, and the woman behind him mirrored his astonishment. "What? The granary is to be opened? Selling grain at the price of 105 yuan per do?" Chen Sheng trembled, unable to believe his ears. 105 yuan per do? In stark contrast to the exorbitant price of 221 in Linjiang City, represents a staggering reduction of 115 yuan. Although still high, this price offers a glimmer of hope compared to the current 221 per do, leaving them profoundly grateful. Not only was Chen Sheng taken aback, but the citizens of Linjiang City were equally astonished. Countless pallid faces emerged from their homes, flocking toward the location where the announcement was posted. Upon witnessing the content of the proclamation firsthand, an overwhelming wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The granary is indeed opening. Finally, it is opening. 105 yuan per do, salvation is at hand. Chen Sheng found himself amidst the throng, his expression one of disbelief. Could it truly be real? In the next moment, he dashed toward the granary in Linjiang City, needing to see the reality for himself. However, upon observing the long line stretching for dozens of meters, with a steady stream of citizens arriving to queue, Chen Sheng trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Simultaneously, throughout every street of Linjiang City, armored soldiers rode past on their majestic steeds, bellowing at the top of their lungs. The order from the Grand Inspector has been issued. The proclamation is posted. From this moment forth, grain will be sold at 105 yuan per do, with no limits on quantity, and the citizens may queue to purchase. In an instant, the news reverberated throughout Linjiang City, shaking the very foundations of the town. At the Lin residence, amidst the meticulously crafted rocks and flowing water, maidservants navigated the corridors with trays in hand. Inside the grand hall, a dozen dancers swirled gracefully. Mr. Lin and the three major grain merchants watched with rapt attention. Just a door apart, it felt as though two worlds existed. Outside, the citizens were gaunt and scavenging for scraps, while inside, the atmosphere brimmed with opulence and indulgence. The dancers captivating in their elegance. The somewhat rotund head of the Qian family could no longer restrain himself. Mr. Lin, the grain prices in Linjiang City have reached 221 per dough. Should we not take action? Mr. Lin waved his hand, dismissing the dancers, and replied nonchalantly, what is there to rush for? As long as our four prominent families unite, we can monopolize the grain price. This wave of immense wealth will not drop below 251 per dough. The room fell into stunned silence. 251? While a mere 31 increase per dough might seem trivial, it could mean an additional profit of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of taels. Our ability to amass such wealth is thanks to the Grand Inspector. One wonders what he is thinking, issuing a proclamation forbidding the sale of grain at lower prices. The head of the Han family stroked his beard disdainfully. What does this frivolous young master understand about governance? He likely believes that with high prices, grain merchants will rush to sell. It seems he has merely shot himself in the foot. This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the assembly. Yet at that moment, a servant burst into the hall in a flurry. Mr. Lin, urgent news. The county office has suddenly posted a proclamation, selling grain at the price of 105 per dough. The citizens are responding, forming an endless line. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin's expression changed dramatically. What? The head of the Qian family was increasingly infuriated, perceiving the young man surnamed Gao as lacking in martial virtue, clearly intending to ensnare them. The head of the Han family spoke with a heavy heart. Lin Lao, what course of action should we pursue? Lin Lao's gaze turned icy. The Great Qian Dynasty had been beset by continuous calamities, and the price of grain was soaring. How much grain could the granary of Linjiang City possibly hold? Would it suffice for the sustenance of the entire populace? His words awakened the others from their stupor, and they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a population exceeding 100,000, the citizens of Linjiang City had suffered poor harvests in previous years, and the granaries were undoubtedly insufficient. The county's actions were merely a tactic to incite panic among them, compelling them to sell their grain at lower prices. It seemed Lin Lao had underestimated the cunning of the high magistrate from Chang'an. How insidious! Lin Lao's expression hardened. The price of grain in Linjiang City must not plummet, at least not until they had sold off their stocks and profited. Since the granaries were to be opened, they would purchase as much as was available. He was determined to see just how much grain the magistrate possessed. Lin Lao clenched his fist and declared with a chilling gaze. The heads of the three major families nodded in agreement. Their stocks included not only low-priced aged grain, but also high-priced reserves accumulated from the market. Should they sell off together, the price of grain could not possibly remain at 105 coins per dough. They could not afford to lose this gamble. The head of the Qian family gritted his teeth, stating, our fates are intertwined. We shall follow Lin Lao. Chapter 18. Panic. The grain merchants from afar were alarmed in Linjiang City at the county office. Report. My lord, among the citizens purchasing grain, there are unfamiliar faces. They are competing to buy grain in large quantities and even inciting chaos by claiming the granaries are empty, disturbing the public. I beseech you to make a swift decision. Clerk Bai looked at Du Jiang, panic evident on his face. Du Jiang maintained a composed demeanor, replying, this must be the work of the four major grain merchants. With the price of grain in Linjiang City plunging, they are the first to suffer, hence their frantic purchases to maintain their grain monopoly. Can the price of grain in Linjiang City truly decrease? Clerk Bai shook his head. My lord, I have been monitoring the situation closely, and there has been no movement from the shops. Prices have yet to drop. Not yet dropped? Du Jiang's expression turned grave. His eyes narrowed with concern. What shall we do? If the four major grain merchants continue their sweeping purchases, the granaries will soon be emptied. If the populace learns of this, it will undoubtedly incite further panic. Issue orders to expel these troublemakers and slow down the grain sales. Gao Yang emerged from the courtyard of the county office. His demeanor calm. They would relish in inciting chaos. By doing so, they only aid their own cause. His gaze turned steely. I have suddenly changed my mind. They are wealthy and powerful, and if they wish to sweep through, then let them. I am keen to see just how much they can consume. Du Jiang was taken aback. My lord, if we proceed at this pace, the four major grain merchants will clear the stocks in less than a day. Other grain merchants in Linjiang City remained cautious, and prices were still exorbitant. This multitude of citizens and the four major merchants posed a considerable threat. Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. Merchants are naturally inclined to wait and see. Opening the granaries is merely the first step of our strategy. He directed his gaze toward Shangwan Waner, commanding, immediately seal the city gates and the docks. Order the soldiers outside the city to escort grain into the granaries. Anyone daring to approach this batch of grain shall be dealt with severely. It is imperative that the entire populace of Linjiang City witnesses the continuous influx of grain. Everything must be executed step by step. Within a single day, grain prices in Linjiang City will undoubtedly plummet. As long as we can control the grain storage within one day and drive down the market prices even further, it will be considered a success. The market's grain supply cannot be exhausted. Follow my orders and release the goods. Du Jiang appeared bewildered. He and Shangwan Waner clasped their fists in acknowledgement and promptly departed. Gao Yang's gaze was icy. He had the authority to dictate the rules of Linjiang City, a splendid beginning unlike any he had experienced in his previous life. Did the four major grain merchants dare to challenge him? Shangwan Waner, mounted on a magnificent steed and accompanied by the palace guards, arrived at the city gates of Linjiang City. She raised the golden token bestowed by Empress Wu Zhao, her expression stern. Upon seeing this token, it was as if the sovereign herself had arrived. Henceforth, the city gates shall be sealed. Not a single grain shall leave the city. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The soldiers at the city gates, upon sighting the token, immediately knelt. We shall faithfully obey the sovereign's decree. No grain shall leave the city. Following this, Shangwan Waner personally led a contingent of soldiers escorting an unending line of grain carts into Linjiang City, heading toward the granary. The citizens witnessed this spectacle, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Particularly moved were the hundreds of people queuing before the granary, their faces alight with emotion. Grain. The relief supplies from the court have arrived. The populace was overwhelmed with joy, and amidst the crowd, Chen Sheng was equally astonished. The relief grain had arrived, indeed. The grain prices in Linjiang City were set to decline. Shangwan Waner dispatched individuals to transport this batch of grain into the granary, stating coldly, His Majesty has decreed that due to the great disaster in Guangyang County, an extraordinary allocation of 100,000 carts of grain has been dispatched for relief. This is the first batch destined for Linjiang City, and each of you shall receive your share, as much as you desire. Tears streamed down the faces of the citizens. His Majesty has not forgotten us. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. In the Lin residence. What? The Emperor has dispatched 100,000 carts of grain to Guangyang County for relief, and the entire city has witnessed the first batch being delivered to the granary? Old Lin's face was a picture of shock, and he could not help but curse. These foolish people, this is not grain at all, but surely filled with soil or sand. To think they could deceive me with such a petty trick is utterly naive. We must sweep everything away. Once the grain in the granary is depleted, let us see how they will fare. The grain merchants in the city are not fools and will not be deceived. Old Lin's expression darkened, resembling madness, losing the calm demeanor he previously held. The three major grain merchants regretted not having sold off their stocks early for a profit, and now they found themselves in a precarious position. However, there was no turning back. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. We shall exert every effort. Come what may. Inside the county office. Report. There are still individuals purchasing grain in large quantities in batches. Gao Yang sat comfortably in a soft chair, sipping tea. He remarked nonchalantly, If they desire it, then let us continue to sell it all. Du Jiang gritted his teeth and said, We shall proceed as instructed by the imperial censor. Clerk Bai swiftly departed to execute the orders. Gao Yang stood upright, stretching lazily, and said to Du Jiang, Sir Du, let us change into more casual attire and venture out for a stroll. The real spectacle is about to commence. Du Jiang and Shangwan Waner exchanged astonished glances. The grain prices are set to plummet? Gao Yang nodded calmly. The stage is set. Let the performance begin. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, the four major granaries appear as feeble as a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Meanwhile, the prominent grain merchants of Linjiang City find themselves engulfed in trepidation, with shopkeepers and assistants anxiously pacing within their establishments. Particularly for those hailing from other regions, the situation feels as though the very sky is collapsing. They had journeyed tirelessly to Linjiang City, procuring grain from distant lands with aspirations of profit. Yet now, their plans lay in ruins. The city had opened its granaries, selling grain at the price of 105 won per do, while simultaneously sealing off the city to prevent any grain from leaving. This was an immense blow to them. The magistrate is determined to ruin us, lamented merchants who had risked everything in hopes of striking it rich. They had incurred substantial costs, with logistical expenses and losses amounting to significant sums each day spent in Linjiang City. Every moment, there was a burden. Should the grain prices truly plummet, and they be unable to sell, returning even a few dozen miles would only exacerbate their losses. At the heart of Linjiang City, a corpulent merchant clad in fine attire wore a twisted expression of despair. With a procurement price of 71 and considering transportation costs, the total reached 80 won per do. Selling at this rate would yield a profit of 25 won. However, further delay could lead to ruin. Sell. Dispose of all stock at prices below 105 won. As the rotund merchant commenced his public sale, a throng of citizens gathered around. For them, the county granary had queues stretching for hundreds of meters, leaving them uncertain of when their turn would arrive. If the price were similar or perhaps even slightly lower, why not seize the opportunity? With the first merchant's sale, the remaining grain traders in Linjiang City could no longer remain passive. How dare he disregard the unwritten rules? If he sells, so shall I. My costs are lower. Should the magistrate truly impose a blockade for 10 days or more, I would face substantial losses. 93 won would still yield a profit. Let us have a grand clearance. 93 won per do. For the common folk, the choice was clear: purchase from the cheaper source. While the merchants feared a drastic drop in grain prices, particularly those from outside the city engaged in a frenzied sell-off. In an instant, Linjiang City erupted with excitement. Even citizens near the county granary, upon hearing of the cheaper grain, flocked to the scene. Du Jiang stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "My lord, how is this possible?" He was genuinely awed. Everything unfolded according to Gao Yang's stratagems. A substantial quantity of grain was being sold at prices below 105 won per do, impervious to any retaliation from Linjiang's for major merchants. The county could easily enter the market to purchase and replenish its granaries. The four merchants, Qian, Zhao Han, and Lin, had acquired grain at exorbitant prices. Shangguan Wanner bore a complex expression as she observed the astute Gao Yang orchestrating events. At that moment, she comprehended the Empress's high regard for Gao Yang. He was indeed exceptional. Gao Yang smiled serenely, recognizing that these external merchants were in a state of panic. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would undoubtedly rush to offload their goods. Such is human nature. Everyone fears the slow sale and the prospect of losing everything. A collective sell-off would inevitably precipitate a rapid decline in grain prices. Du Jiang expressed his admiration, noting that in less than a quarter of an hour, the grain prices in Linjiang City plummeted by as much as 121, reaching a low of 93 won per do. Your methods, my lord, leave me in awe. Gao Yang, observing the scene of the common folk scrambling for grain, disdainfully remarked, 93 won per do? Du Jiang greatly underestimates the ripple effect. These merchants from afar have merely fired the opening salvo for price reductions. The true crash has yet to commence. He cast a pointed glance toward the Lin residence. Du Jiang's body jolted in surprise as he queried, "Are you suggesting that the great grain merchants of Linjiang City have yet to sell off their stock? That is surely impossible." The four prominent grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, have always maintained a close-knit exchange, a solid front. They would never liquidate their holdings. Yet, given the current circumstances, Du Jiang acknowledged that the methods employed by his lord were sufficient to provide an explanation to Chang'an, and he vowed to report to the Empress and commend his lord's efforts. Gao Yang smirked dismissively. The Duke of Dinggua's estate was fraught with peril, and he knew that in order to navigate this predicament, he must earn the Empress's trust. Cui Xinghe has reduced the grain prices in Qingshui City to 82 won per do. How could my ambitions be confined to 93 won per do? I have borne the brunt of public scorn for 7 days. Solidarity among the four families? Gao Yang suddenly turned to Du Jiang, scoffing, "My dear Du Jiang, you overestimate these four families. Remember this, a saying that holds true not only in this Great Qian Dynasty, but will remain relevant for centuries to come. It is easy to share prosperity, but difficult to share adversity. In this world, beneath the veil of profit, there are no friends." The plummeting grain prices in Linjiang City, driven by the influx of external merchants and my decree to open the granaries, cannot be thwarted by anyone. Chapter 19. The the plummet of grain prices and Gao Yang's mastery over public sentiment. The descent in grain prices is an inevitable trend that cannot be obstructed. His words resonated clearly in Du Zhang's ears, reverberating within his mind like the tolling of a great bell. While the four grain merchants appeared to be inseparable, would they truly stand united in the face of crisis? After a moment, he bowed deeply to Gao Yang, expressing, "Your words have enlightened me, like a sudden awakening. I am profoundly grateful for your guidance." Du Zhang's gaze was untainted, emanating genuine respect. It was only now that he comprehended the significance of Gao Yang's earlier remarks from 7 days prior. Everything had unfolded according to his design. To lower grain prices does not require relentless pressure. Rather, it can be achieved through strategic manipulation. Issuing proclamations that restrict the great grain merchants of Linjiang City to sell at elevated prices while forbidding them from selling at lower rates would elevate the grain prices to exorbitant levels. As greed ignites within external merchants, they would flock to Linjiang, eager to profit handsomely. Once these merchants had sufficiently inflated the prices, the county magistrate could then open the granaries and compel these merchants to sell off their stocks, leading to a swift decline in prices. What left Du Zhang utterly astounded was that Gao Yang's price for the grain release was neither too high nor too low, granting these external merchants a margin for profit. Those who sold first would reap rewards, while those who delayed might face ruin. This would incite a competitive frenzy among the external merchants, each striving to divest their stocks swiftly. My lord's stratagem is truly commendable. Shangwan Wanner also expressed her astonishment, her face aglow with admiration. The methods employed by Gao Yang are utterly unfathomable. Yet, she curiously inquired, what if these foreign grain merchants do not panic and sell off their stocks? How will the situation resolve? Observing the chaotic scene before her, Gao Yang shook her head, acknowledging the inevitability of human nature, which is inherently uncontainable. Over the past week, an influx of foreign grain merchants had descended upon Linjiang City. With such a multitude of merchants, their thoughts and circumstances varied greatly, leading to disparate choices in the face of adversity. The four major grain merchants in Linjiang predominantly held last year's stale grain, having seized the opportunity to stockpile when prices ranged from 50 to 70 when per dough following this year's recent calamity, thus keeping their costs sufficiently low and remaining unperturbed. Conversely, the foreign merchants were not so fortunate. The entirety of Guangyang County suffered this year, with soaring grain prices. Some were desperate to recoup their fortunes, while others sought to profit from the price disparities by purchasing grain at elevated prices, traveling many kilometers to do so. The costs incurred over such distances were daunting. Moreover, some were investing their last savings in grain, while others were completely bankrupt, rendering it impossible to align their sentiments. Their panic selling was an inevitable outcome. Gao Yang paused, a wry smile gracing her lips as she looked at Shangwan Wanner. If indeed no one were to sell, I would resign myself to death, offering my head to the emperor as an apology. She shrugged. What is the loss of a head, after all? Du Zhang expressed his admiration, stating, My lord, your composure in the face of such calamity is truly commendable. Shangwan Wanner raised an eyebrow, somewhat exasperated. Then why has Lord Gao insisted on having the palace guards accompany you since the day the notice was posted at the county office, even donning armor beneath your robes? Surely this is not merely a precaution against public outrage or the threat of assassination. She chuckled at the thought of Gao Yang's evident fear of death. El Luo nodded in agreement, adding, Moreover, the young master has commanded that I provide him with close protection, never leaving his side. Du Zhang's eyes widened, sensing something had shattered. Gao Yang laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. While he could tolerate Shangwan Wanner, a favored figure of the Empress, he felt it was imperative to discipline El Luo for daring to expose his vulnerabilities. Swiftly, he shifted the topic, declaring, The fate of Linjiang City is already sealed. There is no need for further scrutiny. We shall simply wait for the grain prices to plummet. With that, Gao Yang took his leave, marking the first time in 7 days he had chosen to depart without remaining close to his guards. Shangwan Wanner observed his retreating figure, her cold eyes shimmering with intrigue. The grandson of the Duke of Dinghua certainly piqued her interest. She could almost foresee the uproar that would ensue in the capital upon the news of a drastic decline in grain prices reaching the city. Du Jiang, standing nearby, was equally filled with anticipation. Should the four major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, follow suit in their selling frenzy, Linjiang City's grain prices would undoubtedly face a significant drop. Gao Yang's languid voice echoed ahead, Since grain prices in Linjiang City have fallen to as low as 93 won per do, let us command a grand sweep. Issue another notice. The county granary is well stocked, and we shall lower the price by another 15 won, bringing it down to 90 won per do. Behind him, Du Zhang's eyes lit up. He felt invigorated, exclaiming, I shall attend to it at once. Gao Yang made his way towards the county office, overwhelmed with emotion. He had finally grasped the nefarious tactics employed by unscrupulous market manipulators in his past life. It was exhilarating. By selling at a price of 105 won per do, the grain merchants from afar followed suit, driving the grain price down to 93 won per do. He then made substantial purchases, further lowering the price to 90 won per do. When calculated meticulously, he earned a profit of 9 won per do. Conversely, whether it was Qianzhou Hanlin or the external grain merchants wishing to offload their stock, they would have to sell for less than 90 won per do. The sensation of being a capitalist was truly intoxicating. Meanwhile, grain prices plummeted. Have you heard? The price has now reached a minimum of 93 won per do. Numerous large grain merchants were frantically offloading their stock, and finally, the prices had dropped. In Linjiang City, amidst the chaotic selling frenzy of outside grain merchants, the common folk were equally exhilarated, their conversations abuzz with excitement. Over the past 7 days, they had witnessed the relentless surge in grain prices, an experience of despair they would never forget. Chun Sheng stood among the queuing citizens, gazing at those who brought him the news, his face reflecting disbelief. 93 won per do, a staggering drop of 127 won. High Censor Chun Sheng murmured to himself. In the Lin residence, a panicked report shattered the tranquility. Old Master Lin, trouble is brewing. The grain price in Linjiang City has fallen to 93 won per do. A servant rushed in, agitated. Upon hearing the news, Old Master Lin and the others turned pale. Impossible. We have not sold, and we spent hundreds of thousands of taels stockpiling. How could the grain price in Linjiang City be so low? A mere handful of small grain merchants cannot possibly sway the situation. Speak another word, and I shall strike you down. Old Master Lin's gaze was fierce. The servant knelt, exclaiming, It is the outside grain merchants. There have been many in recent days. They disregard the rules and are selling off their stock indiscriminately. At this rate of decline, it may soon drop to 90 won per do. The head of the Qian family roared in anger. Nonsense. In Linjiang City, our 4 families hold the monopoly. Where did all these outside merchants come from? But Old Master Lin, upon hearing this, froze in shock. His bleary old eyes suddenly widened, as if he had come to a startling realization. Chapter 20. To advance together or to stab each other in the back. I understand now. This Gao Yang lad is indeed insidious and ruthless. Old Master Lin's face paled in dismay. The heads of the other 3 families sensed the gravity of the situation and became alarmed. The head of the Qian family anxiously pressed, Old Master Lin, what have you discovered? Please enlighten us. Old Master Lin painfully closed his eyes. At this moment, he fully comprehended Gao Yang's intentions. Devious. Utterly devious. After a lifetime of playing the hawk, he had ultimately been blinded by one. Old Master Lin sighed deeply. His words ignited urgency in the other 2. Old Master Lin, spare us the suspense. What exactly does High Censor Gao intend to do? The head of the Han family implored anxiously. With a grim expression, Old Master Lin replied, He has posted proclamations, ordering us to sell grain at no less than 150 won per do. Do you truly believe that this Gao Yang lad is offering us an immense fortune without any strings attached? The 3 prominent leaders were taken aback, a perplexity that still lingered in their minds. Is it truly possible for someone to toil without reward, even risking their reputation and bearing the brunt of scorn, merely to bestow upon them an unimaginable wealth? At that moment, their eyes were clouded by immense greed, yet now, with the sudden plummet of grain prices, they have come to recognize the abnormality of the situation. This action is decidedly suspicious. They collectively turned their gaze towards Elder Lin. Taking a deep breath, Elder Lin spoke. When the grain price soared to 150 coins per do, who besides us would benefit from it? Who else would be attracted? At this proclamation, a buzz of realization swept through them. The head of the Qian family nearly exclaimed, The grain merchants from surrounding counties. Gao Yang aims to inflate the grain prices in Linjiang City, luring external merchants to sell their supplies here. The expressions of the other 2 leaders darkened as they grasped the full implication. The price of grain in Linjiang City had escalated from 50 coins to 100 coins per do, yet across Guangyang County, prices remained relatively stable. with severely affected areas hovering around 100 coins per do and better conditions lingering near 80 coins. However, with Gao Yang raising the price in Linjiang City to 150 coins per do and potential increases beyond that, the prospect of profit from the previous 50 or 80 coins per do would undoubtedly draw envious merchants flocking to Linjiang City in droves. Soon after, at the opportune moment, he ordered the county granary to open its stores and sell grain at 105 coins per do, causing the prices to plummet. Regrettably, they had failed to recognize this maneuver and instead opted to acquire the aged grain from the county granary at 105 coins per do. The head of the Qian family grimaced, striking the table in frustration. That Gao Yang is truly malicious. The atmosphere among them grew somber, their hearts heavy with regret. Had they sold their grain at 150 coins per do when the county first posted the announcement, they would have amassed considerable wealth. Instead, they chose to hoard their supplies, seeking exorbitant profits, which now left them in a precarious position. As grain prices in Linjiang City collapsed, they were left to ponder whether to continue stockpiling or to follow the trend and sell. In the midst of this turmoil, another servant rushed in. Elder Lin, the county has posted a notice stating that the granary is well stocked, and the esteemed official, in his benevolence towards the populace, has commanded the sale of grain at 90 coins per do, a reduction of 15 coins. The head of the Han family lamented. This esteemed official is out for our lives. The servant continued. Moreover, I have witnessed individuals from the county purchasing a considerable amount of grain at 93 coins per do. Elder Lin's expression soured, contorting with agitation. We acquired grain from the county granary at 105 coins per do, while the county uses our silver to buy it at 93 coins and then sells it at 90 coins. In this exchange, they stand to profit an additional 7 coins. At this realization, Elder Lin could no longer contain himself. With a sickening gasp, he coughed up blood. I underestimated Gao Yang. The servants rushed to support Elder Lin, who was so incensed that he had vomited blood. As the leader of the 4 major grain merchants, with the Lin family holding the largest stock, they would be the first to suffer should the grain prices continue to plummet. Old Lin, disregarding the tumultuous blood surging within him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "This contest is far from over. Although external grain merchants can drive down prices in just 7 days, they cannot possibly amass sufficient supplies. The county granary is filled with nothing but sand. As long as we unite in purpose and adhere to our principles, even if grain prices merely return to 100 won per do, we shall still reap significant profits. However, should we choose to sell, the city of Linjiang shall truly be doomed." Old Lin cast his gaze towards the other 3 family heads. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. The head of the Qian family boldly proclaimed, "Old Lin speaks wisely. Such a crude scheme is riddled with flaws in our eyes. The 4 prominent families of Linjiang shall stand together. As long as we hold on to our grain, this contest is not necessarily lost." He declared, "I shall return home and issue an order forbidding even a single grain from entering the market. Farewell." With that, he strode away. The heads of the Han and Zhao families also clasped their hands in farewell. Old Lin felt reassured, for our 4 families are bound by brotherhood. How could we engage in actions that harm ourselves while benefiting others? They all departed. Old Lin watched their retreating figures, his gaze profound. The steward of the Lin household spoke up. "Old Lin, I shall instruct our stores to maintain prices without a single reduction." However, as soon as the steward uttered these words, Old Lin struck him with a resounding slap. "Fool!" Old Lin chastised. The steward, clutching his face, was momentarily stunned. Old Lin admonished, "If I do not sell, what if they secretly do? In that case, the only path left for me would be bankruptcy. The early bird catches the worm, while the tardy suffer the consequences. We shall not sell overtly, but rather sell discreetly at the quickest pace possible. We shall sell at 90 won per do, no, at 87 won per do." The steward, eyes wide with shock, asked, 87 won per do? Old Lin nodded. "If this grain falls into our hands, the loss will be tremendous." The steward, wide-eyed, hurried off to execute the orders. Outside the Lin residence, within a carriage, the head of the Qian family sat with a cold smile. Returning home, whoever doesn't sell is a fool. In 7 days, who knows how many external grain merchants will flood into Linjiang. We must act swiftly. The head of the Qian family's gaze flickered. He had spent an exorbitant amount, nearly filling the entire Qian family granary. While he could endure this year, what of next year? The Great Qian has faced numerous years of disasters and drought. Who can guarantee that next year will not be a bountiful one? If it is indeed a prosperous year, grain prices will stabilize around 31. Then it would truly be disastrous. In a moment, while the four major grain merchants of Linjiang publicly claimed they would not sell, privately, they were all selling frantically. Back at the Lin residence, upon hearing this news, old Lin's face turned crimson with rage. Those scoundrels! I knew they could not be relied upon. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, we would be finished. He commanded, issue my orders. All Lin family rice shops must reduce their prices. Even if it means incurring losses. We must sell. In this contest, I have lost. Old Lin's eyes were filled with complexity. He had navigated the world for a lifetime, yet never anticipated his downfall would come at the hands of Gao Yang. He could no longer afford to gamble. Should the grain prices in Linjiang stabilize, he would face a calamity. Should next year prove free of calamities, the century-long accumulation of the Lin family may be obliterated in an instant. He must not be the pariah of the clan. In the wake of the downfall of the four major grain merchants, the grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted once more. In the span of merely 1 hour, the price fell from 93 yuan per do to 80 yuan per do, a drop of 2 when below the 82 yuan per do set by Cui Xingha. Most astonishingly, the price has collapsed from 220 yuan per do to 81 in under an hour. Chapter 21. A plummet in grain prices and intricate psychological maneuvering. A report. A voice called out, Your Excellency, the grain price in Linjiang City has fallen to 90 yuan per do. Another report. Your Excellency, the grain price has dipped to 86 yuan per do. Yet another report. The grain price has now reached 80 yuan per do. Another report. The price has plummeted to 75 yuan per do. Within the county office, Gao Yang sipped his tea. One after another, officials rushed in, kneeling on the ground, their faces alight with fervor, nearly shouting with their utmost volume. As the echoes of their announcements reverberated through the grand hall, the expressions of all officials in the Linjiang County office turned to disbelief. Their astonishment was palpable as they gazed at the composed Gao Yang at the center of the office. The prices, which they had struggled to lower, had unexpectedly plummeted in a single day under Gao Yang's influence. Not to mention the drastic drop from over 200 yuan. Even the high price of 100 yuan per do just a week prior had fallen by 25 yuan. 75 yuan per do would significantly alleviate the burdens faced by the citizens of Linjiang City. Du Jiang was equally incredulous. Although Gao Yang had anticipated that the four major grain merchants would soon diverge in their strategies, he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. In just a few hours, they had begun to sell off their stocks. Gao Yang took another sip of tea and remarked, This tea is rather good. Understanding his intent, Du Jiang promptly responded, When Your Excellency returns to Chang'an, I shall procure some of this tea for you, of course at my own expense, merely as a gesture of goodwill. As Du Jiang spoke, he cast a glance at Shang Wanwaner. Her expression remained unchanged. She would treat Du Jiang's remarks as if they had gone unnoticed, for it is only natural for some degree of camaraderie to exist within the realm of governance, especially when the offering is but a trivial commodity like tea. Let us forego the tea. Let us settle in cash instead. I hold no fondness for such mundane possessions. Let us be direct, Gao Yang declared, setting down his teacup and turning his gaze towards Du Jiang. High Censor. Shang Wanwaner elevated her voice, offering a reminder. It was rather audacious to speak so openly before her. Even if it were whispered in secrecy, she would choose to remain oblivious. Ahem. My dear Shangwan, you seem overly anxious. Do you take me for such a person? It was merely a jest. Gao Yang hastily interjected. Shang Wanwaner remained silent, but her eyes conveyed everything. Du Jiang then shifted the topic. Your Excellency, I am still curious as to why the four major grain merchants would engage in such reckless actions. Were it not for their sell-off, the prices would not have plummeted so rapidly, relying solely on these external grain merchants. Gao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Du Jiang. Though he himself was no paragon of virtue, he held a certain admiration for Du Jiang, a man of integrity. Therefore, he did not hesitate to offer some guidance. The four major grain merchants, united by profit, were destined to fracture when that profit waned. Such is the nature of humanity through the ages. Compared to merchants from distant lands, their operational costs were significantly lower, having circumvented expenses related to transportation and labor. However, this did not imply that they were devoid of trepidation. The current Empress, endowed with remarkable vision and strategy, presided over a realm that had suffered adverse conditions for 3 consecutive years. Evaluating the situation over a single year, The balance of good and ill fortune seemed to tilt evenly. Yet, when considering a 4-year span, they perceived a greater probability of favorable conditions in the coming year. Should the grain prices in Linjiang City stabilize, their unsold stock would pose a considerable risk, especially if next year's harvest yielded abundance, rendering even stored grain superfluous, potentially driving prices down to as low as 30 per do. They would prefer to incur losses and withdraw rather than gamble on a year that might yield total ruin. Understanding this rationale elucidated their actions. Strike first. Ensure one's survival while others perish. Delay, and find oneself at the mercy of fate. Shangwan Wanner interjected, suggesting that if they united in a pact to refrain from selling. What then? Gao Yang chuckled, dismissing the notion of a verbal agreement as mere folly. Each merchant would ponder, if I hold back, will they not secretly sell? Once one of them made a move, the rest would inevitably follow, given the confined nature of Linjiang City and the impossibility of hiding actions from the other three. Thus, a stampede was an unavoidable outcome. Yet, he had not anticipated the ferocity with which they would act. This truly threatened their very existence. Gao Yang's voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of those present like a thunderclap. Du Jiang bowed once more, expressing his gratitude for the sage counsel. Observing Gao Yang's calm demeanor, he felt a profound respect. It was worth noting that all of this had been foreseen by Gao Yang a week prior. From the moment the notice was posted, everything unfolded according to his design. The reactions of external grain merchants, the greed of the local merchants, the opening of granaries to release grain, and the bursting of the grain price bubble, all orchestrated to compel the 4 major merchants to sell. From the instant Gao Yang entered Linjiang City, everything had been predetermined. The Duke of the State's residence had produced an extraordinary talent. No one had ever witnessed a Qian, and thus imperfections were to be expected. Du Jiang marveled inwardly, while Shangwan Wanner wore a complex expression. It was difficult to fathom that such stratagems originated from the same scoundrel who merely sought to admire his own legs upon mounting a carriage. Gao Yang continued, stating that those in governance, entrusted with the welfare of a city's populace, must not become preoccupied with the successes and failures of individuals. In the midst of such volatile fluctuations, there would inevitably be merchants who faced bankruptcy, yet there would also be those who, having acted prudently, reaped substantial profits. Those in authority need only grasp the broader picture. Upon hearing these words, Du Jiang recognized that Gao Yang was imparting wisdom to him. I am deeply grateful for your guidance. He responded respectfully. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging that Du Jiang had absorbed his counsel. Thereafter, they would proceed as planned, step by step, and soon Linjiang City would find itself on the path to stability. Du Jiang inquired, are you suggesting the renovation of the governor's office and the organization of a grand competition? Gao Yang nodded in affirmation. Noticing the perplexed expressions on Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner, he calmly remarked, the peril facing Linjiang City is not merely due to the soaring grain prices. The root cause lies in what? Without hesitation, Du Jiang answered, the torrential rains have devastated the fields, leading to a poor harvest. During years of calamity, the populace has lost their sources of income, which is the fundamental reason behind the rising grain prices. Therefore, after reducing grain prices, it is imperative to address the income issues of the people. Only by enabling them to earn a livelihood can they survive this great disaster. Otherwise, for the common folk, there is little difference between 50 per do and 250 per do. Both are ultimately unaffordable. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's pupils constricted sharply. Gao Yang's words struck at the essence of the calamity. Behind the high grain prices lies the reality that the common people are utterly unable to bear them. The most impoverished among them have long been destitute, struggling to find any means of sustenance. A flash of insight illuminated Du Jiang's mind. Renovating the governor's office. Organizing grand events. This addresses the core of the disaster. His eyes sparkled with growing clarity. Suddenly, he froze, realization dawning upon him. He understood everything. You possess the talents of a king's advisor, esteemed sir. I am in awe. Should your excellency assist his majesty, a prosperous era for Qian is assured. Gao Yang chuckled. Du Jiang, your praise is unwarranted. My actions are merely in accordance with the circumstances, driven by self-preservation. Du Jiang discerned the underlying implication and recalled the precarious situation of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. His expression became slightly grave. Report. Latest news. The 4 major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, have severed ties. The head of the Qian family has taken the lead in reducing the grain price to 71 per do. Shangwan was left incredulous. How much time had passed? The grain prices in Linjiang City had already plummeted by another 5 won. She cast a complex glance at Gao Yang. 71 per do? That is a full 12 won lower than the 82 won per do in Qingshui City. Rising to his feet, Gao Yang brushed off the dust from his robe. With the grain prices in Linjiang City now stabilized, my mission is accomplished, and I shall return to Chang'an. The remainder is entrusted to you, Du Jiang. Du Jiang was taken aback. Are you leaving so soon, esteemed sir? Gao Yang replied with a smile. The grain prices in Linjiang City have reached a conclusion, and my presence here holds little significance. Here is a handwritten letter for the abbot of the temples I've visited these past few days. Once the governor's office begins renovations, a messenger may deliver it. The capabilities of Du Jiang are evident to all the citizens of Linjiang City. I have complete confidence in you. I have received sufficient credit for this matter, and remaining here serves little purpose. It is you, Du Jiang, who requires this achievement. Gao Yang produced several letters from his robe and handed them to Du Jiang. Du Jiang accepted the envelopes, his eyes filled with gratitude. Your Excellency's generosity leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Gao Yang smiled, organizing a grand event. In exchange for waiving 3 years of commercial taxes, requires the emperor's approval. Upon my return to Chang'an, I will ensure this matter is resolved. As for the rest, I have full faith in your abilities, Du Jiang. Gao Yang paused, his expression turning grave. I must remind Lord Du not to be swayed by compassion for the people during this time of great calamity, lest he inadvertently exacerbate the situation by raising wages. Du Jiang nodded solemnly, affirming, your words, my lord, shall be etched deeply in my heart. Gao Yang acknowledged him with a nod and stretched languidly. Very well. I shall leave all matters of Linjiang City in your capable hands. Lord Du Jiang, taken aback, exclaimed, my lord, are you leaving in such haste? I have yet to properly host you. Why not stay another night? Shangwan interjected, the emperor has not set a timeline. Gao Yang shook his head, stating, considering the time on the road, I fear that chaos may soon erupt in Chang'an. I must return personally. His eyes, deep and inscrutable, hinted at thoughts unknown. Du Jiang, feeling a twinge of guilt, lamented, it is entirely my fault. 2 memorials have put you in such a precarious position. Allow me to see you off, my lord. I appreciate it. Lord Du Gao Yang then addressed Lu Luo. Come, assist me in packing my belongings. Shangwan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. An hour later, at the gates of Linjiang City, Du Jiang stood alongside various officials, flanking the side of the carriage. Gao Yang, seated within, lifted the curtain and declared, news travels slowly. Over the next few days, merchants from afar will arrive at the Linjiang docks. We must silence them and compel them to concede their profits. However, the grain prices must not plummet continuously, otherwise, the populace will expect even lower prices. There must be fluctuations. I have documented the strategies for regulation, Lord Du. You need only follow them. Baishuria and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. So ruthless, so very ruthless. The merchants, eager for profit, hurried to Linjiang City, believing it to be a gold mine, when in fact, it was a deep pit. Du Jiang felt profoundly moved, expressing, I am deeply grateful. Hi, young master. Please accept this local tea as a token of my appreciation. He handed Gao Yang a box of tea leaves. Gao Yang accepted the box, weighed it thoughtfully, and a radiant smile graced his face. Lord Du, you are truly considerate. The road ahead is long. I shall await your good news from Chang'an. Du Jiang stood at the city gates, watching the departing carriage, his heart heavy with emotion. Behind him, Baishuria could not hold back, saying, my lord, that is equivalent to 3 years of your salary. And with Shangwan present, what if the emperor were to learn of this? Du Jiang's expression shifted, and he replied, what 3 years of salary? That is merely local tea from Linjiang City. Besides, I am a man of integrity. I have never oppressed the people nor solicited favors from the high young master. This is simply an expression of gratitude. Even if the Empress were to know, what of it? Du Jiang waved his sleeve vigorously, asserting, I have rebuked the high young master twice in my memorials, leading to his urgent return to Chang'an before grain prices could stabilize. If I do not express my gratitude, am I still human? Upon my return, I shall submit 3 memorials to the Empress. Chapter 22. As the storm approaches, the return to Chang'an. Inside the carriage, Shangwan lifted the curtain and produced a letter. Addressing a soldier clad in red armor, deliver this letter to Chang'an with utmost haste. ensuring it reaches the emperor directly. Yes. The soldier accepted the letter and spurred his horse into a gallop. As Shangwan Wanner lowered the curtain, she happened to see Gao Yang placing the box gifted by Du Jiang beside him. With her captivating demeanor, she chuckled, "Young Master Gao, the tea leaves from Linjiang City cost merely 100 won per tael. They are hardly a precious item. Is it necessary to appear so anxious?" Gao Yang replied with a smile. But dear Miss Shangwan, you must understand that the sentiment is worth more than material value. The Duke of Dinggua's household has been a prestigious family for a century, possessing numerous grand estates, so financial constraints are hardly an issue. However, the rules are numerous, and the allowances are quite limited. Moreover, Chang'an, being the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, requires expenditures at every turn. Since my arrival in this world, it has been a constant struggle, either facing battles or hardships. Upon returning to Chang'an, one must indulge a little, don't you think? After all, having traversed realms, how could one not visit a brothel? To speak of it would surely invite ridicule from fellow travelers. I have assisted Du Jiang greatly and endured 7 days of scorn. It is only natural to seek some silver in return. Nevertheless, the weight of this box suggests that Du Jiang is indeed a man of substance. I shall remember this gesture. Shangwan Wanner diverted her gaze, finding the situation amusing. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted as she suddenly focused on the heavy tea box beside Gao Yang. No, wait. What exactly is contained within that tea box? She leaned closer, her sharp eyes scanning Gao Yang's face. Show me. Gao Yang sidestepped her inquiry, stating, Miss Shangwan, the mountain paths are treacherous, and the carriage is bumpy. It is improper for men and women to be too familiar. I urge you to maintain your decorum. Should you lean in this close, in the midst of a struggle or a jolt, should I inadvertently make contact, I might very well exclaim. Shangwan Wanner widened her eyes. You would shout? Nevertheless, she stepped back, gritting her teeth. I understand now. Your words are deliberately provoking Magistrate Du's sense of guilt. Clearly, you could have departed with a few garments in no time, yet you lingered for half an hour, providing Lord Du ample time to gather silver. I fear there is nothing but deceit within that box. With clenched teeth, she scolded, Gao Yang, you are making a grave mistake. This is blatant bribery. Gao Yang remained unfazed, casually uttering a classic phrase from a later era, Miss Shangwan, if you choose to think that way, then I cannot change your mind. If that is your belief, so be it. Shangwan Wanner felt a surge of frustration, her heart nearly bursting with indignation. Gao Yang appeared indifferent. Would Wu Zhao care about such matters? Impossible. 2 days swiftly passed. Under the cloak of night, at the gates of Chang'an, Song Qingqing stood surrounded by a throng of maidservants, drawing the attention of many citizens. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her beauty was striking, exuding an air of nobility. The eldest daughter of the Song family is exceedingly beautiful. It is rumored that she is betrothed to the eldest son of the Duke of Dinggua, Gao Yang. What a stroke of fortune for him. Where did you hear such news? The Song family has already sought to annul the engagement with the Duke's household. This gossip has spread throughout Chang'an. Are you unaware? I have been away from Chang'an for some time. How could I know of such significant events? So, who is the eldest daughter of the Song family awaiting here? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Outside the city, beside a carriage, over a dozen guards approached Chang'an, and Song Qingqing stepped forward to greet them. A radiant smile graced her face as she bowed beside the carriage, fulfilling her father's command to welcome the esteemed guest. The carriage was drawn back, revealing a handsome visage. Instantly, the onlookers began to murmur. It was young Master Cui. It was rumored that the talented Cui had gone to Qingshui City, where he had swiftly suppressed grain prices, causing them to plummet from 100 coins per to 82 in just a few days. The fact that Miss Song was here to greet him suggested an intention for a union between the Song and Cui families, seemingly disregarding the Duke of Dinggua's house entirely. As Cui Xinghe dismounted the carriage and spotted Song Qingqing, a smile broke upon his face. It was indeed a grand honor for him that Miss Song had come to welcome him. Song Qingqing responded with a smile, informing him that her father had prepared a banquet in his honor, and that Uncle Cui was also at the residence to extend a warm welcome. Cui Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement, stating he would first report to Her Majesty the Empress before proceeding. At the city gate, the two entered Chang'an together. Soon, the news of Cui Xinghe's return spread throughout the city, igniting a flurry of interest. In the general's manner, Wang Zhong laughed heartily, declaring that with Cui's return, even Gao Tianlong could not withstand the tide of the court come the morning assembly. He vowed to report him. Tensions began to rise in Chang'an, as there were many who wished to see the Duke of Dinghua's house fall. Within the Duke's residence, candlelight illuminated the room. The Song family clearly does not regard the Duke of Dinghua's house with any seriousness, allowing that Song Qingqing to publicly welcome Cui Xinghe. A figure exclaimed in outrage, slamming a fist upon the table. Gao Tianlong, his hair grayed and his face lined with age, regarded the chessboard with calm deliberation. The Song family is merely currying favor. Cui Xinghe has indeed performed admirably. As a young talent, he is a valuable ally to the Empress. It is understandable that the Song family would place their bets on him. It is fortunate that such a woman did not marry into our house. Gao Feng sighed. But Cui Xinghe's early return signifies that the situation in Qingshui City is settled, at the very least at 82 coins per. Tomorrow in the Golden Hall. I fear it shall not be peaceful. This wretch. Before he left, I urged him to avoid mistakes at all costs. How could he have caused such a calamity? Gao Feng's thoughts turned to Gao Yang, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Gao Tianlong wiped the chessboard before him and remarked calmly, I find solace in this. Solace? Gao Feng exclaimed in bewilderment. Even the most foolish of wastrels would not engage in such absurdity. It suggests Yang is concocting a clever scheme. The entire court is aware of this, yet no one believes it. I too harbor doubts, yet I admire this spirit. Otherwise, how could one triumph over the erudite Cui family scholar? The Duke of Dinghua's house would rather stand tall in death than live on their knees. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He then heard Gao Tianlong's calm voice resonate through the room. Rather than succumb to mediocrity and face annihilation, it is better to strive valiantly and soar like an eagle in the vast sky. As long as I draw breath, I shall protect the Gao family. If I do not act now, how many more years can I endure? Moreover, my decades of instinct suggest that Yang Heir is not an ordinary talent. The chessboard has yet to witness its first move, so how can one hastily declare victory or defeat? Chapter 23. The entire court is astonished. The grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted to a mere 70 yuan per dough. In the dead of night, within the grand palace of Deqian, Empress Wu Zhao stands before the window, the cold moonlight illuminating her exquisite visage, revealing a blend of 3 parts chill and 7 parts aloofness. Her eyes radiate an aura of boundless nobility. Could it be that I have misjudged? With her hands clasped behind her back, Wu Zhao gazes into the distance. Towards Linjiang City, her brows furrowed. In just 3 short days since Cui Xinghe arrived in Qingshui City, the grain prices have not only been stabilized, but have also experienced a sudden decline. The prices, once soaring, have steadied at 82 yuan per dough and have even dropped further to 81 per dough. During a year of calamity, not only has he managed to halt the rampant inflation, but he has also orchestrated a continuous downturn. Such a feat requires considerable skill. Cui Xinghe has not betrayed her trust. Yet, Wu Zhao finds herself discontented. You, dear one, have caused me some disappointment. Wu Zhao's mind is filled with the image of Gao Yang standing in the great hall, eloquently articulating his thoughts. While dealing with the son of an adversary merely earned him her respect, the subsequent display of cunning left her deeply moved, even sending a chill through her heart. He is indeed the person she has long sought. Thus, she devised this competition, granting the citizens of 2 cities the opportunity to showcase their talents and contend for supremacy. In her heart, she held a greater hope for Gao Yang, which is why she entrusted him with the more challenging and tumultuous Linjiang City. However, as grain prices in Linjiang soared, Gao Yang faced the daunting task of reconstructing the county government and organizing grand events while offering tax relief to the avaricious merchants amidst a year of disaster. The more radiant Cui Xinghe became, the more profound her disappointment in Gao Yang grew. Enough. Empty rhetoric ultimately cannot bear the weight of responsibility. The Empress shook her head, preparing to rest. Just then, a young eunuch burst in, flustered. Report. Lord Shangwan has sent a letter via express courier, requiring your Majesty's personal attention. Not only that, but Lord Du has also dispatched a fast horse carrying a memorial, specifically instructing that this document must be opened by your Majesty and then copied for the censorate. The young eunuch knelt on the ground. Wu Zhao abruptly turned, an aura of terrifying nobility and authority enveloping her. Present them. Her eyes flickered with intensity. A letter from Shangwan Wanner was delivered, along with a memorial from Du Jiang, both demanding her personal attention. Could it be that the public outrage in Linjiang City could no longer be contained, leading to a major upheaval? In an instant, Wu Zhao contemplated many things. Her expression grave, Having recently ascended the throne, the outbreak of turmoil at this juncture would bode ill for her reign. As a chilling thought crossed her mind, Wu Zhao's gaze turned icy. Within the Fenghuan Palace, some perceptive eunuchs and palace maids, upon sensing Wu Zhao's demeanor, dared not even breathe. Wu Zhao first opened the envelope, retrieving Shanghuan Wan'er's handwritten letter. As the contents of the letter came into view, her expression transformed dramatically. She then swiftly picked up Du Zhang's memorial, flipping it open and scanning it with urgency. With a resounding thud, the memorial fell to the ground. Wu Zhao's countenance was one of shock. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids trembled in trepidation, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. What has befallen His Majesty? Indeed, my judgment has proven correct. Suddenly, a smile broke upon Wu Zhao's face, leaving the eunuchs astounded. His Majesty is smiling? After serving for so long. This was the first time they had witnessed such a breathtaking expression of joy from Wu Zhao. Though they lacked certain physical attributes, they couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. The officials from the censorate had not ceased to irritate me recently. Tomorrow I shall take my revenge. And this memorial need not be transcribed. Depart now. Wu Zhao waved her hand, and the eunuchs and maids retreated. Once the palace fell into an absolute silence, Wu Zhao gazed out at the full moon, murmuring to herself, within a single day, a sudden drop of 151, even down to 51 per do. What a remarkable grandson of the Duke of the State. I had indeed underestimated you. The following day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, breathing life into the entirety of Chang'an. Not far from the city gates, Gao Yang could not help but stretch his weary back. The journey had nearly left him in tatters. Upon sighting the majestic Chang'an city standing proudly on the earth, Gao Yang could hardly contain his excitement. After such a long ordeal, we have finally returned. This time, I must indulge myself thoroughly. Shanghuan Wan'er retorted with displeasure. What do you mean by ordeal? Young Master Gao, you are contributing to the greater good of Qian. As an official, one must devote oneself tirelessly to the people until death. This is clearly the highest honor. Gao Yang was accustomed to Shanghuan Wan'er's biting remarks and replied directly. You are absolutely right, esteemed Shanghuan. As long as you are pleased, that is sufficient. Shanghuan Wan'er glared at Gao Yang. Where does he find such infuriating phrases? As the carriage approached the city gate, several eunuchs hurriedly came forth with eager greetings. High Censor, esteemed Shanghuan, His Majesty has decreed that you are to attend the morning court today. In the Golden Hall, civil and military officials were arranged on either side, with Duke Gao Tianlong standing at the forefront, while Gao Feng was among them. However, Gao Feng's expression was far from pleasant, his gaze occasionally darting towards the direction of Cui Xinghe. Wretched beast, today I have truly lost face. Gao Feng sighed inwardly. Not just him, but many ministers discreetly glanced at Cui Xinghe. Almost everyone was aware that today, Cui Xinghe would be the brightest star in the Qian court. He was destined to bask in all the envious glances. Cui Xinghe maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet his heart raced with exhilaration. After today, the Cui clan would take pride in him, as his name would warrant a dedicated page in their family genealogy. As for Gao Yang, a mere dandy, how could he possibly compete with a scholar of my caliber? A contest shall reveal the victor. His Majesty has arrived, accompanied by the sharp voice of the eunuchs. Wu Zhao, clad in a golden dragon robe, gracefully ascended the dragon throne. The officials immediately bowed in respect. All rise. Today, I shall discuss merits and rewards. Wu Zhao spoke plainly and directly. As her words fell, the eyes of the officials converged upon Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe stood tall, his face brimming with pride. Song Li was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, Scholar Cui has employed extraordinary measures within a mere 7 days to reduce the grain prices in Qingshui City to 81 per do. He truly possesses the talents of a remarkable minister. I implore your Majesty to bestow upon him your favor. Wang Zhong followed suit, exclaiming that your Majesty seeks the talents of the realm to establish the eternal foundation of the Great Qian Dynasty, even going so far as to use the cities of Qingshui and Linjiang as a stage for this contest. The outcome is now evident. I beseech your Majesty to reward the deserving and punish the transgressors accordingly. In response to these words, many officials bowed in unison, echoing, I support this. Especially the officials from the censorate, who voiced their opinions with fervor. Yan Zheng's complexion darkened as he stepped forward, coldly stating, Your Majesty, to test the mettle of one city's populace while 10,000 citizens of Linjiang City suffer in dire straits is tyrannical and will undoubtedly earn the scorn of history. Yan Zheng showed no deference to Wu Zhao, launching into a vehement tirade, eloquently citing various texts. In that moment, the entire court resounded with Yan Zheng's impassioned outcry. Some astute officials sensed the tension. In the past, while Wu Zhao might not have responded with fury or violence to such indignation, her expression would still darken. Yet today, she appeared rather intrigued. Gao Tianlong contemplated thoughtfully. After a prolonged silence, Yan Zheng, parched and breathless, finally paused. Wu Zhao smiled and inquired, "Has Lord Yan finished?" Yan Zheng, looking at Wu Zhao with unease yet maintaining his stern demeanor, nodded slightly. He had expressed all he wished to convey. If Linjiang City were not governed effectively, and the grain prices continued to soar, any ensuing chaos would render your majesty a pariah in the eyes of the world. At that moment, Cui Xinghe also rose to speak. "Your Majesty, I too have heard of the soaring grain prices in Linjiang City, and I am deeply pained. As a loyal subject of the Great Qian, I am willing to travel to Linjiang City to alleviate your burdens. Though the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang are notoriously difficult to deal with, I am confident in my abilities and experience." With Cui Xinghe's declaration, the officials regarded him with admiration. Scholar Cui is truly talented. His concern for the populace makes him a role model for us all. Wu Zhao listened to these discussions with an unchanged expression, and then, with deliberate calmness, remarked, "They say that the grain prices in Linjiang City have surged. Yet I have heard that they have fallen to 70 yuan per do." Chapter 24. Replacing Relief with Labor, the True Path of Disaster Relief. A hush fell over the Golden Luan Hall as Wu Zhao's words echoed throughout, instilling shock among all present. What? The grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted to 70 yuan per do? After a brief moment of astonishment, the ensuing discussions among the officials nearly overturned the entire hall. Cui Xinghe was taken aback, but quickly dismissed the claim. Grain prices in Linjiang City at 70 yuan per do? How could this be possible? If this were the case, the prices in Linjiang would be lower than those in Qingshui City. This is utterly implausible. He had calculated the situation. Linjiang was suffering more severely, and the grain merchants were more united. Unless forceful measures were employed, 90 yuan per do was a reasonable price range, let alone 70 yuan per do. Gao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly questioning his own hearing. 70 yuan per do? Just 2 days ago, the news had reported prices exceeding 200 yuan per do. Even Gao Tianlong was slightly taken aback, his eyes shifting, observing the speechless reactions of the officials, particularly the censors from the Yushi Tai. Wu Zhao felt a surge of clandestine delight within her. The pent-up frustrations she had accumulated over time were instantly dispelled. She produced a memorial, directing her gaze towards the officials. It was an urgent document dispatched by Du Jiang from the Linjiang city government just the previous night. The contents clearly stated that 2 days prior, the grain prices in Linjiang had plummeted to 70 yuan per do, with further declines anticipated. The grandson of Duke Dinghua, Gao Yang, had issued a proclamation mandating that sales could not fall below 150 yuan per do, exploiting the avarice of merchants to lure external grain traders to flock to Linjiang. As for other methods, they were all meticulously documented for your perusal. A promising talent, yet subjected to relentless denunciation by such narrow-minded individuals. It truly grieved me. Wu Zhao forcefully cast the memorial aside, her voice echoing throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Yan Zheng promptly retrieved the memorial, his expression paling as he swiftly scanned its contents. Clatter. The memorial fell to the ground. The officials, witnessing Yan Zheng's expression, were further astonished. More officials seized the memorial, including Cui Xinghe, who also took a look. Yan Zheng, incredulous, remarked that raising the grain prices to attract external merchants, then opening the granaries to release grain, was a strategy that would inevitably cause these merchants to sell off their supplies due to costs and losses, thereby boosting local traders' sales in Linjiang. Such tactics existed in the world. Yan Zheng was internally shaken. All the officials wore expressions of shock. Song Li and Wang Zhong's hearts raced as they stood in stunned silence. By exploiting the inherent greed of merchants, luring them in, and subsequently flooding the market with grain, countless external traders would face ruin. And all of this had been predetermined 7 days prior. Images of Gao Yang loomed in their minds. Merely standing there, he orchestrated a dramatic drop in grain prices. Countless commoners thrived due to him, while numerous grain merchants lamented their bankruptcies. This young man was indeed formidable. Song Li's expression shifted vividly, his face paling drastically. In an instant, The Golden Yuan Hall fell into a profound silence. All the officials were deeply rattled. They had never anticipated such a method of lowering grain prices amidst a year of calamity. Gao Feng snatched the memorial, astonished. Could it be that Yang was truly concealing his talents? The grain prices in Linjiang had sunk to 70 yuan per do, surpassing even Cui Xingha's prowess. Gao Feng recalled Gao Yang's words before his departure. The fledgling eagle must spread its wings and soar high, striking the sky. Cui Xingha, unwilling to concede, interjected that he had ordered the reconstruction of the county office and organized large-scale events. Such actions in a year of disaster amounted to exploiting the common people. How could this be justified? Today, he should have been the focal point of the Golden Yuan Hall, destined for fame and favor from the Empress. Yet, all of that had vanished. Under Gao Yang's strategy of lowering grain prices, Cui Xingha had become a mere laughingstock. As Cui Xingha spoke, a young eunuch approached the Empress and whispered. Wu Zhao replied nonchalantly that this matter piqued not only Cui's curiosity, but also her own. Summon Gao Yang, the inspector of Linjiang, to the court. In unison, the officials turned in astonishment towards the entrance of the Golden Yuan Hall. Soon, Gao Yang strode in, adorned in a long robe, with a fine piece of mutton fat jade at his waist. Minister Gao Yang, paying my respects to your majesty. A flurry of gazes converged upon Gao Yang, filled with complexity. Wang Zhong and Song Li's expressions turned ashen. In recent days, they had believed themselves victorious, only to be surprised by Gao Yang's unexpected return. The grain prices in Linjiang City plummeted within a single day. Gao Feng regarded Gao Yang with satisfaction. Today, this scion seemed considerably more agreeable, possessing a striking resemblance to the vigor of Gao Feng's youth. Empress Wu Zhao spoke. I am aware of the sudden drop in grain prices in Linjiang City. Gao Yang, your methods are indeed remarkable. However, Magistrate Du's memorial mentions your plans to renovate the government office and organize a grand dragon boat racing event, offering tax exemptions for the winners. Is this true? Gao Yang nodded and replied, Your Majesty, this is indeed my proposal, and I humbly request your approval. Wu Zhao continued, during a year of great calamity, oppressing the common people is not without consequences. Gao Yushi, are you aware of the public outcry against you? How many have impeached you? Cui Xing has stepped forward, addressing Gao Yang. In this year of disaster, when the populace struggles to survive, it is inappropriate for Gao Yushi to exploit them. With no retreat available, he faced the choice of suppressing Gao Yang or being overshadowed by his brilliance. Wang Zhong added, Gao Yushi, oppressing the common people is a grave sin. We implore you to provide the realm with a convincing explanation. A wave of concern washed over Gao Feng as he glanced at Gao Yang, who maintained an expression of calm, directing his gaze toward Wang Zhong and Cui Xingha. I wish to pose a question to General Wang, Scholar Cui, and all those who have impeached me in the court. Before my departure, grain prices in Linjiang City had already fallen to 70 yuan per do. With merchants from outside flocking in and local traders selling off their stocks, prices could plummet to 50 yuan per do. Yet, even at 51, is it truly affordable for all the common people? Does the court possess an ample supply of grain to alleviate their suffering? In that moment, the courtier's pupils dilated, rendered speechless. In truth, during every major disaster, the first to perish are those who cannot afford food. The difference between 100 yuan per do and 50 yuan is negligible for the destitute. Many among them simply lack the funds to survive the calamity. They can only await the court's relief. Despite the court's decree to provide aid, the treasury cannot sustain an ample supply of grain. Therefore, some must perish before assistance can be rendered to the survivors. The fundamental issue lies in the treasury's lack of sufficient grain. Yet, this is not a new predicament. It has persisted for centuries without a viable solution. This is the harsh reality. Gao Yang stated, merely opening the granaries will only postpone the inevitable demise of the disaster-stricken. The root cause lies in the absence of employment opportunities for the people. Moreover, continuous relief efforts will lead many to rely on government aid, which the treasury cannot support. The true remedy should be to provide labor in exchange for relief, allowing the populace to earn a living and thus ensuring a sustainable solution. Chapter 25. A revolutionary strategy for disaster relief through labor? With these words from Gao Yang, the entire court within the Golden Yuan Hall fell into deep contemplation. Even Wu Zhao's gaze shifted towards him. What does relief through labor entail? Curious, Prime Minister Su Xuanji inquired. Gao Yang met Su Xuanji's gaze and explained, in times of calamity, the impoverished populace lacks silver to purchase food. yet they possess labor to offer. Thus, I boldly proposed the renovation of the county office, not with the intent of exploiting the common people, but rather to demonstrate to the affluent merchants of Linjiang City that, amidst natural disasters, the impoverished are willing to work for meager compensation in exchange for sustenance. A small sum of silver coupled with a meal will elicit immense gratitude from the populace. If the various local offices and wealthy merchants take action, and as long as the grain prices in Linjiang stabilize, a significant portion of the disaster-stricken can endure this hardship. This is the essence of relief through labor. As Gao Yang's words resonated throughout the Golden Luan Hall, Cui Xinghe appeared utterly astonished, while Prime Minister Su Xuanji looked moved. What a remarkable concept of relief through labor. Su Xuanji unabashedly praised. This line of thought had never crossed their minds before. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao regarded Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. As his insights opened up a previously unimagined avenue for her. The court did not have to rely solely on traditional disaster relief. Relief through labor was also a viable option. The populace, suffering under the weight of calamity, could willingly sell their labor at modest rates to survive. Although this approach may seem harsh and cruel, it is, in fact, a strategy for saving the people. Wu Zhao's gaze sparkled with admiration, clearly satisfied. Wang Zhong could not contain his voice, stating solemnly, "But even if relief through labor is the course, why must you impose such burdens on the people, my lord? 10 won a day is rather excessive. The average income for the common folk in Qian for a day's work ranges from 30 to 101. This wage is already exceedingly low, verging on exploitation." In an instant, numerous eyes converged upon Gao Yang. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes, remaining silent. Feeling that Wang Zhong was being foolish, was this not merely an opportunity for Gao Yang to shine? Gao Yang turned to Wang Zhong and mocked, "General Wang, if you lack understanding of the people's plight, it would be wise to remain silent. A measured silence is far more dignified than inviting ridicule." Wang Zhong's countenance turned crimson with rage. "You dare insult me, young Gao? Do you seek death?" His fierce gaze bore the weight of a seasoned warrior. Such sudden fury was indeed formidable. With indifference, Gao Tianlong interjected, "The people of the Duke of Dinghua's household are not to be threatened by you, old man. Do I not have a say here?" His words stunned the assembly. Gao Tianlong, who rarely attended court, was now present and fiercely defending his own, which left some individuals secretly alarmed. Wang Zhong met Gao Tianlong's indifferent stare, feeling the urge to retort, but the words caught in his throat. "Speak freely, Yang. During your absence from Chang'an these past few days, you may have missed the court's discussions. Today, feel free to express them all, so that the dissenters in Qian may listen closely." Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong, fully grasping the implications behind his words. A resounding slap, a forceful rebuke. Today, Gao Tianlong stands here as the most formidable support. Gao Yang respectfully saluted Gao Tianlong and smiled. "Grandson understands." He then turned his piercing gaze towards General Wang Zhong. "General Wang, while it is true that the local disaster victims can be paid 30 to 50 won a day for the repairs of the government office, have you considered whether the local gentry would follow suit amidst such high wages?" In that moment, Wang Zhong fell silent, suddenly aware of this grave concern. If the government office were to offer exorbitant pay for renovations, the gentry, seeing no profit, would hardly rush to join in. Can we truly expect these gentry to show compassion for the common people? The smile on Wu Zhao's face grew more pronounced. Gao Yang continued, "The primary reason the gentry hire disaster victims to repair their homes during a year of calamity is the cost-effectiveness. For the government's renovations to succeed, it is imperative to exploit the situation. Only by demonstrating that the disaster victims, in their struggle for survival, are willing to work for a pittance will the local gentry take notice and employ them. Furthermore, only if the government takes on the role of the villain, causing the victims to lament their plight, will the gentry find it advantageous to raise wages slightly, thus enhancing their own reputation. For the gentry, this presents a dual benefit, gaining a favorable reputation while saving on labor costs, often half or even a third of what they would pay in prosperous years. Under such circumstances, they would be more than willing to comply." Gao Yang fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Wang Zhong, questioning whether, if the government offered fair wages, the gentry would still seek to profit from an unprofitable endeavor. The moment those words fell, Wang Zhong's complexion turned pale, and the entire Golden Luan Hall fell into a profound silence. In that instant, Gao Yang became the unequivocal center of attention. Yan Zheng sat in stunned silence, grappling with the realization that the exploitation he perceived was, In fact, a lifeline for the people, a revelation that struck him like a tempest. Wu Zhao looked on in astonishment. The government, assuming the role of the antagonist, bestowing upon the gentry a means to garner reputation and profit, left them with no grounds for refusal. Wu Zhao interjected. Gao Yang, your visit to the temple is not merely a simple act of devotion, is it? Gao Yang, a master of manipulating hearts, was hardly a pious devotee. He glanced at Wu Zhao, subtly surveying the jade legs beneath the dragon robe, then replied, Your Majesty is astute. Our Great Qian is indeed a land that reveres Buddhism. The contention between Buddhism and Taoism has persisted for ages. My purpose in visiting the temple is to assess its dilapidated state and to cultivate a rapport with the temple's abbot under the guise of a devout believer. Before departing, I shall pen a letter suggesting that the temple, being so old, is in dire need of renovation. I shall advocate for prompt repairs during this year of calamity to avoid future costs that will be significantly higher, all while invoking the compassionate spirit of our Buddha to rally public support, given that the temple is already in disrepair. Undertaking renovations now not only saves money, but also allows them to rally the hearts of the people under the banner of compassion. Thus, the gentry and the temples would both reap benefits and gain prestige, while the common folk earn a living through their own labor. With stable grain prices, the people would undoubtedly find a path to survival. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes, realizing he had underestimated Gao Yang. With the leverage of profit and the bait of reputation, he had willingly maneuvered the gentry and the temples to his advantage. A triad of mutual benefit had been established, with all parties content to comply. Thus, the calamity in Linjiang City would undoubtedly be significantly alleviated. He had lost, thoroughly lost. Gao Yang's tactics surpassed those of Cui Xinghe by tenfold, 100-fold. The mere thought of having reduced the grain prices by a few coins filled him with self-satisfaction, while Cui Xinghe felt an intense frustration, as if he could tear apart the imperial palace with his bare toes. Wu Zhao, with admiration in her eyes, continued to inquire, what is the intention behind organizing a grand dragon boat racing event? The gazes of the officials also converged upon Gao Yang, for they too were deeply intrigued by this question. Can a large-scale event in a year of great disaster truly alleviate the calamity? Gao Yang turned his gaze towards the officials, his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke nonchalantly in the imperial hall. In our Great Qian, we prioritize agriculture over commerce, imposing heavy taxes on merchants. If we grant a 3-year tax exemption to the winner, both local and external gentry will undoubtedly be tempted. Such a grand event will attract not only the local populace, but also those from neighboring regions, and when the crowd swells, it will inevitably stimulate consumption. Whether it be food or lodging, merchants will prosper, and this is a certainty. By extending the competition and providing multiple stalls, employing a trifecta of strategies, this period of disaster will soon pass. His words fell like a boulder cast into a tranquil pond, startling the officials with their sudden impact. By leveraging the gentry and temples for profit, the county office would be painted as the villain, giving them a compelling reason to act. Moreover, hosting a large-scale event would further boost consumption. Thus, the disaster could be greatly mitigated. Such a strategy, such an understanding of human nature, was nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 26 was indeed audacious, daring even to steal a glance at my legs. Wu Zhao was somewhat moved. Yet she posed a question. Do you not realize that you will bear the scorn of the people? With a righteous expression, Gao Yang faced the officials and declared, if mere slander can save 1,000 or even 10,000 lives, what harm is there in that? The values of the Duke of the State have always been thus. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the gazes of the officials turned towards him with admiration. The Grand Censor is truly a paragon of our kind. A wave of respectful murmurs arose. Yet, only Shangwan Wanner's lips twitched in disbelief. While the officials were convinced of Gao Yang's selflessness and integrity, she held no such belief. Yin Zheng bowed to Gao Yang, and then inclined himself before Wu Zhao. I, Yin Zheng, misjudged the Grand Censor, leading to my foolish words. I humbly request your majesty to impose a punishment. The court was taken aback. Yin Zheng was known for his steadfastness and integrity, widely recognized throughout the court. Yet here he was, willingly bowing to Gao Yang and pleading for punishment before the Empress. This was simply inconceivable. Wu Zhao felt a wave of exhilaration. Since her ascension, this was the first time she felt such fulfillment. She scanned the officials and proclaimed, of course, I shall impose punishment. You are all well-versed scholars, esteemed ministers of our Great Qian, Yet none could discern this method of disaster alleviation. Instead, you have repeatedly submitted accusations. Grand Censor Yin Zhong, General Wang Zhong, and Minister of Right Song Li shall each be fined 2 months' salary as a warning. Faced with the penalty, Wang Zhong and Song Li, even if reluctant, had no choice but to accept. Then, Wu Zhao turned her keen eyes towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang, you have contributed to disaster relief and reduced grain prices. What reward do you desire? Gao Yang, bowing deeply, replied without hesitation, I wish to take charge of the Ministry of Revenue to serve the country. Upon these words, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. The Ministry of Revenue? In her mind, Gao Yang's conduct should have positioned him as a secretary in the Central Secretariat, a constant companion at her side, assisting in the governance and stability of the realm. She did not anticipate that Gao Yang would seek a position in the Ministry of Revenue. Gao Feng was equally taken aback. Why abandon the esteemed role of secretary to pursue a position in the Ministry of Revenue? After a moment's hesitation, Wu Zhao declared, the grandson of Duke Dinghua, Gao Yang, has rendered meritorious service in stabilizing the grain prices of Linjiang City. I bestow upon him the title of Assistant Minister in the Ministry of Revenue, while retaining his position as an inspector. Cui Xinghe has also contributed to the stabilization of grain prices in Qingshui City and is promoted to secretary in the Central Secretariat. Gao Yang's countenance brightened with joy. The title of Assistant Minister in the Ministry of Revenue is considered a 6th-rank official in the Great Qian Dynasty, a position of no small significance. I, Gao Yang, humbly thank your majesty. On the other side, Cui Xinghe also bowed. I, Cui Xinghe, humbly thank your majesty. He had not expected that the position of secretary in the Central Secretariat would still fall to him. However, Cui Xinghe felt a profound sense of humiliation, as this position had come to him only because Gao Yang had declined it. After the morning court session, all the officials' gazes converged upon Gao Yang. Everyone knew that today, the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, had made a statement in the Golden Luan Hall that would echo throughout Chang'an. Once a dandy, he had suddenly transformed into a phoenix among men. Cui Xinghe, observing the eyes of the officials, clenched his fists. One day, I shall prove to the world that the Cui family, Cui Xinghe, is no inferior to you, Gao Yang. He silently vowed, then stepped away. At that moment, Gao Feng approached Gao Yang, his expression grave. Why abandon the position of secretary? The sudden inquiry startled Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong approached steadily, saying, I know you excel in commerce, yet this is but a trivial path, not comparable to one beside the Empress. This decision is rather perplexing. Gao Yang quickly replied, Father, Grandfather, you misunderstand. My entry into the Ministry of Revenue is purely because Father is the deputy minister there, and the minister is aged and gravely ill. As the saying goes, connections make matters easier. I can navigate the ministry with ease. This is the rightful path. Gao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Gao Tianlong's lips twitched. Both men stared at Gao Yang's youthful visage. Could the reasoning be so utterly unadorned? Moreover, the secretary in the Central Secretariat represents the emperor's dignity and cannot act recklessly. I, the son, have always been rather frivolous, often frequenting elegant venues to enjoy melodies. Once might be inconsequential, but frequent visits would surely lead to censure from the inspectorate. Father and grandfather, having experienced this themselves, should understand. Gao Yang exchanged knowing glances with Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong. Gao Feng's eyes widened in shock. Gao Tianlong's eyes mirrored the astonishment. So, because of the brothels in Chang'an, the position of secretary was forsaken? Is there such talent remaining in the Gao family? Their blood pressure surged. You wretched child, you shall not escape punishment today. Gao Feng roared first. Sensing the brewing storm, Gao Yang took flight, with Gao Feng in pursuit. Confused, Gao Yang pondered. Had he truly misspoken? Scholars may indulge in elegance, but warriors should be forthright. Why then react with such indignation? Behind them, Gao Tianlong shook his head. What is there to pursue? We shall discipline him upon returning home. In the Qianxing Palace, Shangwan Wan'er bowed to Wu Zhao, saying, Wan'er pays her respects to your majesty. Wu Zetian, with her noble countenance, gazed at Shangwan Wan'er and commanded, relate to me every detail of Linjiang City. I desire to know all. Shangwan Wan'er, unperturbed, recounted everything that had transpired in Linjiang City. Upon hearing her words, Wu Zetian's expression grew complex. She murmured to herself, strategically orchestrating events from thousands of miles away. From the very day he arrived in Linjiang City, he has meticulously planned everything. Gao Yang is indeed a remarkable talent. Wu Zetian marveled. her eyes sparkling with unmasked admiration. She then turned to Shangwan Wanner and inquired, "Wanner, what is your perspective on Gao Yang?" Shangwan Wanner, revealing her disdain, replied, "Though he possesses astonishing talent, he is equally audacious, with a blend of virtue and vice." "Oh, audacious? How so?" Wu Zetian asked with curiosity. "He dared to insinuate that Lord Du should present gifts, and I strongly suspect he intentionally set a trap for Lord Du," Shangwan Wanner recounted, expressing her regret. "It is unfortunate that Lord Du, with his unblemished integrity, is wholly devoted to scholarly pursuits. He is likely still oblivious." Wu Zetian smirked, but remained unconvinced, stating, "In this world, there is no commerce without deceit, no officials devoid of greed. Moreover, Gao Yang has merely offered Lord Du a political achievement. This token of gratitude is trivial. Those with great talent do not frighten me with their avarice or desires. What I fear is the absence of weaknesses. It is precisely those vulnerabilities that render them manageable and useful to me." Shangwan Wanner clenched her teeth and declared, "Your Majesty, Gao Yang's audacity extends even further. He wishes to gaze upon my legs." Wu Zetian's face broke into an astonished smile as she appraised Shangwan Wanner, whose figure was graceful, and whose visage was both cool and proud. Her eyes traveled down to her long, straight legs. She chuckled, "Indeed, Gao Yang is quite bold, but not solely in regard to you. Since my ascension, he is the only one who has dared to openly admire my legs in court." Shangwan Wanner gasped in shock. "What? Gao Yang openly admires your Majesty's legs? Has he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard?" she exclaimed passionately. "We ought to gouge out his eyes." Wu Zetian approached the window, looking down upon the grand Dacian imperial palace, and coolly remarked, "It matters not. Who does not wish to conquer a female emperor? Yet, who truly possesses the capability to conquer?" With her hands clasped behind her back, dressed in her dragon robe, she exuded both nobility and disdain. Chapter 27. The Shock of Gao Tianlong. The glory of the Duke of Dinghua. The Duke of Dinghua's residence was engulfed in turmoil as news from the court resonated throughout. In Dacian, it is said that when the ruler is disgraced, so too are his subjects. When the ruler is honored, so are his subjects. During this time, the price of grain in Linjiang City, disseminated by certain individuals in Chang'an, had rendered the servants of the Duke of Dinghua too fearful to venture outside. Even when they did dare to step out, they did so with their tails tucked between their legs, lest they be recognized. There was little they could do. The eldest son was outmatched, and they, as servants, had no voice to speak. In contrast, the servants of the Song family and the young master of the Chui family walked with their heads held high, exuding an air of superiority. However, today, everything changed. As Gao Yang dismounted his carriage, he beheld the entire staff of the Duke of Dinghua's residence lined up on either side, with the Lady Li standing at the entrance, resplendent in a flowing gown, exuding unmatched grace. In this scene, Gao Chongwen and Gao Ling follow closely behind the Li family. "You wretched child, what are you dawdling for? This is the honor you deserve. Later, I shall settle accounts with you." Gao Feng's cold snort interrupted the dazed Gao Yang. Today should have been a momentous occasion. Gao Yang had triumphed over the current top scholar, Cui Xinghe, vindicating the Duke of Dinghua's household. Should he ascend to the position of a member of the Central Secretariat, he would become a favored figure in the eyes of the Empress, bringing immense glory to the Duke's family. There was even the prospect of soaring to great heights. It was entirely possible that he could eventually lead the 6 ministries and assume the role of chancellor. Yet, this young man was idly contemplating relying on his father, languishing in the Ministry of Revenue. Such thoughts infuriated Gao Feng. Meanwhile, Li was beaming with joy, advancing swiftly. "I have always known my son harbors lofty ambitions. It is time for the Li family to shine in Chang'an." Satisfaction gleamed in Li's eyes. Gao Ling hurried to Gao Yang's side, shaking his hand. "Brother, I want to eat peach blossom pastries." Gao Yang reminisced about the tea he brought from Linjiang City and the peach blossom pastries gifted to him by Gao Ling before his departure. He held a deep affection for his sister and smiled, ruffling Gao Ling's hair with exuberance. "Of course, as for peach blossom pastries, you can have as many as you desire." Observing this exchange, Gao Chongwen's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached. "Brother, I want a young lady as well. Can I have as many as I want?" Upon seeing Gao Chongwen's debauched face, Gao Yang felt a surge of anger. The undercurrents in Linjiang City were tumultuous, and this fellow had assured him before his departure that he would take care of the young lady he liked. "Eldest brother is like a father. Since he had crossed over as Gao Yang, he must ensure his brother felt the affection of a sibling. However, he had yet to fully adapt to his identity. Otherwise, he would have retaliated immediately. Before Gao Yang could speak, Gao Feng's expression darkened. Wretched brat, is 10 days of house arrest not enough? Do you dare to speak nonsense? Gao Feng's stern visage radiated fury. Over the years, he had believed Gao Yang to be unrivaled, yet he never anticipated that Gao Chongwen would prove even more formidable. With these two sons, he had begun to doubt whether he could even enjoy his twilight years, let alone sustain them. Upon seeing Gao Feng's expression, Gao Chongwen shrank back in fright, like a quail. Everyone disperse. A mere display of power from Linjiang City. And you carry on as if you have achieved the highest honor. How disgraceful. Gao Tianlong's command prompted all the attendants to retreat. Younger, come with me to the backyard. I have something to discuss. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang before striding purposefully into the residence. Gao Yang followed closely behind him as they made their way through the front courtyard, navigating several long corridors until they arrived at a serene little courtyard in the rear. The courtyard contained only one room, and Gao Tianlong directly pushed the door open. Gao Yang surveyed the elegant scenery of the courtyard, which was quite secluded. Though it was merely a wall away from the outside world, he couldn't help but frown and remarked, "Grandfather, this little courtyard has a lovely view, but it lacks security. It would be wise for you to limit your stay here." Gao Tianlong poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and remarked, "I have heard that you refer to yourself as a strategist in 3 aspects: scheming for oneself, for others, and for the world. A person who schemes solely for oneself is indeed a toxic individual, and you, my dear, embody this toxicity with remarkable caution." Gao Yang chuckled, "Grandfather, you flatter me. Please, have a seat." Gao Tianlong gestured casually towards a nearby mat. Gao Yang knelt down, legs together, adhering to the etiquette of the Great Qian, particularly when in the presence of elders, where one must be diligent in maintaining proper posture. Failing to do so could be deemed disrespectful, and in severe cases, could lead to enmity. The reason for this leg positioning harks back hundreds of years to when it was customary to wear long robes paired with split trousers for convenience. While standing was manageable, sitting required greater care, especially when visiting a host's home. Should one fail to maintain composure, it could lead to awkward situations, with younger peers showing undue respect, or worse, those with extraordinary talents might brandish a spear towards the host, an utterly undignified scenario. Gao Yang understood this well. It was reminiscent of the attire during the Qin and Han dynasties. After Jing Ke's failed assassination of the first emperor, he had sat against a pillar, legs apart, facing the emperor, an indecorous posture that incited the emperor's wrath. Wearing such split trousers without undergarments could certainly alter the portrayal of assassins in television dramas, where a hero leaping into action with a kick could be rather startling. Nevertheless, one must admit that skilled individuals could train their control to the point of using such moments to their advantage, launching a stream of urine as a surprise projectile aimed at the enemy's eyes. Gao Yang felt fortunate that the Great Qian had already adopted undergarments. Otherwise, in the presence of the Empress, failing to maintain decorum could lead to dire consequences for one's entire lineage. "Grandfather, you summoned me here. Surely there is a deeper meaning behind it?" Gao Yang suppressed his wandering thoughts and inquired. Gao Tianlong scrutinized Gao Yang's face for the first time with a serious demeanor and ultimately concluded, "This grandson has indeed changed. His methods evoke a sense of unfamiliarity even in me. Surely, he surpasses the top scholar of Great Qian, Cui Xinghe. Whether in the hidden treasures of the court or the means to stabilize grain prices in Linjiang City, I am astounded. This is no mere transformation." After taking another sip of tea, Gao Tianlong curiously asked, "Why the pretense?" Gao Yang understood that such a significant change must be justified. After all, the original owner, a dandy in Chang'an, was an entirely different person from the one who had decisively managed grain prices in Linjiang City. He replied, "The Duke of the State's residence attracts much attention. With your unmatched prestige in the military, should I act like a dandy, it would bring comfort to many. Conversely, it could arouse the suspicions of the late emperor." Gao Tianlong sipped his tea and remarked casually, "Your disguise is rather convincing, almost indistinguishable from a true dandy. I nearly considered taking matters into my own hands." Gao Yang's lips twitched, realizing Gao Tianlong was skeptical. Steeling himself, he confessed, "All right, I shall lay my cards on the table. I initially intended to live as a dandy, carefree and indulgent, enjoying entertainment and music. However, With the sudden and mysterious death of the late emperor and the new emperor's ascension, the courtiers eyeing the Duke of the State's residence, I found myself compelled to step forward. Gao Tianglong's murky eyes deepened with intensity as he chuckled. This reasoning possesses a certain convincing quality. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I shall refrain from probing further. What I wish to inquire is, what truly transpired on that day? As soon as these words left his lips, Gao Tianglong's gaze sharpened. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. What did his grandfather refer to? Gao Tianglong snorted coldly. Do not feign ignorance with me. I have dispatched someone to investigate, and on that day, you were reveling in the Yingji Pavilion, only to suddenly emerge and publicly unveil the Empress's decree for talented individuals. There must be some hidden intrigue behind this. If this was a trap, I shall surely avenge this grievance. Gao Tianglong's eyes darkened, momentarily flashing with murderous intent. Chapter 28. I have a plan that could lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he had surmised that Gao Tianglong's inquiry pertained to this very matter. However, he sought to divert the conversation but found himself unable to do so. The reason for his reticence was undoubtedly not a trivial one. Observing Gao Yang's expression, Gao Tianglong's countenance darkened. Difficult to articulate, is it? With a sigh, Gao Yang resigned himself to the inevitable and spoke. On that day, the son of Prince Rong, Wu Cheng, invited me to drink and revel. During our merriment, he made a provocative remark, which led me to impulsively unveil His Majesty's decree. Gao Tianglong narrowed his eyes. Prince Rong? Was it merely a provocation? The sharpness in Gao Tianglong's gaze caused Gao Yang to involuntarily retreat. With a hint of resignation, he replied, very well. Wu Cheng deliberately incited me using Miss Song Qingqing of the Song family. I unwittingly fell into the trap. Was it truly unwitting, or did you acquiesce willingly? Gao Tianglong retorted with a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with restrained fury. A renowned poison master, adept at manipulating situations, who could even control grain prices in Jiangcheng with a thunderous might. Such a figure being ensnared by a woman was indeed a source of ridicule. Gao Yang sighed inwardly, realizing he must bear the burden of this infatuation. The circumstances were precisely as he described. It was evidently a scheme where the son of Prince Rong had carelessly provoked him, leading the original owner into a foolish trap. Moreover, he had the audacity to claim, I too possess the talents of a top scholar, worthy of Miss Song Qingqing's affection. Gao Tianglong then regarded Gao Yang with a calm demeanor. Are you aware that not only did Miss Song publicly withdraw her engagement to the Duke of Dinghua, but just yesterday, she also personally welcomed Cui Xinghe's return to Chang'an at the city gates? Gao Yang remained inexplicably composed, perhaps for the original owner. This was an act of defiance for the beloved, but for him, Song Qingqing was merely a stranger. To withdraw from an engagement for profit naturally paved the way for her to approach Cui Xinghe, which was quite normal. If nothing unexpected occurred, she would likely seek him out in the coming days. What are your intentions then? The entirety of Chang'an is abuzz with rumors of your infatuation with the eldest daughter of the Song family. Gao Tianglong lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gao Yang felt an urge to jest. From the moment he first beheld Gao Tianglong, the latter's expression had conveyed an unwavering composure in the face of adversity. Thus, he tentatively suggested, what if I were to marry her and bring her back as the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua's household? However, to Gao Yang's disappointment, Gao Tianglong's hand remained steady, not trembling even for a moment. He merely turned his gaze towards a corner and remarked nonchalantly, what do you see over there? Gao Yang followed Gao Tianlong's gaze and hesitated. It is merely an ordinary stick. Gao Tianlong set down his teacup and gestured towards the stick in the corner, calmly stating, though this stick appears unremarkable, it can sever 3 legs with just 3 strikes. Gao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly asserted, Grandfather, I was merely speaking casually. I would never involve myself with such a woman. Moreover, I shall ensure she regrets her decision to withdraw from the engagement with the Duke of Dinghua. A look of satisfaction appeared on Gao Tianlong's face. Whether it be indulging in music or revelry, the daughter of the Song family must be avoided. That said, with Prince Rong holding the esteemed position of regent and wielding immense power, how do you intend to respond to Wu Cheng's audacious scheming against you? Gao Tianlong's gaze suddenly sharpened, hinting at deeper implications. Gao Yang replied lightly, I shall seek retribution. Without Prince Rong's approval, Wu Cheng would never dare to act in such a manner against me. Behind the many ministers who oppose me, there may very well be the shadow of Prince Rong. Ultimately, there are those who do not wish for the Duke of Dingwa to wield overwhelming authority. If I fail to capture the Empress's attention, this situation could very well become a dagger aimed at grandfather from Prince Rong. A look of satisfaction crossed Gao Tianlong's face once more. Gao Yang, at such a young age, has already discerned the machinations behind the scenes, which truly surprised him. Pursue your ambitions fearlessly. Always remember that the Duke of Dingwa's house is your steadfast support. As for the nuances of this matter, I shall say no more. You must navigate this realm of Chang'an, which ultimately belongs to your generation. Upon hearing these words, Gao Yang felt an inexplicable and peculiar sensation stirring within him. Perhaps it was due to a past life of solitude, where he relied solely on himself, that he found himself unaccustomed to such familial concern. Yet, it must be said, this feeling was rather pleasant. He smiled and replied, I have a plan in mind, but it requires time to unfold. Once the moment is ripe, I shall make Prince Rong and his family face annihilation. Even Gao Tianlong couldn't help but feel a chill at this proclamation. In such a brief moment, to conjure a scheme that could lead to the downfall of the powerful Prince Rong? Is this the audacity of a young strategist? Prince Rong is not only the brother of the late emperor, but also one of the 3 regents. In the court and the military, he boasts numerous loyal followers. Not to mention the imperial decree that grants him immunity from death. Do you truly believe you can bring about the ruin of Prince Rong's family? Gao Tianlong inquired with keen interest. Gao Yang's eyes held no fear as he confidently replied, while the imperial decree does pose a challenge, I possess my own means. A smile suddenly graced the weathered face of Gao Tianlong. Act boldly. A youth should embody the spirit of youth. Let your brilliance shine forth. I eagerly await the display of your prowess. Yes. Gao Yang bowed and exited. Outside the courtyard, a sense of helplessness washed over his face. To shine brightly in the court, including the decisive measures taken to lower grain prices in Linjiang City, was not his desire. In this ancient era, wouldn't it be a delight to be a carefree scion, reveling in music and pleasure? Alas, with the myriad of troubles at hand and the Duke of Dingwa's house on the brink, how could one remain unscathed in the treacherous court of Qian? Enough of the past submissiveness. Having traversed into this realm, I shall strike with unwavering resolve. After all, in this ancient era, without power, how can one truly revel in life? A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Gao Yang's eyes. Prince Rong, he murmured to himself, before striding purposefully towards his chamber. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he closed the door, Gao Tianlong's murky gaze suddenly cleared. Whether it was the Song family's attempt to annul the betrothal or the Prince Rong's provocations, both were directed at the Duke of Dingwa's estate. Logically, it should have been he who visited and won them over with virtue. Should they act unreasonably, he was not without knowledge of martial prowess. With the elder yet to be interred, how could he allow the younger to bear the brunt alone? However, the series of events unfolding over the past 10 days left Gao Tianlong perplexed by his grandson. A poison master? I shall await your tactics. If you can eliminate Prince Rong without bloodshed, the Duke of Dingwa's estate shall flourish for another century. Even in death, I could rest with a smile. Gao Tianlong's aged voice resonated with a mixture of anticipation within the room. Chapter 29. Unruly child. Have you set the stage for your father? Gao Yang traversed the long corridor from the rear courtyard to the front. At that moment, he finally grasped the vexation of having an excessively large estate. The winding paths felt akin to navigating a labyrinth. Yet, in a modern context, this would be considered a delightful dilemma. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yang arrived at a spacious room in the front courtyard. Young master, the room has been tidied. You may rest now. Green Luo, clad in a green satin vest, had a rosy complexion. In the grand households of Qian, the status of maidservants was typically lowly, adorned in simple attire. However, given the affluence of the Duke of Dingwa's estate, the maids were dressed somewhat better, though still modestly. This attire hardly suffices. I shall procure you a lovely gown in due time, Gao Yang remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Green Luo. Having acquired some silver from Dujiang, he was not lacking in funds, and thus, a little extravagance was permissible. After all, this young lady had been a comfortable companion during these days. Green Luo's eyes brightened at his words. Since time immemorial, women have cherished beauty, and a long gown held immense appeal for a girl like Green Luo, who had long resided in the estate. Young master, a gown would indeed cost a significant sum, she replied, her expression a mix of hesitation and innocence, which only added to her charm. Gao Yang chuckled. What is the cost of a mere gown? His dismissive gaze fell upon the bedside in the room. He was no longer the impoverished scion. Yet, in the next moment, his composure faltered. Green Luo, what of the tea I brought back from Linjiang City? Gao Yang asked, his expression turning anxious. Upon arriving at Chang'an's gates, the decree from Wu Zhao had arrived, and it was impossible for him to carry the tea box into the Golden Luan Hall. He had entrusted it to Green Luo with specific instructions to place it by his bedside. But now, it was nowhere to be found. This was unacceptable. The silver represented Du Zhang's goodwill and was his capital for a carefree existence in Chang'an. Startled by his reaction, Green Luo quickly responded, I indeed followed the young master's instructions, but shortly after you were summoned to the rear courtyard, the tea box was taken by the Lord. Father? Gao Yang was taken aback. Green Luo nodded vigorously. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from outside the door. It seems, my wayward son, that you possess a modicum of conscience, bringing me some local delicacies from Linjiang City. Though the tea is modest in value, its weight signifies your thoughtfulness. Gao Feng entered with a stern expression, accompanied by the elegantly adorned Li Shi, who wore a resplendent red gown. Li Shi smiled and remarked, Linjiang City is over 200 miles from Chang'an. My son is indeed considerate. Gao Yang was taken aback. When had he ever sent Gao Feng local specialties from Linjiang City? Something felt amiss, very amiss. He tentatively inquired, when did the child ever claim that this tea was a special gift for father? Gao Feng's countenance darkened at this. Oddly enough, despite Gao Yang's impressive performance in Linjiang City providing him with great satisfaction, seeing Gao Yang's face ignited an inexplicable fury within him, a strange sensation akin to an unusual bond between father and son. My wayward child, do you still wish to deceive me? Lord Shangwan sent someone to inform me that this tea was particularly brought back by you from Linjiang City to honor me. Why the need for subterfuge and filial piety? Must I be informed by Lord Shangwan to discover such a gesture? Gao Feng's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction. Gao Yang's eyes widened in realization. Everything became clear. Shangwan Wanner. My money. The anguish within Gao Yang was beyond words. He felt little remorse in taking money from corrupt officials. But deceiving the upright, Du Zhang left him with a lingering guilt. He even contemplated making amends when Du Zhang eventually arrived in Chang'an. All of this was merely for the sake of indulging in entertainment. It had not been easy for him. He had never anticipated such a maneuver from Shangwan Wanner. Very well, he would remember this grudge. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only acquiesce. I had initially intended to surprise father, but it seems Lord Shangwan informed you in advance. This tea is precious. Please remember to savor it alone, my dear father. Gao Yang said with a face full of deliberation. Gao Feng, however, remained oblivious to the underlying tension. While his heart brimmed with joy, his visage remained as stoic as ever, maintaining an air of authority. Filial piety aside, matters must be addressed distinctly. Get down and present your rear, Gao Feng commanded coldly. Gao Yang was astounded. What kind of ferocious words were these? What was his father intending to do? With a fierce glare, Gao Feng rebuked, have you forgotten my words? You wayward son, instead of attending to your duties in the Ministry of Rights, you come to the Ministry of Revenue to loaf about. Today, you shall receive a lesson. The mere thought of Gao Yang's previous remarks filled him with indignation. If he did not administer a sound thrashing today, he knew he would be unable to sleep soundly that night. So, my father did not come to express gratitude for my filial piety, but rather to chastise me? The two intentions did not conflict. Gao Feng instructed his attendant in a low voice, fetch the disciplinary implements. Gao Yang's eyelids twitched as he beheld the steward, Fu Bo, presenting a whip adorned with sharp little spikes. Memories of past experiences surged within him. A strike from such an instrument would be most excruciating. In modern times, it was customary for fathers to discipline their sons, and in ancient times, filial piety was paramount. Whether one was grown or not, discipline was essential. Gao Feng, wielding the family discipline, spoke with a stoic expression within the confines of Linjiang City, knowing full well that unconventional methods are employed. Why did you not send someone back to Chang'an to inform your father? Do you comprehend the immense pressure the entire Dinghui Duke's residence has endured over the past 10 days? Furthermore, possessing extraordinary talent, yet choosing to conceal it, deliberately acting the part of a wastrel to provoke me, is utterly deserving of reprimand. Gao Feng's anger intensified as he continued, for these 19 years, Hai Yang has nearly driven me to my wit's end. Li Shi, standing nearby, though pained, averted her gaze. Hai Yang, perceiving his escape blocked, had no alternative but to comply with Gao Feng's demand, slightly raising his posterior. Gao Feng was taken aback. In the past, to strike this impudent boy, he would leap and scurry, even climbing trees and vaulting walls to evade punishment. Never had he submitted so readily as today. Had he truly transformed, finding enjoyment even in punishment? An instinctive unease crept into Gao Feng's mind. The so-called 3 types of strategists, those who scheme for self, others, and the world. Could a self-serving scoundrel so easily present himself for a beating? A wave of unreality washed over him, coupled with an ominous premonition. Yet, he stepped forward instinctively. With a sorrowful visage, Yang confessed, "All of this is my fault. I am simply too timid. Each time I wish to bring glory to the Gao family, I fear tarnishing the Duke's reputation, dread my father's wrath. As a close aide to the Empress, should I attain the position of Zhongshu Sharon, I could certainly become a source of pride for my mother, enhancing her status. Yet, I was so afraid of the complexities of the Zhongshu Sharon's duties that I willingly relinquished the position to Cui Xinghe. Father, you may strike me. I feel my timid nature is beyond redemption, and I no longer wish to live." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was incredulous. "Are you speaking the truth? You, who dared to steal glances at the Empress, claim to be timid?" Li Shi gasped in shock. Memories of Yang fleeing in terror from past beatings flooded her mind. The fear etched vividly in her memory. "Younger, you must not do anything foolish. Today, your mother is here, rest assured." With that, Li Shi turned sharply to Gao Feng, her voice rising in intensity. "Look what you have done to Yang." In his timidity, he even relinquished the position of Zhongshu Sharon. As his father, you cannot escape blame. They say one cannot succeed without discipline. Yet how many unruly youths in Chang'an are beaten yet remain useless? Gao, if you dare to strike Younger today, you will drive him to despair. Life will become unbearable. Her voice crescendoed, her angry gaze fixed upon Gao Feng. Heaven knows how much ridicule she has endured over the years in the palace and among the elite families of Chang'an. If her son were truly a wastrel, it would be bearable, yet the harsh beatings had forced him into hiding his talents. This realization ignited Li Shi's fury. Moreover, Yang's implicit thoughts of despair only heightened her concern. Regardless of the truth, today he must not be punished. For this ignited her inner discontent. Gao Feng felt as if he might bleed from the heart. He cast a glance at Gao Yang and then at the furious Li Shi, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. "My lady, this wretch did not speak thus at the gates of the Golden Hall. Do not take his words to heart. At the entrance of the Golden Hall, I distinctly heard him express a desire to indulge in revelry, fearing for the royal image. Conversely, with him stationed at the Ministry of Revenue, he could easily live off the state. Why has he now changed his tune?" Gao Feng turned his gaze towards the aggrieved Gao Yang, suddenly enlightened. It was no wonder he had so readily presented his rear. All this time, it was merely a trap laid for him. The ultimate aim of this wretch was to target Li Shi. After enduring years of grievances, he intended to shift the blame for the beating onto him. "You ungrateful wretch, I am your father, and yet you dare to ensnare me?" Gao Feng's eyes widened in fury, nearly exploding with rage. This wretch had audaciously involved him in this scheme. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's eyes reddened, her anger escalating further. "Who, from 100 miles away, still thinks of sending you tea leaves? You heartless child, what have you reduced such a dutiful son to? Does your filial piety require the prompting of a high official? Gao Feng, do you not reflect upon your own shortcomings? If Younger truly commits folly, I shall cease to exist." With that, Li Shi turned and stormed off. Gao Feng was left in a daze from her scolding. He glanced at the innocent-looking Gao Yang, then at the departing Li Shi. "You dare to scheme against your father? Just wait," he declared vehemently before swiftly pursuing Li Shi. "My lady, wait for me." Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Had he not known that Gao Feng was under his wife's strict control, he would not have resorted to such tactics. However, judging by Gao Feng's reaction, the rift between father and son had deepened. He wondered if Gao Feng would heed his advice about savoring the precious tea slowly, lest matters escalate further. But now he could not voice his thoughts, otherwise a beating would be inevitable. Well, it is best to avoid trouble for the time being. Given Gao Feng's animosity towards him, it was likely that the tea box would remain unopened. Chapter 30, Wu Zhao's Woes, a Great Calamity in Guangzhou. "Young master, there is someone seeking an audience outside the residence." Shortly thereafter, the steward of the Duke of Dinghua, Uncle Fu, approached Gao Yang. "Someone seeks me?" Gao Yang asked. Curiosity etched upon his face. Could it be a dandy from Chang'an, inviting me for a frivolous outing? Let us see. He hastily made his way outside. Outside the residence, Chun Sheng, clad in rough garments, bore a look of trepidation. A few days prior, grain prices had plummeted in Linjiang City. He had only just resolved to seek Gao Yang's patronage when he learned upon visiting the yamen that Gao Yang had returned to Chang'an. He promptly arranged for his wife and daughter and borrowed a swift steed to pursue Gao Yang to Chang'an. A man's word is his bond, though none witnessed it. Having declared that Gao Yang would stabilize the grain prices, he felt compelled to fulfill his promise. Whether Gao Yang would accept him was beyond his consideration. At that moment, Gao Yang arrived outside the residence. Who wishes to see this young master? Upon spotting Gao Yang, Chun Sheng immediately knelt down. Chun Sheng, a commoner from Linjiang, has met the esteemed young master. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. A native of Linjiang? You have pursued me all the way to Chang'an for what purpose? Chun Sheng nodded affirmatively, declaring that he had once promised in Linjiang City that if the young master could lower the grain prices there, he would pledge his loyalty and serve him. His words were resolute and unwavering. Gao Yang inquired further, and if I am unable to lower the grain prices in Linjiang? After a brief hesitation, Chun Sheng replied, I would willingly exchange my life for yours. However, young master, you are overly cautious, often accompanied by guards, leaving me no opportunity to act. Fu Bo, Gao Yang. This was the first time he encountered such a sincere individual. Gao Yang fixed his gaze on Chun Sheng and asked, I am not as noble as you perceive. What if I ask you to perform tasks you do not wish to undertake? Chun Sheng responded with conviction, having come this far, my life now belongs to you. Young master, as long as the common folk are spared from slaughter, I shall follow your every command. Gao Yang smiled, intrigued. Stay then. You shall be on a 3-month probation, during which your salary shall be paid. The Dai Qian values righteousness, and there are many wandering heroes among the populace. Upon seeing Chun Sheng and hearing his origins, he understood the man's intentions. Compared to the individuals from the Duke's residence, having a few trusted confidants of his own seemed advantageous, and there was no need for scrutiny concerning Chun Sheng. Such a straightforward individual could not possibly be an assassin or harbor ulterior motives. Chun Sheng's face brightened, though he was momentarily bewildered. Probation? This term was utterly unfamiliar to him. Fu Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young master is truly talented. This 3-month probation is entirely reasonable. However, the salary must be dispensed by you, young master. Gao Yang was taken aback. What? Me? Fu Bo chuckled. The master is currently in a foul mood, so it is naturally your responsibility to distribute the funds. Gao Yang's lips twitched. Very well, let it be. Can a time traveler not procure funds? What a farce. Surely, provisions and lodging will be provided, right? Gao Yang shot an exasperated glance at Fu Bo, bowing slightly, smiled. It is only fitting. In serving the young master, provisions and lodging shall be included. Soon, Fu Bo led Chun Sheng into the Duke's residence. However, to ensure all was well, Fu Bo instructed the household guards to verify if there were any records against Chun Sheng, and also to send someone to Linjiang for an on-site investigation. As he serves the young master, he should also bring his wife and daughter to Chang'an for care. Standing at the entrance of the residence, Gao Yang clenched his teeth at the thought of his dwindling finances. The brothel was no longer an option, and now there was an additional person to support. He must devise a plan to acquire funds. Shangwanwaner. He marked this grievance in his mind. Gao Yang had intended to take a leisurely afternoon nap, but now, considering the safety of the residence, he decided to take a stroll instead. Since his arrival in this era, he had yet to experience the splendor of Chang'an. Through the memories of the original owner, he knew that Chang'an in the Great Qian Dynasty was the grandest capital among the 7 kingdoms. Additionally, he should keep an eye on Prince Rong's son, Wu Cheng. The thought of Wu Cheng sparked a cold glimmer in Gao Yang's eyes. The Imperial Palace. The study. Achu. Shangwanwaner sneezed several times. Empress Wu Zhao sat upon the dragon throne, engrossed in the examination of memorials, when she was interrupted by the sound of Shangwanwaner sneezing vigorously. She spoke up. The weather in Chang'an has been quite erratic these past few days. You must take care of your health and not fall victim to the chill. Shangwanwaner shook her head, replying, Your Majesty, I am quite well. It is likely that High Censor Gao is scolding me. Oh. Wu Zhao set aside the memorials, her interest suddenly piqued. What has provoked Gao Yang to rebuke you? As she ground the ink, Shangwanwaner explained, I sent word to the Minister of Revenue, Gao Feng. informing him that High Censor Gao had brought him a box of tea from Linjiang City, but was too embarrassed to ask him to retrieve it himself. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang is not a man of virtue. You must be cautious in your dealings with him. With a fearless expression, Shangguan Wanner replied, I am not afraid of such a scoundrel. Wu Zhao, having listened, chose not to elaborate further. Noticing the concern etched on the Empress's face, Shangguan Wanner inquired, Your Majesty, do you have worries weighing upon you? Setting down her memorials, Wu Zhao's exquisite features were tinged with fatigue. Though I have been on the throne for several months, the realm remains tumultuous. The regional princes are armed and self-important, harboring treasonous intentions. As a woman, I face additional resistance. The reduction of their power is imperative, yet it risks inciting civil unrest within the Great Qian. I find myself in a state of hesitation. To compound matters, a great disaster has befallen Guangyang County. Gao Yang's method of using labor to relieve the suffering is commendable, yet his demands upon officials are excessively high. Merchants are not fools. Having been deceived in Linjiang City, they are unlikely to be ensnared again. What angers me further is that Prince Rong, the foremost of the three regents, has feigned illness to avoid court after a recent quarrel with me, showing no regard for my authority as Empress. With the court in disarray, how can we discuss reducing the power of the princes? Not to mention the calamities afflicting the realm, while the Turkic tribes eye us menacingly. Though the Great Qian appears tranquil, a single disturbance may unravel the entire fabric of our state. As Wu Zhao articulated her concerns, despite her ambition and resolve, an undercurrent of sorrow lingered. Shangguan Wanner fell silent, acknowledging the formidable challenges facing the Great Qian. Yet, she offered words of comfort, Your Majesty. We shall navigate these matters with time. All will find resolution, and the Great Qian shall experience a rebirth under your reign. Wu Zhao nodded, her eyes gleaming with renewed confidence. While the issues were many, she believed in her ability to resolve them. The burden of these troubles weighed heavily upon her, particularly as a woman newly ascended to the throne amidst such turmoil. At times, she pondered whether the realm would ever accept a female sovereign. Just then, outside the study, a soldier clad in armor knelt on one knee. Report. The governor of Guangzhou, Lu Wu, urgently requests assistance. The region has suffered months of severe drought and is now beset by locusts, affecting millions of lives. We implore Your Majesty to take action to provide relief. At these words, Wu Zhao sat upright, her eyes ablaze with fury. What? A drought in Guangzhou and a locust plague? Millions of subjects in dire need of aid? In the Golden Lawn Hall, Wu Zhao's eyes burned with righteous anger. Beside her, Shangguan Wanner was equally astonished and could not help but inquire how a locust plague could erupt in Guangzhou. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and responded. The governor of Guangzhou, Lu Wu, has reported that the region has experienced months of drought, leading to a significant proliferation of locust eggs in fertile fields. A small number of locusts have already emerged. If left unchecked, an enormous locust disaster is inevitable. When that occurs, the land will be barren, and countless lives will be lost. Therefore, I urgently request your guidance to devise a strategy. Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Wanner's exquisite visage darkened suddenly as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Locusts, once they sweep through, leave no vegetation in their wake. She recalled historical accounts of locust plagues. In the third year of the Great Qian, Qingzhou faced an unprecedented locust disaster, documented as darkening the sky, blocking windows, and leaving no space unoccupied within homes. In the fifth year, Yuzhou experienced a similar calamity, noted that the locusts consumed nearly all the seedlings, resulting in deaths from the ensuing chaos. Historically, once a locust plague erupts, it spells disaster. Moreover, given that Guangzhou is a fertile plain of the Great Qian, home to numerous fields and a large populace, the consequences of a locust invasion would be catastrophic. Dispatch orders at once. Summon the third-rank officials to the imperial study. I shall grant them but 15 minutes. Should they fail to adhere, they will bear the consequences. Wu Zhao declared solemnly. This locust disaster must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, if the people find themselves without food, it would severely undermine her authority and could even incite a formidable rebellion. This was certainly not an outcome Wu Zhao wished to witness. Understood. Shangguan Wanner made to depart. Wu Zhao called out, Wait. Shangguan Wanner halted, turning her gaze toward Wu Zhao. Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Xianding and a junior officer in the Ministry of Revenue, is to attend as well. Shangguan Wanner's expression was one of astonishment. However, She did not voice her objections and simply turned to leave. Although she harbored no fondness for Gao Yang and disapproved of his bureaucratic style, one could not deny that he was unconventional. In times of crisis for the Great Qian, every additional ally represented a greater force. Otherwise, should the locusts invade, rendering the land barren, it would result in a complete catastrophe. The court must prepare its response without delay. With a resounding thud, Shangwan Wanner exited, and Wu Zhao slammed the memorial onto the table. Her phoenix eyes were filled with fury. Just after my ascension, we first faced floods in Guangyang County, and now a locust plague in Guangzhou. Is it truly the heavens' intent to destroy the Great Qian? Wu Zhao's voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing eunuchs and palace maids to kneel in fear. At that very moment, Gao Yang, accompanied by Chun Sheng and several guards, exited the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Having just arrived, he found himself embroiled in the Empress's urgent summons for talent, subsequently being compelled to travel to Linjiang City, without having had the chance to properly explore the grand city of Chang'an. This time, however, he was determined to appreciate the local customs and traditions of Chang'an. Furthermore, Gao Yang was keen to observe the commercial activities of the merchants in the city, hoping to discover lucrative opportunities. As a young man of privilege, it was unacceptable for him to be without funds. Chang'an, with its population of millions, stood as the most prosperous metropolis in the Great Qian and even among the Seven Kingdoms. The city was crisscrossed with streets, lined with shops. Although merchants held a lower status in the Great Qian, the number of those engaged in trade was substantial, which piqued Gao Yang's interest. As Gao Yang strolled along the lively streets, he found himself surrounded by clusters of pedestrians, their chatter harmonizing with the persistent calls of vendors, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The entire city of Chang'an pulsated with vitality. To Gao Yang's astonishment, he noticed a few foreign individuals with golden hair and azure eyes mingling among the locals. Upon inquiring, he learned that these foreigners had come from distant lands, often barren and impoverished, seeking to engage in trade within the prosperous realm of Deqian. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration in Gao Yang, as he sensed a lucrative opportunity. Backwardness and poverty could signify the potential for immense wealth. In the current geopolitical landscape, the Seven Kingdoms stood in a delicate balance. Qi, Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, Yin, and Qian, enjoying several decades of peace. During this time, the prestige of the Duke of the State had waned considerably. This decline was inevitable. In times of turmoil, military leaders held considerable power, but in times of tranquility, civil officials seized the reins of authority, often suppressing their martial counterparts. Such was the prevailing trend, difficult to resist. "My lord, where are we headed?" Chun Sheng inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, "Just scouting the vicinity, we are going to the residence of Prince Rong," Gao Yang replied, leading Chun Sheng and several guards to a tavern near the prince's estate. Gao Tianlong had boasted that the entire household of Prince Rong must be dealt with. In his previous life, Gao Yang had walked the fine line of danger. Scheming was fraught with both risks and rewards. A successful scheme could yield great profits, but being discovered could spell disaster. Punishment could range from a beating to imprisonment or even death. Thus, Gao Yang was never one to show mercy. If Wu Cheng dared to plot against him, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Furthermore, the Duke of the State had treated him well, providing him with the means to navigate this world freely. The court's intrigues were complex, and the household of Prince Rong had already revealed its intentions. Failure to act would surely invite further aggression. In the realm of political strife, the stakes were high. Defeat could lead to annihilation. "Young master, a group is emerging," Chun Sheng suddenly remarked. Gao Yang turned his gaze to see a young man clad in opulent attire, radiating arrogance, accompanied by several attendants. With a mere glance, Gao Yang recognized him as Wu Cheng, the son of Prince Rong and the architect behind the original protagonist's downfall. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed coldly. Fortune favored him today, as he had not waited long to encounter Wu Cheng. This was not unexpected. In ancient times, there were no mobile devices, and typical young rakes could hardly remain still, indulging instead in the pleasures of life, their days filled with revelry and excess. "Remember this person?" Gao Yang asked Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng nodded eagerly. "I remember him. Do you have instructions, my lord?" Had it not been for the probationary period, Chun Sheng would not have felt so anxious. However, the prospect of a 3-month trial made him eager to prove himself. Over the next few days, keep a close watch on Wu Cheng. Follow him whenever he leaves and ascertain his daily habits. This should not pose a problem, should it? Gao Yang poured a cup of water and addressed Qin Sheng. Rest assured, my lord. Tracking and even eliminating targets are within my skill set, Qin Sheng replied confidently, his eyes fixed on the departing Wu Cheng. Gao Yang, filled with curiosity, inquired why this young gentleman was so intent on his endeavors. Qin Sheng, with a smile, replied that as a servant, he was to follow orders, and the rest was not for him to concern himself with. Gao Yang's gaze reflected satisfaction. Indeed, Qin Sheng exhibited commendable insight and courage. The ordinary person, upon learning of the task to surveil the son of the reigning Prince Rome, would likely be paralyzed with fear, yet Qin Sheng remained composed, a truly promising talent. Proceed, Gao Yang instructed, and Qin Sheng exited the tavern, seamlessly blending into the crowd as he followed the direction of Wu Cheng's departure. Just now, I noticed the way some young ladies were glancing at you. It seemed rather peculiar. Do you have any idea why? Gao Yang sipped his tea and turned to Zhao De with a hint of curiosity. Zhao De candidly suggested that they might fear the eldest son might secretly follow them, perhaps intending to incapacitate them with a blow or drug them, or even eliminate their husbands first. Ah, Gao Yang gasped. Do I truly appear to be such a malicious individual? Zhao De hastily nodded and then shook his head vigorously. Gao Yang remarked, Zhao De, you could have expressed that more delicately. Zhao Da's face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. Waiter, the bill, please. Gao Yang called out, intending to return home. The tavern attendant approached, beaming, and said, esteemed guest, your total comes to 103 won. Gao Yang fumbled through his pockets, feeling rather embarrassed. Blast it. I almost forgot. The money Du Jiang gifted was taken by Gao Feng, and I find myself without a coin to my name. Zhao De, settle the bill. Gao Yang instructed. Zhao De, patting his own pockets, also felt a twinge of embarrassment. Young master, I too have no money. The other members of the Gao family's entourage shook their heads in agreement. The waiter's expression swiftly transformed. Gao Yang felt a prickling at the back of his neck. If the esteemed duke's residence were to be perceived as dining and dashing, it would be exceedingly awkward. Just as Gao Yang contemplated sending Zhao De to the kitchen to wash dishes in payment, a crisp cough broke the air. Following the sound, he beheld Song Qingqing, resplendent in a green gown, her face exuding an air of aloofness as she sat several tables away, accompanied by two maidservants and an array of exquisite dishes before her. Having learned of Gao Yang's stratagems from Song Li, Song Qingqing was incredulous, raising grain prices to attract merchants, then opening granaries to force grain dealers into competition, causing prices to plummet, and even proposing labor as a form of relief. She had initially thought Gao Yang a mere wastrel, but now recognized him as a potential asset. Resolutely, she resolved to devise a method to secure Gao Yang's favor, ideally to simultaneously captivate both Cui Xinghe and Gao Yang while observing them for a time. Yet, having personally visited the duke's residence to call off their engagement, returning would seem rather shameless. Thus, she considered that Gao Yang, being both forthright and having fallen victim to designs against him, might harbor thoughts about the royal house, prompting her visit to this establishment. Unexpectedly, she encountered Gao Yang arriving with a group of people. However, what transpired next took her completely by surprise. Gao Yang sat there, gazing out of the window, oblivious to her presence for quite some time, prompting her to finally suppress a cough. She averted her gaze, deliberately avoiding looking at Gao Yang, her fair face displaying a hint of impatience, as if awaiting something. A spark of recognition lit up Gao Yang's eyes, and he strode over. Miss Song, what a coincidence. Upon hearing his voice, Song Qingqing could not help but smile, though she quickly stifled it. She reminded herself that now, more than ever, she must maintain her indifference. Young Master Gao, is there something you need? Song Qingqing replied coolly, her tone laced with detachment. Gao Yang turned abruptly to the attendant beside him, saying, I told you. I am acquainted with Miss Song. Do you not believe me? The Song family is a prominent one in the court and lacks for nothing. After speaking, Gao Yang merely nodded politely to her and descended the stairs without a trace of attachment, exiting the tavern. The attendant hastened towards Song Qingqing, ingratiatingly inquiring, that young master's bill amounts to 103 won. Will Miss Song settle it now, or shall we tally it later? A refreshing breeze swept through the window, tousling the loose strands of hair on Song Qingqing's forehead, revealing her astonished expression. Chapter 32, A Great Locust Plague. I have a strategy to annihilate them. Upon leaving the tavern, Gao Yang noticed several carriages heading toward the imperial palace. The horses pulling them were magnificent red-maned war steeds, clearly extraordinary. This sight furrowed Gao Yang's brow. What was happening in Qian? However, as a mere sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, such affairs held little relevance to him, as his status did not even grant him the right to attend court. Having perused the town sufficiently, Gao Yang sauntered towards the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Yet, before he reached the estate, he was met by a visibly anxious Shangguan Wanner rushing toward him. Gao Yang, where have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you, or how long I've sent others to search for you? Shangguan Wanner was nearly frantic. She had waited for what felt like an eternity without catching sight of Gao Yang. Gao Yang instinctively sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. What is happening in Qian? Shangguan Wanner seized his arm and pulled him towards the carriage. There is a locust plague threatening Guangzhou. His Majesty has summoned you along with officials of the third rank and above to discuss countermeasures. We must hurry to the palace. Before Gao Yang could fully grasp the situation, he found himself being whisked away in the carriage, racing towards the imperial palace. Yet, he was internally shaken. A locust plague in Guangzhou? The region, characterized by its vast plains and fertile fields, would indeed become a veritable hell on earth if ravaged by such devastation, leading to even the direst of human tragedies. Simultaneously, within the imperial palace, in the imperial study, Empress Wu Zhao addressed her ministers with urgency. Esteemed officials, after much deliberation, do you still have no solutions? Sitting upon the dragon throne, she surveyed the assembly of ministers before her, their collective presence embodying the very foundation of Qian's power. Their words and actions would dictate the future of the entire realm. Yet, under Wu Zhao's scrutiny, the ministers exchanged glances, each falling into a profound silence. Even Gao Feng's face bore a look of grave concern. Regarding the locust plague, how can the millions of citizens in Guangzhou dare to speak out? Wu Zhao felt a heaviness in her heart and continued. With the esteemed ministers of Qian gathered here, is there truly no solution? Chancellor Su Xuanji stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, since ancient times, locust plagues have been beyond prevention. It is a divine retribution that cannot be avoided. In my humble opinion, the court can only gather provisions and transport them to the Guangzhou region in advance, preparing for the worst. With a resounding slap, Wu Zhao struck the dragon desk before her, her phoenix eyes glinting with cold fury. Divine retribution? Chancellor, do you imply that my ascension to the throne has displeased the heavens, thus provoking such punishment as a form of retribution against me? Su Xuanji instantly knelt, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I dare not. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and turned her icy gaze to the others, stating, The land of Guangzhou is home to millions. If locusts ravage it, the people will surely suffer. If any of you possess a viable strategy, speak freely, and I shall reward you handsomely. Wang Zhong, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke with ominous intent. Historically, locust plagues have been accompanied by rebellion. Therefore, I believe your Majesty should not only gather provisions, but also mobilize nearby troops to prepare for an uprising and quell it swiftly. Before he could finish, Gao Feng vehemently opposed. Your Majesty, the locusts have not yet mounted a full-scale attack. If we send troops into Guangzhou now, it may yield counterproductive results. Moreover, mobilizing the army incurs substantial costs. Rather than that, we should focus entirely on disaster relief. Wu Zhao nodded, agreeing with Gao. You are correct. The situation has not yet reached the point of military intervention. Wang Zhong's gaze turned sharp as he addressed Gao Feng. If my approach is flawed, I would like to hear your esteemed opinion. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng found himself at a loss for words, and with a cold tone, he replied, I currently have no solution, but mere suppression would undoubtedly be a foolish course of action. Anger simmered in Wang Zhong's eyes. The imperial study erupted into chaos, akin to a bustling marketplace. Wu Zhao furrowed her brow and exclaimed, Enough! I summoned you to devise solutions, not to bicker. The room fell silent. Among them, Cui Xinghe, as a secretary in the central office, possessed the authority to draft edicts and sat in a rather inconspicuous position. Wu Zhao turned her gaze toward him, suddenly inquiring, Cui Xinghe, do you have any sound strategies? At once, all eyes converged upon Cui Xinghe, who felt a rush of excitement under their scrutiny. Yet, concerning the locust plague, he had no effective remedy. Your Majesty, no one has ever managed to curb locust plagues since antiquity, especially given that, as Governor Liu reported, locusts have already appeared, and fertile fields are teeming with eggs buried deep in the soil, making eradication exceedingly difficult. For now, the court can only prepare for disaster relief. Song Li stepped forward and echoed, What Shui has stated is true. This is a natural calamity, and relying solely on human effort is utterly insufficient. We must prioritize timely relief. The assembled ministers nodded in agreement. Wu Zhao's expression was one of dissatisfaction. Throughout the years, locust plagues have been a living hell. Once they pass, the people are left with nothing, facing starvation, even resorting to cannibalism. With so many afflicted, how can the court's relief efforts sustain them? Her voice resonated throughout the imperial study. Gao Yang stealthily entered the hall, making every effort to diminish his presence. He discerned that the meeting had likely commenced. Tardiness in later generations was deemed a significant transgression, and even more so in ancient times. Wang Zhong casually cast a glance and immediately spotted the quietly sneaking Gao Yang. His eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim loudly, "Young Gao Yang, what brings you here?" The powerful shout instantly attracted the attention of all present. Wang Zhong continued, "In such a court assembly, how could a mere sixth-rank official like you possibly qualify?" Gao Yang felt a surge of indignation. He resolved to remember this Wang Zhong. Wu Zhao also abruptly raised her head. She sensed something was amiss. Indeed, someone was missing. The thought of Gao Yang ignited a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Wu Zhao first scanned Wang Zhong, stating, "Gao Yang is under my special decree." She then turned her gaze to Gao Yang, eagerly asking, "Gao Yang, the drought in Guangzhou is severe, and locust eggs are rampant. A locust disaster may be imminent. Do you have a solution?" Before Gao Yang could respond, Wang Zhong interjected disdainfully, "Your Majesty, this young lad has likely never even witnessed a locust swarm. How could he possibly have a remedy for such a calamity? If he does, I shall personally scour every latrine in Chang'an." Wang Zhong's contemptuous tone echoed throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Wu Zhao's heart sank at his words. There was some truth in Wang Zhong's assertion. Gao Yang was so young that he probably had never encountered locusts, let alone devised a solution for them. However, a sudden spark ignited in Gao Yang's eyes as he addressed Wang Zhong. "General Wang, a man's word is worth more than gold. Let us agree to this." Wang Zhong felt an inexplicable anxiety. How could Gao Yang, who had never even seen a locust, possess a method to address the locust disaster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Zhong fervently reassured himself. Yet, he soon witnessed Gao Yang step forward, bowing respectfully to Wu Zhao, his clear voice resonating in the imperial study. "I have a plan that may annihilate the locusts in Guangzhou." With Gao Yang's declaration, all eyes in the imperial study turned toward him. Wang Zhong's expression shifted abruptly. He found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Gao Feng, his eyes wide with alarm, could not restrain himself from reprimanding, "Brat, do not speak recklessly. The locust disaster in Guangzhou concerns millions of lives. You cannot act frivolously. Withdraw." Such a great calamity required a genuine solution, for if not properly addressed, it could lead to a devastating locust infestation. Even the Duke of the State would not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong was visibly moved. Despite his profound skepticism regarding Gao Yang's ability to offer a solution, he felt a twinge of unease. After all, he had previously witnessed Gao Yang's cunning, akin to that of a living llama. He could not dismiss the possibility that Gao Yang had concocted some sinister scheme. Wu Zhao regarded Gao Yang with anticipation, urging, "Gao Yang, if you have a method, speak boldly. Do not concern yourself with the consequences. I and the esteemed ministers shall deliberate." Gao Yang stepped forward, addressing, "Your Majesty, you have heard General Wang's words. I dare to ask you to be a witness." Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's heart suddenly filled with alarm. This was bad. He had acted impulsively. Could this young man truly possess a method to eradicate locusts? In Chang'an, the latrines are vast and would take a lifetime to cleanse. He was about to voice his thoughts, contemplating a strategic retreat. However, Wu Zhao nodded decisively, proclaiming, "I have heard you. You need not worry. The most pressing matter at hand is the locust disaster in Guangzhou." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's face turned pale. This was a tremendous loss. If Gao Yang were to lose, the consequences would be dire for him. A smile crept onto Gao Yang's face. He was no naive idealist. He believed in retribution. With that in mind, I shall boldly present a few humble suggestions. But before I proceed, I must ascertain whether the memorial from the Guangzhou governor indicates that the locust plague has already erupted or if it merely involves a significant number of eggs. Yet to fully hatch? Gao Yang inquired. Wu Zhao glanced at him, explaining that currently it was only the eggs and a large-scale outbreak had not yet occurred. However, The fact that Lu Wu had submitted a memorial to the court indicated that the number of locusts was certain to be alarming. Seeing this, Cui Xinghe interjected, Lord Gao. A large number of locust eggs will inevitably lead to a locust disaster, and since the eggs are buried deep in the soil, they are difficult to eradicate. What difference does it make? Gao Yang directed his gaze at Cui Xinghe, shaking his head. You misunderstand, Master Cui. The distinction is monumental. If the flying locusts were to darken the skies and sweep across the land, our options for response would be nearly non-existent, and we could only focus on disaster relief. However, if it is merely a significant number of eggs yet to hatch, there is much we can do. With confidence, Gao Yang raised his head to Wu Zhao and declared, I have 3 strategies. If all 3 are employed, we can significantly mitigate the impending locust disaster in Guangzhou. The first strategy is to capture them. Wu Zhao's keen eyes focused on Gao Yang, taken aback by his confidence. She inquired, how do we capture them? The court should issue a decree allowing the populace to capture locusts in the fields, which can then be exchanged for grain at a specified ratio. Once this decree is proclaimed, the common folk will undoubtedly spring into action. As these words were spoken, the ministers in the imperial study exchanged peculiar glances. Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. Wang Zhong was the first to chuckle derisively. I had thought Lord Gao would present a brilliant strategy. Yet it turns out to be this laughable notion. Oh, what is so ridiculous about this plan? Gao Yang retorted, directing his gaze at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, with a scornful look, replied, You, a mere youth, have never witnessed the arrival of a locust plague. When they descend, they can engulf an area in mere hours. Although Guangzhou has not yet experienced a true outbreak, capturing locusts in the fields is no small task. According to your plan, how might the court establish the exchange ratio between locusts and grain? If the ratio is too low, the populace will remain inactive, for the grain obtained would not even suffice to cover the costs of capturing locusts. Conversely, if the ratio is set too high, the court would expend vast amounts of grain for these wretched locusts. Your proposal is utterly ridiculous. Wang Zhong's disdain was palpable. He found Gao Yang's suggestion laughably absurd. He had nearly been frightened to death, only to discover that Gao Yang's plan was so lacking. Gao Feng stepped forward, addressing Wu Zhao, Your Majesty. This misguided child has never encountered locusts before, and in his moment of folly, he has proposed a policy that is quite laughable. I implore Your Majesty to grant him leniency. I shall ensure he is properly disciplined upon our return. Wu Zhao's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. The recent successes at the Monkey Theater and the Labor for Relief initiative in Linjiang City had raised her expectations for Gao Yang immensely. However, the current strategy is undeniably mediocre. Nevertheless, locust plagues have historically proven difficult to resolve. Those who propose solutions should be encouraged rather than chastised. Wu Zhao turned her gaze towards Gao Yang, expressing her disappointment. Gao Yang, your plan is indeed flawed. If the court exchanges locusts for grain at an excessively high ratio, it will place tremendous pressure on the food supply, and furthermore, these locusts are utterly useless. Gao Yang replied with a smile, Your Majesty, who says locusts are without value? This statement left Wu Zhao momentarily speechless. What utility could such pests possibly have? Gao Yang continued, My first plan must work in conjunction with the second to achieve remarkable results. Wang Zhong scoffed, somewhat disdainful. Your words are as bold as my long spear. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes suddenly fixed on Gao Yang, and even Shang Wanwaner looked over in surprise, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Gao Yang, what is your second plan? Wu Zhao inquired eagerly. If he could indeed quell the locust plague in Guangzhou, it would greatly enhance her prestige, for the populace regards locusts with the same dread as floods and fierce beasts. Facing the gaze of the assembly, Gao Yang spoke calmly. My second plan is to consume them. The court should establish a specific ratio for exchanging locusts for grain, and then uniformly collect and roast these locusts, drying them until their flavor resembles that of shrimp, thus rendering them edible. This would provide the people with an appealing exchange rate, encouraging them to catch locusts. The proceeds from selling these prepared locusts could offset their expenses. What's not to like? His light-hearted proposal silenced the entire imperial study. The assembly turned their collective gaze towards Gao Yang, bewildered. Eat locusts? Their expressions were a mix of incredulity and confusion, for locusts have been viewed as pests throughout history. Who would dare consume such vermin? Moreover, Gao Yang claimed that once dried, they taste like shrimp. Was he suggesting the eradication of locusts through consumption? Wu Zhao's eyes brightened as she pondered the implications. Wang Zhong, a seasoned warrior, lacked the nuanced understanding of such matters and could only fixate on Gao Yang with a sense of urgency. If locusts were indeed edible, then perhaps these two methods combined could yield remarkable results. However, Cui Xinghe interjected solemnly, "Your Majesty, this plan is utterly unfeasible. It is a calamity for the people." Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. "Why?" Cui replied, "Though I have never encountered locusts, I am well read. During past disasters, locusts have darkened the skies, and once they swept through, the populace was left with no food. In desperation, some have resorted to consuming locusts, employing various methods. Yet, the quantity ingested was minimal and caused no significant harm. However, should one consume them in excess, symptoms such as diarrhea manifest, indicating that locusts are indeed toxic and unfit for consumption." As his words echoed, the imperial study erupted into tumult. Cui Xinghe's expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly he scoffed. He acknowledged that Gao Yang's unconventional approach was impressive, but when it came to historical knowledge and literary breadth, 100 Gaos could not rival him. Locusts were simply inedible. They are toxic. Who could bear the responsibility for such a reckless suggestion? Otherwise, he would have proposed this policy long ago, rather than leaving it to Gao Yang. Beside him, Su Xuanji spoke up, asserting that what Scholar Cui had said was indeed correct. The old minister had once served as the governor of Qingzhou, where a catastrophic locust plague had erupted, and he had witnessed firsthand the discomfort experienced by the populace who consumed the locusts. Though it was not fatal, their bodies suffered in varying degrees. This method is a calamity for the people. Su Xuanji's words were heavy, bordering on accusations. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, this Gao Yang is full of foolish schemes. I implore you to dismiss him. Otherwise, if we adhere to his proposals, the consequences could be dire." Wu Zhao's expression darkened considerably at this. She turned her gaze towards Su Xuanji, asking, "Is what you say truly so?" Su Xuanji, bowing respectfully, replied, "Every word I speak is the truth. I would stake my life on it. Your Majesty, this locust plague is indeed a divine punishment, not mere ramblings of an old minister. If winter fails to bring snow, spring lacks rain, and summer turns arid, a locust plague will inevitably ensue. Though Lord Gao's method appears commendable, the locusts are poisonous. This plan is bound to fail." In that moment, Wu Zhao fell silent. The locusts were indeed toxic, swift in flight, with their eggs permeating the soil, reminiscent of a celestial retribution. Must the people of Guanzhong endure such a calamity? Chapter 34. The Great Righteousness of Gao Yang. A trial by poison shocks the Empress. Cui Xinghe turned his gaze towards Gao Yang and stated, "Lord Gao, I acknowledge your considerable talent, yet this plan is fundamentally unfeasible. Historically, no locust plague has ever concluded with consumption." Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghe, a smile gracing his face, but his words rendered Cui Xinghe momentarily speechless. "Lord Cui, you are correct, yet also mistaken. Earlier, I sought confirmation from your Majesty regarding whether the locusts in Guanzhong have already wreaked havoc or if they are predominantly in the egg stage. This distinction is crucial." Cui Xinghe was taken aback, and the entire imperial study fell into silence. "What do you mean by this, Lord Gao?" Cui Xinghe furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. Gao Yang surveyed the gathered officials in the study and proclaimed, "In my youth, I was mischievous and happened upon an ancient temple in the mountains, where I encountered an ethereal elder who left behind an ancient tome that recorded locusts. There are many species of locusts in the world, but the two that primarily wreak havoc are the desert locust and the East Asian migratory locust. The locusts that plague the realm of Deqian are predominantly the East Asian migratory locust. Both the East Asian migratory locust and the desert locust possess a unique internal structure, categorized into solitary and gregarious types. Simply put, when a locust plague has yet to erupt and the locusts are not yet swarming, they are entirely green or predominantly green in their main body. At this stage, the locusts are non-toxic, tender in flesh, rich in protein and amino acids, and when fried, they resemble flying shrimp. As Gao Yang spoke, he could not help but lick his lips. In his past life, he had also been averse to insects until he visited Guangdong and fortuitously tasted fried locusts, which he found extraordinary. Subsequently, he researched locusts, and upon comparing them with those in Deqian, he found them nearly identical. Thus, they were certainly edible. If they were different, it mattered not. At worst, he could be sent to Lingnan, with death being the only alternative. For a moment, the imperial study fell into silence. The officials left in a state of bewilderment. Locusts are categorized into solitary and gregarious types. Wu Zhao was utterly stunned. The green locusts are not only non-toxic, but also possess a delectable flavor, rich in proteins and amino acids. What precisely are these proteins and amino acids? Wu Zetian could not help but inquire. Gao Yang simply explained that it essentially denotes a high nutritional value. The crowd was left in astonishment. Could locusts truly be associated with gastronomic delight? Such a notion was utterly unprecedented. Should locusts proliferate in mass, their behavioral patterns would alter, resulting in a transformation to gray-black and yellow hues, becoming irritable and potentially producing toxins within mere hours. Excessive consumption by the populace could pose health risks. The toxic locusts referred to by Lord Shui and Chancellor Su are indeed the gregarious variety. However, given that the locust plague in Guangzhou has yet to erupt, it is entirely feasible to encourage the populace to capture the green locusts and convert them into sustenance, thus averting a potential outbreak of the gregarious type. In our vast Qian, with its rich culinary traditions, there will undoubtedly be those with adventurous palates willing to give it a try. The notion of locusts evolving into a culinary delicacy is not without merit. Buzz. The onlookers gazed at Gao Yang, who spoke eloquently in the center of the imperial study, their minds buzzing with incredulity. There are two categories of locusts, solitary and gregarious. Moreover, the solitary green locusts are non-toxic and quite palatable, whereas the gregarious ones are toxic. Cui Xinghe was bewildered. Su Xuanji was perplexed. Wu Zetian was equally confounded. Everything Gao Yang asserted transcended their previous understanding. Could locusts indeed become a gourmet dish? Wang Zhong, after recovering from his shock, exclaimed in disbelief, "Absurd, utterly absurd. How could these green locusts possibly transform into gray-black ones? This is inconceivable." He then turned to Wu Zetian. Clasping his hands in respect, "Your Majesty, the grandson of Duke Dinghua speaks nonsensically, misleading the people. I beseech your Majesty to impose severe punishment." Gao Yang merely glanced at Wang Zhong, refraining from comment. This matter pertains to biological evolution, and even he was unsure of the principle whereby solitary locusts would change color and become toxic upon becoming gregarious. Yet, it remains a fact. Wu Zetian looked towards Cui Xinghe, incredulously asking, "Minister Cui, can locusts be categorized into two forms?" Cui Xinghe was equally taken aback. "Your Majesty, locusts indeed come in two varieties, green and gray-black. The outbreak of locusts is precisely as Gao Yang has stated. It is the gray-black variety. However, the distinction between toxic and non-toxic, as well as the transformation from green to gray-black, is merely a matter of solitary versus gregarious. This is unprovable." He found the matter too ludicrous to accept and hesitated to oppose. Wu Zetian, too, was in a quandary, for Gao Yang's words were astonishing. Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon Wu Zetian, resolutely declaring, "For the sake of the people, I, Gao Yang, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, am willing to serve the nation. Should your Majesty capture locusts, I shall volunteer to test their toxicity. The more, the better. Furthermore, all green locusts can be sold to me at a low price, and I shall devise a means to distribute them. Thus, I shall fulfill my duty to the nation." Hiss. To volunteer to test the locusts. How noble of Gao Yang. Shang Wanwaner was taken aback. Those are locusts. Yet Gao Yang is willing to risk himself for the welfare of the people. This character, indeed, caught her off guard. Gao Yang maintained a composed exterior, while internally, he reveled in amusement. The harmless locusts, in later generations, could fetch quite a sum, rivaling the price of beef and mutton, not to mention their delectable taste, which he found quite appealing. An idea began to take root in his mind. Perhaps he could capitalize on these locusts to amass a fortune while simultaneously garnering a commendable reputation. After all, for the benefit of the common people, he, Gao Yang, would be the first to test the locusts, a notion that would undoubtedly yield significant benefits when disseminated. In the wandering world, one must possess both fame and fortune. Wu Zhao felt a tumult of emotions within her, and her impression of Gao Yang improved considerably. The audacity to consume such creatures was indeed a mark of bravery. Moreover, the proposal Gao Yang put forth possessed a tangible feasibility. Song Li initially intended to voice his objections, but, upon reflection, chose to remain silent. Su Xuanji could not help but direct his gaze towards Gao Yang. "My good sir, are you aware that your words hold profound implications for the millions in Guangzhou? Should anything go awry, it would not only jeopardize you, but could also bring ruin upon the entire Duke of Dinghua's estate." Some matters require utmost caution in discourse. This statement served as a solemn reminder, extending its gravity to the entirety of the duke's lineage. Gao Feng looked incredulously at Gao Yang, astonished that this rascal had encountered an elder in the mountains who bestowed upon him a book. Furthermore, could it be that this scoundrel could read? It was indeed a shocking revelation. Yet, witnessing Gao Yang articulating his ideas with such clarity, even proposing to purchase locusts, left him in a state of conflict. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Dinggua's estate is willing to pledge our residence and land deeds as collateral to acquire locusts at a low price, thereby alleviating the pressure on the national treasury. I, too, am prepared to test these locusts personally to attest to this rascal's claims." Gao Feng wore a mask of anguish, lamenting the fate that had befallen him. Upon hearing this declaration, the entire imperial study was engulfed in astonishment. The estate and land deeds of the Duke of Dinghua were of considerable worth, representing the honor bestowed upon them by successive dynasties and the very foundation of their family. What was even more astounding was the audacity of Gao Feng to risk everything based solely on Gao Yang's words. Wu Zhao was equally moved. "My dear minister, have you truly considered this?" Gao Feng nodded, his expression stoic. "This rascal has finally come into his own. As a father, I must lend my support. Should there be any toxicity, the silver shall merely serve as a contribution to the nation. Thus, it would not be in vain. I trust that your Majesty would not allow the Duke of Dinggua's family to perish from starvation." Gao Yang felt a surge of emotion, gazing at Gao Feng's silhouette with a mixture of gratitude and admiration. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable urge to procure some oranges for Gao Feng. Wu Zhao's keen eyes fell upon Gao Yang. Her heart stirred with fervor. If they delayed, a locust plague in Guangzhou would inevitably ensue, leading to desolation and suffering for the populace, perhaps even inciting rebellion. Rather than succumb to such a fate, it would be wiser to take a bold leap. If the locusts were indeed toxic, the loss would amount to little more than a financial setback. "I shall not allow my loyal subjects to bear the burden alone." She turned her gaze to Gao Yang, inhaling deeply. "Since none among us can devise a better plan, we shall proceed with your approach. Some outcomes can only be discerned through action. As for any losses, they shall be drawn from my own treasury." Gao Yang nearly misheard her, astonished at Wu Zhao's pronouncement. "What? From the Empress's treasury? Ah, so it is this treasury, her private funds." He was almost taken aback. Beside him, Cui Xinghe spoke gravely, "Lord Gao, even if the ancient texts are indeed accurate, they pertain only to a small number of non-toxic locusts. However, the land of Guangzhou is teeming with locust eggs. According to your assertion, these must be gregarious and toxic locusts. What then is the solution?" His words instantly darkened the expressions of the ministers gathered in the imperial study. As Cui Xinghe pointed out, the urgent matter at hand was to address these locust eggs. Otherwise, the locust plague would continue to obscure the sky, rendering it difficult to manage. Gao Yang smiled and said, "I have a third strategy, biological control, where natural enemies counteract one another." Chapter 35. Do you even know how many eggs a female locust lays? The ministers in the imperial study were left bewildered by Gao Yang's proclamation. Even Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, seemingly trying to recall the meaning of these two terms from the sage texts she had read in the past. Yet, despite her mental exertion, she could not conceive the significance of those phrases. Cui Xinghe also frowned and inquired, "What precisely do you mean by biological control, Lord Gao?" This method is completely unheard of. With Cui Xinghe's question, all eyes turned to Gao Yang. He replied calmly, "All things in the world exist in a cycle of mutual creation and destruction. Whether it be locusts or other creatures, each has its natural enemies. For instance, rats fear cats, rabbits fear snakes, and insects fear frogs. If a certain species begins to proliferate in a particular locale, it is invariably because its natural enemies are in short supply. Although locusts are peculiar, they too cannot escape this law. Thus, biological control arises from this very principle." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes brightened. Naturally intelligent, she quickly grasped Gao Yang's meaning. This notion held considerable promise. Perhaps it could indeed unravel the plight of Guangzhou. Wu Zhao felt a surge of excitement within her, her phoenix-like eyes growing ever more fervent. Not only Wu Zhao, but Cui Xinghe and Su Xuanji also gazed at Gao Yang, eager for his further elaboration. "Your Majesty, might I trouble you for a sip of water? I arrived in haste and my throat is parched, which would afford me a moment to gather my thoughts." Gao Yang addressed Wu Zhao. He had spent the afternoon meandering and had only managed to sip a little water at the tavern before being pulled directly into the palace by Shangwanwaner, where he had to express himself at length. Now, his throat felt as if it were on fire. Gao Feng's expression darkened. "You rascal, finish your speech before you drink." He was nearly incensed to the point of collapse. This was a splendid opportunity to present himself, with all the ministers of Deqian listening. And yet this scoundrel wanted to drink water. The other ministers shared his exasperation. This was the first time they had witnessed a minister requesting water in the imperial study during a court assembly. Wu Zhao waved her hand. "Bring forth some tea." Soon, a eunuch cautiously brought forth a pot of hot tea. Gao Yang accepted the tea and took a sip. It was indeed a fine brew from the palace. Fragrant and rich. Savoring the taste, he indulged in a few more sips. Wu Zhao remarked, "Gao Yang, if you enjoy this tea, I shall reward you with some later. Now, quickly explain how we should implement this biological control." Gao Yang set down the teacup, mindful of moderation. The conditions for the formation of a locust plague hinge on two factors. First, there must be a sufficient quantity, specifically gray-black or yellow locusts. Second, they must gather in swarms. To achieve this, there exists a profound correlation with the weather. When winter lacks snowfall, it fails to freeze the eggs of insects. And if spring does not bring rain, it results in drought-stricken lands, conditions that these pests find favorable. Consequently, the birds that prey on locusts struggle to survive under such arid circumstances. The reduction of natural enemies and a suitable environment create the inevitable conditions for a locust invasion. While we cannot alter the drought, we can enhance the number of natural predators for locusts in the wild. The crowd fell into deep contemplation. Sensing the validity of this reasoning, Gao Yang, facing the assembly of ministers within the grand hall, turned his gaze towards the exquisite female emperor and proposed, "Your Majesty, my plan is to gather 50,000 chickens and ducks from the Chang'an region within a single day, forming a coalition of poultry to swiftly advance to Guangzhou. Each chicken or duck can consume hundreds of locusts daily. Thus, 50,000 would devour 50 million locusts in a day. Even in an ideal scenario, having that estimate would still yield the consumption of millions. Within 10 days, at least over 100 million would be eradicated, potentially even billions. Presently, the locusts are still in their egg stage. In just a few days, we can significantly diminish their numbers. Even if a locust plague occurs, the loss of several hundred million, if not billions, would substantially mitigate the disaster. I shall henceforth refer to this method as biological control." With Gao Yang's succinct declaration, the entire grand hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Cui Xinghe was taken aback. Wu Zhao stood in astonishment. The idea of dispatching 50,000 chickens and ducks from Chang'an to combat the locust plague with a coalition of poultry was revolutionary. While locusts spell disaster for humans, they are a divine boon for chickens and ducks. According to Gao Yang's assertion, the arrival of the poultry coalition would lead to an immediate reduction of billions of locusts, if not more. A living embodiment of the Reaper, indeed, not only for merchants but also for locusts. He was a veritable harbinger of doom. Wu Zhao's face lit up with delight. How had she not considered this strategy? It is exceedingly difficult for humans to extract the eggs buried deep in the earth. Yet the chickens and ducks, driven by hunger, would naturally seek out and consume the locust eggs. Thus, even in the event of a locust outbreak, the impact would be greatly lessened. Gao Yang truly is a remarkable talent. Song Li's expression was one of complexity. The spoiled youth he had previously dismissed harbored such profound wisdom. With merely this statement, he felt assured that this method was worth a trial. Wang Zhong's complexion turned pale, his authoritative demeanor visibly shaken. This was utterly outrageous. To employ chickens and ducks against locusts was an impulsive folly. He cast a pleading look towards Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe gasped in disbelief. Biological control, utilizing poultry to combat locusts. Wu Zhao exclaimed with joy, "This method is excellent. But why has our Deqian never considered it before?" Su Xuanji furrowed his brow, still skeptical, and voiced, "Your Majesty, by common reason, this should not be the case. If locusts were to invade in droves, chickens and ducks consuming locusts should have been proposed centuries ago." Upon hearing this, a chorus of ministers echoed his sentiment. The primary issue lay in the fact that Gao Yang's viewpoint was extraordinarily ahead of its time, rendering them somewhat incredulous. Wu Zetian cast a sharp glance at Su Xuanji. Her brows knitted in displeasure. As the prime minister, Su's inability to provide solutions, coupled with his obstructions, irked her considerably. However, before she could voice her reprimand, Gao Yang interjected, asserting that while Su's arguments held some merit, he had already elucidated the underlying reasons. The distinction between solitary locusts and gregarious locusts is significant. Once a locust plague erupts, the insects become toxic. Not only will chickens and ducks refuse to consume them, but even birds, despite their hunger, are reluctant to partake. Conversely, locust nymphs are another matter entirely, presenting a divine bounty for poultry. Thus, while locust plagues can be anticipated, once they descend en masse, the options for counteraction become exceedingly limited. The assembly wore expressions of skepticism, yet Gao Yang spoke with compelling clarity. Wang Zhong, unable to contain his incredulity, turned to Wu Zetian and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Gao Yang's assertions are utterly preposterous. Solitary insects are harmless while gregarious ones become toxic. Such nonsense." Others, including Cui Xinghe, stepped forward to express their disbelief, urging caution. In response, Gao Yang boldly proclaimed, "I am willing to wager my life to guarantee the truth of my words." Wang Zhong's gaze shifted sharply to Gao Yang, taken aback by his audacity. This was not a promising omen. It was indeed a most ominous sign. Wu Zetian inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Historically, locust plagues have proven insurmountable. In my youth, I often heard tales of relentless droughts across Qian, crops withering and locusts swarming, leaving the populace destitute. After such disasters, the land yields nothing, and desperation drives people to unspeakable acts. This pains me greatly. Therefore, I shall take a bold gamble and adopt the method proposed by the Ministry of Revenue's Gao Yang, experimenting with biological control. I, as the sovereign of Qian, will bear all consequences." Her voice resonated with authority, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Gao Yang. For her, this was a gamble of monumental proportions. Should she falter, she would lose the people's trust and face criticism from all quarters. Yet, triumph would bring her substantial rewards. In that moment, the courtiers bowed their heads, signifying Wu Zetian's resolute decision to pursue Gao Yang's strategy. Cui Xinghe, observing the scene, turned his gaze towards Gao Yang. Acknowledging a significant challenge ahead, the vast expanse of Guangzhong likely harbored numerous hidden swarms, leaving chickens and ducks without targets. "What shall we do?" he inquired. Gao Yang replied with a smile, "This is not insurmountable. Locusts thrive in heat and aridity, favoring the soil for oviposition, which explains the propensity for plagues following droughts. Their preferred breeding grounds are hard, parched wastelands, ideally with some moisture in the soil. When the land is parched and lakes and rivers dry up, these locales become a paradise for locusts to lay their eggs. A single female locust can produce approximately 300 eggs in her lifetime, which underpins the sheer magnitude of locust swarms. Thus, we must focus on eliminating these breeding sites, offering rewards for citizens who report them, and then deploying our poultry forces to eradicate the threat. The crisis in Guangzhong can be resolved." As he concluded, the entire imperial study fell into a profound silence. The courtiers wide-eyed in astonishment, enlightened by his insights into locust habitats and reproductive capabilities. Are you a parasitic worm residing in the locust's belly? Or perhaps entangled with the female locust? The ministers, their faces painted with astonishment, turned their gazes towards Gao Yang, including Gao Feng. Could this truly be the offspring of Gao Feng? Surely, it could not be a traitor from among the locust clan. In Chapter 36, the Empress is to consume locusts, the most ruthless figure of Qian. After a lengthy pause, Cui Xinghe finally spoke with a trembling voice, affirming, "Indeed, locusts are particularly fond of the barren shores revealed by receding rivers. However, those lacking profound knowledge could never fathom how you came to know this." For the first time, Cui Xinghe regarded Gao Yang with a face full of shock. Gao Yang, lost in reminiscence, replied, "This information is derived from an ancient tome bestowed upon me by that enigmatic elder. After extensive research into historical texts, I dare assert its absolute veracity. I implore your majesty to expedite disaster relief." He attributed the entire matter to the mysterious sage. Wu Zhao, with eager eyes, urged, "Gao Yang, hasten to summon this venerable Taoist. I shall honor him as the national master." With a look of regret, Gao Yang replied, "Your majesty, I have only encountered this elder once, and since then, I have had no word of him. He may well have long since departed this world." He gazed sorrowfully at the ceiling of the imperial study, as if overwhelmed by grief. Wu Zhao scrutinized Gao Yang, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. However, given the plight of millions in Guangzhong, delving into suspicions was not the priority. since the old sage has imparted his knowledge to you. It is your duty to lead the relief efforts in Guangzhou. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, prepared to make a decision. Yet, Gao Yang interjected, Your Majesty, please wait. I am but a strategist, ill-suited for martial endeavors. To command 50,000 fowl, I fear I would falter. Wu Zhao frowned. What do you suggest? Gao Yang respectfully bowed. Addressing Wu Zhao, in my humble opinion, the one to lead this disaster relief should be a valiant general of great renown. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong sensed trouble. His gaze shot towards Gao Yang. Could this young man dare to? Yet Gao Yang continued, General Wang, possessing both literary and martial prowess, understands the habits of locusts exceptionally well. He is the finest candidate. I am confident that General Wang, leading 50,000 duck soldiers and chicken generals, will surely achieve a resounding victory. Wang Zhong stood incredulous, and the other ministers twitched their lips in disbelief. Wang Zhong was a formidable general of the age. If he were to lead a battalion of fowl for disaster relief, he would undoubtedly lose face among his peers. Gao Yang was truly ruthless. It was only at this moment that they began to recognize Gao Yang's notorious reputation as a cunning strategist. Your Majesty, Wang Zhong called out, attempting to thwart the unfolding events. Wu Zhao cast a deep glance at Gao Yang, then turned her attention to Wang Zhong, stating, The grandson of the Duke of the State is correct. Employing chickens as one would soldiers is crucial in addressing the locust disaster. I do not trust ordinary individuals. Indeed, General Wang is the optimal choice. For the sake of the millions in Guangzhou, I beseech you, General Wang, to undertake this arduous journey. Proclaim a decree. Immediately promote General Wang Zhong, the breaker of the enemy, to the rank of General of the Feathered Cavalry, and urgently requisition all available chickens and ducks in Chang'an to swiftly proceed to Guangzhou for disaster relief. Wang Zhong's lips twitched violently. He had not anticipated that while missing out on the honor of the Feathered Cavalry General, he would instead be bestowed the title of General of the Feathered Chickens. If this were to come to pass, how could he face his comrades in the army in the future? What a disgrace. Wang Zhong's face bore an expression of reluctance. Yet when confronted with Wu Zhao's undeniable gaze, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. I, your humble servant, shall dutifully comply with your Majesty's command. Were it not for the decorum of the occasion, Gao Feng could not suppress a chuckle. Wang Zhong had been making things difficult for Gao Yang these past few days, and witnessing this slap in the face was truly delightful. What a splendid general. Even though Wang Zhong had returned victorious, he would not be seen outside for a month. The entire Deqian would know of the emergence of a new valiant general. This was indeed a moment of pride for the Duke of Dinghua's household. Song Li wore a complex expression, his gaze fixed on Gao Yang, secretly regretting his previous actions. Wu Zhao continued, Gao Yang, while I find your method useful, the locust plague is not easily eradicated. I recall you mentioning that locusts could darken the skies as they approach. There may not be many solutions, but your implication suggests there might be a remedy. Wu Zhao's face was filled with anticipation. She needed to prepare thoroughly. Gao Yang nodded, indeed. Should the locusts emerge in swarms, blotting out the sun, my next strategy would be to ascertain their trajectory. Using a field of grain as bait, coupled with easily ignitable materials, we could set ablaze the entire horde. Burning the locusts would mitigate the disaster. A collective gasp arose among the ministers at Gao Yang's incendiary tactic. This strategy was tantamount to inflicting 1,000 casualties upon oneself to harm 800 of the enemy. Images danced through their minds of locusts descending upon fertile fields, only to be engulfed in roaring flames. Such ruthlessness. While the grain may be lost, the locusts would suffer casualties numbering in the millions, perhaps even more. With each plan, the measures grew increasingly severe, first capturing, then consuming, followed by deploying natural predators. If all else failed, resorting to fire attacks, incurring 1,000 losses to inflict 800 upon the foe. The locusts had indeed drawn the ire of this fierce deity. Wu Zhao regarded Gao Yang with renewed interest. Shangguan Wan'er could not help but swallow hard, reflecting on her own deeds. The ministers cast curious glances at Gao Yang. Was this what a poison master was like? Wasn't the Duke of Dinghua's household renowned for its loyalty and integrity? How could there be such a merciless figure among them? Minister of Punishments Lei Yun could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Lord Gao, does your plan not disrupt the harmony of nature? Locusts are living beings, too. Is this fiery destruction not excessively cruel? Gao Yang, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. After the locusts ravage the land, the people will be left starving. with countless families torn apart, even resorting to cannibalism. Are these common folk not deserving of sympathy, Lord Lei? Lei Yun was momentarily taken aback. You. Yet he could find no words to respond. Wu Zhao's expression turned frigid as she declared, the locusts bring suffering to the people of Deqian, causing countless deaths. There is no room for sympathy. I support the fire attack. Yan Zheng hesitated for a considerable time before speaking. Your Majesty, I harbor some concerns. Wu Zhao looked at Yan Zheng, somewhat surprised, as she had noted a marked tranquility in the imperial study today. It appeared that Yan Zheng had remained silent all along. Wu Zhao encouraged him. If you have something to say, please do so candidly. Yan Zheng, troubled, replied, while I wholeheartedly agree with Lord Gao's methods, be it utilizing the court's grain to encourage the populace to capture locusts or the final act of burning them, I have reservations. The common folk have always regarded locusts as a great calamity, a divine decree. Many people dare not defy heaven's will. When locusts descend upon their fertile fields, they kneel and bow their heads, beseeching the insects to depart swiftly. What can be done about this? He sighed, lamenting that the challenge of exterminating locusts lies not only in the insects themselves, but also in the hearts of the people. If their minds are not united, the outcome is likely to be negligible. As these words were spoken, Cui Xinghe, with a solemn expression, added, Your Majesty, what Lord Yan has stated is indeed reasonable. Historical records from various regions document that locusts are a heavenly disaster, beyond human control. Thus, one must cultivate virtue to appease it. It is not merely the commoners who think this way. Even certain officials believe locusts to be divine retribution, an affliction beyond human intervention. This belief is a significant reason for the severity of locust plagues over the years. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. Such sentiments are not without basis. The ancients, in their ignorance, viewed locust plagues as punishments from above. When calamity strikes, many commoners kneel in prayer, yet the locusts only multiply, leaving no grains to harvest. If it were not for the dire lack of food, they would never resort to consuming locusts, fearing further divine punishment. This is indeed a lamentable state of affairs. Wu Zhao's brow tightened, but she suddenly pondered the manipulation of human emotions. Could there be anyone more unscrupulous than Gao Yang? Gao Yang, do you have a solution? Wu Zhao inquired. Gao Yang, upon hearing her, displayed a hint of hesitation. Your Majesty, there are indeed methods, but he trailed off, as if reluctant to continue, muttering to himself about the inefficacy of locust extermination. Wu Zhao, upon realizing this, admonished him. Gao Yang, this concerns the lives of millions in Guangzhou. Speak plainly. Why the secrecy? Chancellor Su Xuanji also interjected. Your Majesty, if the Deputy Minister of Revenue possesses a countermeasure yet remains silent, it constitutes treason against the crown. He must be punished severely. Faced with such pressure, Gao Yang could only respond, Your Majesty, it was you who urged me to speak. Thus, I shall do so. Please forgive me. A sense of foreboding crept into Wu Zhao's heart, yet she urged him, Speak quickly. I absolve you of any wrongdoing. Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon Wu Zhao and slowly articulated, Your Majesty, the people's fear fundamentally stems from the unknown, from heaven itself. This predicament is not insurmountable. After all, Your Majesty is the Empress of Deqian, and in the eyes of the populace, you are meant to align with heaven's will and govern the people. If you were to publicly consume a locust and burn some others in front of them, declaring that locusts are merely pests rather than divine punishment, the people's perception would shift, and they would surely strive to eliminate the locusts for the sake of their crops. As these words fell, the ministers in the imperial study widened their eyes in shock, staring at Gao Yang in disbelief. Had this young man lost his senses? Did he dare suggest that the most esteemed empress of Deqian consume locusts? Was he courting death? Gao Yang, your audacity knows no bounds. Locusts are most unclean, and you would have Her Majesty eat them? Such a crime deserves death, thundered Lei Yun, the Minister of Justice, his anger palpable as he stepped forward, embodying righteousness. This incited a chorus of protests among the other ministers. Chancellor Su Xuanji took a step forward, declaring, Locusts are pests, and Your Majesty is of the highest station. How could you consume such vermin? Gao Yang's insolence is intolerable, and I implore Your Majesty to impose severe punishment. A sudden glimmer of delight crossed Wang Zhong's face as he eagerly exclaimed, Your Majesty, Gao Yang's intentions are treacherous. I beseech you to punish him accordingly. In an instant, a multitude of officials stepped forward, voicing their vehement reproaches. towards Gao Yang. Gao Feng gazed at Gao Yang with an expression of disbelief. "Impudent child, cease your nonsensical prattle. It is one thing to speak of locusts and the living Yama, but do you dare to treat your own kin as such, wishing to condemn your entire lineage? To suggest that the Empress consume locusts, even if Wu Zhao were to do so in the interest of the common folk to mitigate this calamity, could she not exact retribution later? To be in the presence of the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Your political acumen is woefully lacking." Yan Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. While the court deemed him audacious, he paled in comparison to Gao Yang. He dared not voice such sentiments. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao was equally taken aback. "What? You would have me consume locusts?" The grotesque visage of locusts surged in her mind, and the mere thought of them made her nauseous. Undeterred by the barrage of criticisms, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Zhao. "Your Majesty, what Lord Yin has stated is indeed a grave concern. The populace venerates the so-called locust deity, believing the locust plague to be a divine punishment beyond human control. Consequently, many citizens merely kneel by their fertile fields, watching helplessly as the locusts ravage their crops. This mindset must be shattered, otherwise, the consequences are too dire to contemplate." Gao Yang's voice resounded. Wu Zhao regarded him intently, inhaling deeply. As the sovereign of the Great Qian, the welfare of her subjects weighed heavily upon her. The millions of souls in Guangzhong were her responsibility. Though the thought of consuming locusts was repugnant, even merely contemplating it made her stomach churn. She resolved that for the sake of her people and to prevent the horror of cannibalism in the wake of the disaster, she would do it if necessary. As Gao Yang continued to speak, the officials grew increasingly agitated. "Gao Yang, you are audacious. Such intentions merit punishment." But Wu Zhao suddenly interjected, "Enough. For the sake of the common people, I am willing to publicly consume locusts." Taking a deep breath, her phoenix-like eyes swept over the assembly. Her words sent shockwaves through the court, and the officials were left in stunned disbelief. They had not anticipated Wu Zhao's willingness to go so far. After all, locusts were hardly appetizing, and even they, as men, would find it difficult to swallow. Gao Yang could not help but regard Wu Zhao with newfound respect. For the sake of the people of Guangzhong, she was indeed prepared to make such a sacrifice. Shangguan Wan'er, observing the scene, could not restrain herself, saying, "But your Majesty, Guangzhong is far from Chang'an. You must remain here to stabilize the court. How can you travel there?" Hearing this, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. She had only recently ascended to the throne, and the political landscape was unstable. Not to mention the undercurrents swirling in Chang'an itself, it was imperative that she remain there. Wu Zhao's gaze turned towards Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, I must remain in Chang'an and cannot personally travel to Guangzhou. Is there an alternative?" Gao Yang frowned. Realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail, it posed a significant challenge. If the Empress could not go to Guangzhou, the people would still regard the locust plague as divine retribution, a natural disaster, and would be unwilling to take action against the locusts. One can only fear that, should a locust plague sweep through, not only will the lands of Guangzhou suffer, but also the surrounding 3 counties, leaving millions of commoners unable to escape calamity. Wu Zhao clenched her fists, her mind consumed by thoughts of the 3 counties and the millions of citizens buzzing in despair. Wang Zhong, perplexed by the troubled expression on Gao Yang's face, felt a sudden, ominous premonition swell within him. Cui Xinghe also sensed something amiss. This reaction was uncharacteristic of Gao Yang. What mischief was he concealing? At that moment, Gao Yang's gaze suddenly shifted towards Wang Zhong. Coincidentally, Wang Zhong turned to meet Gao Yang's eyes, and the two exchanged a charged glance across the room. "What do you want, you young rascal?" Wang Zhong exclaimed in annoyance. As a distinguished general, how could he still be scrutinized by someone like him? He took a step back, yet Gao Yang's gaze remained fixed upon him. Wu Zhao's attention, too, was abruptly drawn to Wang Zhong, her phoenix eyes shimmering with intent. "I have another strategy, your Majesty. If you cannot personally attend, then General Wang Zhong, bearing your imperial decree, may as well represent you in front of the populace. He could consume the locusts, proclaiming himself the reincarnation of the locust exterminator." Bearing all the blame for the locust's devastation, Gao Yang proposed, though he acknowledged the grotesque nature of the locusts might deter Wang Zhong's willingness. Wang Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Were it not for the presence of the imperial study, he might have unleashed a tirade of curses. How dare he suggest such a thing? Wu Zhao, the Empress, was willing to endure the humiliation for the sake of her people, and he would refuse? If word of this got out, he would be utterly disgraced. The elderly general, aware of the gravity of the situation, met Wu Zhao's penetrating gaze, which conveyed an understanding. Wang Zhong's aged face twitched, but he gritted his teeth and declared, "For the sake of the people of Guanzhong, I shall not hesitate. A mere locust. Your Majesty need not worry. Once I arrive in Guanzhong, I shall consume a pound of them as a toast." Wu Zhao was moved, exclaiming, "General Wang, you are truly a noble warrior of Deqian. I am profoundly touched. Upon your return, I shall personally host a banquet in your honor." Wang Zhong bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude for the Empress's favor. In truth, he felt he had been ensnared, yet he resolved to be forthright and gain some advantage from this predicament. However, he would remember the indignity of consuming locusts. This debt must be repaid. The expressions of the assembled ministers shifted, their gazes towards Gao Yang now laced with suspicion. By now, they realized that Gao Yang had orchestrated this entire scheme to ensnare Wang Zhong. He was fully aware that Wu Zhao would not venture to Guanzhong herself. Yet he deliberately suggested the act of consuming locusts to dismantle the superstitions of the populace, thereby inciting their ire and shifting the blame onto Wang Zhong. At this juncture, Wang Zhong found himself with no choice. To abstain from eating the locusts would imply a disregard for the plight of millions in Guanzhong and a reluctance to alleviate Wu Zhao's predicament. At the very least, he would be exiled from Chang'an. This young man truly possessed a ruthless streak. The onlookers silently lamented. Cui Xinghe, standing nearby, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. Gao Yang's thirst for revenge was rather intense. With a smile, Gao Yang remarked, "If General Wang Zhong is too advanced in years, I have another candidate in mind." "Oh." Wang Zhong's gaze revealed a mixture of surprise and disbelief at Gao Yang's unexpected kindness. He suggested, "Let us hear your thoughts. As the son of heaven, the royal family is certainly an option, including Prince Rong and Wang Wulong, as well as all the vassal kings across the land. Moreover, the esteemed Lord Shangwan, who stands by your side, would also be a feasible option." Upon hearing these words, Shangwan Wanner felt a jolt in her heart, her exquisite countenance shifting in dismay. The mere thought of consuming locusts made her feel nauseated. This was vengeance, a retaliation for that incident. Wang Zhong was taken aback by the names mentioned. "There is no need for that. I, Wang Zhong, am sufficient." The royal family need not be mentioned, for even though he was a general, he could not afford to offend them. Although Shangwan Wanner was not of royal blood, she had been close to Wu Zhao since childhood, and it was rumored throughout the court that the current emperor harbored a disdain for men. It was not unfathomable that Shangwan Wanner might gain favor first due to her proximity, and Wang Zhong could not afford to make an enemy of her. Otherwise, should relations turn sour, he would indeed face dire consequences. In Chapter 38, where the sovereigns converse, Wu Zhao first glanced at Gao Yang, then addressed Wang Zhong, saying, "General Wang, your mission pertains to the welfare of the millions in Guanzhong, and I am fully aware of the grievances involved. Upon your victorious return, I shall bestow upon you ample rewards." Wang Zhong clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "I thank your Majesty. I shall not fail your grace." Soon, Gao Yang meticulously organized the entire disaster relief strategy. The owners of the chickens and ducks were to be recorded, and following discussions among the ministers, the matter was effectively settled. The entire administrative apparatus of the Great Qian would soon be set in motion to aid in the disaster relief for Guanzhong. A weight seemed to lift from Wu Zhao's heart. "Proceed, for the disaster in Guanzhong cannot be delayed. Implement the strategy outlined by the Deputy Minister of Revenue, and ensure all departments collaborate." The rest of the officials withdrew, while the Deputy Minister of Revenue remained. Following Wu Zhao's command, all bowed and exited the Grand Hall. Wang Zhong cast a deep glance at Gao Yang, murmuring as he passed, "You young whippersnapper, I shall remember you. Await my vengeance." In response, Gao Yang merely displayed a simple smile and bowed, saying, "I am Gao Yang, wishing General Biao Ji a safe journey and a triumphant return." Wang Zhong's lips twitched as he departed. Today had truly been a monumental setback. Not a single chicken or duck in the entirety of Chang'an would escape. Otherwise, he would bear the blame for ineffective disaster relief. As the officials left the Grand Hall, many cast a lingering glance at Gao Yang. Some neutral ministers even offered him a friendly smile before departing. They resolved in their hearts that this young man from the Duke's household was rather cunning, and they must not provoke him. They even felt compelled to caution the young rascals within the estate against crossing Gao Yang. Wang Zhong exited the palace and made his way to the military camp, where he promptly summoned 5,000 troops. The soldiers, eager and ready, were elite forces. Upon receiving the order, they assumed that warfare was imminent, standing tall with fierce resolve. After all, it had been many years since the last conflict, and such news was not welcome for them. War signified opportunities for merit and a chance to alter their fates. However, Wang Zhong soon issued the command to gather chickens and ducks. The 5,000 soldiers were left bewildered. After a moment of confusion, they grasped that they were not the protagonists this time. The chickens and ducks were. This was utterly absurd. Yet, military orders must not be defied. In an instant, the sound of hooves echoed through the city of Chang'an, stirring up clouds of dust, while in the bustling markets and humble cottages, chaos erupted as chickens and dogs took flight. Even the fighting cocks, held in the hands of the young and affluent, were forcibly requisitioned. "General Wang, these are fighting cocks. I implore you to show mercy," a young man lamented. Yet, Wang Zhong, already displeased, coldly replied, "His Majesty has decreed that not a single chicken or duck shall remain in all of Chang'an. Fighting cocks are still chickens, and they possess greater combat prowess, consuming more locusts. Take them away." With Wang Zhong's command, only heart-wrenching cries remained. The young man fell to his knees, wailing, "I have raised you for 2.5 years, and because of your daily clucking, I named you brother. Brother, I cannot live without you." Today, the city of Chang'an was destined to be lively and vibrant. Under the imperial authority, no one dared to defy. Meanwhile, in a cool pavilion of the imperial garden, Wu Zhao spoke coldly, "Gao Yang, you have quite the audacity." Her piercing gaze fell upon Gao Yang, laden with meaning. The ministers understood Wang Zhong's predicament, and she was no exception. Utilizing her influence, she had successfully outmaneuvered Wang Zhong, while simultaneously issuing a warning to Shangwan Wanner. One could not help but admire her vengeful spirit. Hearing her words, Gao Yang lifted his head. After the ministers dispersed from the imperial study, he had followed closely behind Wu Zhao, his eyes appreciating her graceful strides. "What crime have I committed?" This wager was proposed by General Wang himself. And since His Majesty cannot attend personally, I merely suggested that General Wang take on the task. Examining Wu Zhao's visage up close, he found her 7 parts exquisite beauty and 3 parts regal authority, particularly the noble aura that seemed to emanate from her very being. "Your Majesty, please see. All my actions are for the greater good of Qian, all for you." Wu Zhao, with a hint of amusement in her phoenix eyes, replied, "Are you implying that I have wronged you?" This was her first private audience with Gao Yang, and she found him rather intriguing. Not only did he meet her gaze with confidence, devoid of the timidity and fear typical of his peers, but he also conversed with ease and wit. With proper guidance, he could indeed become a pillar of Qian. "I was mistaken," Gao Yang quickly interjected upon hearing Wu Zhao's words. Wu Zhao, somewhat surprised, inquired, "What were you mistaken about?" "I do not know, but I understand that if your Majesty states I am wrong, then I must be," Gao Yang flattered, delivering a compliment with precision. Wu Zhao, unable to suppress a smile, picked up a cup of tea and said, "You are a clever man. You grasp my meaning. Thus there is no need for further elaboration. After all, General Wang had his faults to begin with, and this evens the scales. However, given General Wang's advanced age and the significant sacrifices he has made for me and Qian, some matters should be approached with moderation." Gao Yang lowered his head with a smile. "I have always respected the elderly and cared for the young. General Wang's advanced years warrant consideration, even without your Majesty's words. I would not impose difficulties." Wu Zhao cast Gao Yang an odd glance. "Respect the elderly and care for the young? I have seen no evidence of that." Shangwan Wanner averted her gaze, unable to bear witness to the exchange. Wu Zhao, not wishing to delve deeper into the matter, considered Gao Yang a clever individual and deemed it sufficient to issue a gentle admonition. "Do you know why I have chosen to keep you here alone? I surmise it must pertain to the matter of 50,000 chickens and ducks, a considerable burden indeed, causing your Majesty great distress," Gao Yang remarked with a smile. Wu Zhao appeared somewhat taken aback, yet soon nodded in agreement, acknowledging the simplicity of the requisition. "However, after the locust plague in Guangzhou, how shall we manage the return of these 50,000 chickens and ducks to the capital? If they are to flood the city, prices will undoubtedly plummet. Yet it cannot be that I confine them within the imperial palace, can it?" Gao Yang chuckled, stating that this issue is not difficult to resolve. The common folk of Chang'an do not indulge in excessive feeding of their chickens and ducks, leading to their lean condition. However, upon reaching the Guangzhou region, where locusts abound, they shall grow robust and plump. I have made a point to record this, as the requisition is merely a borrowing. We shall exchange the lean fowl for the well-fed ones, and this transaction shall yield no loss. Furthermore, given the urgency of the disaster and its sudden onset, the surrounding cities remain unaware after the depletion of chickens and ducks in Chang'an, presenting us with an opportunity. Your Majesty could promptly send someone to procure a batch at a high price for the market. Should the locust plague prove severe in Guangzhou, we may continue to dispatch them. If not, we can sell them at a premium. In our Great Qian Dynasty, pork is inexpensive and consumed widely. Yet affluent households often feast upon wild fowl like chickens and ducks. If we do not capitalize on this moment, when shall we? Thus, the cost shall diminish. And in the end, our losses shall be minimal. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes brightened. Brilliant. This plan is indeed excellent. She gestured to the palace maid in green attire, instructing her to act swiftly as Gao Yang suggested. Several maidens quickly turned and vanished into the palace. Once this matter is resolved, Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon the imperial garden, and she suddenly inquired, "Do you believe this locust plague is a punishment from the heavens?" Gao Yang pondered briefly and realized that Wu Zhao was overthinking. He replied with a smile, "Such notions are mere folly. If anything, it is the drought and floods that might be considered divine retribution. This is simply a biological phenomenon." Wu Zhao cast a lingering glance at Gao Yang, her previous gloom dissipating. "I, too, do not subscribe to the so-called punishment from above. Rather, I believe in human determination prevailing against nature." As Wu Zhao uttered these words, an aura of authority radiated from her. Gao Yang could not help but steal a few more glances, yet he felt compelled to remind her, "Your Majesty, while biological control and human intervention may mitigate the impact of the locusts, the plague itself remains unavoidable. The true challenge lies not in the locusts, but in the aftermath of crop failure. Your Majesty must prepare for disaster relief." Chapter 39. Utilizing the aristocracy as a scheme, corrupt officials in disaster relief. Straying from conventional paths. Within the imperial garden, as Gao Yang spoke, Wu Zhao could not help but wear a solemn expression. A shadow of worry crossed her face. This is not unknown to me. However, in recent years, our Great Qian has suffered continuous natural disasters, leaving our granaries scant. In Guangzhou, with millions of citizens, 1 million of whom are afflicted, we will have a multitude of refugees. How shall we resolve this? Once the locust plague erupts, relying solely on our granaries is akin to a drop in the bucket. This calamity is destined to claim many lives. Wu Zhao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her countenance filled with concern. She yearned to provide ample disaster relief, to ensure that not a single citizen would face starvation, yet such aspirations are utterly unrealistic. Throughout the ages, great disasters have invariably claimed countless lives. For only then can relief be administered, otherwise, sustenance remains insufficient. At this juncture, Gao Yang spoke slowly, "Your Majesty, I possess a few strategies. If they prove effective, many lives could be spared." The moment these words escaped his lips, Wu Zhao turned her gaze towards Gao Yang in astonishment. "Gao Yang, you speak without jest. Are you fully aware of what you imply?" With unwavering confidence, Gao Yang responded, "I am assured of my plan." Both Wu Zhao and Shengwan Wanner regarded him with keen curiosity. Gao Yang proceeded directly, "My proposal involves manipulating public sentiment. Your Majesty may distribute relief, but it would be wise to appoint notorious corrupt officials, preferably those who have been demoted." Shengwan Wanner gasped in disbelief. Dispatching corrupt officials for disaster relief? Would that not lead to rampant embezzlement? Realizing the folly of her question, she fell silent. Gao Yang cast a brief glance at Shengwan Wanner, somewhat exasperated. "Madam Shengwan, your assertion is misguided. Though these officials are indeed corrupt, it does not imply they lack competence. If your Majesty links this endeavor to their prospects and lives, the plan will succeed. Should they effectively manage the relief, they will be rewarded with promotions. Should they falter, they shall face execution." Being a corrupt official, their intricate networks of connections render them uniquely suited for this task. Unlike honest officials, who may face insubordination and corruption, a corrupt official's greed ensures they are acutely aware of who offers gifts and who does not. Consequently, subordinates would be reluctant to obstruct their ascent. This approach offers numerous advantages. Firstly, while the relief supplies may be misappropriated, the overall quantity will diminish. Secondly, corrupt officials, driven by the desire to safeguard their positions, may devise ingenious schemes that, despite their ulterior motives, ultimately benefit the populace. I humbly possess a few tactics that are best employed discreetly, perfectly suited for these corrupt officials. Thirdly, Your Majesty could assign upright censors and trusted aides to oversee the process, providing preliminary warnings. Lastly, should the disaster escalate, Your Majesty could entrust a confidant with the management of relief efforts, disseminating rumors under the guise of the corrupt official that would incite public outrage. The aristocracy, ever eager to maintain their reputations, would undoubtedly contribute funds for relief efforts to cultivate a favorable public image. This is foundational to their status. They will assuredly act. By employing a dual approach, the calamity would be substantially alleviated. Subsequently, Your Majesty could express wrath and execute the corrupt official to quell public discontent. As Gao Yang concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the imperial garden. Shangguan Wan'er stared in disbelief, her eyes reflecting incredulity as she regarded Gao Yang. Wu Zhao cast a profound glance at him, almost instantaneously recognizing the feasibility of his proposal. She had never perceived corrupt officials as mere incompetents. Rather, their capabilities in certain realms often surpassed those of loyal ministers, albeit without service to the state. If pressed adequately and with careful management, the disaster relief results would surely be remarkable. As for the aftermath, it would involve orchestrating a scenario to engage the aristocracy. What a brilliant strategy! With admiration, she declared, Gao Yang, you have truly opened my eyes today. This plan is indeed ingenious. With this strategy, even amidst great calamity in Guangzhou, at the very least, we could spare the lives of hundreds of thousands of commoners. Tomorrow at the morning court, I shall unveil this plan, and I shall be keen to observe how these avaricious officials continue in their greed. The mere thought of the expressions on the faces of the court officials within the Golden Luan Hall fills Wu Zhao with joy. Gao Yang, first providing an ingenious solution for the locust disaster in Guangzhou, and now proposing such a remarkable relief strategy. What reward do you desire? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together and replied, Your Majesty, I feel rather embarrassed. Wu Zhao smiled knowingly and teased, Oh, since you are so modest, let us pretend I never spoke. Gao Yang's expression shifted instantly, and he hurriedly interjected, No, Your Majesty, your words are precious. How could you go back on them? Wu Zhao took a sip of tea and continued, Very well, speak of your desires. I have always rewarded merit and shall not be stingy towards the loyal subjects of the Great Qian. I wish for a token of protection. To evade trouble for a few days, Gao Yang stated. This piqued Wu Zhao's interest, and she inquired curiously, Evade trouble? Gao Yang sighed. All of this is thanks to Lord Shangguan. My ordinary exchanges of courtesy with Lord Du have been sabotaged by him. My father has yet to open the tea box. Should a few friends visit my residence and wish to indulge in tea, I fear that without a protective token, I may never see Your Majesty again. Furthermore, as Your Majesty knows, I am but a humble poisoner, and I conduct myself with utmost caution. Ever since Wu Zhao allowed him into the imperial garden, he had been seeking an opportunity to request a protective talisman, but the chance had eluded him until now. Seizing this moment, Gao Yang was not one to be polite. Shangguan Wan'er averted her gaze. She indeed had acted unscrupulously in this matter, and being confronted about it was somewhat awkward. Wu Zhao was aware of this incident. She chuckled. You truly embody the cautious nature of a poisoner, indeed prudent. Wu Zhao then unfastened a token from her waist, saying, This is my personal token. Upon seeing it, one may know I am present. Inform High Minister Gao that the child has grown, and being a vital minister of the Great Qian, further punishment is unwarranted. Gao Yang accepted the token from Wu Zhao's hand, his face lighting up with joy. The token was chilling to the touch, crafted from black iron, and exuded an extraordinary aura. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. With this protective charm in hand, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. You may leave now. I am weary. Wu Zhao waved her hand. Gao Yang bowed and took his leave, exclaiming, I take my leave. As he moved, several eunuchs promptly stepped forward to guide him. Wu Zhao rose, her phoenix eyes lingering on Gao Yang's retreating figure. After the young prince's prolonged recovery, I shall send a physician to check on him. If he has sufficiently recuperated, he should attend court tomorrow. Numerous greedy officials have surely funneled silver into his estate. Having acquired Gao Yang's brilliant strategy, it would be too dull not to witness his expression. Shangguan Wan'er felt a jolt and promptly replied, Yes. Suddenly, A smile blossomed on Wu Zhao's noble visage as she murmured to herself. The grandson of the Duke of Dinghua is indeed shrewd. Such talent concealed beneath the guise of a libertine, even I was deceived. The Duke of Dinghua's household has a promising future. After a moment's hesitation, Shengwan Wan'er spoke. Your Majesty holds Gao Yang in high regard? Wu Zetian nodded, acknowledging that with his talents, he could serve as the Prime Minister of Great Qian, even when combined. Cui Xinghe and Su Xiang fall slightly short in comparison to Gao Yang. What? Shengwan Wan'er looked astonished. While she also recognized Gao Yang's remarkable abilities, she was taken aback by Wu Zetian's high regard for him. Wu Zetian, however, remarked contemplatively, this individual possesses both evident strengths and weaknesses. His strength lies in his profound understanding of human nature and his exceptional talent for manipulation. Shengwan Wan'er gazed at Wu Zetian with curiosity. Your Majesty, what are his weaknesses? Wu Zetian replied with a smile. He is avaricious and lecherous, and in just a few hours, he has cast 25 glances at your bosom, while directing a staggering 173 at my legs. Chapter 40. The Technician number 98 and the Club Construction Plan. As Gao Yang exited the palace, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated wandering through the palace and perhaps sneaking a peek at the harem, maybe even witnessing the bathing of concubines and maids in the grand bath. However, reality proved otherwise. Along the way, there were no concubines in sight, nor even a dog. Brat. Just outside the palace, Gao Yang was abruptly greeted by a familiar, thunderous voice. He looked up to see Gao Feng's imposing face. Get in the carriage. Gao Yang obediently climbed into the horse-drawn carriage. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Gao Feng felt an overwhelming frustration, especially since he had not been able to deliver a proper thrashing to him. This suppressed anger gnawed at him. After managing to somewhat calm himself, Gao Feng spoke. His Majesty has chosen to keep you alone, a supreme favor. Have you displayed any disrespect? Gao Yang pondered for a moment, and then promptly shook his head. Rest assured, Father, I maintained my gaze and exhibited no disrespectful behavior throughout. Gao Feng, somewhat gratified, stroked his beard. The current emperor is the Empress of Great Qian. As her subject, one must harbor a sense of reverence and maintain a respectful distance. I understand the allure of the Empress at your age, yet one must not entertain thoughts that are inappropriate. Otherwise, not only you but the entire Duke of Dinghua's residence could find itself in peril. Gao Feng's expression turned serious. Gao Yang nodded. I understand, Father. As the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, my current course is to firmly ally with the Empress and eliminate political adversaries in the court. As Great Qian continues to grow in strength and prosperity, my fortunes will likewise improve. Eventually, what sort of women want to come my way? I am quite capable of distinguishing between a single tree and an entire forest. It is not that the Empress is lacking, but that a forest offers greater value. Seeing Gao Yang's resolve, Gao Feng chose not to elaborate further and instead shifted the topic. Your recent counterattack was indeed impressive, and I found it quite gratifying. However, the actions against General Piaoji and Wang Zhong regarding the locusts were overly aggressive. I fear it may lead to a relentless vendetta. Gao Feng expressed his concerns. Yet Gao Yang chuckled. Father, do you think Wang Zhong stands alone in repeatedly denouncing me and the Duke of Dinghua's residence? Our house has long been embroiled in a bitter feud with him. At this, Gao Feng's expression abruptly changed. Are you suggesting that Wang Zhong has the support of Prince Rong? Gao Yang nodded, exuding an unprecedented chill. This conflict began when I was ensnared by Wu Cheng. The ministers in the court are all cunning old foxes. They cannot possibly be unaware of the decree issued by your Majesty seeking talented individuals, which was unveiled by the child. With my grandfather presiding over the Duke of Dinghua's residence, the court must afford him a modicum of respect. Yet, ever since the events in Linjiang City, a barrage of accusations targeting both myself and the Duke of Dinghua has been unleashed, one after another. Aside from a handful of upright censors, the rest are likely all under the influence of Prince Rong. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap struck in Gao Feng's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. The uncertainties that had plagued him for days suddenly crystallized. He gazed at Gao Yang as if he had encountered a specter. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the political arena for decades, he was no fool. He had sensed the unsettling atmosphere in the court recently, though he had not pondered it deeply. With Gao Yang's revelation, he too recognized the looming threat and squinted, questioning why Prince Rong was so brazen. Gao Yang, caressing the dark iron token hidden in his sleeve, replied with piercing clarity. The answer is straightforward. to establish the authority of the Duke of Dinghua, compelling the court officials to align themselves and thus threatening the imperial power. Father, this turmoil has reached a point of no return. Wang Zhong's departure from the court is beneficial for us, and if I were to expose this matter, Prince Rong would undoubtedly obstruct it and covertly sabotage our efforts. Conversely, should Wang Zhong head to Guangzhou, Prince Rong would not remain idle, and the decree would proceed seamlessly. Gao Feng's expression turned grave. Is your grandfather aware of this? Gao Yang nodded, revealing that his grandfather had instructed his father to allocate some funds to eliminate Prince Rong. Gao Feng acknowledged this with a nod, stating he would dispatch someone shortly, emphasizing the importance of the matter to their household and advising Gao Yang to handle it judiciously. Thank you, father, Gao Yang replied composedly. Gao Feng experienced a blend of frustration and relief. The frustration stemmed from the fact that since Prince Rong's initial assault, he had failed to detect the impending crisis promptly, and his awareness paled in comparison to that of his junior, Gao Yang. Yet, he felt relieved that he had never been adept at political maneuvering. Otherwise, he would not have remained in a mere position as Deputy Minister of Revenue for so many years. With Gao Tianlong's assistance, he had managed to navigate his way thus far, and now Gao Yang stepping forward alleviated some of his burdens. Soon, they arrived at the Duke of Dinghua's residence in silence. Upon disembarking, Gao Feng made his way towards the inner courtyard, his face etched with deep concern. Gao Yang, however, took his time getting out of the carriage, and as he reached the entrance, Fu Bo approached him. Young master, you have returned. Gao Yang casually glanced at Fu Bo and noticed the latter holding a letter. Is this for me? Fu Bo nodded, appearing hesitant to speak. Just as Gao Yang reached for the letter, he halted upon observing Fu Bo's demeanor. With an odd expression, he asked, Don't tell me this is a letter sent by Song Qingqing? Fu Bo nodded repeatedly, affirming, Young master, your foresight is remarkable. Indeed, this letter is from Miss Song, who insisted it be delivered directly into your hands. That day, when Song Qingqing personally came to annul their engagement, it had not only slapped Gao Yang in the face, but also humiliated those beneath him. However, given the gravity of the situation, they dared not make decisions on Gao Yang's behalf. Fu Bo was particularly anxious, recalling how Gao Yang had previously been entirely at her beck and call. A cold smile crept across Gao Yang's face. He received the envelope and cast a cursory glance at its contents. The letter from Song Qingqing was filled with her disdain for the once dashing Gao Yang, a sentiment not uncommon among women who would hesitate to marry a notorious dandy from the capital. It was no wonder she felt this way. Moreover, she asserted that Gao Yang should not misunderstand. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Yet, she acknowledged that he was a decent person and, though they could not be lovers, they could remain friends. Gao Yang merely scoffed at this. In his mind, despite the original owner's frivolous nature, he had once wholeheartedly obeyed her wishes for the sake of Song Qingqing, even remaining untouched after years of indulgence, a testament to his genuine affection. Yet here she was, so readily turning her back on him. Such a woman was hardly worth the investment of his time. He instructed her to meet him at the place of their first encounter, directing his gaze towards Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu's face fell, a bitter smile gracing his features. Indeed, Miss Song had merely beckoned, and their young master was ensnared. However, as a mere servant, he had no standing to comment on the matters of the gentry. I shall prepare the carriage, he declared, making to leave. Prepare the carriage for what? Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback. Young master, are you not going to the appointment? Gao Yang replied curtly, just to toy with her. It's dark now, why would I go out at this hour? He handed the letter from Song Qingqing to Uncle Fu. Feed this to the dogs. Having spoken, he strode through the grand entrance towards the inner courtyard. Behind him, Uncle Fu stood in shock before a broad smile spread across his face. He called out to the nearby servants. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow the young master's orders. As Gao Yang made his way along the corridor back to his chamber, he felt genuinely exhausted. The day had been tumultuous, amounting to at least 20,000 steps. Just then, Green Calyx pushed open the door, her small hands carrying a basin of foot-soaking water, her delicate features radiating innocence and fragility. Young master, technician number 98, Green Calyx, at your service. Green Calyx was perplexed by Gao Yang's peculiar preference for foot baths, which had become an elaborate ritual since that first night in Lingjiang City. Since then, he had whimsically instituted this practice. Each time she announced herself as technician number 98, an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over her. Initially reluctant, she, despite being his personal maid, knew she had the right to refuse. However, When Gao Yang proposed to double her monthly remuneration, she capitulated. After all, the offer was far too generous. Gao Yang's weary feet soaked in the warm water, relishing the gentle massage from Green Calyx's small hands. The sensation was indescribable. In later times, with her appearance, she could easily command a fortune. The only flaw was that if she donned a short skirt paired with black stockings, it would have been utterly perfect. Of course, if it were to be something less conventional, that would be even better. Yet, in later periods, at her age, such an outfit would not simply attract a reprimand. It would likely lead to a minimum of 3 years' punishment. Suddenly, a thought struck Gao Yang. Could he perhaps open a club in Chang'an? Would not such a model overshadow the current famed establishments? He fell into deep contemplation, realizing that tomorrow would necessitate an exploration of the largest brothel in Chang'an, the Rouge Pavilion, for it was imperative to thoroughly experience potential future competitors. Chapter 41. Did he really not come? In the residence of the Duke of Dinghua, within the inner courtyard. Father, shall we truly refrain from intervening in Yang's scheme against the Prince of Rome? Gao Feng inquired, casting a serious gaze toward Gao Tianlong, who was slowly polishing the chessboard. Gao Tianlong replied indifferently, "What is amiss with it? The Prince of Rome wields immense power, commanding a multitude of loyal followers, and holds considerable influence both in the court and the military. Although Yang possesses considerable cunning, toppling the Prince of Rome is no simple feat." Gao Tianlong paused, lifting his gaze, and an overwhelming aura of sharpness enveloped the room. "The Prince of Rome has already trampled upon the dignity of our Duke of Dinghua's household. Must we continue to endure this indignity?" He snorted coldly, his displeasure evident. Gao Feng hastily interjected, "Father, that is not my intention. I merely harbor some concerns. After all, the struggles within the court are treacherous, and a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Yang is still quite young, and the court is fraught with peril. We must not be complacent." Gao Tianlong cast a disapproving glance at Gao Feng. "You underestimate Yang. Once is a coincidence, twice is an accident. Yet, to capture the emperor's attention, resolve the locust plague in Guangzhou, and leverage the prevailing political tides to expel Wang Zhong. Such abilities are already on par with those old foxes in the court. While I am still here to shield him, it is the perfect opportunity to test Yang's capabilities. This is a matter I have longed for." Gao Feng inhaled deeply, nodding. "Then I shall allocate 1,000 taels of silver from the treasury immediately." With that, he prepared to depart. However, Gao Tianlong paused. "Wait. What purpose does the allocation of 1,000 taels serve?" Gao Feng, taken aback, responded, "Did you not instruct me to provide some silver to Yang to deal with the Prince of Rome's household?" "I never said such a thing," Gao Tianlong retorted. Gao Feng's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. This scoundrel has even deceived his own father. He nearly fell into the trap. Yet Gao Tianlong laughed, finding the situation increasingly amusing. "Very well, let him have it, as long as it is not spent on that little girl from the Song family. Everything else is inconsequential. Yet I fear this rogue may squander his wealth at the Yangji Pavilion, where the allure of the beauties may prove overwhelming for Yang," Gao Feng lamented. Gao Tianlong dismissed the concern. A youth must indulge in romance. If he visits the Yangji Pavilion, so be it. It would be best if he were to lose his innocence there, thus rendering him less susceptible to the charms of that Song girl. Thinking of Song Qingqing, Gao Feng nodded. "Father, I shall make the arrangements." Gao Tianlong continued, "Instruct that tomorrow I will invite several esteemed friends to our residence to discuss military strategies, and have Yang stand by to learn. It would be a disgrace for the heirs of the Duke of Dinghua to be knowledgeable only in cunning schemes and ignorant of military tactics." A smile graced Gao Feng's face. To receive teachings from some of the finest military leaders in the Great Qian would be a tremendous blessing. Soon, Gao Yang received the 1,000 taels of silver delivered by Fu Bo, which filled him with unexpected delight. He had not anticipated that Gao Feng would actually take the bait. Generously, he presented 10 taels to Lu Luo. "Consider this a reward from this young master. I shall remember to call upon you again next time." Lu Luo, who had been feeling weary and disheartened, was left momentarily speechless. However, when the glimmering silver coins appeared before her, all weariness and fatigue vanished in an instant. "Young master, do you require any additional services?" Greenery inquired, her eyes twinkling shyly as she held the silver. This innocent demeanor, coupled with her graceful figure, made Gao Yang momentarily falter. For something unorthodox, how much more would it cost? Gao Yang nearly blurted out. Greenery was taken aback. Unorthodox? Yet, Upon catching the glint in Gao Yang's eyes and the implication of his words, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Esteemed young master, I must attend to the madam. So I shall take my leave," she said, hastily lifting the basin of water and departing, her fair complexion aglow under the moonlight. Gao Yang, with a playful intention, could not help but call out, "I will pay more." But greenery quickened her pace, closing the door behind her. She ran through 2 long corridors before finally pausing. Her face still flushed as she muttered to herself, "If no payment were involved, perhaps I could consider it. But with payment, what does that even mean?" Inside the room, Gao Yang was in high spirits. Life as a dandy in ancient times was rather delightful. Teasing the maidservants brought a unique joy. Reclining on the dry bed, he wrapped himself in the blankets, feeling rejuvenated after a thorough pampering. And after a day of exertion, every cell in his body celebrated with delight. After briefly reflecting on the affairs of the court and strategies regarding the Rhone prince's residence, Gao Yang swiftly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, beneath a large locust tree in Chang'an, Song Qingqing had meticulously applied fine rouge, enhancing her delicate complexion. Her stunning visage was as flawless as porcelain, and her figure was enchanting. "Miss, nightfall approaches. The official likely will not arrive," one maid observed. However, Song Qingqing remained confident, proclaiming, "I personally penned a letter to him, given Gao Yang's nature. He will treasure this letter and cannot possibly neglect to come." An hour later, the maid glanced at the dimming sky and spoke, "Mississippi." Song Qingqing replied, "Let us wait a while longer. He is probably delayed by some matter. Wait another hour." As another hour passed, darkness enveloped all of Chang'an, with the streets now populated only by night watchmen and scattered inebriates. Song Qingqing's patience began to wane. Could it be that she had misremembered the location? "Send someone to inquire where Gao Yang has gone," she instructed. The maid hurried off. At this moment in Chang'an, July brought sweltering heat, and the locust tree was swarmed with mosquitoes, leading to Song Qingqing's growing impatience. After another half hour, the maid Chun Xiao rushed back, exclaiming, "Miss, something is amiss. I circled the Duke Dinghua's residence and discovered this." Chun Xiao extended her hand, presenting a crumpled half-letter. With ire on her delicate face, Song Qingqing demanded, "Isn't this letter supposed to be in Gao Yang's possession? Where did you find this? It appears as if it has been gnawed by a dog." Chun Xiao, looking aggrieved, replied, "Miss, you are correct. I found it near a doghouse outside the Duke Dinghua's residence, and it bore dog prints. I was even chased down the street by a dog for this letter." "What? Found near a doghouse?" Song Qingqing nearly lost her breath. After all, it was her handwritten letter that Gao Yang had carelessly tossed into a doghouse. Her vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed. Chapter 42, The Gathering of Stars. A change in the court the following day. Golden sunlight bathed the entirety of Chang'an, soon reaching its zenith. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the past few days in Linjiang City, or maybe it was the comfort provided by the green vines. But Gao Yang slept soundly until nearly noon. Fortunately, the Duke of Dinghua's residence did not adhere to such formalities. Upon awakening, Gao Yang felt invigorated. In ancient times, there were no toothbrushes. One could only use a rudimentary brush made from willow branches, followed by rinsing with salt water. Setting off to the pleasure quarters to listen to music, Gao Yang grabbed the remaining silver and prepared to leave. Frequenting the Yinji Pavilion nightly and indulging in music was precisely the lifestyle befitting a dandy. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Uncle Fu hurried over. "Young master, where are you headed?" Gao Yang patted the small box containing his silver. "Is my intention not clear?" "I am off to enjoy the music." Uncle Fu's lips twitched as he shook his head. "Young master, you cannot go at this time." Gao Yang's temper flared instantly. "Why? Provide me with a reason." "In a small sense, visiting the Yinji Pavilion is a reflection of the customs and culture of Daqian Chang'an. In a larger sense, it pertains to my social endeavors and the happiness of all Daqian men. How can I be denied?" Uncle Fu quickly replied, "Today, we have esteemed guests arriving at the residence, and the old Duke has specifically requested your presence to study military tactics." "Study military tactics?" Gao Yang's expression turned peculiar. He suddenly remembered that he was a mere poison master, seemingly hailing from a family of generals. Not knowing military tactics would indeed be somewhat unreasonable. "Young master, if you wish to indulge in music, it is better to wait until after you have completed your studies." Uncle Fu observed the small box in Gao Yang's arms and added, "You are not merely going to listen to music. It seems you intend to spend the night." Gao Yang's face flushed. "Is that so? I was unaware." To this, Uncle Fu simply smiled and said nothing. After returning the silver, Gao Yang went out again to fetch some food, chatting idly with Uncle Fu as he ate. Uncle Fu, at your age, you seem quite knowledgeable about these matters, Gao Yang remarked, unable to resist teasing the elder whose hair was flecked with gray. Uncle Fu humbly replied, young master, you flatter me. I merely understand a bit. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a servant's voice rang throughout the Duke of Dinghua's residence. General Qin Jinghua of the right guard has arrived. General Lu Jun of the left guard has arrived. Duke Xiaoponu has arrived. Soon, led by Qin Jinghua, several high-ranking generals of the Dacian military entered the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Accompanying them was Gao Feng, who wore a courteous expression, leading the way. For their ranks were such that he could hardly speak with them. Gao Tianlong sat in the center of the grand hall, sipping a cup of hot tea, a faint smile gracing his aged face. Upon seeing Gao Tianlong, the group bowed in unison. Gao Tianlong, still smiling, set down his teacup and said, our friendship requires no formalities. After my passing, I trust the Duke of Dinghua's residence will continue to rely on your support. Due to their long-standing camaraderie as seasoned veterans fighting for the Deqian, Gao Tianlong spoke up naturally, and the others did not decline. For them, it was not merely a matter of personal friendship, but also an acknowledgement of the current plight of the military generals. Regardless of who might perish first, they ought to look after each other's descendants. Qin Jinghua, his hair streaked with gray, meaningfully remarked, the old duke should indeed take more care of our families in the future. Lu Zhenren, with his robust demeanor and booming voice, candidly asserted, indeed, by all that is sacred, your son's recent behavior has even made me uneasy. The living lord of merchants, the living lord of locusts, and now, the living lord of officials, all being military generals. Their conversation was straightforward and unembellished. Gao Tianlong paused, a hint of perplexity crossing his aged visage. He was familiar with the living lords of merchants and locusts, but the notion of a living lord of corrupt officials was unfamiliar to him. What do you mean by that? Gao Tianlong inquired. Qin Jinghua lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and explained, during the morning court, His Majesty declared the transportation of grain to Guangzhou for disaster relief, but he ordered Chang Hong to be in charge of the relief efforts. Gao Tianlong's expression turned to one of shock. This individual was highly capable, yet he had been stripped of his position a year ago for corruption. How could His Majesty entrust him with disaster relief? Lu Jin continued, who could argue otherwise? A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The officials erupted in uproar. The Prince Rong was present in court and was the first to accuse His Majesty of being harsh on the populace, labeling it the act of a tyrant. Subsequently, 13 censors passionately protested, even declaring on the spot that if His Majesty persisted in his folly, they would throw themselves against the pillars of the golden throne. Gao Tianlong's astonishment deepened, his countenance growing grave. Gao Yang is correct. The Prince Rong is indeed insidious. This is a clear palace coup. His Majesty should not be so foolish. Gao Tianlong expressed, his brow furrowing tightly. Upon hearing this, the three men burst into laughter. Foolish? Qin Jinghua laughed heartily, his voice resonating like thunder. Old Duke, not only do you think so, but we all share this sentiment. However, what followed astounded us all. His Majesty issued a stern command to Chang Hong. If the relief efforts were effective, he would be reinstated. If not, his entire family would face annihilation. And a trusted confidant was dispatched to follow him. It was then that we comprehended the situation. Chang Hong possessed remarkable abilities and a formidable network of connections. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Given such promises, Chang Hong would undoubtedly exhaust every means to ensure the success of the relief efforts, even to the extent of digging into his own pockets and pressuring officials he had once promoted. Otherwise, his entire clan would be at risk. The 13 censors, who previously proclaimed to act in the interest of the people, along with the Prince Rong and others, turned pale. It was a sight to behold. Moreover, I later met with His Majesty alone and learned that the brilliance of this scheme did not end there. Should Chang Hong fail in his relief efforts, His Majesty would release news of the massacre of the refugees, compelling the noble families across the realm to act, subsequently eliminating Chang Hong to quell the public outrage. Very few are privy to this matter. Is this method not ingenious? Hiss. Gao Tianlong's face was a canvas of astonishment. Throughout his life, having witnessed countless wars and the suffering of the common folk, he felt certain that this strategy was indeed viable. However, he realized the crux of the matter. Yet, how could this be the Emperor's stratagem? And how could it involve Yang? Duke Xiaoponu, witnessing the situation, spoke out. What kind of temperament does His Majesty possess? The entire court is well aware. Such tactics, particularly the countermeasures, could not possibly originate from His Majesty. Although the Emperor did not state it directly, it is known throughout the court that yesterday afternoon, His Majesty kept your esteemed grandson behind alone, and what transpired between them remains a mystery to all. In this Great Qian, such insidious schemes could only be conceived by the Gao family in the Duke's residence. Who else could devise such a plan? Gao Tianlong revealed a smile, nodding in agreement. He understood the Empress's disposition well, and indeed, such a scheme was not her doing. It seemed it truly originated from Gao Yang's hand. That wretched boy? How could he concoct such a nefarious plot without consulting him beforehand, causing him to lose his composure? The 1,000 taels of silver were wasted. Yet, Gao Tianlong's face was alight with joy. It felt akin to a gathering of parents discussing their exceptional offspring. The sense of satisfaction was simply beyond words. In 1 word, delightful. In 2 words, truly delightful. In 7 words, oh, how immensely gratifying. Qin Zhenghua, with a voice as thunderous as a bell, declared, "Old Duke, quickly summon your wayward grandson. I wish to see him. It is my first time witnessing the Prince of Rong in such a predicament. Today, I must inquire how this young man transformed from a notorious wastrel of Chang'an into a figure that instills terror across the realm." Zhao Ponu added, "Indeed, I too wish to inquire, so I may return and properly educate my unfilial descendants." Gao Tianlong turned to a servant and instructed, "Go fetch Yang." El Jun took a sip of tea, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Old Duke, this is quite unacceptable. A remarkable poison master has emerged from your household. Yet you entertain us with such tea? Hurry and bring forth the finest tea from your estate." Gao Tianlong laughed and chided, "You are quite the connoisseur. I indeed possess numerous exquisite teas, and I shall provide some for you to sample today." El Jun laughed heartily, exuding a spirit of camaraderie. Having survived countless battles together and emerged from the grave, what harm is there in enjoying ourselves now? Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this tea is bitter. It must be replaced with better quality. Gao Feng felt a stirring in his heart and stepped forward. "A few days ago, my son visited Linjiang City. Due to his merit in reducing grain prices, the local magistrate, Du Jiang, specially sent a box of tea leaves. Though my son is a wastrel, his filial piety is commendable. He brought it back to honor both the old man and his father. To this day, it remains unopened, and I would like to share it with all esteemed generals. Bring forth the tea box from the innermost part of my cabinet." Chapter 43. A token for protection. Anticipating the enemy's moves, truly a poison master following Fu Bo, Gao Yang made his way to the grand hall, and from a distance, he could hear Duke Zhao Ponu's hearty laughter. Although he was a poison master, he did not neglect the virtues of filial piety. Such rarity was commendable, and today he looked forward to it with great anticipation. This left Gao Yang somewhat bewildered. What were these old generals of Great Qian discussing? It seemed to pertain to him and involved filial piety, piquing his curiosity. Soon, the two arrived outside the hall. Uncle Fu stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Old Duke, the eldest son has arrived." At the sound of Uncle Fu's voice, Gao Yang immediately stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "I am Gao Yang, honored to meet all the esteemed generals." In the grand tradition of Qian, it was essential to observe the basic courtesies when meeting such venerable generals. Furthermore, although Gao Yang was but a mere scholar, he harbored a profound respect for those who fought valiantly for their country, which lent a touch of sincerity to his voice. As his words echoed, several pairs of keen eyes within the hall scrutinized Gao Yang intently. Lu Zhen, with a satisfied expression on his aged face, remarked, "This lad appears innocent, yet I did not expect him to harbor such cunning. Even Prince Rong has been bested by him. It's quite unbelievable, though he is rather thin, resembling a woman." Zhao Penu chimed in, "Indeed, not only is he slender, but he also looks rather frail. Do visit my residence sometime. I shall impart the techniques of your forebears for strengthening one's vitality. It would be quite embarrassing for the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua if he were to falter in this regard." Gao Yang's lips twitched at their scrutinizing gazes and the biting words that seemed to him akin to a band of brigands. Some stares even lingered on his lower back and abdomen. He could only muster an awkward yet polite smile in response. Lu Zhen glanced at Gao Yang's waist and continued, "We are all straightforward folk. There is no need for formality among comrades of the Duke of Dinghua. We are brothers in arms. Just call us grandfathers." Gao Yang was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. While it was true that he should not stand on ceremony, was it not too presumptuous to address them as grandfathers? Before him stood several elderly men with graying hair, their presence radiating an authority that demanded respect. Though they had long since left the battlefield, the aura of their past bloodshed remained palpable. Old generals may fade, but their spirits endure. Gao Feng interjected. This is General Liu, the esteemed elder of the Left Wei Guard. Beside him is General Qin, and that is Protector Duke Zhao. Address them accordingly, he urged. Looking at the three venerable faces, Gao Yang's lips twitched again, yet he resigned himself to the inevitable. Greetings, Grandfather Liu. Greetings, Grandfather Qin. Greetings, Grandfather Zhao. These three men were no strangers, having served alongside Gao Tianlong, and held significant positions within Qian. Acknowledging them as grandfathers was certainly not a loss, and was far more appropriate than addressing them as uncles, which would imply a lesser rank in the family hierarchy, a grave disrespect. As Gao Yang's words resonated through the hall, the three old generals erupted into hearty laughter. Old Duke, this young lad is quite remarkable. I hear the Song family has called off the engagement. I happen to have a granddaughter as beautiful as a flower. Today seems to be this lad's lucky day, and I shall bestow her upon him. Lu Jin scrutinized Gao Yang with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's heart stirred, and he instinctively glanced at Elder Lu, whose imposing physique and booming voice conjured an image in his mind of the elder's granddaughter that nearly made his knees buckle. Grandfather Lu, to be honest, I have recently had my engagement annulled by the Song family, and my heart is presently extinguished regarding love. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such matters. In Qian, the traditions of arranged marriages held great significance, and should this proposal be solidified, he could very well find himself wed to a formidable matron. Such a fate would indeed spell his ruin. At that moment, one might still entertain the thought of indulging in melodious tunes, but I fear a single blow could shatter the very essence of it. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Eljan mistakenly believed that he was genuinely hurt. He nodded solemnly and remarked, Indeed, I have been remiss. The Song family, in their short-sightedness, dares to annul the engagement. Rest assured, for your sake, I shall stand up for you. The Song family has several members in the military. I shall ensure they undergo rigorous training. Gao Yang let out a long sigh and replied, Thank you, Grandpa. At that moment, Qin Jinghua turned his gaze towards Gao Yang, his interest piqued, and inquired, Was it you who masterminded the scheme of mixing sand into the grain, as mentioned by His Majesty in the court today? Gao Yang, upon hearing this, nodded in affirmation, acknowledging his involvement. This was not something he could conceal. After all, the plan did not seem to originate from the Empress. Conversely, given that Qin Jinghua had previously defended him in court, it would have been rather foolish to deny it in the presence of allies. The three men inhaled sharply upon Gao Yang's admission. Indeed, it is heartening to see the old duke's legacy continue. Zhao Ponu stroked his beard, expressing his satisfaction. Feeling the envious gazes of the three, Gao Tiantong's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride, and even a rare smile graced his face. Even Gao Feng, who had often harbored discontent towards Gao Yang, found his expression softened considerably. At that moment, a maid approached, carrying a tea box. My lord, the tea box has arrived, she announced to Gao Feng. His gaze shifted to Gao Yang, reflecting on his recent actions, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Despite the long journey back from Linjiang City, he still remembered to pay respects to his father. Though he did not voice it, he felt a measure of gratitude. Open it up, and fill the cups for the esteemed generals. Such fine tea ought to be shared, Gao Feng instructed without even glancing at the box. Yes, the maid set down the tea box and fetched the cups. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the implication of the tea box being filled. Instinctively, he stood up to intervene, but it was too late, as the maid had already opened the box, revealing a bounty of glistening silver within. The maid was momentarily stunned. In her years of serving tea, she had never encountered such a sight. My lord, the cups cannot even contain this, she exclaimed. Gao Feng's brow furrowed, ready to reprimand her, but upon turning back, he too was astonished, gazing incredulously at Gao Yang. Is this what your tea box contains? Gao Tiantong was equally astonished. Qin Jinghua, Eljan, and Zhao Ponu all paused, their eyes widening as they beheld the silver within the tea box. They certainly did not regard themselves as outsiders here. An awkward tension permeated the air. You insolent child, is this the gift of tea from Lord Du? Gao Feng's face was a mask of fury. Gao Yang touched the cold token at his waist and cleared his throat, saying, Father, I had warned you. This cannot be blamed on me. Gao Feng's face turned a deep shade of anger. No wonder this imp had insisted on tasting it alone. He must have known all along. Yet, with distinguished guests present, he could not unleash his ire, leaving his face a rather ghastly hue. Gao Tianglong exhibited a hint of embarrassment on his face as he waved his hand, indicating that he had taken the wrong box. Quickly, go fetch the exquisite spring tea that I have diligently preserved, he instructed. The maid hurriedly descended with the tea box. Zhao Ponu took a sip of tea and earnestly addressed Gao Tianglong. Old Duke, my advanced age has rendered my eyes and ears quite ineffective. Not only am I blind, but I am also deaf. Time truly is relentless. Qin Zhenghua and Elgin nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, I have seen nothing. Gao Feng could no longer contain himself. He clasped his hands towards Qin Zhenghua and the others, declaring, This wayward child has acted thoughtlessly. I shall take him aside for a thorough admonition. With that, Gao Feng cast a significant glance at Gao Yang, one that spoke volumes. If they were to descend, it would undoubtedly result in a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Gao Yang rubbed his nose and replied, Father, it seems that such admonition may be avoided today. As he spoke, he produced a token from his waist, feigning innocence. Upon seeing the token in Gao Yang's hand, Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The Xiantai token bestowed by His Majesty? Where did you procure this? I maintain a regular correspondence with Magistrate Du, a matter of which His Majesty is aware. Yesterday, while offering counsel to His Majesty, I was fortunate enough to gain his favor, and thus receive this Xiantai token. His Majesty specifically instructed that I, as a loyal minister of Deqian, must not be harmed. Upon hearing these words, Gao Feng's face turned an ashen shade. It is often said that one should not strike a child on a rainy day. Idleness breeds trouble. Yet, had this notion been stifled? The foresight of this wayward child to preemptively shield himself was indeed alarming. Qin Zhenghua, amused by the revelation, remarked, I have long heard that your son is a cunning strategist, prioritizing his own interests. Today, it is evident that the reputation is well-deserved. Gao Tianglong surveyed Gao Yang, surprised that he had taken the precaution of carrying a token for protection. This crafty lad was indeed prudent. Clearing his throat, he got straight to the point. Enough of idle chatter. I have summoned you here today to discuss military strategies. Though our current sovereign is a woman, her ambitions for expansion far exceed those of the late emperor. We, as aging veterans, may still find our worth in this lifetime. The arrangement of troops is critical to the lives of our Deqian soldiers. We must not be negligent. As Gao Tianglong's voice resonated, the expressions of the gathered men turned serious. For a commander, a moment's lapse in judgment could lead to irreparable consequences, endangering countless soldiers' lives. Thus, even in the absence of conflict, these men would convene periodically to deliberate on military tactics. This was an unavoidable reality. Exceptional commanders could not be cultivated in Chang'an alone. Only through the bloodshed of the battlefield could they truly mature. This explains why there are many sons of generals, but so few true heirs. Therefore, these old generals continued to seek to expend their remaining vitality, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Gao Tianglong stated, The Great Chu lies adjacent to our Deqian. I have heard that in recent years, the Emperor of Chu has implemented a series of reforms, revealing significant ambition. Today, let us discuss how. If our Deqian were to invade Great Chu, we might conquer the city with minimal cost, and ultimately subdue Great Chu. The men nodded in unison. In recent years, certain actions by the state of Chu had indeed posed a threat to them. Qin Zhenghua spoke in a deep voice. The vast land of the Great Chu is sparsely populated, and its city walls are formidable. The cost of besieging a city will undoubtedly be significant. Since ancient times, assaulting a city has always been the most arduous challenge. What alternatives do we have besides enduring the hardship? Eljan, displeased by this remark, retorted, You old curmudgeon. What you say is mere nonsense. The casualties in city assaults have always been immense. Who does not know this? Why must you waste our time with such trivialities? The discussion at hand is how to minimize the losses of our soldiers, so why speak in circles? After being scolded, Qin Zhenghua grew irate. So El, what do you propose? Enlighten me. Eljan narrowed his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. The old general had a fiery temperament, especially when it came to military matters, leading to heated disputes. Gao Tianlong, pained by the bickering, interjected, In my household, I possess a lance. If you two wish to settle this matter through combat, why not do so outside and return to converse calmly afterward? Upon hearing Gao Tianlong's words, both men ceased their quarrel for the moment. Zhao Ponu spoke gravely. I believe we can only improve our engineering tools into Qian, such as launching stone throwers into the city, making several attempts, and digging some tunnels to catch them off guard. Eljan shook his head at this suggestion. The stone throwers are not only difficult to transport, but also lack precision. The Great Qian's walls are tall and compacted with earth and bricks. They may prove ineffective. Furthermore, digging tunnels takes an immense amount of time. If we dig too close, the soldiers of Great Qian are not fools. Even if we succeed, should they catch wind of our exit, we would be delivering ourselves into their hands. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Ponu inquired, so, does that mean we must resort to a direct assault? Qin Jinguo replied, yet, history shows that direct assaults lead to heavy casualties. If our discussions continue to circle back to merely attacking head-on, what purpose does our gathering serve? The Grand Hall fell into a profound silence. The reality remains that throughout history, city assaults have resulted in tremendous losses, yet one cannot bypass the city and advance to the rear. Should the supply line be severed, it would be perilous. Thus, armies often engage in a protracted tug-of-war around a city until one side can no longer endure. Eljan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had previously besieged the cities of Chu, suffering devastating losses as he helplessly watched his comrades fall before his eyes. His heart ached, yet he felt utterly powerless. The casualty ratio in city assaults often soared to 5-1 or even higher. Just as he was overcome with sorrow, his peripheral vision caught sight of Gao Yang standing nearby, stealthily stuffing lychees into his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise, and he bellowed, "You little rascal! While we discuss military strategy, what are you doing?" At this loud reprimand, all eyes in the room turned toward Gao Yang. He stood there, bewildered. What? Is eating a lychee from Lingnan a crime? Zhao Ponu, fierce as ever, declared, "You, young man, are known for your cunning. Eating lychees in public only reveals your hidden schemes. If you cannot provide an explanation, then be prepared to face me." Gao Yang spat out the lychee pit, feeling utterly wronged. Was he being made a scapegoat? He turned to Gao Tianlong and pleaded, "Grandfather, you must judge this matter fairly." Gao Tianlong's heart stirred, suddenly struck by inspiration. He spoke, "Younger, do tell me, if your words do not please. Then I shall arrange for you to meet the granddaughter of the old scoundrel L tomorrow, and we shall plan for a marriage in due time. How can it be that a descendant of the Duke of Dinghua does not understand military strategy? It would be a laughingstock. While my health still permits, I must seize the time to practice my trumpet." Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback by his words. Eljan suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You, my boy, have struck a stroke of fortune. Once you meet my granddaughter, you shall surely forget the daughter of the Song family." Gao Yang looked at Eljan's robust face and found it hard to muster any praise. He quickly turned to Gao Tianlong, saying, "Grandfather, this cannot be. How can one find happiness without affection?" Gao Tianlong, unfazed, replied, "How many lovers in this world ultimately become a couple? I merely wish to embrace another great-grandchild." Gao Yang finally understood. His grandfather was indeed pushing him, setting a trap for him. Yet, he dared not gamble. After all, should he follow this path, it could lead to a lifetime of regret. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the group, "In truth, I possess a slight understanding of military strategy." Gao Tianlong paused in his tea drinking, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh, pray tell," he said nonchalantly. The other seasoned generals, akin to cunning foxes, exchanged sly smiles. Upon hearing Gao Tianlong's initial words, they comprehended the underlying intent, merely playing along with his performance. They sipped their piping hot tea, maintaining an air of calm. The highest form of warfare is to outthink the enemy. Next is to undermine alliances, followed by direct military engagement. Attacking a city should be a last resort. Upon Gao Yang's utterance, Eljan, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spewed it forth, drenching Qin Jinguo in the process. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, staring incredulously at Gao Yang. He murmured, "The highest form of warfare is to outthink the enemy. Next is to undermine alliances, followed by direct military engagement. Attacking a city should be a last resort." Meanwhile, Qin Jinguo, splattered with tea, seemed oblivious to the discomfort, equally shocked by Gao Yang's proclamation. The young scion of the Duke of Dinghua truly understands military strategy? Even Gao Tianlong, who had harbored expectations for Gao Yang, was astounded. In just a brief statement, it was as if he had encapsulated the essence of military strategy. Eljan was the first to break the silence, saying, "Well done, lad. I truly misjudged you. You do possess knowledge of military tactics. Now, enlighten us on how to minimize casualties while besieging a city and swiftly conquer the great kingdom of Chu." Chapter 45. The Strategy of Siege, a Ruthless Psychological Tactic. In the Grand Hall, several pairs of keen eyes were fixed upon Gao Yang. Smiling, he replied, "Firstly, when two armies face off, we can disguise our strength by sending a few men to the city gates to hurl insults. They should utter the most derisive remarks, targeting everything from the commander's mother to his wife, and even his ancestors, provoking him to emerge and pursue. At the crucial moment, a contingent of troops can surge from the flanks, overwhelming them and seizing the city. The assembly was momentarily stunned. This tactic bore a semblance of reason. If the defending commander were hot-headed, he might fall for the ruse. Zhao Ponu spoke up. Insulting attacks hold a certain feasibility, yet within the last century, many generals have employed this tactic, with few achieving success. In this day and age, any commander of a city is undoubtedly no fool. Eljan expressed his disappointment, saying, "Young man, you remind me of a gilded chamber pot. If you hadn't mentioned the phrase about the uppermost strategy being to conquer through cunning, followed by alliances, and then military might, with siege as a last resort, I might have regarded you with greater esteem. Yet, with your words, my hopes have diminished." Though Qin Jinghua remained silent, his thoughts mirrored those of Eljan. Gao Yang, unfazed, leisurely peeled a lychee and placed it in his mouth. He continued, "Gentlemen, do not rush. This method is only effective against average leaders and does not qualify as a superior strategy. However, I do have another plan." Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze toward Gao Yang. "Fu Bo, fetch me some rice." Gao Yang called out, and Fu Bo, not daring to delay, hurried off. Before long, Fu Bo returned with a pot of rice. "What are you planning to do with that?" Eljan inquired curiously. Gao Yang took a handful of grains and placed them at the center of the table, saying, "If this table represents the vast land of the Great Chu, then this mound of rice symbolizes the cities I, de Qian, intend to besiege. Surrounding it, there must be numerous villages and small towns. I shall represent these smaller settlements with fewer grains." Instantly, a vivid military map unfolded before their eyes. They were taken aback. The notion of using rice grains to symbolize cities was indeed clever. Gao Tianlong concluded that this grandson truly understood military strategy. This clever boy knows how to conceal his brilliance. Eljan could no longer contain his impatience. His temper flared, and he urged, "Stop keeping us in suspense, boy. What is your plan?" Gao Yang spat out the lychee pit and traced a route along the table with his finger, not heading towards the city meant for attack, but directly towards the villages and small towns. His confident voice resonated. "If it were me, besieging a city would be a last resort. I would first move through these villages and small towns. Engaging them would result in minimal casualties among my soldiers." Eljan looked puzzled. "But what purpose does capturing these villages and small towns serve? The villagers are defenseless. What is the point of slaughtering them?" Gao Yang shook his head. "Who said the aim of taking these villages and small towns is to kill them? My intention is to drive the citizens of Chu in a singular direction, the very direction of the grand city I wish to besiege. In their frantic flight, they will instinctively head towards the large city. Thus, the commander will face a dilemma, whether or not to allow these people entry into the city. Without a formidable army pressing at the gates, most commanders would feel compassion. However, once the gates are opened, a catastrophe ensues. The granaries within the city are finite. For every 100 citizens that enter, there are that many more mouths to feed. If we sever the supply lines to the city, the situation within will become dire." As these words sank in, Eljan's expression transformed dramatically, as if a fog had lifted from his mind. His eyes sparkled with realization. This strategy was brilliant. By utilizing the citizens of Chu, he could intensify the pressure on the defenders and deplete the city's food supplies, which are paramount for holding a city. Yet, he instinctively queried, "But what if the commander refuses to allow the citizens access to provisions within the city?" Gao Yang smiled and remarked, "If we distribute the grain, it will swiftly diminish. However, if we withhold it, unrest will undoubtedly ensue. The populace, driven to desperation by hunger, will resort to arson, murder, and pillaging. Should they attempt to suppress this with force, turning their blades upon their brethren, it will incite panic within the city. Conversely, if they do not suppress it, chaos will reign, and the hearts of the people will tremble in fear, presenting an opportunity for our forces." It would be most advantageous to first conquer several small cities that resist fiercely, executing a massacre to spread our infamous reputation. Then, when chaos erupts within the city, we can proclaim that those who surrender shall be spared, while those who resist will face annihilation. This wave of terror will surely permeate the entire city. In a state of collective panic, this city will inevitably fall. As Gao Yang's confident words resonated, the expressions of the seasoned generals, including Lu Zhen, shifted dramatically. Even Gao Tianlong was not exempt from this reaction. The strategy was exceedingly ruthless, yet it was undeniably a tactic that struck at the heart. Should the defending general harbor any compassion, it would spell disaster. For what Gao Yang had articulated would, without a doubt, come to pass. But is not the slaughter of a city excessively cruel? Qin Jinghua remarked with reluctance. This youth is far too merciless. This is not merely the domain of unscrupulous merchants or corrupt officials. It now hints at a trend of living tyrants on the battlefield. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze cold. Grandfather Qin, kindness towards the enemy on the battlefield is cruelty towards our own forces. If we wish to swiftly seize this city, or even an entire nation, how can we instill fear without a fearsome reputation? For a moment, Qin Jinghua fell silent. But what if the defending general does not fall for the ruse and refuses to open the gates? Lu Zhen continued to inquire, his eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang. As if searching for a flaw in the plan, Gao Yang responded with a calm smile. The city's defender must be a renowned general, a challenging opponent. Yet I possess my own methods. We shall not kill but instead drive the people of Chu away. However, the Chu army's commander will deny their own citizens entry into the city, leaving the people of Chu disheartened. We can easily sow discord among them. Promising rewards. The first to seize the flag shall be promoted 3 ranks, granted citizenship in our Great Qian nation, and enjoy wealth and prosperity. Surely, some will be tempted. Thus, the people of Chu can serve as our vanguard, charging towards the city walls against the soldiers of Chu. After all, they have been abandoned by their own, and they will fight for a glimmer of hope. If they do not fight, it matters not. Our forces will be positioned behind them, treating them as cannon fodder, absorbing arrows and debris, thereby minimizing our casualties. Chapter 46. The Shocking Philosophy of Heartless Capitalists Buzz. As Gao Yang's words echoed through the grand hall of the Duke Dinghui's residence, an overwhelming silence engulfed the room. The minds of those present felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing with disbelief. 5 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards Gao Yang, filled with incredulity. They envisioned the scenario he had painted, a meticulously calculated strategy, devoid of flaws. Lu Zhen's murky eyes fixated on Gao Yang, whose youthful visage appeared devilish in his sight. Is this truly a plan conceived by a human? How utterly ruthless. The plan involved driving the villagers from the nearby areas towards the city, and if the defending general were to feel pity and allow them entry, it would significantly deplete the city's grain reserves. As time passes, regardless of whether the town is suppressed or not, the hearts of the people within will inevitably be filled with trepidation. Should the commanding officer perceive the ruthless nature of this scheme and deny the citizens entry, disillusionment and despair will surely follow. Consequently, it would be prudent to sow discord, promising grand rewards to incite them to fight for the Great Qian, turning against their own kin. What terrifies Elgin the most is that even if their wrath is not ignited, Gao Yang possesses the means to use these citizens as human shields, absorbing arrows and debris, thereby minimizing the casualties among the soldiers of Great Qian. In other words, once this strategy is unleashed, no matter the choice made by the city's defenders, it will invariably benefit Great Qian without detriment. Yet, it is exceedingly brutal. Gao Yang even nonchalantly suggested that to swiftly annihilate the cities within the realm of Great Chu, it is imperative to first massacre a few fiercely resisting towns, instilling terror throughout the entirety of Great Chu. Thus, when they besiege without attacking, coupled with this scheme, the fear within the city will gradually seep into the hearts of every individual as time elapses. Surrendering leads to survival, while resistance results in annihilation. Underneath this boundless fear, the hope for survival will incite chaos within the city. This presents tremendous advantages for them. Even though Elgin has grown accustomed to the sight of corpses on the battlefield, he cannot help but feel a profound chill within. To utter the words massacre so lightly, this young man truly possesses a heart like granite. Elgin harbored such thoughts, while Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu experienced an even greater tempest of emotions. Initially, they intended to observe this young man's potential, prepared for him to face setbacks, only to be taken aback by the grand strategy he had concocted. This plan rendered them speechless. It must be acknowledged that this strategy is indeed venomous, capable of significantly reducing the casualties among the soldiers of Great Qian. Zhao Ponu, with dry throat and trembling lips, remarked, "Young man, though this plan is rather ruthless, it undeniably can lessen the losses of our soldiers. However, I fail to comprehend the meaning of the grand promise you mentioned." The gazes of the few turned towards Gao Yang. This term was indeed novel to them. With a smile, Gao Yang explained, "Grandfather Zhao, this so-called grand promise, also known as painting a big pie, essentially involves making extravagant promises, envisioning a future that compels individuals to strive relentlessly for that goal, only to eventually back out. For instance, if we promise the citizens of Chu that for every Chu soldier they kill, they will be rewarded with 3 taels of silver, and for slaying a Chu commander, they will receive 1,000 taels of gold and a title of general. Upon seeing this grand promise, the citizens of Chu will undoubtedly exert themselves. However, whether the promises are fulfilled will depend entirely on one's disposition. This grand promise need only be sufficiently enticing to drive people to strive for it. Its actual realization is not obligatory. Moreover, after this battle, even if they truly accomplish it while in the realm of Great Qian, they will have no choice but to bow their heads and concede, and a slight concession will suffice to placate them. Gao Yang spoke lightly of this age-old ruse employed by unscrupulous capitalists, of which he was exceedingly familiar. With a monthly salary of 3,000, they can promise you a future salary of 300,000, even international travel, and a plethora of benefits. Yet, if they fail to deliver, who would dare confront the leadership and utter a complaint? In contemporary times, the youth often opt for a lifestyle of indolence. Yet capitalists frequently hold the upper hand. They may toil for an entire day without earning a single coin, but at least their labor is not in vain, as they emerge exhausted. This, however, exemplifies the essence of power. Those who wield it can dictate the rules. Let us not even mention the plight of the commoners in the state of Chu, who have no choice in the matter. The harsh ideologies of the unscrupulous capitalists resonate profoundly with the seasoned generals, well-versed in military strategy, such as Eljan. They had believed that the citizens of Chu could strive earnestly to carve out a path to survival, only to discover that even this potential avenue was fraught with uncertainty. They wished to refute this notion, but found themselves at a loss for counterarguments. As Gao Yang aptly stated, a pie must be substantial to be considered a pie. Whether or not it is realized is a different matter, but the absence of motivation to strive is unequivocally unacceptable. After all, if the citizens of Chu exert a bit more effort in their siege, fewer soldiers from Deqian will perish. Ultimately, this argument circles back to the notion that showing kindness to the people of Chu equates to cruelty toward the soldiers of Deqian. This perspective is not difficult to grasp. Yet, their intrinsic goodwill renders the idea of a massacre and the citizens serving as cannon fodder somewhat intolerable. The group turned their gazes toward Gao Yang, collectively falling into silence. Noticing that all eyes were focused upon him, Gao Yang chuckled, wondering if there was something unsightly on his face or if his cunning strategy had indeed startled the esteemed elders. He jested, "Is this silence a result of my sharp tactics? There are far more ruthless measures at play." Upon hearing this, Eljan could barely contain his mirth. He erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming with vigor, "What a jest! I have been on the battlefield since the tender age of 13, having witnessed more death than you have consumed meals. Though your strategy is indeed ruthless, it is nowhere near sufficient to intimidate me. I merely found my throat a tad parched and sought a sip of hot tea." Eljan raised his teacup and took a swift sip. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu shared disdainful looks, erupting in boisterous laughter. "You arrogant rascal! Do you dare label your scheme as insidious? We have witnessed far more heinous plots in our decades of warfare than you can fathom." They downed their tea in one go. Seeing this, Gao Yang remarked, "Perhaps I have been a touch presumptuous. These esteemed generals are rather proud." Gao Tianlong could no longer restrain himself. He cleared his throat. "Yang, there is no need for such harshness. Promising a grand outcome is not a task for mere mortals. Such vows must be fulfilled. Otherwise, how could one lead troops into battle in the future?" He cast a subtle glance at Gao Yang, who immediately understood the underlying message. Some matters are best left unspoken, and one need not be so candid. Gao Yang bowed respectfully, humbly acknowledging, "Grandfather speaks wisely. I shall take heed." Eljan regarded Gao Yang's smile and felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could a mere youth instill fear in a cadre of seasoned Qian generals? If this were to leak, how would they maintain their standing in Chang'an? He feigned composure, stating, "You possess a modicum of military aptitude, young man. I shall pose another question. Should you answer correctly, I shall cease my inquiries regarding your intentions with you Rome. However, should you falter, you will be summoned to my residence on the morrow. What say you?" The resounding voice of Jean echoed, adorned with an air of confidence upon his visage. Clearly, he possessed unwavering assurance regarding this inquiry. Yet, his words were merely a pretext, a means to intimidate Gao Yang, ultimately rooted in the preservation of his dignity. With age comes an inability to withstand the loss of face. Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu sipped their tea in silence. Although Jean had yet to articulate his question, their long-standing friendship had already unveiled the nature of the inquiry. Nonetheless, they harbored intentions to temper Gao Yang's exuberance. How audacious of him to jest if they had been frightened. It was indeed a reversal of fate. Gao Tianlong remained mute as well. During this period, Gao Yang's prominence was soaring, and it was often said that excessive boldness invites downfall. Thus, in his eyes, a measured suppression was not unwelcome. Observing Gao Yang's silence, Jean erupted into hearty laughter. "What's the matter, young lad? Are you frightened?" Gao Yang lifted his gaze, for he was certainly not intimidated. A master of strategy, he understood the intricacies of the 36 stratagems. Although Jean's question was undoubtedly complex, it did not daunt him. Rather, he pondered upon Jean's words, recalling certain thoughts that were now entwined in his mind. His granddaughter is named Rome? A splendid name. It instantly conjured a saying in his mind. The sea admits 100 rivers. Greatness lies in inclusiveness. Chapter 47. The battle for the city. Is there no grain within? Why are you dawdling, young man? Fear is fear, and courage is courage. Can Grandfather L truly mock you? Jean's eyes widened, casting an annoyed glance at Gao Yang. Gao Yang took in Jean's fearsome visage, which left much to be desired in terms of compliments. He mused that there were times when appearances mattered less than stature, yet one could not entirely disregard the significance of a face. The probability of Jean's daughter being beautiful or otherwise warranted careful consideration. "Grandfather L, please proceed. I shall do my utmost to respond," Gao Yang finally spoke. Jean, unaware of Gao Yang's internal deliberations, would have been incensed by the mere mention of the sea admits 100 rivers. Greatness lies in inclusiveness. "Ha ha ha, brave lad. Stronger than your father." Jean guffawed. Gao Feng appeared quite embarrassed. How had the attention shifted to him? After all, he was present. It felt rather dismissive. "Do not accuse me of bullying the younger generation. My query is not insurmountable. As you previously stated, I would besiege the city with my forces as you suggested. If you were the commander tasked with defending the city, how would you counter such a siege?" Jean stroked his beard, his gaze fixed upon Gao Yang. He gestured toward his teacup, and the maid promptly filled it. Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu exchanged glances, their expressions laden with incredulity. They thought to themselves that Jean was indeed audacious. As Gao Yang had indicated, this was an overwhelmingly formidable challenge. Not only Gao Yang, but even they would find their countenance altered, feeling the weight of the dilemma. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, his expression unusual. Defending the city? Upon seeing Gao Yang's countenance, Jean realized he may have been a tad too overbearing. After all, he was unaware of how this predicament could be resolved. Gao Yang shook his head and replied, "Grandfather L, this question of defending the city is not particularly difficult. However, the method may be somewhat underhanded. Are you certain you wish to hear it?" Upon uttering these words, several individuals were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Defending the city is no trifling matter, yet how could one be so audacious? Particularly, Jean fixed his gaze intently on Gao Yang, a foreboding feeling brewing within him. However, he could not fathom what insidious scheme could possibly accompany the defense of the city. "Young man, do enlighten me. I am curious to know what nefarious thoughts are festering in your mind." Jean spoke skeptically. Even the king of hell requires moments of respite. Can the malice within Gao Yang be inexhaustible? "Ah, esteemed L, your words wound my heart. I have always been of pure intentions, harmless to both man and beast. And all I propose are strategies meant to serve the nation. How could there be any ill intent within me? These are merely ingenious plans for the benefit of the realm." Gao Tianlong, holding his teacup, suddenly froze, a disquieting premonition surfacing within him. as if this young man were on the cusp of uttering something astonishing. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Historically, provisions have posed a significant challenge during sieges. In truth, there was no malevolence brewing. Since time immemorial, apart from sealing the gates and enduring hardship, few options have remained viable. Even if some tactics exist, they ultimately amount to mere trifles, incapable of altering the grand scheme. The sole recourse is steadfast defense. Upon hearing this, the others exhaled in relief. They reasoned that even the king of hell must rest. How could Gao Yang harbor such wickedness? Jean released a heavy sigh, his demeanor lightening. You rascal. Do you too find yourself bereft of ideas? Yet, what sort of cunning plan could this be? With so many citizens gathered within the city, prolonged confinement would lead to famine. I wonder how you intend to address this? Gao Yang replied with a smile. Esteemed L, your assertion is misguided. There are indeed solutions. If we drive the populace into the city, surely there would be tens of thousands of elderly and young within its walls. Jean retorted with dissatisfaction. You scoundrel. I inquired about provisions, and you speak of the city's populace? Indeed, tens of thousands of elderly and young, he reiterated. As these words left his lips, the eyes of his listeners widened in disbelief. How audacious! Jean was rendered speechless, his once clouded eyes now wide with shock, fixated on Gao Yang. Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu shared the same astonished expression, as if they had encountered a specter. This was beyond mere cunning. It was a plan devoid of humanity. In the battle for the city, tens of thousands of souls would be at stake. You rascal! The seasoned generals stared in disbelief, incredulous at how he could casually propose such a nefarious scheme while simultaneously claiming to be pure and harmless. Does your conscience not ache? Even Gao Tianlong felt a jolt in his heart. Despite having witnessed numerous treacherous stratagems, he could not help but acknowledge the venom in this young man's plan. Gao Yang chuckled. I previously mentioned that this method is rather inhumane. Yet, it is a desperate measure. In a siege, the most critical factor is sustenance. Typically, a blockade leads to starvation, and when one is cornered, if one wishes to avoid losing the city, such measures become inevitable. A collective gasp escaped the others, their scalps tingling in horror. Nevertheless, they could not deny the truth in Gao Yang's assertion. There were no alternatives, especially if the populace was allowed refuge within the city. Thus, desperate times call for desperate measures. Qin Jinghua's expression was intricate as he pondered for a moment before speaking. It is truly rare for you, young man, to find something too inhumane. Gao Yang smiled, somewhat bashfully, and replied, Grandfather Qin, you flatter me. I am merely ruthless towards outsiders. My nature is inherently good. Zhen's face turned pale, causing him to stagger back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The more he contemplated, the more his heart filled with trepidation. Grandfather L, look at you. How can you still stand unsteady? I am several meters away. You cannot blame me for this, Gao Yang remarked, striking a lethal blow to Zhen's psyche. With a loud thud, as Gao Yang echoed his words, Qin Jinghua's cup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhen also grasped Gao Yang's implication, his gaze reflecting shock. Gao Tianlong could barely contain himself. If Gao Yang's cunning schemes were to prevail, this city would indeed be a formidable challenge. In a matter of months or years, the conflict could not be resolved. There was no further discussion to be had regarding military strategy. If this continued, not only Zhen and the others, but even he would start to question his existence. Fu Bo, allocate an additional 500 taels of silver to Yang. Whether he gambles or seeks out a courtesan in the brothel, it would be best for him to distance himself from us elders for the time being. Gao Yang's eyes lit up with unexpected delight. Could he truly acquire another 500 taels? Grandfather, I am deeply grateful. In truth, I have many insights regarding military strategy, he said, bowing while expressing his gratitude. Gao Tianlong waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Go on, and keep Chongwen by your side for further enlightenment. If Gao Yang were a sheet of black paper, then Gao Chongwen would be a blank one. He hoped the two could balance each other out. Yes, Gao Yang replied joyfully, turning to leave. As he exited the grand hall, a smile graced his face. He hurried towards the estate's exit, yearning for the brothel and the melodies within. Without a bold move, who could tell when he might be able to escape? After Gao Yang departed, the grand hall was enveloped in a prolonged silence. After a moment, Zhen broke the stillness, stating, The old Duke of the State has always acted with integrity and honor. I fear his later years may not be as bright. However, I must say, with such a prodigious talent as Gao Yang in the Duke's residence, prosperity is assured for a century. The implication was clear with Gao Yang. The Gao family's status was secured, albeit at the cost of their reputation. The other two nodded in agreement. After decades of military service, they had encountered countless individuals, talented, decisive, and merciless, but never had they met a figure as formidable as Gao Yang. Each scheme was more insidious than the last. Qin Zhengwa spoke. I wish to say something. If I offend, please do not take it to heart, old Duke. Gao Tianlong nodded. Given our friendship, you may speak freely. This young man, he continued, may soon become a figure in the emperor's heart, one who embodies both cunning and ruthlessness. Zhen nodded thoughtfully, his expression complex. I shall petition the emperor to strictly prohibit Gao Yang from venturing into the Six Nations to avert unforeseen consequences. Maintaining him here requires little silver. But should he find his way to another country, we would face dire repercussions. Zhao Ponu took a deep breath and spoke. Many years ago, in the execution of military orders, I, fearing the exposure of my whereabouts, ordered the slaughter of an entire village. To this day, I find myself unable to sleep at night, plagued by unease. However, upon hearing the words of the grandson of the late Duke today, my heart has been enlightened, and I anticipate a restful night ahead. Gao Tianlong and Qin Zhengwa continued. We hold military power in our hands. Today's events must be reported to His Majesty. If this matter spreads, it may tarnish the reputation of the late Duke. Should we conceal it? Gao Tianlong cast his gaze towards Zhen and the others, his eyes glimmering. Having one foot in the grave, worldly fame and fortune mean little to me, mere fleeting illusions. I shall document each word in my memorial. Although Yang is toxic, it is ultimately directed at the enemy nation, a malignant growth against the mighty Daqian. In these times, a little toxicity might not be a bad thing. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their banter, their expressions turning grave. They were acutely aware of the challenges facing Daqian. Qin Zhengwa spoke coldly. Today, Prince Rong challenged at court. 13 censors followed. Nearly a third of the officials echoed his sentiments. Though His Majesty diffused the situation, the influence of Prince Rong is evident. How can Daqian thrive amidst such instability? Zhen and Zhao Ponu's expressions grew heavy. The court was predominantly a battleground for civil officials, leaving them, as mere military men, feeling powerless. Zhao Ponu, with a serious demeanor, remarked, I believe Prince Rong intends to assert his authority over the Duke of Dingwa's estate. The late Duke must be cautious. A flicker of coldness passed through Gao Tianlong's eyes, yet he smiled dismissively at the others, saying, a few days ago, I was indeed concerned, but now, I harbor no worries whatsoever. The outcome of this court struggle remains uncertain. After these words, Zhen found himself relishing the situation. After all, the Duke of Dingwa faced the wrath of this living Yama. Surely, Prince Rong would bring ruin upon him. I shall sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Having witnessed today's events, Zhen felt an unwavering confidence in Gao Yang. Meanwhile, at the Prince Rong's residence, the grand hall was adorned with antique vases, exuding opulence. Yet, a stern-faced man in a dragon robe was seething with fury. Bang! Prince Rong Wulong slammed his palm onto the table with a force that sent pain coursing through his hand. Yet, he seemed oblivious to it. His face contorted in a storm of rage. Today had brought him unparalleled humiliation. After feigning illness for several days, he had finally attended court, only to find himself ensnared in a trap of his own making. He had intended to assert his dominance over the Empress, but was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by her cunning. She had deliberately stated that sand was being mixed into the grain, waiting for him to leap forth in opposition, only to slap him in the face with the truth. This maneuver was nothing short of a declaration of power over him. A brilliant strategy. I underestimated Her Majesty. Today has cost me dearly, leaving my authority in tatters. Prince Rong gritted his teeth, his expression icy. Beside him, a middle-aged scholar clad in a blue robe spoke. Though the Empress possesses great talent and vision, such treacherous schemes could not have originated solely from her. It must be the work of Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dingwa, an undersecretary in the Ministry of Revenue. This young man is no simple character. Prince Rong's gaze turned frigid. This youth had concealed his depth well, and he had indeed underestimated him. As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards the middle-aged scholar, inquiring, Do you possess a strategy that could aid me in vanquishing that old wretch, Gao Tianlong? The scholar responded with a calm smile, Rest assured, Your Highness, I have a clever plan. However, it requires a few more days. During this time, I advise you to instruct the heir to remain within the estate. And if he must venture out, he should be accompanied by a considerable entourage. Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, is not to be underestimated. If he leaves the estate now, I fear that Gao Yang may target the heir. Prince Rong furrowed his brow, his voice rising sharply. Does Gao Yang dare to lay a hand on the imperial family? The middle-aged scholar nodded gravely. The Duke of Dinghua's lineage is deeply rooted, especially with the Duke still alive. The entire Chang'an is aware that His Majesty's decree for talents was a trap set by the heir for Gao Yang, and such retaliation is inevitable. It is prudent to exercise caution. At that moment, Wu Qing entered briskly, approaching Prince Rong. Father, I have heard that His Majesty reprimanded you during morning court? Prince Long nodded, acknowledging his oversight. It was merely a fleeting setback. It is of no consequence. You should refrain from leaving the estate in the upcoming days to avoid drawing attention from the Duke of Dinghua's kin. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing scoffed. The Duke has one foot in the grave. Do they truly possess the audacity to harm me? Furthermore, I travel during daylight and always take refuge in the Yinji Pavilion by night, never traversing the roads under the cover of darkness. In response, Prince Long nodded, feeling reassured. The middle-aged scholar also nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seemed exceedingly cautious. Would Gao Yang dare to act against the esteemed heir of Deqian in public? Chapter 49. The Empress's shock. My reputation in jeopardy within the Grand Hall. Several seasoned generals were engaged in conversation when Gao Yang strode directly towards the entrance, where Zhao De awaited with over 10 subordinates. Young master, Zhao De greeted with a respectful bow. Gao Yang, intrigued by the scene, asked, "What brings you here?" The former duke specifically instructed us to ensure your safety during this period, and we are at your service, Zhao De replied. Observing Zhao De and his formidable companions, who exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent, Gao Yang smiled. It appeared that these individuals had been dispatched by Gao Tianlong specifically to assist him in dealing with the Prince Rong's residence, a thoughtful gesture indeed. And what of Chen Sheng? Gao Yang inquired. Chen Sheng did not return last night. Upon his arrival this morning, he headed straight to your quarters. But finding you in slumber, he departed once more, Zhao De explained. Gao Yang nodded. He held Chen Sheng in high regard, apart from his abilities. The significance of his name warranted attention. Should the Empress one day abandon her humanity or seek to eradicate all opposition, having Chen Sheng by his side would undoubtedly provide a sense of security. If he could also gather Wu Guang and Huang Chao, he would not merely be relegated to covertly admiring the Empress's elegance, but could potentially take decisive action. However, this notion remained a mere fantasy in Gao Yang's mind, as its execution would be fraught with complexity. Brother, grandfather has sent me to learn from you. These 10 days have felt interminable, a voice interrupted. Gao Yang turned to see Gao Changwan, clad in a long robe, jogging towards him, his face brimming with the exhilaration of having survived a calamity. 10 days. A full 10 days. Ever since Gao Yang arrived in Linjiang City, he has been confined to his quarters, unable to step outside even for a moment. The only exception was when he returned to the residence, allowing him to cross the threshold and catch a glimpse of the scenery beyond. For the likes of a dandy, this confinement was nothing short of cruel. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwan, his lips twitching slightly. Yet, he could comprehend Gao Tianlong's intentions. After all, Gao Changwan's reputation resonated throughout Chang'an like thunder. Turning away, Gao Yang strode towards the estate's exit, with Gao Changwan hastily trailing behind, inquiring eagerly, "Brother, where are we off to for some amusement?" Without looking back, Gao Yang replied, "Yanzij." Upon hearing the name, Gao Changwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yanzij, what a splendid place. Brother, how much silver have we brought?" "The expenses at Yanzij can be quite steep," he remarked, his face brimming with anticipation. Gao Yang paused, directing his gaze at Gao Changwan's somewhat youthful visage. The lad seemed rather familiar with such matters. After all, the ancient world was far less innocent than the modern one. Considering Gao Changwan's seasoned demeanor, it was likely he had already lost his purity. However, Gao Yang was also curious about the costs associated with Yanzij. How much silver would one need to revel there? Gao Changwan stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, "If one were to stay overnight, a typical courtesan would charge several dozen taels, while the more renowned ones might demand over 100. As for Yanzij's for renowned courtesans, each would probably require several thousand taels. Such exorbitant profits?" Gao Yang expressed his astonishment. Although he recalled Yanzij being a den of extravagance, The original owner had not possessed substantial monthly wages, most of which had been spent on cosmetics and fine silks for YangTeaching, leaving Gao Yang somewhat uninformed about the current market. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, YangTeaching is a realm of exorbitant profits. It seems I must expedite my plans for the club." The two boarded a carriage, heading straight for the bustling East Market of Chang'an. Inside the carriage, Gao Changwen's enthusiastic voice filled the air. As the saying goes, a father and son in battle, brothers in revelry. It is well known that the courtesans of YangTeaching command a fortune for a single night. Since you have recently acquired a considerable sum of silver, why not indulge a little? Picture it. You and I, brothers united, creating a scene that would leave the courtesan unable to attend to both ends. The vivid imagery conjured in Gao Changwen's mind led him to burst into laughter. Gao Yang's lips twitched. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the lad. Being a notorious figure with a tainted reputation, and coupled with this insufferable companion, he feared the entire Dingwa Duke's house might soon be tarnished beyond repair. Within the royal palace, in the imperial study, Wu Zhao was in high spirits, her exquisite cheeks adorned with a radiant smile. The Prince of Rong had grown increasingly arrogant, believing himself above her, and today Gao Yang had avenged her grievances. She recalled the look of near fury on the prince's face during the morning court, and a wave of satisfaction washed over her. Beside her, Shangwan Wanner nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes reflecting a coldness that indicated her discontent with the princess' haughtiness. "Your Majesty, a report. Left Guard General Qin Zhenghua, Right Guard General El Zhan, and Duke Hugua have simultaneously dispatched envoys with memorials," a eunuch announced, piquing Wu Zhao's curiosity. "Oh, 3 generals simultaneously presented memorials? Present them." Wu Zhao's curiosity was piqued as she spoke. The eunuch hastily handed over the memorial to Wu Zhao, who, upon opening it, found her expression increasingly peculiar. She had initially assumed that the joint submission by the 3 would pertain to a significant matter, but upon seeing Wu Zhao's demeanor, Shangwan Wanner altered her expression, fearing it might signify turmoil at the borders. She quickly inquired, "Your Majesty, has something grave transpired?" Wu Zhao shook her head, casting an odd glance at Shangwan Wanner. "It is nothing of great significance. Merely that the 3 venerable generals jointly recommend Gao Yang for military service and insist that I must ensure his sustenance at all times, forbidding him from entering the territories of the other 6 nations." "Why is that?" Shangwan Wanner responded in astonishment. "There are certain matters I find difficult to articulate. You may peruse the memorial yourself." Wu Zhao handed it over, and Shangwan Wanner promptly stepped forward. Upon receiving the document and reading its contents, her expression mirrored Wu Zhao's oddity. This, she glanced at Wu Zhao, saying, "Duke Dingwa is renowned for his military prowess, celebrated for his unexpected tactics. Yet I had not anticipated such ruthless strategies from the Duke's residence. During severe famine, it was noted that thousands of the city's elderly and young suffered." Shangwan Wanner's lips twitched as she inhaled deeply. Wu Zhao, shaking her head in resignation, remarked, "Duke Dingwa would never engage in such acts. This is undoubtedly the nefarious scheme of the Ministry of Revenue's assistant." Shangwan Wanner's lips twitched again. The notoriety of Gao Yang as a poison master is not merely hearsay. Wu Zhao shook her head, lamenting, "General Qin's words ring true. Gao Yang has indeed resorted to unscrupulous methods. There is no need for lamentation. Letting him loose instills fear. With this individual as an aide, the outcomes are likely to be mixed, and the historical accounts may not be flattering." Wu Zhao felt a wave of helplessness, even with her inner strength. She had never encountered a strategist quite like Gao Yang. Each scheme was more vicious than the last, treating human lives with utter disregard, far more ruthless than Yama. Yet, Gao Yang uniquely possessed the ability to resolve her current predicaments. Alas, let it be, if the means are ruthless. As long as they bolster the might of Qian and ensure the peace and prosperity of its citizens, even if history brands me as a tyrant, I shall accept it. Wu Zhao discerned that although Gao Yang's tactics were indeed cruel, they were directed solely at adversaries. It was akin to using the populace of Chu as mere cannon fodder to deplete the enemy's arrows and resources. While undoubtedly harsh, it could nonetheless mitigate the casualties among Qian's soldiers. Though indisputably a treacherous ploy, it could be deemed a masterstroke for Qian. She suddenly inquired, "Where is the Ministry of Revenue's assistant? Is he at the residence?" Shangwan Wanner was taken aback, instinctively responding, "Does your Majesty wish to leave the palace?" Wu Zhao nodded, her gaze drifting to the window. The palace feels stifling. I yearn for a stroll. Moreover, I harbor some uncertainties that he may clarify. I shall inquire at once." The old eunuch bowed and promptly took his leave. Before long, he returned, though he appeared somewhat hesitant. Wu Zhao frowned. "Why do you speak so haltingly? What is it?" "Your Majesty, I must report that the Ministry of Revenue's assistant is not in the residence." "Not in the residence? Where has he gone?" Wu Zhao began to make her move. Hearing this, her gaze fixed intently on the old eunuch. "Yingji Pavilion." Wu Zetian paused, her expression somewhat peculiar. "The Yanzich, one of the 4 renowned brothels in Chang'an?" The old eunuch awkwardly nodded. Wu Zetian's gaze drifted towards the window, and she suddenly remarked, "I have never visited such establishments in my lifetime. However, today I find myself intrigued, so let us go and take a look." Before long, Gao Yang disembarked from the carriage. Within his line of sight appeared a 3-story building, adorned with an ornate plaque bearing the grand characters, Yanzich. Even in broad daylight, several slender and striking young women stood outside, attempting to entice patrons. Ordinary men passing by exhibited glances of greed, yet upon contemplating the prices within Yanzich, their faces contorted into wry smiles. Such places were likely beyond their reach for a lifetime. However, for Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, both notorious young scions of Chang'an, this was hardly a concern. "Gentlemen, please enter," a voice beckoned them inside. A waft of fragrant air enveloped Gao Yang as he was ushered into the Yanzich. Curiosity stirred within him. After all, experiencing the ambience of an ancient brothel firsthand was an opportunity one could not forego. Gao Changwen, well acquainted with the establishment, ascended directly to the 2nd floor, where the rooms were exquisitely arranged, showcasing unparalleled luxury. Upon entering a room, a servant promptly presented an array of delicacies. Concurrently, 2 comely women knelt beside Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, filling their cups with wine from a vessel. At the zither, a veiled woman clad in a diaphanous gown gracefully extended her delicate fingers, playing a melodious tune. In that moment, the entire room resonated with the enchanting strains of the zither, suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood. The environment and atmosphere provided Gao Yang with an exceptional experience. How elegant! So exceedingly elegant. It was no wonder that many noble families were filled with debauchery, with sons of prominent households leading indulgent lives. How many could endure such temptations? Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Changwen embraced one of the women beside him, his hands gliding down her satin-like back. The woman soon erupted into a series of melodic giggles, her hand still clutching a piece of delicacy, yet unable to feed it to Gao Changwen amidst the fervor. She pleaded, "My lord, let us eat something first." Clearly, his brother had been penned up for over 10 days, with his desires far removed from mere sustenance. In this scene, an unexpected phrase crossed Gao Yang's mind. "Brother, please refrain. The stockings are pilling. Shall we perhaps sing a song instead?" He imagined the woman's inner thoughts mirrored his own sentiment. "My lord, please stop. Let us eat something first." Gao Yang lifted his wine cup, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. After all, he had never engaged in such activities before, and he found it challenging to adapt to his newfound debauched identity. He turned to the enchanting woman beside him and inquired, "You seem quite young. Where do you hail from, and what has led you to this fate?" Though he had prepared himself psychologically to some extent, the prospect of acting as Gao Changwen did was still beyond his capabilities. "My lord, I am called Qing'er, originally from Qingzhou. As for my unfortunate circumstances, it is a tale of necessity. My father, a man who loved to gamble, lost everything we had, leaving me no choice but to be sold to a brothel. After several transfers, I arrived in Chang'an, seeking a means of survival." Qing'er knelt beside Gao Yang, grasping a wine jug, her face briefly revealing a sense of melancholy and fragility. Gao Yang's lips twitched as memories flooded his mind. His gambling father, his ailing mother, his studious younger brother, and the shattered remnants of her. Yet, the truth of it all eluded him. Nearby, Gao Changwen expressed his sympathy, remarking on her pitiable state. Gao Yang cast a sidelong glance, noting that he did not cease his own indulgences. Gao Changwen offered an awkward smile, then earnestly declared, "Brother, your words are misguided. The wealth of the Duke of Dinghua is not easily acquired. It was earned through my grandfather's toil and sacrifice. Such funds cannot be squandered. How could we ever face our grandfather otherwise?" There was a semblance of truth in his words. However, one must ponder, without the debauched youths of Chang'an, how would they survive? This thought alleviated Gao Yang's guilt. While he did not share Gao Changwon's fervor, he reveled in the pouring of wine, the sweet melodies, and the opulent lifestyle of ancient libertines. It was indeed pleasurable. In such an atmosphere, he found clarity and relaxation. After a while, as a tune concluded, Zhao De approached him and whispered, "Young master, Chunsheng has returned and wishes to see you." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, "Allow him to enter." He waved his hand, and two maidens along with the zither player discreetly withdrew. Chunsheng strode in briskly, flanked by his men outside. Gao Yang regarded Chunsheng. "Have you swiftly discerned Wuqing's movements?" Chunsheng nodded. "Indeed, young master. Wuqing is exceedingly cautious. My subordinates inquired all day yesterday and discovered that his only weakness lies in his fondness for revelry. He frequents the Yinji Pavilion, spending nearly every night there for the past week. He ventured out once this morning, but his guards have doubled. He is clearly on guard, making it difficult to act." Gao Yang chuckled softly, surprised that Wuqing was not as foolish as he presumed. Clearly, he had taken precautions, unlike the typical libertine. Originally, Gao Yang intended to resolve matters under the guise of a dandy, gradually targeting Wuqing, but with his defenses up, it might compel Gao Yang to confront the Prince of Rome directly. A chilling tone seeped into Gao Yang's voice. Gao Changwon was taken aback, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Are we to strike against the Prince of Rome?" Gao Yang shot him a glance. "Are you afraid?" Gao Changwon immediately shook his head in excitement. "Brother, what you say ignites my spirit. If we overthrow the Prince of Rome, the Duke of Dingguo will gain immense renown. What is there to fear?" Gao Changwon rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Libertines never shy away from chaos. In fact, their pride often supersedes all else. As for the consequences, aside from the most extreme repercussions, such matters rarely cross their minds. Chunsheng, curious, inquired, "Young master, what do you intend to do?" Gao Yang regarded Chunsheng and replied, "To ensnare the Prince of Rome is not a daunting task. His noble status and wielding of power render him most fearful of rumors. We can fabricate tales, whispers of foxes speaking human tongues, children proclaiming divine mandates for the prince. Historically, rumors spread like wildfire, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and once such tales take flight, the Prince of Rome will surely falter amidst the chaos." Chapter 51. The pursuit of Wu Zhao and the bewilderment of Gao Yang upon the utterance of those words. Gao Changwon was instantly rendered speechless, while Chunsheng felt a shiver run down his spine. He murmured, "A fox speaks human words and spreads rumors everywhere. This is utterly ruthless." Such an act was tantamount to placing Prince Rong upon a pyre. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing this declaration, his heart fluttered. "This subordinate shall take action immediately. I have even better ideas." He felt invigorated. However, Gao Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation, deeming it too perilous given the current fragility of imperial power. After all, the prince's former officials and students were scattered throughout the vast realm of Deqian. Should he escape, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. "I have a superior plan," Gao Yang confidently asserted, envisioning the visage of the Empress in his mind. The others exchanged puzzled glances, yet Gao Yang offered no further explanation. In truth, targeting Prince Rong was not particularly challenging. He had many schemes at his disposal. Framing him and shifting blame could be executed almost seamlessly, leading the prince down a path of ruin. However, the imperial authority was too weak, and Deqian too fragile to withstand such upheaval. Many strategies were thus rendered unusable, compelling him to initially favor Wu Cheng and proceed with caution. From Qin Zhengguo's words. Today's South Morning Court session had witnessed an unrestrained clash between Prince Rong and the Empress. 13 censors had lodged accusations, joined by the Prime Minister and a multitude of officials, collectively threatening the imperial power. Wu Zhao would surely sense this. Gao Yang's intentions were straightforward, to exacerbate conflicts, magnify the ambitions of Prince Rong, and heighten the Empress's sense of crisis. Wu Cheng would be the optimal candidate. Regrettably, this young master lacked the necessary resources, otherwise, he could manipulate the situation further. "What a pity," Gao Yang lamented. Clatter. Gao Changwon retrieved several small vials from his waist and placed them directly on the table. His gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. Gao Yang, intrigued, inquired, "What are these?" "Medicinals." Gao Changwon scratched his head, slightly perplexed. He picked up one of the vials and explained, "This is called the ecstasy of harmony, a prime aphrodisiac. When mixed with wine, it contains only minor impurities that are nearly indistinguishable. However, its potency is immense." That's quite something, Gao Yang remarked, as Gao Chongwen gleefully picked up another vial. This one is the mighty eruption elixir. Once consumed, it induces intense abdominal pain and triggers immediate expulsion. Its effects are instantaneous. This is a soporific, made from crushed and dried mandrake powder, and essential for both assassination and theft, with commendable efficacy, Gao Yang said, somewhat astonished as he took the vials from Gao Chongwen. Where did you acquire these? Chun Sheng and Zhao De regarded Gao Chongwen with incredulity, their hearts racing. How could a normal individual possess such vials? Gao Chongwen chuckled. As a dandy, one must always have some intriguing items at hand. Brother, which one do you require? Gao Yang swept the vials off the table, declaring, a child would choose. I shall have them all. Such fine treasures should be kept for unforeseen circumstances. Gao Chongwen grimaced, his heart aching. These were his cherished possessions. And now they were all gone. The music resumed, and the dance continued. Gao Yang gently caressed the small vial nestled in his arms, a smile illuminating his face. Just as his voice echoed, a series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by a melodious voice. Young Master Gao, may I enter? Come in, Gao Yang replied. The two women from before, accompanied by a masked guzheng player, re-entered the room. The delightful strains of the guzheng filled the air once more. Gao Yang looked up to see a woman of captivating elegance before him, clad in a flowing red gown that accentuated her alluring figure. A glimpse of her fair skin at the neckline drawing the eye. The petite Louis wearer, the spokesperson of the Rouge Pavilion, had long admired the esteemed young Master Gao. Today, all your expenses at the Rouge Pavilion, aside from the 4 renowned courtesans, shall be waived by me, Louis wearer, in hopes of forging a friendship with you. Gao Chongwen was taken aback. What? All waived? A smile swiftly spread across his face, realizing he could indulge himself even further. Raising an eyebrow, Gao Yang inquired, such generosity from you, Manager Liu. Surely you have a request? At this, Louis wearer blushed slightly, responding, your insight is commendable. Indeed, I have a small favor to ask. In recent years, numerous prestigious establishments have emerged in Chang'an, and while the Rouge Pavilion remains a classic, it relies heavily on the courtesans. We have lost many loyal customers. What can be done? Her expression turned somber as she spoke, but she hastily added, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. Should you prefer to remain silent, my promise stands valid. Gao Yang took a sip of his drink and replied nonchalantly, this is not a difficult matter. We could implement a membership tier system, recording customer expenditures and deposits. The higher the tier, the greater the privileges and benefits. Those who frequent the Rouge Pavilion are either wealthy or of high status. They desire a symbol of prestige. Once a sense of competition arises, wealth will follow. Additionally, the savings can be utilized for stable business ventures, and providing greater bonuses for the courtesans would enhance motivation in the service industry. At his words, Louis wearer's eyes sparkled with realization. A membership tier system? Offering employees greater incentives and bonuses for the courtesans to stimulate their drive? Thank you, young Master Gao. Gao Yang merely nodded with a smile, though he had not elaborated. These two strategies would sufficiently bolster the Rouge Pavilion's business. After all, revealing too much would render him redundant. The core of the strategy must remain his own, while he could still utilize the Rouge Pavilion to gauge the attitudes of prominent figures in Chang'an regarding the membership cards. Today, he had saved several hundred taels, a trifecta of benefits. Louis wearer hurriedly departed, and Gao Chongwen called after her, bring 2 more. Soon, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and he noticed that the appearance and figures of the 2 women had become even more alluring due to his words. Just as Gao Yang was about to reach out, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a crisp voice rang out, young master, what a spirited interest you have. Is it not rather unbecoming to enjoy such a splendid place alone? Gao Yang looked up in confusion, only to meet the gazes of 2 individuals. Their expressions a blend of amusement and intrigue. Though donned in masculine attire, the spirit of nobility could hardly be concealed. Boom! Upon sighting those 2 familiar faces, Gao Yang felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in his mind. Hai Chongwen, unrestrained as ever, continued, 2 friends have arrived. Let us bring in 2 more. After a brief pause, he added, it's quite painful. Let us ignite it tomorrow. Chapter 52. The loophole in the Deqian law and the possibility of free riding. Boom. Gao Yang stared in astonishment at Wu Zhao and Sheng Wanwaner before him, as if struck by lightning. His countenance was rife with disbelief. How could Wu Zhao possibly be here? Was this not a brothel? At that moment, even Gao Yang, who had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, found himself momentarily stunned. He had just reached out, intending to embrace the slender waist of the lamenting Qing'er beside him. While not as excessive as Hai Chongwen, indulging in the pleasures of an ancient dandy was hardly a grievous sin. But then, Wu Zhao entered, and to his utter dismay, his accursed brother had even ordered two for Her Majesty, and they were women. Wu Zhao seated herself with nonchalance, her gaze landing on Gao Yang's astonished visage. Seemingly pleased by his expression, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Young master, there's no need to be so reserved. Feel free to indulge in your desires," Wu Zhao remarked, casually plucking a pastry and savoring it. Hai Chongwen, undeterred, continued his antics, chuckling. "My dear brother, you are quite amiable, though your tone suggests complexity." Alongside his words, Lu Yiwei brought in two more enchanting ladies clad in long gowns. Upon seeing Wu Zhao in male attire, they rushed towards her. Though fallen into disrepute, serving an elderly man versus attending to a handsome youth presented an entirely different experience. Wu Zhao, dressed as a man, radiated an air of nobility and vigor that was immensely captivating to them. They believed that even a small expenditure would be worthwhile. However, this action startled Gao Yang, who promptly interjected, "Stop. The laws of Qian are well known to me. Offending the Empress is a grave transgression. Do not involve me in this." Hai Chongwen, however, appeared displeased. "Brother, you already have two by your side. One must remember that too much can lead to ruin. Even if you can endure it, your body may not. Do not be so stingy." Lu Yiwei then added, "Lord Gao, there aren't many guests during the day, should the young master desire. There are plenty of ladies in the Yinji Pavilion." Even Lu Huaiqi, upon hearing of the young master's endeavors against unscrupulous merchants, expressed admiration. Wishing to share a drink with him, Lu Huaiqi, Hai Chongwen's eyes suddenly sparkled. Gao Yang, though intrigued by the courtesan's allure, dared not overstep with Wu Zhao present. He rose respectfully and addressed Wu Zhao. "I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your majesty." This action left Hai Chongwen utterly astounded, even causing his hands to halt abruptly. The private room erupted in a wave of astonishment. Lu Yiwei widened her beautiful eyes. "Your Majesty? The esteemed Empress enjoys visiting a brothel?" Hai Chongwen quickly withdrew his hand, hastily following suit in reverence. "Gao Chongwen, the second son of the Minister of Revenue, has paid his respects to your Majesty." In that moment, the elegant chamber was filled with kneeling figures. Wu Zhao, visibly irritated, remarked, "I am incognito. Yet the assistant minister seems eager to spread news of my visit to a brothel throughout Chang'an. Even though I am a woman, I fear the censors will soon petition for my impeachment." Gao Yang then spoke. "I understand, your Majesty, please do not worry." Wu Zhao, amused, replied, "I have uttered but a few words, and you comprehend my intent? Pray, enlighten me. I shall immediately dispatch someone to silence all, including my own brother, leaving not a single witness, thus ensuring your whereabouts remain undisclosed." As his words fell, all eyes in the chamber converged upon Gao Yang, disbelief etched upon their faces. Was he truly suggesting such a drastic measure? Lu Yiwei's eyes widened in shock. The rumors of the streets were indeed true. He was a living embodiment of the King of Hell. She had not even provoked Gao Yang, having been spared from all expenses at the Rouge Pavilion today, and now she faced annihilation? Gao Chongwen was equally dumbfounded. Was this truly the righteous obliteration of Qin? "Your Majesty, spare us," cried Qing'er and several other women, their faces stricken with terror. Wu Zhao cast a glance at the morally indignant Gao Yang, her lips twitching slightly. She had intended to tease him, only to find herself outmaneuvered. "I am not so cruel." "Rise," Wu Zhao said nonchalantly, resuming her indulgence in a morsel. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Wu Zhao's gaze flickered towards Gao Yang. She was well aware of his intention to provoke her. The sensation of being led by the nose was profoundly unsettling. "Gao Yang, since my ascension, I have decreed that all officials of the 7th rank and above in Qian must set an example, refraining from revelry in brothels. It seems my words are ineffectual," Wu Zhao stated coolly, her eyes fixed upon Gao Yang. A month prior, she had issued this decree, discontented with the extravagance of court officials, and her punitive measures had only involved fines. If they could afford to frequent brothels, they should rather serve the nation. She refrained from discussing consequences, merely wishing to temper Gao Yang's arrogance. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such a regulation in Qian? He was not foolish. He sensed the Empress's displeasure, recognizing it as a deliberate affront. However, facing a fine, even if it were merely monetary, felt unjust, as he had yet to commit any transgression. Your Majesty, this is an injustice. I have come here to enhance the legal system of Qian, entering the fray as a strategist, for the sake of legal rigor, for our Great Qian. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuer and Qing'er exchanged bewildered glances. Such reasoning was utterly outrageous. Wu Zhao, stifling a laugh, lifted her teacup and addressed Gao Yang. For an official of your 6th rank, an occasional visit to a brothel is not a grave matter, at most incurring a fine of 100 taels. However, deceiving the sovereign is a serious crime. Pray, elucidate how your presence at the Rouge Pavilion contributes to the refinement of our laws, how you, as a strategist, have engaged for the benefit of Qian. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, even if I wish to spare you, the laws of Qian shall not. Shangwan Wanner looked on with delight, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she regarded Gao Yang. If Gao Yang were to face punishment, she would welcome it with open arms. Unfazed, she turned to Wu Zhao and spoke, Your Majesty, I recall that the laws of Qian do not endorse the existence of brothels, nor do they condone our women engaging in such trades. Especially regarding financial transactions, apart from the Ministry of Music, these activities are not protected under Qian law. Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, sensing the underlying implications in Gao Yang's words. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, places like brothels are most susceptible to harboring corruption, undermining a person's spirit, and thus the court does not support them. As for the transactions occurring within brothels, aside from the Ministry of Music, they too lack legal protection under Qian law. What issue lies therein? Wu Zhao's gaze shifted to Gao Yang. However, apart from the Ministry of Music, no one oversees these matters, as the existence of brothels is thought to reduce the occurrence of crimes such as rape. Yet, Qian certainly does not endorse the act of exchanging money for such transactions, for it profoundly impacts societal morals. Only the Ministry of Music is under the jurisdiction of the court and thus enjoys legal protection, while other brothels are disregarded, their existence merely tolerated in the shadows. This has long been an insidious reality. Gao Yang slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Your Majesty, the implications here are indeed profound. This is precisely the matter I wish to address. Qian is founded upon law, and our legal system is stringent, yet due to this ambiguous delineation, there exist loopholes within Qian law, even leading to the potential for exploitation. I am deeply pained by this. Chapter 53. The loopholes in Qian law. Wu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Exploitation? She furrowed her brows, bewildered. Shangwan Wanner and Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes also reflected confusion. Although they did not fully comprehend the term, witnessing Gao Yang's expression and recalling her cunning schemes, they sensed something ominous. What does exploitation mean? Wu Zhao inquired, puzzled. Allow me to present a hypothetical, Your Majesty, and you will understand, Gao Yang said, directing her gaze to Qing. Let us consider an example involving myself and Miss Qing'er. Suppose we agree upon a sum of 500 taels for one night. Upon hearing this, Qing'er hurriedly shook her hands in panic. Lord Gao, 50 taels would suffice. You are asking far too much. This is price gouging. Gao Yang's expression darkened. If I say you are worth 500 taels, then you are worth that amount. Do not argue. Even if it were 5,000 taels for one night, it would be acceptable, for I have no intention of paying. Afterwards, if I were to settle the bill with paper money meant for the deceased, I ask you, Your Majesty, would I be committing a crime? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes widened in shock. You intend to leave without payment? To deceive with paper money? Lu Yuer and Qing'er exchanged incredulous glances at Gao Yang. Is there truly such a shameless person in the world? What a dark heart this must possess. Even a woman who played the guzheng, steadfastly maintaining that she sold her music, not her body, faltered at this revelation, her tune abruptly shifting in surprise as she struck the wrong strings. Unlike the others, Gao Chongwen's eyes gleamed with intrigue, fixated on Gao Yang. Before Gao Yang could utter another word, Shangwan Wanner spoke first. This is undoubtedly a crime. It is not a transaction. Qing'er could easily report you to the authorities, accusing you of rape. In Qian, raping a woman is a grave offense. Gao Yang chuckled and remarked, My esteemed Lord Shangwan, your words are quite mistaken. I had previously agreed with Qing'er on a transaction of 500 taels of silver, and I did not contravene her will. I merely utilized paper money for the payment. How could this possibly be considered coercion? Shangwan Wanner was momentarily rendered speechless. The argument, though somewhat crude, held merit. Even if brought before the courts, it would hardly qualify as a crime of rape. With a flicker of her gaze, Shangwan resumed. Paper money is intended for the deceased. You present it as silver, and the charge of counterfeiting alone could suffice to condemn you. Gao Yang continued to smile, stating, counterfeit currency must circulate within the market and disrupt the credit of Qian's currency to constitute a crime. However, paper money is meant for the departed. How can it be said to disrupt the integrity of Qian's currency? Thus, the charge of counterfeiting is unfounded. Wu Zhao's lips twitched as she said softly, Gao Yang, you seem quite knowledgeable about the laws of Qian. Gao Yang humbly replied, Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively. I possess merely a modicum of understanding, hardly worthy of mention. Familiarity with the law should be the duty of every citizen of Qian. During his 7 days in Lingjiang City, he found himself idly perusing Qian's legal statutes, particularly the definitions of various crimes, which he reviewed no less than 10 times. This had nearly become a personal habit. As the saying goes, a rogue is not to be feared, but a cultured rogue is truly daunting. Laws may be optional, yet comprehension is essential. At present, he was well versed in Qian's legal framework. Shangwan gritted her teeth, still unwilling to believe that Gao Yang could truly evade payment. How could this be possible? Upon further contemplation, she quickly sneered. An agreement of 500 taels settled with paper money cannot escape the charge of fraud. Can it? That crime is certainly not insignificant. Gao Chongwen nodded repeatedly, sharing her sentiment. Since the agreement was for 500 taels and he had produced paper money, the charge of fraud seemed inescapable. Yet, he gazed at Gao Yang with eager anticipation. This issue was of paramount importance to him. Gao Yang turned his gaze towards Shangwan, spreading his hands as he said, My dear Lord Shangwan, according to Qian's laws, a fraud must be defined by the value of the property that was misappropriated. In years past, during the flourishing of the 7 states' philosophies, this included the legalists, whose doctrines were foundational to the laws of the 7 states. Yet, as with any school of thought, differing viewpoints emerged. Laws are ultimately refined through debate. Regarding the crime of fraud and property, 2 primary factions arose, which I shall refer to as the affirmative and the negative. The affirmative maintains that property must be something legally protected. Conversely, the negative asserts that any item with economic value is protected by law. If we adhere to the affirmative stance, then anything not legally protected would not constitute a crime, which is evidently inappropriate. Yet, if we adopt the negative's perspective, it could lead to limitless interpretations of the law. Thus, after centuries of discourse, a widely accepted view emerged. As long as property possesses economic value, it should be protected by law, provided it is recognized by the law. However, our Qian is founded on filial piety and governed by law. Under moral standards, such conduct is not endorsed. Since this transaction neither falls under the jurisdiction of the court nor is supported by Qian's laws, how could a charge of fraud be substantiated? Clearly, it cannot. Therefore, Gao Yang's consistent visits to the brothel without payment, opting instead for the preposterous act of evading costs, painted him as a truly despicable character. One who would even deceive women of the night. He was indeed a scoundrel. Yet, Gao Yang has committed no crime. For the laws of Qian do not condone such actions. Since Qian governs the realm by law, it is evident that the imperfections within these laws necessitate my involvement to refine them. I humbly beseech your Majesty to issue a decree legalizing the brothels, thereby closing the loophole that allows for such exploitation. Upon uttering these words, the entire elegant chamber widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Yuer and Qing'er swallowed hard, utterly taken aback by the revelation that such exploitation was indeed not illegal. Is there no sense of justice, no rule of law? The gaze of Qing'er towards Gao Yang turned to one of fear. By this logic, should Gao Yang truly exploit her, even reporting him to the authorities would be futile. Are all scholars in this realm so terrifying? Is their conscience so tainted? They merely seek to earn a modest living through their youth. Is that too much to ask? Is there truly such a detestable individual in the world? Lu Yuer, Qing'er, and the other women dared deceive in silence. The performance of the Guzheng player was completely disrupted, as this revelation stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. This was too wicked, shattering her very understanding of morality. Gao Chongwen's eyes sparkled with admiration for Gao Yang, his reverence akin to an unceasing river. Were it not for the presence of the Empress, he would have been tempted to kneel before Gao Yang. It seems that with merely a few burnt offerings of paper money meant for the deceased, One can exploit the system. A surge of fervor coursed through his heart. Wu Zhao and Sheng Wanwaner turned their gazes towards Gao Yang simultaneously. Historically, brothels had never been recognized by Qian law, except by the Ministry of Music, yet this had always been a subtle reality. They had never considered that one could actually exploit the loopholes within the law. To think that exploitation was permissible. Gao Yang, I truly did not anticipate your profound familiarity with the laws of Qian. You must have devoted much effort to your studies. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, her phoenix-like eyes fixed upon Gao Yang, filled with complexity. While others study the law to govern the nation and bring justice to the world, this young man seems solely intent on finding ways to circumvent it. If Gao Yang were to truly exploit someone and appear in court, as it stands, he could not be convicted. Gao Yang humbly replied, as a minister of Qian, it is my duty to be well-versed in the laws of our land. I constantly reflect upon my actions. Furthermore, Gao Yang addressed Wu Zhao, stating that even while visiting the brothel, he does not forget the emperor's benevolence, for he has conceived a brilliant scheme to subtly weaken the strength of the other 6 nations. What? Wu Zhao's eyes lit up, clearly. She was far more intrigued by the prospect of undermining the 6 nations than by the notion of exploitation. The idea that one could devise a method to weaken the other 6 nations while indulging in such activities was both surprising and suspicious. Gao Yang nodded earnestly. Proclaiming himself to be Qian's most virtuous and loyal subject, how could he dare deceive the emperor? This is indeed the truth. Chapter 54. Methods to weaken the 6 nations. Wu Zhao's shock as Gao Yang's words resonated. Sheng Wanwaner inhaled sharply and averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Lu Yuer and Qing'er lowered their heads. They were poised to engage in exploitation, and yet he still claimed to be virtuous? Wu Zhao sipped her tea, her lips twitching. She did not believe a word of this so-called most virtuous or most loyal subject of Qian. Yet, she was genuinely intrigued by the plot to weaken the 6 nations. Pray, do elaborate. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon Gao Changwan. Your Majesty, what do you think of my younger brother? Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Changwan, who immediately broke into a smile, straightening his posture, brimming with anticipation. However, he appeared pale and feeble, a true dandy. What does this have to do with weakening the 6 kingdoms? Wu Zhao offered her assessment bluntly, somewhat perplexed. Gao Changwan's expression suddenly soured, but in the presence of Wu Zhao, he dared not utter a word. Your Majesty, such words are misguided. This matter holds great significance. The probability of a general having many sons far exceeds that of having a tiger-like son. Behind this lies the peril of beauty from brothels, which is undoubtedly paramount. As the saying goes, beauty is as dangerous as a wolf or tiger, capable of dismantling one's will. One cannot even dare to think about it, let alone act upon it. Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, coming to her senses. Do you wish for me to exploit the allure of beauty? Indeed, as the saying goes, if the enemy is weak, then I am strong. To attain strength, one must not only enhance oneself, but also diminish others. Gao Yang's eyes glimmered. In his previous life, on the eve of major examinations, he would secretly place adult magazines on the desks of high-achieving students, ensuring they would lose sleep, thus allowing his rank to rise. Your Majesty could nurture talented individuals, sending them far to the 6 kingdoms, opening brothels, causing them to indulge in the allure of beauty, ultimately shattering their will. Furthermore, it would generate silver to replenish the national treasury. However, this method is rather slow. I possess an even better strategy. Does your Majesty have any cherished instructional illustrations in the palace? Upon hearing this, Sheng Wanwaner blushed, reprimanding, Lord Gao, be mindful of your words before the emperor, lest you incur a grave offense. I am wholly sincere, my mind filled with the path to a powerful Qian, devoid of frivolous thoughts. Gao Yang declared with righteous fervor. Yet, there was a certain thrill in speaking so boldly before the Empress. Wu Zhao initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon regained her icy demeanor. No matter, there are indeed such illustrations. Please continue. Gao Yang smiled. Your Majesty could invite the finest painters in the realm to compile them into a tome, secretly sending it to the 6 kingdoms. However, given the limitations of artistic technique, the outcomes may be mediocre. I would recommend the use of literature, as well-crafted words can serve as a formidable weapon, with boundless imagination. Your Majesty could employ novels, setting aside melodramatic romances and martial tales for the moment, focusing primarily on sensual themes. This batch of novels could be discreetly delivered to the 6 kingdoms, poisoning their younger generation. Fueled by desire, they would seek out brothels at a tender age, leading to indulgence, frailty, and ultimately, a shortened lifespan. If your majesty finds this plan agreeable, I possess a unique talent for crafting such novels, one titled Female Scholar, and another the youth's academic performance is unsatisfactory, which would suffice to devastate the youth of the Six Kingdoms. Gao Yang exuded confidence. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Wu Zhao regarded the self-assured Gao Yang, a chill rushing from her spine to the crown of her head. What a cunning strategy! Rather than fortifying oneself, one could weaken the enemy nations. She never anticipated that a mere stroll through a brothel would inspire Gao Yang to concoct such a venomous scheme, targeting the younger generations of the Six Kingdoms, igniting their desires, and compelling them to venture into brothels. At such a young age, their health would surely be compromised. This method is exceedingly cunning. Although she was unaware that the boy's academic performance was less than stellar, she sensed the brilliance within it. Based on her understanding of Gao Yang, these two novels must be extraordinary. Their impact could rival the most explicit instructional texts within the palace. Wu Zhao felt a stirring within her. According to Gao Yang, there truly was potential. In the Seven Kingdoms, books were treasures of immense value. If they were indeed remarkable, just a few copies could circulate widely among the elite. Yet, this method was far too insidious. In that moment, Wu Zhao resonated deeply with Qin Jingguo's words. It was a matter of moral integrity, where the cost of not acting was fear. Nurturing a Gao Yang required little expense, but should he fall into the hands of the other Six Kingdoms, Deqian would suffer greatly. She resolved that Gao Yang must not step outside Deqian. Shangguan Wanner had not anticipated Gao Yang's deviousness, and she hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inadvisable. The novels have long circulated among the Seven Kingdoms, and if they truly possess brilliance, the other six nations may harbor similar intentions, posing a threat to Deqian, or merchants may carry them back for profit. Inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while sustaining 800 of our own is hardly wise." Wu Zhao nodded in agreement. Shangguan Wanner had a point. "Gao Yang, your scheme is devilish. Once unleashed, the Six Kingdoms will suffer, yet it could easily backfire upon Deqian. Allow me a moment to contemplate." Wu Zhao hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Gao Yang felt a twinge of regret, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Shangguan Wanner's words were not without merit. "Shall I draft the first chapter of these two masterpieces for your majesty to review on another day?" Gao Yang inquired, testing the waters. Everything else was manageable, yet he feared the weight of a grave disrespect. After all, Deqian's novels paled in comparison to those from another realm. Wu Zhao gazed intently at Gao Yang, inhaling deeply. "I have come to seek you for other pressing matters." Her eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. Since her ascension, she had been consumed by a singular concern, which had robbed her of peace. Yet, she hesitated to act. It was not until Gao Yang's appearance, with his series of cunning strategies, that she glimpsed hope. Particularly, the military tactics and the cultural infiltration that could undermine the youth of the Six Nations through indulgence and allure fueled her optimism further. Gao Yang, feeling the intensity of Wu Zhao's gaze, tightened his robe. "It is the duty of a subject to alleviate your majesty's concerns, yet your gaze instills a sense of trepidation." Wu Zhao took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. After several moments, she spoke to Gao Yang. "This conundrum, if you can resolve it for me. Aside from the heinous crime of treason, I promise you a lifetime of prosperity." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. This was akin to a life-saving amulet within Deqian. Its value was beyond measure. "I am duty-bound as a member of Deqian to assist your majesty to the best of my ability," Gao Yang declared resolutely. "However, your majesty, should we not consider a different setting? Discussing matters of state in a brothel feels rather peculiar. Future historians may not portray it favorably. Heroes do not inquire about their origins, and a powerful nation does not discriminate by circumstance." Upon uttering this phrase, Wu Zetian cast a glance at Lu Yuer and the others. The commoner takes her leave. Lu Yuer hastily bowed and, along with Qing'er and the others, exited swiftly. It was evident that the ensuing discourse was beyond their comprehension. Any further eavesdropping could lead to dire consequences. Gao Chongwen intended to leave, but Wu Zetian interjected. "As the son of the vice minister Gao, you may remain to listen." Thus, he had no choice but to resettle, suppressing his restless thoughts. After a brief departure by Shangguan Wanner, the room was soon filled with a flurry of figures, resulting in an eerie stillness. Clearly, this area had been cordoned off. This development piqued Gao Yang's curiosity, What predicament had Wu Zetian encountered that demanded such caution? Throughout the proceedings, Wu Zetian remained silent, her countenance icy, exuding a palpable chill. Her fingers lightly tapped a rhythmic pattern on the table. When Shang Wanwan re-entered and nodded at Wu Zetian, her piercing gaze fell upon Gao Yang. In a frigid tone, she inquired, "Gao Yang, are you aware of the might of our Qian's princely states?" Taken aback by her words, Gao Yang quickly grasped her intent. Wu Zetian continued, "In ancient times, feudal lords possessed territories no greater than 100 miles, easily subdued in their weakness. Today, our Qian's princely states span dozens of cities and stretch across thousands of miles. In a leisurely state, indulgence can lead to chaos. In haste, it can stifle strength and unite against Chang'an." Her gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. "Unless we address the issue of the Qian princely states, I shall find no peace. You, with your cunning and ruthless nature, do you possess any brilliant strategies?" Chapter 55. Wu Zetian's Intentions, the Peril of the Princely States. Within the elegant chamber, Wu Zetian's voice resonated, leaving an atmosphere of profound silence. Gao Changwen felt the ground beneath him grow increasingly unbearable. He could hardly remain seated. The Empress intended to take action against the Qian princely states? This was monumental news. Shang Wanwan's gaze lingered on Gao Yang, her expression betraying no surprise, clearly indicating prior knowledge of the matter. Gao Yang maintained an air of calm. From the moment Wu Zetian spoke, he sensed her murderous intent toward the princely states, a malice that was evidently not born of a moment's impulse. Such intensity of resolve was to be expected. Historically, the relationship between imperial power and princely states has always been delicate. The emperor requires the protection of the princes, yet fears their growing influence as a threat to his sovereignty. Across the 7 nations, throughout the ages, this has remained constant. The so-called imperial strategy, at its core, revolves around the art of balance. While emperors may appear to wield supreme authority, governing a realm necessitates a delicate equilibrium. After all, the emperor's focus is finite, unable to oversee every matter directly. Thus, regions require steadfast guardians. Princely states emerge as the most viable option. Should their power swell excessively, the emperor must curtail their influence. Conversely, if the princes are disregarded, outsiders must be appointed, which poses even greater risks. Compared to outsiders, the emperor of Qian still regards the princes as more trustworthy. At the very least, even should they rebel, the realm ultimately belongs to the Wu family, preventing it from falling into foreign hands. "Your Majesty, you do me a grave injustice. I harbor no malicious intent. Should this information reach the public, how would the annals of history portray me? How would the common people perceive me? This is a serious misunderstanding, a profound misapprehension, and I must clear my name." Gao Yang gazed at Wu Zhao, resolutely declaring that he would not bear such a slanderous assessment. Wu Zhao cast a penetrating glance at Gao Yang. The series of treacherous schemes, from exploiting merchants in Linjiang City to the extermination of locusts, and this notion of elevating oneself by diminishing others, is it not a manifestation of profound malevolence? The insidious plot to poison the youth of the 6 kingdoms grew increasingly terrifying in her mind. While the effects may not manifest immediately, over time, it could indeed be likened to murder without bloodshed, with even the monarchs of the 6 kingdoms potentially remaining oblivious. However, this strategy could easily backfire against Qian, which, despite its current tribulations, was not a nation of feeble strength. Yet, Wu Zhao was driven by a grand ambition. She aspired to trample upon the 6 kingdoms, to quell the chaos, and to unify the realm. She yearned to create a true era of prosperity, to etch her name into history as the first female emperor. She wished to demonstrate to the world that a woman could ascend to the throne and achieve greatness. In a world divided into 7 kingdoms, with countless smaller states and myriad barbarians, was there still a semblance of law? It was precisely for this reason that she boldly issued decrees seeking talented individuals, even granting significant roles to those as nefarious as Gao Yang. All of this was in pursuit of a vision that seemed almost preposterous, one that would prompt ministers to declare it a hubristic aspiration. Yet, Wu Zhao remained steadfast in her belief that she could realize it. This realm, she would claim, she would witness, she would conquer. As long as she could establish her dominion, she cared not for the loyalty of ministers or the cunning of traitors, nor did she concern herself with the ruthlessness of her strategies. The chronicles of history and the opinions of the world were of no consequence to her. After her demise, she would let the flood surge. Her first step would be to curtail the power of the feudal lords. The strength of the Qian princes had reached a point that demanded containment. My words may be imprecise, yet the sentiment remains, she continued. Do you possess a clever strategy to deal with these lords? Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, her voice resolute once more. Does your majesty truly wish to take action against the princes? Gao Yang lifted a cup from the table, taking a sip, his gaze fixed upon Wu Zhao's noble visage. The illustrious empress lowered her head, revealing her unwavering determination. Wu Zhao nodded, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Since my ascension, I have contemplated reducing the power of the feudal lords, though I have restrained myself. But now, I am ready to act. Then please advise me, your majesty, so that I may devise a countermeasure. Wu Zhao's gaze shifted to Shang Wanwaner. Shang Wanwaner then spoke. The strength of the Qian princes must be traced back a century. It was during a time of turmoil when the founding emperor of Qian, a mere commoner, rose to power amidst chaos, ultimately establishing the nation and creating a balance of 7 kingdoms. With eloquence, Shang Wanwaner succinctly recounted the century-long journey of Qian. Gao Yang listened intently. From her words, he envisioned a Qian that stood resolute upon the central plains. A century ago, as warlords vied for supremacy, the vast lands were dotted with hundreds of small states, embroiled in conflict, culminating in a great upheaval. Life was as expendable as grass, and blood stained the earth, giving rise to countless legends of heroism. Ultimately, aside from a few nomadic tribes, only 7 powerful nations remained, among which was the Qian forged by the endeavors of its founding emperor. During that tumultuous era, lacking the support of noble families, the founding emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty promised that if he ascended to the throne, all meritorious subjects would be granted lands and titles. This was the driving force behind the fervent loyalty of numerous heroes, as the granting of territories equated to establishing a dominion within a dominion. However, once peace was restored, these feudal lords posed a significant threat to imperial authority. Consequently, the ancestors of the Great Qian Dynasty, over the following decades, endeavored to eliminate these regional monarchs, aligning themselves with their own kin in the process. As the foreign lords were largely subdued, the vassal kings of the Great Qian Dynasty emerged as a new dilemma. Each possessed their own domains, wielding military power, land, and taxation. Truly, they were akin to local emperors. By the time of Wu Zetian, the influence of these vassal kings had grown formidable, posing a grave threat to imperial sovereignty. Gao Yang, you may take your time to contemplate the matter of reducing the power of the vassals. There is no need to rush in providing me with a response. Wu Zetian remarked, noticing Gao Yang's furrowed brow. Her impatience was palpable. The reduction of vassal power was a matter of great importance, requiring utmost caution. Despite Gao Yang's cunning and strategic acumen, it was unlikely he could devise a solution immediately. Just as she prepared to rise, she suddenly heard Gao Yang's voice resonate. Your Majesty, I have a plan that may weaken the power of the vassal kings without bloodshed. At this declaration, Wu Zetian's expression shifted dramatically. Shang Wanwaner, too, was taken aback. The reduction of vassal power was a genuine state affair of utmost significance. How could Gao Yang conceive a strategy so swiftly? Shang Wanwaner looked on in astonishment. Wu Zetian's keen gaze was now fixed on Gao Yang with an intensity of urgency. Gao Yang, what ingenious scheme do you propose? Historically, the reduction of vassal power necessitated conflict, yet Gao Yang suggested an approach that might circumvent violence, igniting Wu Zetian's curiosity. Observing her interest, Gao Yang wasted no time and stated plainly, Your Majesty, I have long believed that the world thrives on self-interest. Every tumult arises from the pursuit of gain. Whether in governance or commerce, those who can exploit human weaknesses are destined to achieve great endeavors. The reduction of vassal power falls within this realm. My strategy involves subtly undermining the authority of the Great Qian vassals, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to the dynasty. I have a cunning plan in mind. As Gao Yang's words echoed, Wu Zetian's expression transformed. Her gaze remained fixed on him, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. Though her demeanor appeared composed, a tempest surged within her. Without bloodshed, striking unseen. A cunning plan. These phrases reverberated in her mind. From her observations over the past few days, she had gleaned aspects of Gao Yang's character. He was a strategist who, unless possessing overwhelming certainty, would not speak so boldly. In other words, Gao Yang harbored absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner's eyes widened with astonishment. She had always revered scholarly pursuits, believing that ancient wisdom contained the keys to governance and peace. Therefore, she regarded Cui Xinghe, the top scholar of the Great Qian Dynasty, as a savior destined to restore harmony. Since that day when Cui Xinghe achieved the highest honors, Wu Zetian had harbored great expectations for him regarding the reduction of vassal power. Yet, until now, Cui Xinghe has failed to provide a method for diminishing the power of the feudal lords, which has left Wu Zhao profoundly disappointed. However, she is acutely aware of the challenges involved in this endeavor. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Without curtailing the lord's power, Deqian struggles to strengthen itself. Thus, she sought out Gao Yang, hoping he might possess a viable solution. To her surprise, upon hearing her concerns, Gao Yang devised a clever plan. According to Shangwan Wanner's investigations, Gao Yang's interest in the pleasures of life far surpasses that in the teachings of sages. Yet, she would never dismiss him as a mere braggart. His series of ingenious strategies had already stirred ripples in Shangwan Wanner's heart. While Gao Yang may not seem formidable, his strategies certainly cannot be underestimated. Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's gaze, inadvertently allowing his eyes to wander over her exquisite legs. The essence of a sunlit strategy lies in undertaking actions that are both transparent and honorable, rendering the adversary incapable of evasion, thereby achieving one's objectives. The underlying strength of the feudal lords across the realm stems fundamentally from their wealth, power, and military force. This is the crux of the matter. Therefore, to diminish their influence, one must begin at this foundation. The example of my humble brother and myself serves well. Gao Chongwen was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching. Was his role merely to play the supporting character? A chill ran through him. Please, continue, Wu Zhao urged earnestly. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you wish to sow discord between my brother and me, the most effective means is encapsulated in 8 words. Shift the conflict, divide and conquer. Win over the weak, suppress the strong. All strategies in the world boil down to this. Your Majesty seeks to diminish the Lord's power for the sake of imperial authority. Yet the lords are reluctant to relinquish their power, creating a fundamental conflict. However, if your Majesty can redirect this conflict, instigating internal strife, transforming a major conflict into minor ones, then this sunlit strategy will succeed. Gao Yang's voice brimmed with confidence, leaving Wu Zhao profoundly shaken. She murmured to herself, Shift the conflict, divide and conquer, win over the weak, suppress the strong. This is indeed a sunlit strategy. Wu Zhao felt as though a new grand door had swung open before her, flooding her with countless insights. She regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression. These 8 words encapsulated the art of kingship. The subsequent words elucidated the art of maintaining balance within a kingdom. As for the execution, the answer was straightforward. The long-standing discord between the eldest and second son required only a spark to ignite, and that depended on your Majesty. Buzz, with Gao Yang's words. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Wu Zhao's mind, dispelling the fog that clouded her thoughts. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence. What was Gao Yang implying? He had even specifically referenced his relationship with Gao Chongwen. The implications were clear. A tumultuous wave surged within Wu Zhao, her face reflecting a myriad of emotions. She was no fool. She grasped Gao Yang's meaning almost instantaneously. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered with realization. Shangwan Wanner, too, was taken aback, astonished that Gao Yang had proposed such a strategy. However, Gao Yang continued, Your Majesty, I must caution you. Should the lords be significantly weakened, what will take their place? Have you contemplated this? Troops must be stationed across the realm for defense. If the lords are diminished or stripped of military power, what will fill that void is a new system. This system possesses both advantages and disadvantages, which your Majesty should be well aware of. Gao Yang's gaze was profound as he addressed Wu Zhao, who, with a solemn expression, understood his intent. The foremost characteristic of the princely lords is their kinship. It is not only essential to treat one's kin with kindness and share in their fortunes, but equally significant is the common blood that binds them. After all, even if they were to rebel and seize the throne, it would still be the throne of Deqian. However, without the princely lords to dispatch generals to govern, one would be left with outsiders. A rebellion could easily lead to a change of dynasty overnight. The realm is vast, and with numerous princely lords, they can safeguard Chang'an. Given the isolation of various regions, Relying solely on the court's decisions is nearly impossible. This portion of authority must be relinquished. This is their greatest function. Without the princely lords, generals must take their place. If your majesty intends to act against the princely lords, this consideration must be taken to heart. Gao Yang refrained from being overly explicit and did not mention the regional governors or the conscription system, for to speak too plainly would imply instructing the empress, a grave misstep he would not commit. However, Wu Zhao understood that what Gao Yang suggested was to use generals to regulate the regions and guard against external threats. Gao Yang astutely returned the choice to her. Wu Zhao's eyes shimmered. Indeed, she had contemplated this matter as well. If the power of the princely lords wanes, it necessitates granting authority to the generals. This pertains to the principle of balance. She suddenly rose, proclaiming, "I comprehend your meaning. However, the reduction of princely power is imperative. Otherwise, my imperial authority shall inevitably be constrained, and I am fully aware of this." As the empress, the resistance from the princely lords posed a greater obstacle for her. In contrast to the princely lords, the generals are easier to manipulate. This is a reflection of her differing status. Moreover, should she fail to act against the lords, her grand ambitions would remain but dreams. "I shall summon the officials tomorrow and proceed as you have advised. I shall credit you with this strategy." Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already envision the princely lord's laments. She stood to depart, but at that moment, Gao Yang's voice interrupted. "Your Majesty, do not be hasty. Now that you have made your resolution, I shall endeavor to assist you in your efforts to diminish the princely power. However, there is a troubling piece of news regarding this endeavor." Wu Zhao resumed her seat, her brow furrowing. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Shang Wanwaner, who promptly poured a cup of fragrant tea for Wu Zhao. As Wu Zhao sipped the rich tea, Gao Yang's voice continued. "The good news is that the reduction of princely power can be achieved without bloodshed, by diffusing conflicts and sanctioning the princes. The bad news is that if we proceed with this reduction now, Qian may face annihilation, and your majesty could perish." Chapter 57. Wu Zhao's weakness. To strengthen the nation, first eliminate Prince Rong. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao spat out her tea in surprise. But Gao Yang had anticipated this reaction and skillfully dodged. Unfortunately, Gao Changwen, standing behind, was not so fortunate and was drenched. However, given that it was Wu Zhao who had sprayed him, he could neither complain nor express his displeasure. Instead, he had to commend the Empress on her impeccable aim, striking the mark precisely. Wu Zetian, disregarding her composure, suddenly turned to Gao Yang with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What does this mean? How could such overt schemes lead to the downfall of Qian and endanger my life? Gao Yang, are you exaggerating the consequences?" Her eyes widened in shock. Fixated on him, Gao Yang, with a serious countenance, replied, "Your Majesty, even with 1,000 lives, I would not dare to jest about such matters. This is no mere alarmism. The current situation does not permit the reduction of the feudal lords, whether through overt or covert schemes. A fundamental prerequisite exists. The court must be strong. The court must possess sufficient authority. Otherwise, any attempt to act against the feudal lords would be akin to walking a path of certain death. The feudal lords are not fools. While covert schemes may hold some merit, overt schemes are transparent for all to see. Should the court appear weak, if your majesty dares to act overtly against the feudal lords, they will unite, citing ancestral laws that cannot be altered, claiming your majesty has lost virtue and is unworthy of the throne. At that time, Qian would surely descend into chaos, and the path to destruction would not merely be a hollow phrase. Your majesty, do you consider the current court to be strong or weak?" With Gao Yang's light but poignant words, a sudden chill surged within Wu Zetian. She had overlooked a crucial point. If the court is not sufficiently robust, what would compel the feudal lords to acquiesce to your majesty's overt schemes? The potential for rebellion and the establishment of a new emperor is not merely an empty threat. For if they do not resist, they would be akin to meat on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. She recalled a saying, "Any overt scheme must rest upon one vital premise. The court must possess a formidable military and a well-stocked treasury. Otherwise, why would they adhere to your majesty's path?" However, this raises a pressing question. Is the current court truly strong? Wu Zetian's expression shifted as memories of the morning court session flooded her mind. Shang Wanwaner, too, awakened to the gravity of the situation, her countenance darkening. Both were astute individuals. With Gao Yang's subtle prodding, they grasped the underlying truth. Gao Yang continued, "If your majesty wishes to win the hearts of the feudal lords, you must first feign sincerity towards them. Acting hastily will only yield counterproductive results. Given the current instability of the court, patience is essential." The approach of feigning sincerity carries entirely different connotations. Yet Wu Zetian found herself lost in contemplation. She had to admit, Gao Yang's words held considerable merit. Drawing a deep breath, she inquired, "According to you, esteemed Gao, what should I do now?" Gao Yang inadvertently cast a glance at Wu Zetian's graceful legs, nearly speaking out of turn. Fortunately, he restrained himself, for otherwise, he would surely incur a grave offense. This empress is exceedingly tempting to transgress against. Wu Zetian, feeling a wave of discomfort, crossed her legs, her expression icy. This man, emboldened by his cunning schemes, was becoming increasingly audacious. If he dared to look now, he might soon dare to touch. Alas, for the sake of Qian, she would endure for the time being. Gao Yang discreetly averted his gaze, advising, "Your Majesty should suppress the desire to diminish the feudal lords. Any attempt to do so, through any means, would be unwise at this juncture. Only when Qian grows strong, and your Majesty wields absolute authority, can the feudal lords be easily vanquished. Perhaps your Majesty should contemplate alternative systems to replace the feudal lords. Furthermore, as Qian grows in strength, I possess numerous ingenious strategies to assist your Majesty in subduing the six kingdoms." A confident smile graced Gao Yang's face. This is not mere boasting. Indeed, he has not employed any strategies against the six nations. Wu Zhao instinctively substituted the clever plans mentioned by Gao Yang with venomous schemes. She was quite curious. If she could be so ruthless towards her own merchants and vassal kings, what kind of earth-shattering poison would she unleash upon enemy states? Wu Zhao felt a sense of anticipation. However, as Gao Yang pointed out, her immediate priority was to stabilize the court. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity for Gao Yang to display his talents. "Gao Yang, what do you believe is the cause of the instability in the court?" Wu Zhao pondered briefly, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Shang Wanwaner also turned her gaze towards Gao Yang. Without hesitation, he responded, "It lies with Prince Rong. If your Majesty wishes to establish a lasting dominion, diminish the power of the Great Qian's vassal kings, impose sanctions on the six nations, and secure the title of an eternal female emperor, the first order of business must be to eliminate Prince Rong." Upon uttering these words, even Wu Zhao was taken aback by Gao Yang's directness. Prince Rong was a venerable elder of the Great Qian Dynasty, holding significant power and revered as its foremost warrior, having vanquished countless rebels and earned immense merit for the realm. To suggest killing Prince Rong was tantamount to treason. Wu Zhao's expression turned icy. Despite Gao Yang's boldness, cold sweat broke out on Gao Changwen's brow. He recalled Gao Yang's disdain for the cumbersome methods of hiding notes in fish bellies or the troubles of fox calls. Wondering if a different approach was being contemplated, perhaps leveraging imperial power to eliminate Prince Rong, he dared not voice his thoughts. Yet, Gao Yang remained composed, stating, "Today, while in the palace, I chanced upon news that during the morning court session, your Majesty employed extraordinary measures to provide disaster relief, only to be met with opposition from Prince Rong and 13 censors, who even threatened to commit suicide in the Golden Hall. The Prime Minister and many other court officials also vehemently opposed this. It was expected for the censors to voice dissent, yet it was utterly inappropriate for Prince Rong to join them in this impeachment. As a royal of the Great Qian, wielding considerable power both in the court and the military, and colluding with the censorate to openly confront your Majesty, he was courting death. Perhaps Prince Rong harbored no rebellious intentions at present, but if your Majesty does not swiftly eliminate him, future actions will be severely hindered, let alone the prospect of reforming and strengthening the nation." This discourse struck at the very core of Wu Zhao's concerns. She could not deny that Gao Yang's words echoed her own fears. Prince Rong's formidable authority had already posed a threat to the imperial power, and his recent feigned illness to avoid court attendance, coupled with the support of the censorate and the Prime Minister, was alarming. As Gao Yang articulated, while Prince Rong may not currently be rebellious, any ambition to reform and strengthen the nation or achieve lasting dominion would necessitate a singular voice in the Great Qian court, hers alone. With her eyes cold as ice, Wu Zhao remarked, "Am I not aware of this? However, Prince Rong wields immense influence and possesses formidable martial skills, surrounded by numerous guards. To eliminate him is no trivial task. This matter cannot be rushed. It requires utmost caution, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Please allow me to contemplate this further. Yet, unexpectedly, Gao Yang stood up. This action instantly revealed a look of bewilderment on Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang bowed solemnly to Wu Zhao, declaring, I, Gao Yang, though unworthy, foresaw that your majesty would take action against Prince Rong. I have prepared for your majesty a myriad of ingenious schemes, encompassing assassination, poisoning, decapitation, framing, defamation, deception, and betrayal, all aimed at the life of Prince Rong. He may flee from me, but even with wings, he cannot escape. In a private chamber, Wu Zhao wore a peculiar expression and could not help but inquire, how many? Gao Yang confidently replied, my skills are modest, not many, just over 100 clever stratagems. Shangguan Wanner glanced at the seemingly humble Gao Yang and turned away in disbelief. 100 poisonous schemes, and he dares to call himself modest? If anyone else claimed to possess such a number of lethal plots, she would certainly harbor doubts. Yet, when it comes to Gao Yang, she had no such reservations. He indeed possessed them. Some individuals, simply by their presence, command authority in their domain. When it comes to poison in Qian, none can rival Gao Yang. Do share, Wu Zhao said, narrowing her eyes, her interest piqued. As Gao Yang had articulated, if she wished to strengthen Qian and establish a formidable legacy, the elimination of Prince Rong was imperative. Regardless of his intentions, he posed a grave threat to imperial authority. As a minister of state, to remain stagnant amidst turbulent currents would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, from the prince's feigned illness used to exert pressure upon her to the recent morning court's upheaval, it remains uncertain whether he harbors treasonous thoughts. Your Majesty, please allow me a moment, Gao Yang said, as he retrieved several vials he had earlier acquired from Gao Changwen and laid them upon the table. Wu Zhao picked up one vial, her curiosity ignited. What is this? Gao Yang's gaze met hers as he promptly elucidated, Your Majesty possesses a discerning eye. This is the wondrous and lascivious powder, an exquisite aphrodisiac. Wu Zhao instantly set it down and picked up a nearby green vial. And this is the Great Force Ejector. Upon consumption, one transforms into a veritable warrior of propulsion, and when paired with the wondrous powder, it creates an unparalleled combination. I had intended to use these two concoctions on Wu Chong, the son of Prince Rong, to witness his embarrassment. However, since Your Majesty intends to take action against Prince Rong, I need not complicate matters further. Wu Zhao hastily placed the vial down, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her stunning features. Shangguan Wanner, equally shaken, contemplated the implications. The combination of the aphrodisiac and the Great Force Ejector conjured vivid and unsettling images in their minds, one of ardent desire and the other of tumultuous upheaval within. Wu Zhao paled at the thought, acknowledging that even the Empress was repulsed by Gao Yang's schemes. Shangguan Wanner felt a shiver of fear. Had she not been a confidant of the Empress, how might Gao Yang have treated her? Had she been subjected to such concoctions, she could only envision a disastrous end. You carry such items with you? Wu Zhao exclaimed in shock, gesturing towards the array of vials before her. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. These are merely essential tools for my foolish younger brother's ventures in the world. However, he is too young to wield them wisely. So I have taken it upon myself to manage them, Gao Changwen said with a sincere smile directed towards Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao responded, Indeed. It seems that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Gao Yang, with his cunning nature, reflects his brother's complexity, despite his lesser intellect. Gao Yang picked up a red vial, examining it closely. When it comes to assassination, poisoning is the swiftest method. This is the cinnabar, known to seal the throat upon contact with blood. However, listening can be deceptive while seeing is believing. I am a meticulous individual, and the Duke's residence harbors several large yellow dogs. As the saying goes, one raises dogs for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. I am inclined to conduct an experiment. Yet, considering the disparity in size between dogs and humans, to minimize errors and prevent unforeseen circumstances, it would be most advantageous if Your Majesty could provide a few death row inmates. Ideally, they should be individuals of unspeakable malice, those who have committed heinous crimes against nature, for otherwise, I might find it difficult to proceed without a pang of conscience. Wu Zhao's lips curled in a sardonic smile, her expression laced with mockery. You still possess a conscience? She remarked, genuinely taken aback. Yet, she quickly shook her head. declaring that the method of poisoning was too dishonorable and would fail to provide a satisfactory explanation to the realm. I intend to capture Prince Rong alive, first to convict him, and then to deliberate on whether to execute him, aiming to keep bloodshed and cleansing to a minimum. How shall we accomplish this? Gao Yang nodded. I comprehend. Such methods would sound more palatable if they were to leak. This is not overly complicated. Your Majesty could employ a banquet akin to the Hongmen feast. In essence, it would involve publicly inviting Prince Rong to discuss state affairs, while secretly surrounding the palace with 100 assassins, awaiting your Majesty's signal, perhaps the shattering of a cup, to storm in and seize Prince Rong alive or reduce him to a mere pulp. To safeguard against any eventualities, I believe we must incorporate additional tactics, for Prince Rong is reputed to be the fiercest general of the Great Qian. Should he possess the strength to slay 100 men, that would be rather perilous. I shall experiment with the drug that induces sleep and the powerful aphrodisiac, aiming to entice Prince Rong into drinking it first. According to the ancestral laws of our Great Qian, Prince Rong is prohibited from bringing guards into the palace, let alone weapons for an audience with your Majesty. With these 3 layers of measures in place, success is assured. As long as we capture Prince Rong alive, convicting him will be a task well within the capabilities of the civil officials, easily fabricating numerous grave offenses against him. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply. Though she was already aware of Gao Yang's ruthlessness and scheming nature, the flawless intricacy of this design still left her astonished. What a splendid Hongmen feast! What a strategy that envelopes the palace in hidden assassins, merely awaiting the signal to spring into action. Shengwan Wanner also took a deep breath, glancing at Gao Yang with an expression of trepidation. She felt compelled to find a moment to mend her relationship with him. Offending someone like him was profoundly daunting. She lowered her gaze to her long legs, recalling the first day she had ventured out of the city with Gao Yang. What harm was there in having such legs? Wu Zhao continued in a solemn tone, I wield military power. Capturing Prince Rong is indeed manageable. The true challenge lies in eliminating his accomplices and condemning him. If Prince Rong has committed no significant crimes in his lifetime, and his sins do not warrant death, what then? Gao Yang first addressed Gao Changwan. These vials shall be returned to you for the time being. Please keep them safe. He then turned to Wu Zhao, wearing an innocent smile. Since I have put forth the proposal, I shall provide comprehensive service. This matter is rather straightforward. Your Majesty need only ensure that no information leaks before taking action against Prince Rong. Once he is apprehended, the methods available are numerous. Such as? Wu Zhao inquired with curiosity. This leads us into the realm of framing and slander, Gao Yang replied, eager to showcase his acumen in this aspect. With a confident demeanor, he asserted, our Great Qian has always upheld the belief in witchcraft. Before taking action, your Majesty could arrange for condemned prisoners to expose that someone has cursed you with witchcraft. Your Majesty may issue a decree for the Ministry of Justice to conduct a thorough investigation, which will raise no suspicions among the populace. Furthermore, a grand banquet could be orchestrated to ensnare the Prince of Rome, accompanied by a search of his residence. From this, we can unearth the doll used to curse your Majesty and apply severe interrogation methods on the servants of the prince's household. At that point, with both testimonial and material evidence in abundance, the prince will find himself at an utter loss for words. Subsequently, the confessions of this prisoner will become the sharpest weapon in your Majesty's arsenal, effectively clearing the way for a complete purge. Gao Yang's words fell upon the ears of Wu Zhao, whose heart was gripped by an icy chill, despite her extensive experience with the intrigues of power. By exploiting the prevalent practices of witchcraft into Qian and fabricating accusations against a seemingly unrelated death row inmate, the court officials, ensconced in their elevated positions, would hardly concern themselves with the fate of a mere condemned prisoner. The plan was ruthless indeed. Wu Zhao's phoenix-like gaze shifted to Gao Yang, a sense of relief washing over her for the first time. How fortunate that Gao Yang hailed from the Duke of Dinghua's household and that he was aligned with her interests. Were the conspirators to gain the upper hand, or if the Prince of Rong and the regional princes were to succeed, her position would be perilous, with the potential for the imperial authority to wane, the nation to be imperiled, or even a change of dynasty. The Gao Yang before her possessed the necessary skills for such machinations. His cunning seemed boundless and inexhaustible. He continued, unperturbed, to express his considerations regarding your Majesty's reputation. The Prince of Rong, having served under the late emperor in numerous military campaigns, was celebrated as the Qian's most formidable general, bearing countless scars from his battles. Should the prince expose his battle-worn body during the interrogation, it could serve as a counterattack against your majesty, casting the latter in a heartless light, prompting the populace to view him as a ruthless ruler who discards his loyal subjects once they outlive their usefulness. As the saying goes, the wicked often accuse first. Thus, your majesty could follow the prince's trajectory, leaving him with no escape route. By compelling the prince to reveal his illustrious past, you could question how he transformed into a traitor. In moments of emotional turmoil, your majesty could even shed a few inconsequential tears before the assembled officials. Subsequently, feigning deep sorrow, your majesty could proclaim that, given the prince's past merits, he would be spared the death penalty but not the consequences of his actions, confining him to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, thereby silencing any dissenting voices. As the last words fell, Wu Zhao's hand trembled around her wine cup, her heart racing in shock. The strategy of mirroring the prince's path, leaving him with no recourse, was audacious, stripping him of dignity only to turn the tables. If this were to be publicized, her reputation would remain untarnished. From preparation to execution, and even the establishment of guilt, Gao Yang had nearly anticipated every detail. Sheng Wanwaner, too, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, her breath quickening. Gao Yang was not to be trifled with. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, attempting to calm herself as she stated, "The strategy you propose is sound, but should the Prince of Rome remain alive, I fear we may merely be cutting the grass without uprooting it. The spring wind shall surely revive it." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's demeanor shifted, his displeasure evident. "Your Majesty, you have misunderstood my intentions." Misunderstood? Wu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. It was, indeed, a grave misunderstanding. This act of mine is intended to ensure that no one can find fault with your Majesty. Moreover, your Majesty, do you still recall the inquiry posed to me during the court examination regarding the calamity of annihilating an entire family? Gao Yang's words were laden with implication. In an instant, Wu Zhao was reminded of her first encounter with Gao Yang, when she questioned him in the court. If one were to eradicate an enemy's entire clan, only to discover a surviving child, what then? Gao Yang's response was met with a shift in Wu Zhao's gaze, as she suddenly turned to him and asked, "Are you suggesting a passive approach?" Gao Yang nodded, clarifying, "To be precise, it is akin to entrapment through baiting. Since Prince Rong has been imprisoned, his guards will undoubtedly prioritize his rescue. Your Majesty could set a trap within the prison, capturing them all in a single sweep." As for Prince Rong, in his melancholy, he felt deeply remorseful for betraying the trust of the late Emperor and your Majesty, ultimately leaving a note before taking his own life, which seems entirely reasonable. Does it not? At these words, silence enveloped the room, a silence akin to death itself. Not only Wu Zhao and Sheng Wanwaner, even the usually carefree Gao Chongwen cast a fearful glance at Gao Yang's retreating figure. In that moment, a heavy pressure bore down upon him. Yet he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they were family and not foes. Otherwise, the grass on their graves would have been a foot high. After a prolonged silence, Wu Zhao rose and declared, "I understand now. Allow me to contemplate this matter further." Gao Yang's words struck a profound chord within her. Initially, she sought to inquire about the reduction of fiefs, but she now realized that the urgent matter at hand was the elimination of Prince Rong. Gao Yang's insinuation made it clear that she could not refrain from taking action. Not only would this rid her of a formidable adversary, but it would also grant her unassailable authority over the court without bearing the stigma of slaughtering her own kin. In all honesty, Wu Zhao was deeply tempted. This issue was of utmost significance and must remain confidential. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Wu Zhao's gaze turned to Gao Chongwen. As it was evident that his words were directed at him, Gao Chongwen trembled, fearful of being silenced by the two, and hastily knelt, saying, "Rest assured, your Majesty, I may not be the most astute, but I am not foolish. This matter is of great import, and I shall not utter a single word more." Gao Yang also interjected, "On this point, your Majesty can be assured. Many young scions are unworthy of great responsibilities, indulging in pleasures and becoming ensnared in the comforts of life. Yet that does not imply they lack intelligence." Wu Zhao's hesitation was understood by Gao Yang. Such monumental matters undoubtedly require thorough contemplation over several days. However, the words exchanged today had already sown a seed in Wu Zhao's heart, one that would soon grow into a towering tree. To spare Prince Rong while reducing fiefs would be an utter farce. not to mention the prospect of sanctioning the Six Nations and unifying the realm. Gao Yang was adept at discerning the human psyche. He knew that before him stood a female emperor whose ambitions rivaled those of any man of her time. Those who dared obstruct her path would face dire consequences. The road to imperial power demands countless sacrifices, and the bloodshed would be immense, indeed. Moreover, within this discourse, he painted a grand vision for the female emperor, a prosperous and powerful Qian, with clever strategies to impose sanctions on the Six Nations. From a psychological perspective, there exists a fascinating phenomenon. In a discourse, individuals tend to retain the beginning and the end more vividly. Just moments ago, he deliberately paused for several seconds before proclaiming the prosperity of the Great Qian Dynasty and revealing his clever strategy to sanction the Six Kingdoms. Furthermore, in accordance with the psychological principle known as the Zeigarnik effect, people are invariably haunted by unfinished matters, and the associated information becomes firmly imprinted in their memories. Prince Rong has not much longer to bounce around. Wu Zhao stepped forward, reached the door, and then halted. I must inquire, what deep-seated enmity do you harbor against Prince Rong? This piqued her curiosity. Gao Yang did not conceal his sentiments, but candidly replied, my heart is rather small. I believe in repaying kindness and exacting vengeance. From the moment I uncovered your Majesty's decree seeking talented individuals to the subsequent reprimands I faced in the court, the shadow of Prince Rong looms large. He seeks to assert his authority over the Duke's residence, and I wish to annihilate his entire family. Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's lofty gaze, articulating each word with clarity. His words were straightforward and unembellished. Wu Zhao had anticipated that Gao Yang might offer some other justification, but his forthrightness took her by surprise, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. She pushed open the door, and her cool voice echoed, within 3 days. I shall provide you with an answer. A smile danced at the corners of Gao Yang's lips. I shall respectfully await your Majesty's response. Soon after, Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner exited the Rouge Pavilion and entered an opulent carriage. The guards, disguised within the palace, swiftly formed ranks, their faces etched with a stern demeanor. Your Majesty, Shang Wanwaner ventured hesitantly, her beautiful eyes glancing at Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's expression remained cold, enveloped in an aura of sovereign authority. In truth, only Gao Yang could evoke such profound emotional turmoil within her. She closed her eyes and began to rest, yet her mind was filled with Gao Yang's words. After a while, a faint voice reverberated within the carriage. Find me a death row inmate with a family. Shang Wanwaner's pupils dilated in shock, and she promptly replied, I obey your command. Chapter 60. Did the supreme level membership truly come without cost? As Wu Zhao departed, Zhao De and Chun Sheng hastily entered. However, before they could utter a word, one of them knelt. Gao Changwen knelt before Gao Yang, exclaiming, Brother, I was wrong. Your foolish younger brother erred. Zhao De looked on in astonishment. Gao Changwen was renowned as a tyrant in Chang'an. Though not inherently malicious, he had always been fearless, undeterred even by Gao Feng. Save for the formidable Gao Tianlong from the Duke's residence. At the tender age of 10, Gao Feng had punished Gao Changwen for his mischief, delivering a severe beating. That evening, Gao Changwen urinated in a teacup, covered it, and while claiming his child was mischievous, presented the cup to Gao Feng. Gao Feng, full of satisfaction, accepted the cup and was about to drink deeply. Had it not been for the overpowering stench of urine, Gao Changwen's ploy might have succeeded. That night, Gao Changwen's cries echoed through the Duke's residence, lingering in the air for 3 days. Yet now, in barely an afternoon, Gao Changwen was kneeling before Gao Yang. What on earth had transpired? Gao Yang helped Gao Changwen to his feet, smiling. What is this, dear brother? We are all one family. This remark caused Gao Changwen to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, and he exhaled in relief. Indeed, they were a loving family. Brother, shall we continue with the music and dance? Gao Changwen tentatively inquired. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze profound. Let us return to the manor. There are matters to attend to. His visit to the Rouge Pavilion was initially driven by a desire to personally experience the allure of the grand brothels of Great Qian. Upon entering, he found it quite novel, yet, after the experience, it lost much of its charm. The Rouge Pavilion paled in comparison to the elite establishments, particularly the thrill of unboxing a mystery through a small suitcase and a door knock, which was simply incomparable. Gao Changwen felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not voice any objections. His eyes flickered, revealing other thoughts. As Gao Yang and his entourage of guards exited the private room, a figure hurried towards them. It was Lu Yuer, elegantly clad in a flowing gown, her prominent collarbone and fair skin visible. "Sir Gao, are you leaving? Not wishing to linger a while longer?" Lu Yuer approached Gao Yang, her voice sweet and melodious. "Another day," he replied succinctly. "There are still affairs to manage. Since Sir Gao has matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. However, please accept this." Lu Yuer respectfully presented a finely crafted token, made from exquisite rosewood, inscribed with the flamboyant characters Rouge Pavilion, alongside a numeral 1. It was evident that the item was brand new. "In accordance with Sir Gao's wishes, we hastily produced this membership card. From today forth, you shall be our esteemed guest and the highest-ranking supreme member of the Rouge Pavilion." With this card, not only would Gao Yang enjoy priority entry, but he would also have access to exclusive private rooms, complimentary premium beverages and delicacies, and the companionship of a lady of his choice each day, along with a monthly opportunity to spend an enchanting evening with a courtesan, though exclusively for his personal use. Gao Yang accepted the card, somewhat astonished. In such a brief time, she had grasped his intent and crafted the inaugural membership card. Lu Yuer indeed possessed a talent for commerce. He maintained a serene demeanor. However, Gao Changwen was less composed, turning to Lu Yuer with uncertainty. "A lady each day, and a monthly night with a courtesan? Miss Lu, what of my membership card?" He could not help but rub his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Lu Yuer retained a polite smile. "Second young master, that requires a monetary contribution. And how much silver for this supreme membership card?" Gao Changwen inquired, his expression a mix of embarrassment and defiance. "Not much," Lu Yuer replied with a smile. "A recharge of 200,000 taels at the Rouge Pavilion, or a total expenditure of the same amount will grant you the supreme membership." "What? 200,000 taels? That's extortion." Gao Changwen's voice escalated, his composure unraveling. The Rouge Pavilion also offered a standard membership for merely 500 taels, though the privileges were correspondingly lesser. Moreover, Lu Yuer emphasized, from today onwards, guests must pay a portion of their expenses up front, with adjustments made for any surplus or deficit. Gao Changwen's lips twitched, sensing the impertinence in her words. Did he appear to be someone who sought to take advantage? Gao Yang chuckled, addressing Lu Yuer, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Please convey my gratitude to the pavilion master. I shall remember this kindness." Lu Yuer's smile broadened. "I shall see Sir Gao off." Lu Yuer approached Gao Yang, guiding him forth. Gao Yang ascended the steps, arriving at the first floor of the Yingji Pavilion. The ground floor was bustling with guests, many of whom were captivated by the dancers on the circular stage, their gossamer garments tantalizingly revealing while simultaneously concealing, exuding an extreme allure. This method, which incites desire before stimulating consumption, proved quite effective. As Gao Yang reached the center of the first floor, he prepared to make his way towards the exit when a voice suddenly pierced the air from the opposite side. "Brother Gao, upon encountering this young master, why do you not step forward for a chat?" Gao Yang looked up to see Wu Cheng, clad in white and elegantly wielding a feather fan, striding towards him. His complexion was pallid, his steps unsteady, and he was flanked by 5 or 6 guards. Among them, one guard, robust and brawny, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons, emanated an explosive strength that was unmistakable. Gao Yang halted, directing his gaze towards Wu Cheng. A brow arched as he discerned the ominous undertones of the encounter. The arrival of this adversary suggested ill intentions. He had truly not anticipated that, having lost interest in confronting Wu Cheng, the latter would seek him out instead. This turn of events was indeed surprising. Unaware of the young master's presence, I have inadvertently committed a breach of etiquette. However, I am pressed for time. If the young master has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Gao Yang replied coolly, feigning the intention to depart. Upon seeing Gao Yang's intent to leave, Wu Cheng quickly stepped forward. "Brother Gao, no matter how busy you are, a moment's pause is trivial. Yet, I must express my admiration for how you have managed to conceal your talents. First, you balanced the grain prices in Jiangcheng, then devised a method to combat locusts. I have even heard that today His Majesty decreed during morning court to mix sand with grain to curb corrupt officials, a brilliant strategy indeed, and I am truly impressed." Gao Yang scrutinized Wu Cheng's face. Generally, when an enemy begins to shower you with compliments in a public setting, it often signals a trap. As anticipated, Wu Cheng's words ignited a fervor on the first floor of the Yingji Pavilion. A chorus of gasps echoed through the room. "Master Gao is truly talented." Raising grain prices to attract merchants from afar is indeed a brilliant strategy. Mixing sand with grain to curb corruption, while appearing heinous, is in fact a plan to save the people. Master Gao is truly a concealed gem. As the accolades poured forth, Wu Cheng's face lit up with a smile. He surveyed the crowd on the first floor and proclaimed loudly, Master Gao, a man of hidden talents, possesses astonishing abilities. Now that he graces the Yinji Pavilion, how can we let this opportunity pass? Let us invite Master Gao to compose an impromptu poem. With Wu Cheng's call, the onlookers, ever eager for amusement, readily echoed their agreement. Wu Cheng then turned his gaze back to Gao Yang, a smile gracing his features. Since the atmosphere is ripe, Brother Gao, why not recite a poem for our enlightenment? In the realm of the Great Qian, peace reigned, and the martial might had waned, replaced by a reverence for the arts and a suppression of military prowess. Scholars and literati, particularly those endowed with talent, often resonated throughout Chang'an, earning respect and even the favor of high officials who might recommend them for positions of authority. Wu Cheng's nefarious intent was clear. He sought to undermine Gao Yang, reminiscent of the original owner's once celebrated verse that belied a simple stone's true nature. Should Gao Yang falter, the entire scholarly community of Chang'an would look down upon him. Yet, Gao Yang remained unfazed, for he cared not for the perceptions of outsiders, especially considering that Wu Cheng's own family was on the brink of collapse. However, feeling somewhat displeased by the trick played upon him, he could not shake off the thought that in the coming days, Wu Cheng might incessantly bark like an annoying dog by his side. He was averse to trouble, so it would be wise to resolve it. Composing a poem, how difficult could that be? Gao Yang spoke lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng was instantly filled with elation. The officials in the court feared Gao Yang as they would a ferocious beast, and even his father and military strategist regarded Gao Yang as a formidable rival. Yet, it appeared that he was not as daunting as they had presumed. The young heir would simply await the splendid verses from Brother Gao. Wu Cheng's face was alight with anticipation, eager to proceed. However, Gao Yang then remarked, if we are to compose poetry, how can we do so without wine? Although he had but one close friend in the young heir, they could still share a drink to inspire poetic fervor. Chongwen, please go to the private chamber and fetch my fine wine. This poem pertains to the young heir, and we shall toast together. Chapter 61. A poem shakes the Rouge Pavilion. The brute's composure shatters young heir, please. Soon, Gao Chongwen returned, carrying a jug of wine, pouring a cup and presenting it to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng accepted the cup, scrutinizing the liquid within, his gaze tinged with suspicion. This wine was not within his prior knowledge, raising doubts in the cautious nature he possessed. After all, it was not uncommon for the debauchers of Chang'an to employ underhanded tactics against one another. Yet, he pondered that it would be overly audacious to drug a prince in public. Nevertheless, he refrained from drinking, smiling as he said, Brother Gao, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Even your approach to poetry is distinct from that of other talented scholars. However, I shall forego the wine this time. Feigning a stern expression, Gao Yang replied, does the young heir look down upon me, unwilling to partake? If that were the case, perhaps I was being overly sentimental. With that, Gao Yang turned again towards the entrance. Seeing this, Wu Cheng hurriedly intervened. If Gao Yang seized the opportunity to slip away, all his efforts would be in vain. Brother Gao, wait. If that is the case, let us drink together to inspire your poetic genius, shall we? Wu Cheng lifted his cup, his gaze fixed on the jug in Gao Chongwen's hands, from which he had just poured. Come, fill Brother Gao's cup. Wu Cheng called out with a smile. Seeing this, Gao Chongwen could only pour another cup. He couldn't help but glance at Gao Yang, a twinge of worry in his heart. He had sensed that Wu Cheng was not so foolish. Among the debauchers, drugging was a frequent occurrence. And how could Wu Cheng be entirely unprepared? If it were indeed poisoning, it would hardly be done overtly. Yet, Gao Yang maintained an air of nonchalance, accepting the cup and addressing Wu Cheng, young heir, please. Wait. In honor of our friendship, let us exchange cups. With that, Wu Cheng swapped his cup with Gao Yang's. Thus, if Gao Yang dared to drink first, the wine would assuredly be safe. Otherwise, there would be a trap. A smile lingered at the corners of Gao Yang's mouth. After exchanging cups, Gao Yang tilted his head back, gulping the contents down, even as his Adam's apple bobbed, and he displayed the empty cup, signaling that he had finished. Gao Chongwen was left astounded. Had he misjudged Gao Yang's intentions? Was there no plan for him to poison? Or did the poisoner intend to enter the fray, inflicting harm on 1,000 while suffering 800 in return? Wu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Brother Gao, your capacity for drink is truly remarkable. I shall join you in this toast to inspire your poetic muse. With that, Wu Cheng downed his drink in one swift motion, his Adam's apple bobbing as he tilted the cup upside down, signaling that not a single drop remained. Gao Yang smiled in response, but the very next moment, he tilted his head back and audaciously sprayed the wine from his mouth. What a delightful vintage to rinse my palate. This indeed ignites my poetic spirit. This unexpected display left Wu Cheng wide-eyed in astonishment. Gao Yang, did you not drink this wine? Wu Cheng's expression turned pale, for Gao Yang's behavior suggested the wine was likely tainted. Before Wu Cheng could voice his concerns, Gao Yang abruptly shifted his gaze to the crowd. It would be remiss of me to not indulge in a graceful poem, especially within this enchanting establishment, he declared. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. With that, Gao Yang recited aloud. Clouds evoke garments, flowers conjure beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew enriches the hues. Had it not been for the sight of the jade peaks, would one meet the celestial maid beneath the moonlight of the Yao Terrace? These lines were none other than the opening of Li Bai's Qing Ping Diao. The poem is a tribute to the famed Yang Guifei, capturing the essence of beauty and elegance. It paints a vivid picture. The sight of clouds reminds one of her exquisite garments, while flowers evoke her stunning visage. The spring breeze gently brushes against the balustrade, enhancing the richness of the blossoms. Such ethereal beauty could only be likened to a fairy descending from the Jade Mountains or a goddess illuminated by the moonlight in the Yao Palace. As soon as the last word was spoken, a profound silence enveloped the previously raucous establishment. The audience appeared struck as if by divine lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Gao Yang. The women within the establishment were particularly astonished, their delicate faces reflecting a mixture of emotions. Lu Yue, initially filled with concern, now stood captivated. Composing poetry requires a profound literary foundation, unlike the art of deception. Yet, upon hearing Qing Ping Diao, her beautiful eyes glimmered with astonishment. Though she was the proprietor of the establishment, she had been well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics from a young age, excelling in poetry and lyricism. Not only her, but all the young ladies in the establishment were compelled to learn poetry and couplets, for they catered to an elite clientele. Mere beauty alone could not stir the hearts of cultured scholars. However, if they adorned themselves with the identity of a fallen noblewoman with literary talent, their value could soar exponentially. With the recitation of this poem, Lu Yue was certain it would resonate throughout Chang'an, treasured by countless noble ladies. Unable to contain herself, she murmured the lines, clouds evoke garments, flowers conjure beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew enriches the hues. Is there such exquisite poetry in the world? She gazed upon Gao Yang's face, her eyes filled with wonder. Qing'er, having heard the commotion from the 2nd floor, emerged with enthusiasm. She too cherished poetry, and upon hearing these lines, felt her entire being weaken with admiration. Just for the sake of this poem, what harm would it be to indulge? She could even see her own worth skyrocketing overnight due to such verses. Even Wu Cheng temporarily forgot about the dubious nature of the wine in his cup, his eyes round with disbelief. Gao Yang possesses such talent? How could he possibly compose such exquisite poetry? In the realm of poetry, could one truly be so unskilled? It is inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. Wu Cheng's countenance contorted with rage as he bellowed, "High official, how dare you possess such audacity to pilfer the verses of others? This is a transgression that shall be scorned by all literati across the land." Simultaneously, a fervent heat surged within him, an overwhelming desire to tear away his garments, to liberate himself and boldly express his true self. Even the visage of Gao Yang, with its delicate features, seemed to stir something within him. To make matters worse, a tempest raged within his stomach. This was dire, extremely dire. He hastily shook his head, striving to maintain clarity. Observing Wu Cheng's expression, Gao Yang discerned that the effects of the medicine had likely taken hold. He began to take his leave. Yet the burly man beside Wu Cheng stepped forward with a menacing glare, his voice booming like thunder. Has the young master not heard the question posed? At that moment, Zhao De and Chun Sheng advanced, positioning themselves protectively beside Gao Yang. They could easily recognize that this formidable man was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior, a true master of his craft. Tension filled the air of the Rouge Pavilion as everyone stepped back, apprehensive. The muscular figure of the man loomed large, exuding an oppressive force akin to a mountain. The young master had yet to speak. None were permitted to depart. The burly man's voice resonated with lethal intent. Wu Qing's mind grew increasingly muddled. Positioned behind the muscular figure, he found himself inadvertently fixated on the man's imposing form, which swayed enticingly, exuding an irresistible allure. Under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, Wu Cheng made the first move. Just as the burly man prepared to act, Wu Cheng lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the man's waist. In an instant, the muscular figure froze, as if struck by a powerful blow. In disbelief, he turned to Wu Cheng, his Adam's apple bobbing as he questioned, "Young master, what are you doing?" Chapter 62. Wu the Protector, do you not wish to see the young master perish? At that moment, silence enveloped the Rouge Pavilion. Louis Wearer, Qing and the other patrons stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom what had transpired. Had the two factions not yet clashed? And yet the burly man was already betrayed from behind? By heavens, what have I witnessed? Is the young master truly so indulgent? Ah, my eyes. The gasps of astonishment momentarily cleared Wu Qing's mind. Upon realizing the gravity of his actions, his complexion turned ashen, and he glared at Gao Yang with murderous intent. Gao Yang, I shall not relent. Wu Qing charged towards Gao Yang, appearing utterly deranged. He was now unequivocally certain that the wine harbored treachery. Gao Yang maintained a serene demeanor. Though the Prince of Rome wielded immense power, the Duke of Dinghua's estate was not to be underestimated. Amongst the arrogant, who feared whom? Moreover, the Prince of Rome had lost the trust of the Empress and could not sustain his position for long. With a sudden, fierce kick, Gao Yang aimed directly at Wu Qing's groin. The self-defense techniques of a poison master comprised merely 2 strikes, a violent jab to the eyes or a fierce assault below the belt. Should a woman be involved, one would attack the chest relentlessly. Even in defeat, it would not be in vain. Wu Qing felt an unstoppable force crash over him, followed by a piercing pain that shot through him. The sensation is utterly astounding, almost beyond belief. Wu Qing's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of green. The impact of that kick resonated with every man present, eliciting a collective gasp of shock. The burly man, witnessing this, was immediately engulfed in rage. How dare one lay hands upon the heir? He charged fiercely towards Gao Yang, with the guards of the Rome Prince's residence following suit. Zhao Da's expression darkened as he swiftly drew his sword, forming a formidable array. Those who dared to assault the eldest son would face no mercy. Gao Chongwen hurriedly sheltered behind Gao Yang, wishing to voice that the Duke of Dinghua's residence was not solely represented by the eldest son. Did the life of the second son hold no value? The situation took a dramatic turn, catching everyone off guard. Yet, Wu Qing trembled uncontrollably, as if straining against some unfathomable force. Leave. He gritted through clenched teeth, his face ashen, his body quaking violently. Heir. The burly man grew anxious. But Wu Qing's visage contorted further. I said leave. First, take me back to the residence, and we shall discuss it later. At this moment, a peculiar sensation coursed through him, an intense ache below his abdomen, while a malevolent fire surged upwards towards his mind. Even more terrifying was the tumult in his stomach, already spiraling beyond his control. Should he falter within the Yanzage today, the entire Rome Prince's residence would find its reputation tarnished by dawn. The burly man, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. He swiftly assisted Wu Qing to his feet and hurried towards the carriage outside. Gao Yang, taken aback by the potency of the drug, called out from behind, warning that the heir's condition warranted a thorough investigation into any treacherous involvement, lest he face a fatal explosion of his own body. Wu Qing's frame stiffened momentarily, only to be swiftly assisted into the carriage. The vehicle raced towards the Rome Prince's residence. The burly man spoke with unwavering resolve. Heir, endure just a little longer. Upon reaching the residence, there shall be women to administer an antidote. Wu Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening with a haze of delirium. His hand slid along the burly man's bronzed muscles, eliciting a taut response from him, his eyes widening in alarm. Heir, this cannot be. Yet, Wu Qing leaned closer, akin to an octopus entwining its prey. You, as a guardian of the Rome Prince's residence for decades, would surely not wish to witness your heir's demise. The burly guard's sturdy frame trembled at his words. In the Yanzage, on the 3rd floor, Louis Wearer pushed open the door, her expression respectful as she addressed a woman within. Mistress, the Supreme Membership card has been delivered to Lord Gao as per your instructions, and the commotion below has subsided. The woman turned, her face partially obscured by a veil. Yet her beauty was undeniable. She murmured, clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty. The spring breeze caresses the balustrade. Dew glistens richly. Had I not seen you atop the Jade Mountain, I might have encountered you under the moonlit Yao Terrace. It was truly unexpected that such poetry would emerge from Gao Yang's lips. Lu Ruoyan looked on in astonishment. The more one contemplated this verse, the more its ornate language and vivid imagery stood apart from mere commonplace poetry. Her identity was not trivial, outwardly. She was one of the four famed courtesans of the Yanzige, yet in truth, she was its mistress. Today's events suggested that Lord Gao's methods were overly blunt, and it was likely that repercussions would follow, potentially affecting us all. Lu Yiweir's face was etched with concern. Although Gao Yang found amusement in taking action against Wuqing, she sensed that the situation was rather precarious under the public gaze. After all, he was the son of the Prince of Rome, not just an ordinary dandy. She even perceived Gao Yang's methods as excessively straightforward, akin to a blatant display without any subterfuge. Lu Ruoyan's lips curled into a faint smile. Too direct, you say? You underestimate Lord Gao. Lu Yiweier, taken aback, inquired, My lady, what do you mean by that? Lu Ruoyan's gaze deepened, her beautiful eyes resting on Lu Yiweir's face. A master of manipulating hearts, he even suggested exploiting the younger generation of the Six Kingdoms through tales and illustrations, indicating that whenever he acted, it was with careful deliberation. In the coming days, there would likely be more captivating performances to witness. The Prince of Rome's son would undoubtedly suffer a silent defeat. Lu Ruoyan spoke with unwavering confidence. Lu Yiweir's expression reflected contemplation. Indeed, with Gao Yang's intervention, matters could not be so simple. If Master Gao visits the Yinji Pavilion again, I shall personally accompany him. If such a person could be won over and utilized, my teachings would surely flourish. Reflecting on Gao Yang's myriad qualities and the presence of Wu Zhao, Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating boundless anticipation. In the carriage of the Duke of Dinghua along Chang'an Street, Gao Changwen exclaimed, Brother, that move of yours was truly brilliant. I almost thought you would plunge into the fray yourself, risking it all to ensnare Wuqing. Gao Changwen spoke animatedly, his face alight with excitement. Upon reflection, this was his first successful application of poison, a satisfaction that rivaled a brief shudder of exhilaration. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen and chuckled, but he is the son of the Prince of Rome. Are you not afraid? Gao Changwen puffed out his chest, a youthful confidence gracing his still boyish features. The Prince of Rome's household is formidable, yet so is our Duke of Dinghua's. Among the dandy class, if his skills are lacking, who can he blame? Such news would surely invite ridicule. He continued, with a playful squint. Besides, brother, your public display of action was perhaps too direct. There must be a backup plan. What is there for you to worry about? Gao Yang, taken aback, countered, Who says dandies are of no use? Your analysis is quite astute. You are mistaken, there is no backup plan. Moreover, you are the one who administered the poison, not I. Even if the Prince of Rome were to retaliate, I would shield you from the fallout. With those words, Gao Changwen's expression froze. Panic overtook him as he stammered. Brother, you cannot say such things. Father would surely be furious, if not worse. Observing Gao Changwen's alarmed demeanor, Gao Yang burst into laughter. All right, I was merely teasing you. Look at your timid nature. Rest assured, this matter will not implicate you. Hearing this, Gao Changwen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, sighing heavily in relief. That was close. I nearly lost my wits. Zhaoda, find a fabric shop. We will purchase some fine silk today without spending a single coin, Gao Yang said thoughtfully, pondering a matter he needed to verify. Yes, soon. The carriage grandly made its way toward the largest fabric shop in Chang'an, the Jinwan building. Chapter 63. Gao Changwen's Curiosity. What is a lick dog? As Gao Yang stepped into the luxurious brocade shop, his eyes were immediately drawn to the exquisite fabrics, accompanied by a young attendant who approached to greet him. The shop was spacious, with a few noble ladies scattered about, selecting their preferred items. Brother, when do you plan to seek out the eldest Miss Song? Gao Changwen suddenly inquired, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Gao Yang, taken aback, responded, Why would I seek out the eldest Miss Song? You have harbored feelings for her for 10 years and have sacrificed so much. Wouldn't it be a tremendous loss to simply give up? Gao Changwen pressed on. Moreover, Now that you have gained the emperor's favor and accomplished so much, even if Miss Song is proud, she would surely consider you first. At this, Gao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Consider me first? What reason do I have to warrant her preference? As you mentioned, I currently enjoy the emperor's favor. And I am the eldest son of the first-ranked duke in the realm. Why should I hang my hopes on her? For a moment, Gao Chongwen found himself agreeing. Yet he sensed something amiss. Did you not notice the looks from the ladies in the Yinji pavilion when that Qingping Diao is sung? Their eyes were filled with admiration for you, almost as if they wished to devour you whole. It is no exaggeration to say that even without exploiting the law, merely with those 2 lines, clouds yearn for garments. Flowers long for beauty, spring breeze caresses the threshold, dew is rich and lush. You could easily gain their favor. Gao Chongwen remarked, filled with envy. Only when the time comes do we lament our lack of knowledge. In that moment, I truly grasped what it feels like. Gao Yang then produced the supreme membership card from the Yinji pavilion. Even without relying on talent, winning their affection is not an issue. So why should I pursue Song Qingqing? Gao Chongwen scratched his head, increasingly convinced by his brother's reasoning. While Song Qingqing is indeed beautiful, her looks pale in comparison to the women of the Yinji pavilion, who are exceptionally alluring. Furthermore, there is a new face every day, and they even have courtesans to accompany them. The beauty of these courtesans may very well rival that of Song Qingqing. I find myself preferring the latter. You make a compelling argument, brother. Yet, I still feel that you have invested so much. To abandon it now seems a grave loss. Chongwen, you are still young, and the waters of love run deep. You cannot grasp them. Just from your previous remarks, you have already adopted the demeanor of a lick dog. What is a lick dog? Gao Chongwen asked, perplexed. The large yellow dog in our household. What does it do when you return home? Gao Yang replied. It rushes over to me, licking my hand. Utterly ecstatic. If I am in a good mood, what do? Gao Yang continued. Naturally, I would pat its head affectionately. Perhaps even toss it a few bones to play with. But what if I am in a foul mood, and it still greets me with enthusiasm, licking me incessantly? Gao Chongwen pondered, scratching his head. In that case, you might be inclined to give it a kick, Gao Yang suggested. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, Gao Chongwen was struck by realization. Is this what it means to be a lick dog? Gao Yang offered a knowing smile. Not only that, if the dog feels neglected due to your attitude and refrains from showing affection, you merely need to toss it a couple of bones, and it will return once more, perpetually dependent on its owner's mood. Gao Chongwen, upon hearing these words, instinctively gasped in shock, his expression a portrait of astonishment. Having grasped the essence of what it means to be a sycophant, he pondered aloud. Brother, I suddenly find the notion of being a sycophant rather intriguing. Gao Yang's lips twitched, feeling a sense of rebellion. Gao Chongwen, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, Brother, I have another query. If being a sycophant means catering to one person, what if I were to flatter 10 or even 100 people? Would I still be considered a sycophant? Gao Yang replied. He should have already known that within the Duke's residence, no one is simple. However, he could not be bothered to engage in further discourse with Gao Chongwen, instead calling out, Innkeeper. At the sound of Gao Yang's voice, a plump middle-aged man promptly approached. Upon seeing Gao Yang, he instantly recognized a distinguished guest. Esteemed sir, I am the proprietor of the Silk Pavilion. My surname is Qi. May I inquire what type of fabric you require? The innkeeper greeted with a broad smile. Gao Yang's gaze swept across the exquisite silks and brocades displayed in the Silk Pavilion. I have heard that the state of Zhao produces a fabric known as Zhao Gao. Might you have some for me to examine? Please wait a moment, sir. You have indeed come to the right place. It is likely that our Silk Pavilion is the only establishment in Chang'an that currently has stock, the innkeeper replied, his tone brimming with admiration for Zhao Gao. This Zhao Gao is truly exceptional. You will recognize its quality upon touch. Only the textile techniques of Zhao can yield such fine and white fabric. However, it is only available in our storeroom, so I kindly ask for your patience. Then I shall trouble you. Innkeeper, Gao Yang responded courteously. Gao Chongwen, observing the exchange, felt a surge of curiosity. Brother, with so many fabrics available, why are you particularly interested in Zhao Gao? While it is indeed delicate and comfortable to wear, its high price, given the distance from Zhao to our Great Qian, renders its cost-effectiveness quite low. Gao Yang, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Today, you have truly surprised me. You possess an understanding of cost-effectiveness? Gao Chongwen, unable to remain still, replied, Brother, your words imply that I am not entirely foolish, despite my lack of brilliance. The state of Zhao borders our Great Qian, yet it lies thousands of miles away. The merchants must account for the immense costs of transportation, manpower, and the need for protection against bandits, all of which inflate the price. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging the validity of his brother's statement. Indeed, you are correct. This is a primary reason for the high value of Zhao Gao. Gao Chongwen's eyes flickered with intrigue. Do you believe there are profits to be made from Zhao Gao? Are you considering a venture? Gao Yang glanced at his eager brother and replied ambiguously, perhaps, but it remains to be seen. We cannot ascertain anything just yet. A smile graced Gao Yang's face at the thought of Zhao Gao. If it were indeed as he suspected, the implications would extend far beyond mere profit. This seemingly innocent smile, however, sent a chill down Gao Chongwen's spine, as if foreboding the loss of many lives. A mere illusion, he reassured himself. Just as Gao Chongwen was consumed by doubt, two women entered through the grand doors of the silk pavilion. He recognized both. One was Chen Yi, the eldest daughter of the Minister of War, and the other, Song Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Song family, accompanied by several handmaids. Chen Yi could be considered a beauty, with delicate features and fair skin, her petite face drawing attention. However, compared to the enchanting Song Qingqing beside her, she appeared somewhat lacking. Clad in a flowing green gown, Song Qingqing's fair complexion and exquisite features rendered her almost as stunning as the renowned Guo Waner. Gao Chongwen hesitated slightly. Had it not been for Gao Yang's persistent adoration, he might have approached her with ease. However, the present circumstances were different. Song Qingqing regarded her brother as merely a sycophant, a slight that not only insulted Gao Yang, but also reflected poorly on him. He merely nudged Gao Yang to indicate the unexpected arrival of two guests at the door. Gao Yang instinctively glanced over. Simultaneously, Chen Yi gently tapped Song Qingqing's delicate arm. Song Qingqing's beautiful eyes followed Chen Yi's gesture. In the air, their gazes met, yet there was no melodramatic spark. Only Gao Yang hastily averted his eyes. Turning to the other side, though he did not particularly care for someone like Song Qingqing, he was waiting for Zhao Gao and chose to ignore her presence. This treatment of a stranger instantly unnerved Song Qingqing, her eyes brimming with grievance. Tonight, I shall deliver a substantial update as a gesture of sincerity, wishing everyone success in their endeavors. Chapter 64. A triple blow, too heart-wrenching. Suddenly, Gao Chongwen burst into laughter, startling Gao Yang. Why the sudden outburst? Gao Yang remarked, his expression darkening as he looked at Gao Chongwen. Gao Chongwen scratched his head and replied, I just found the atmosphere rather awkward, and I couldn't help myself. Chen Yi, noticing this, graciously pulled Song Qingqing closer and casually remarked, Gentlemen, it seems fate has brought us together in this place. Are you here to shop for clothes as well? As Song Qingqing's confidant, she was well aware of her friend's intentions and felt the tension in the air. Having just ended her engagement, Gao Yang had transformed from an idle scion into a distinguished figure in Chang'an, surpassing the esteemed Cui Zhuangyuan. Even the Empress had been moved by his change. The most awkward party in this situation was undoubtedly the Song family. Yet, Chen Yi refrained from commenting, as it was indeed Song Qingqing's actions that had gone too far. Despite their previous connections, she maintained a decent rapport with Gao Yang and Gao Chongwen. Gao Chongwen, in agreement, nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Typically, after visiting the Rouge Pavilion, we head straight to our residence for a few days of rest. I never expected to encounter you here at the Silk Pavilion for the first time. The Rouge Pavilion? You visited a brothel? Chen Yi exclaimed in surprise. Song Qingqing's expression changed as well. Yet, Gao Chongwen appeared bewildered. What kind of look is that? As a scion, what else would we do if not frequent such establishments? Shall we march to the front lines and meet our demise? His tone was so assertive and confident that it left Chen Yi momentarily speechless. The reasoning behind his words was so compelling that she found herself unable to counter them. As Gao Chongwen reminisced about the various happenings at the Rouge Pavilion, his interest piqued. Not only did we visit the Rouge Pavilion, but my brother will also enjoy some complimentary experiences in the future. In the depths of Gao Chongwen's gaze lay a supreme membership card from YangTeaching, a veritable symbol of honor. At once, he revealed the privileges associated with this card, valued at 200,000 taels of silver. Chen Yi's expression was one of astonishment. According to the official salaries of the Great Qian Dynasty, her father, despite being a third-rank official, earned merely a few thousand taels annually when accounting for various expenses. This, of course, only reflected his official income. The household also had dozens of servants to support, making 200,000 taels an astronomical sum. YangTeaching, renowned as a prominent brothel in Chang'an, was well known for its exquisite courtesans, most of whom were celebrated for their artistry rather than their physical allure. The privileges associated with Gao Yang were indeed formidable. Moreover, during their conversation, Gao Changwen recited Gao Yang's composition, Qingping Diao, shaking his head with a certain flair. In an instant, both ladies were struck with shock, particularly Song Qingqing, whose heart surged with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Having devoted her youth to the study of the 4 books and 5 classics, she was well versed in poetry and couplets, earning her the title of one of Chang'an's 4 great talents. Yet even she found herself astounded upon hearing the lines "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers yearn for beauty. Spring breezes caress the threshold, dew glimmers in abundance." Unable to contain herself, Song Qingqing spoke up, her lips parting delicately. "Gao Yang, did you truly compose this on a whim?" Her expression bore disbelief, for with such a poem, Gao Yang could easily ascend to the ranks of Qian's foremost poets. Upon hearing the skepticism in Song Qingqing's tone, Gao Yang felt an inexplicable irritation. The truth was, she had indeed copied it, merely emulating the works of Li Bai from another realm. She retorted sharply, "No, I copied it." Her cold demeanor and firm tone instantly reminded Song Qingqing of the hours she had spent waiting under a tree for Gao Yang, enduring multiple mosquito bites. Although she recognized her own faults and the hurt she had caused, which had brought shame to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, her pride was immense. She had already humbled herself, yet Gao Yang, as a man, could not afford to be magnanimous. After all, she merely sought a friendship with him, not believing that her triumph over Cui Xinghe and the Empress's favor made her indispensable to him. Song Qingqing was merely offering him another opportunity to pursue her. In a world filled with talented individuals, which one of them could not match her? Noticing the tension escalating between them, Chen Yi quickly intervened. "Young Master Gao, please do not take offense. Qingqing did not mean it that way." Gao Yang remained noncommittal. He held a distinct disdain for women like Song Qingqing, who sought favor through flattery, having encountered many such individuals in his past life. It was akin to being accustomed to the stench of dog excrement. One could not simply find it fragrant after constant exposure, unless one were to become a sycophant. Suddenly, Chen Yi's eyes lit up as she said to Gao Yang, "Your lines, 'Clouds yearn for garments, flowers yearn for beauty, spring breezes caress the threshold, dew glimmers in abundance,' were written for Qingqing, weren't they?" Gao Yang was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. Song Qingqing's countenance froze momentarily. The meaning of the poem was unmistakably clear. It depicted a woman's beauty, akin to that of a celestial fairy. "Just over 10 days ago, I called off the engagement." In such a brief span, who else could occupy Gao Yang's mind but himself? Though he spoke harshly, deep down, he still held her in his thoughts. "Humph." Song Qingqing's charming complexion began to brighten. "Gao Yang, I can empathize with your feelings. Your resentment towards me is justified. You made me wait for several hours yesterday, so consider that a fair exchange. We can still be friends moving forward." Ugh. Gao Yang could no longer contain himself. He quickly replied, "Sister, please do not demean this poem, will you? When have you ever seen a fairy who fawns on the powerful? I beg you, go seek out Cui Xinghe." The words demean, fawn, and seek Cui Xinghe struck Song Qingqing like a lethal combination, delivering a series of emotional blows to her heart. "Gao Yang, what do you mean by demean? What is fawning? What does it mean to seek Cui Xinghe? You must clarify your words today." Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing erupted. Her words were not only highly aggressive but also deeply insulting. Gao Yang, uninterested in responding, deemed it a waste of breath. Just then, Manager Qi approached, cradling a fine and exquisite piece of Zhao silk. Gao Yang stepped forward. "Young master, here is the Zhao silk you requested. However, as you know, the journey from Zhao Kingdom is long, and with their advanced textile techniques, the price is rather steep." Gao Yang accepted the silk and gently caressed its surface. Indeed, the quality and texture of this Zhao silk far surpassed that of Qian's fabrics. Is this silk only produced in Zhao Kingdom? Naturally, as it is a significant source of revenue for Zhao. Its core techniques remain a closely guarded secret, Manager Qi replied with a smile. Gao Yang examined the silk and inquired, "How much does a piece of Zhao silk cost?" 10 taels of silver. Surprised by the price, Gao Yang realized it was indeed quite substantial. "Zhao, settle the payment." As he stroked the silk, a knowing smile graced his face. He then took the piece of Zhao silk and departed from the brocade building, not sparing a single glance at Song Qingqing, rendering her all but invisible. Chapter 65. I study the spring and autumn annals. Do not expect to take advantage of me for free. Song Qingqing watched Gao Yang's departing figure in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend it. He actually left, even prioritizing the Zhao silk over me. Her expression was one of utter incredulity. Gao Yang would never have treated her this way before. With just a word from her, he would come running. In truth, since being stood up yesterday, she had resolved to let go, convincing herself that her feelings for Gao Yang were not significant. After all, it is rare to find a frog with 4 legs. But there are plenty of 2-legged men. As a member of a distinguished family, she felt a sense of discontent and imbalance. Yet Gao Yang's attitude now pierced her, as if she were the most repugnant thing in the world, unworthy of even a glance. Chen Yi, witnessing this, sighed deeply. She found it difficult to reproach Song Qingqing, as they were best friends and their families had long-standing ties. However, the act of Song Qingqing personally coming to annul the engagement was an immense humiliation. Gao Yang's cold demeanor is therefore quite understandable. One must either completely distance themselves from Gao Yang or, if they choose to approach him, be prepared for the possibility of humiliation. Yet, upon seeing Song Qingqing's expression, Chen Yi felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Qingqing, the deeper the love, the sharper the hate." This verse was undoubtedly penned for you by Gao Yang. However, the wounds you have inflicted upon him are profound. Thus his heart is now filled with resentment towards you. Do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing's face flickered with emotion. Is it true? This cloud-like attire and flower-like beauty was indeed written for me? If so, why then does Gao Yang insult me? Chen Yi, displaying a helpless expression, could only muster the courage to offer comfort. Humph. Song Qingqing scoffed, a glimmer of bitterness in her eyes. When he comes to plead with me, I shall also allow him to taste the bitterness I currently endure. No, it shall be 10-fold, 100-fold. She eagerly anticipated that moment, finding a sense of satisfaction merely in the thought of it. Chen Yi, feeling a sudden headache, leaned toward the notion that Gao Yang spoke the truth. He genuinely felt that Song Qingqing had disrespected the poem. However, seeing her current demeanor made it difficult for her to voice her thoughts. In the carriage, Gao Changwen looked at his brother with admiration. "Brother, you were simply magnificent just now." As he pondered, he stroked his chin, adding, "However, Song Qingqing is indeed peculiar. She clearly annulled the engagement, yet now displays such affection." Gao Yang scoffed. "Affection? This is merely an imbalance, a discomfort from losing a devoted admirer. Should the Duke of Dinggua's estate be successfully suppressed by the Prince of Rome, and should I face punishment from the Empress, even imprisonment, Song Qingqing would only feel relieved. Once separated, few truly wish their former partners well. The worse you fare, the more she will feel justified in her initial choice. Conversely, should you excel, she will experience discontent and regret. That is human nature." Gao Changwen held his head, exclaiming, "Brother, my head aches. Could it be a chill?" He wondered, but quickly shook his head. "No, it's your words that have made my head spin." Soon, Gao Changwen returned to normal. "Never mind, women only slow my draw. Only the brothel remains eternal." His eyes twinkled with mischief. "Brother, might you return to the residence first? I, your foolish younger brother, have ventured out with some important matters to attend to." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what matters?" With a serious expression, Gao Changwen replied, "To study. To delve into the books of righteousness." At this proclamation, Gao Yang's lips twitched. Outside the carriage, Chun Sheng and Zhao Du exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. It was an overly transparent excuse. "Study, are you certain? You are not, perhaps, planning to sneak off under the guise of learning, only to indulge in the brothel instead?" Gao Yang said with a knowing gaze. Gao Changwen's face remained unflinching as he firmly denied. "Brother, what are you implying? It seems you have a misunderstanding of me. I am studying the spring and autumn annals. How could I possibly venture into such a tainted place? After hearing your words today, I have never felt such a thirst for knowledge." Gao Yang could no longer bear it, and said, "Go ahead, but refrain from alcohol and mind your tongue." Gao Changwen was unexpectedly elated, having succeeded so effortlessly. He dismounted the carriage with great joy. Gao Yang, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Zhao Da, I fear that lad has dashed off to a brothel. Arrange for a few people to follow him discreetly." Zhao Da, pulling on the reins in surprise, responded, "Young master, isn't it legal to indulge without payment? Can't one revel outside the law?" Gao Yang, with a knowing look, replied, "While indulging without payment is indeed not illegal in Qian, I never suggested he wouldn't face repercussions." Upon hearing this, Zhao De and Qin Sheng's eyes widened in shock. Gao Yang continued, otherwise, what purpose do we serve by maintaining so many thugs? Is it merely to prevent those courtesans from fleeing? It would do him well to learn about the world's perils through some hardship. This first lesson in life should rightfully be imparted by me. Zhao De and Qin Sheng exchanged sympathetic glances at Gao Chongwen's retreating figure. Soon, the carriage began to make its way toward the Duke of Dinghua's residence. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Wu Zhao murmured a poem. Clouds envision garments, flowers envision beauty. The spring breeze sweeps the threshold, heavy with dew. Had we not met atop the Jade Mountain, would we have encountered one another beneath the moon at Yao Terrace? Wu Zhao, astonished, mused whether this exquisite poem truly belonged to Gao Yang. Suddenly, she turned to look at Shang Wanwaner, whose face also bore a look of disbelief. This was undoubtedly true. Every guest at the Rouge Pavilion had witnessed it, and the poem was now spreading rapidly throughout Chang'an. Wu Zhao, intrigued, picked up the transcribed poem. Her phoenix eyes fixated upon it, growing increasingly pleased with each glance. However, Gao Yang had publicly embarrassed the son of Prince Rong, Wu Cheng, not only kicking him in a rather sensitive area, but also conspiring with Gao Chongwen to drug him. Given the characters of these two brothers, I suspect they combined the potent Qi Huan San with Dali Penetration Wang. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao felt a chill at the thought of such a mixture. The most alarming aspect was that the drug was not administered covertly, but rather tricked Wu Cheng into drinking it. Gao Yang had openly declared this, and it seemed Prince Rong would not let this matter rest easily. Shang Wanwaner, wearing a worried expression, felt that Gao Yang's methods were rather reckless. Wu Zhao shook her head and calmly stated, the deputy minister is cunning. No one in Qian can rival him. He always acts with careful consideration. Whenever he takes action, he possesses at least a 90% certainty of success. I shall not clean up after him. Tomorrow during court, summon Gao Yang to accompany Deputy Minister Gao. Wu Zhao declared resolutely. Shang Wanwaner nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wu Zhao suddenly said, I have heard that Gao Yang has long harbored affections for the eldest daughter of the Song family, but was recently rejected in marriage. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanwaner was taken aback, not expecting Wu Zhao to be concerned about such matters. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. It is said that Lord Gao holds the eldest daughter of the Song family in high regard, but she is summoned and then dismissed at will. This poem must have been composed by the Chamberlain in admiration of the beauty of Miss Song, likening her to a celestial being. Upon hearing such words, Wu Zhao's expression turned icy. Although it was broad daylight and the heat was oppressive, Shang Wanwaner inexplicably felt a sudden chill envelop her. The temperature in the imperial study seemed to drop by 8 degrees in an instant. The way Miss Song could summon and dismiss people at will, her cunning surpassed all others before me. This poem is unacceptable. Burn it, Wu Zhao declared coldly. Shang Wanwaner. Chapter 66. The Wail of Gao Chongwen. You leave me loveless Chunjiang Tower, one of the 4 renowned brothels in Chang'an. Though it lacks the profound heritage of Yingji Pavilion, it compensates with exotic charm from the western regions, excelling in certain aspects. Gao Chongwen hurriedly arrived outside Chunjiang Tower, his heart ablaze, adorned with a broad smile. Upon seeing Gao Chongwen's attire, the matroness face lit up with an abundant smile. Her discerning eyes, having witnessed countless patrons, immediately recognized his extraordinary status. Young master, is this your first visit to Chunjiang Tower? Do you have a suitable lady in mind? Gao Chongwen, familiar with the matron's voluptuous figure, embraced her as he entered. Yet, his next words astonished the matron. As the saying goes, a general should command many troops. I, Gao Chongwen, am no different in seeking pleasure. Bring me 5, no 10. I am not short of funds. Gao Chongwen proclaimed with bravado, his expression dismissive of monetary concerns. After all, he did not intend to pay. The matron was taken aback. Then her face broke into a radiant smile. What a windfall! Such generosity. Today, I assure you, young master, you will leave with assistance. In an instant, Gao Chongwen's grand demeanor captivated all the ladies in Chunjiang Tower. To them, this was a delightful opportunity, easy to earn. They flocked to him, affectionately entwining their arms around his. Gao Chongwen's face reflected a hint of joy. Oh, how exhilarating! Half an hour later, while the matron was smiling inwardly, pondering which wealthy scion he might be, a woman in a sheer gown shouted at her, Matron, trouble is brewing. Someone is attempting to settle the bill with funeral paper money, wanting to dine and dash. At this declaration, what? Funeral paper money? The matron's face turned pale. The once alluring figure now radiated an aura of menace. She hastened towards the second floor, her expression darkened with fury. Which heartless soul dares to settle their debts with paper money meant for the deceased? She burst into the room, only to find Gao Changwen sprawled on the bed, carelessly holding a stack of paper money, his hair disheveled, and his face marked with traces of lipstick. How audacious! Even I, Qianyang, have been deceived. Speak. How do you wish to perish? Qianyang gritted her teeth, her voice laced with malice. Gao Changwen remained unperturbed, raising the paper money in his hand. Matron, your words are misguided. Is this not money? Some paper money burned for the deceased truly underestimates my intelligence. Qianyang increasingly felt insulted. Gao Changwen pondered Gao Yang's words and boldly asserted, though I benefit without cost, what can you do to me? If you are dissatisfied, report me to the authorities. Very well, allow me to enlighten you on the laws of our Great Qian Dynasty. Firstly, this does not constitute a crime of rape. Secondly, it has not instigated a crisis of trust in the currency of the Qian Dynasty. Thus, it cannot be deemed a crime of counterfeit currency. As for fraud, that is a more intricate matter. Let me reflect upon it and elaborate further. Before long, Gao Changwen articulated all three offenses. Yet, the madam maintained an unperturbed demeanor, her face still as ice. Clearly, she was an astute veteran of the law, but who said I intended to report you? Gao Changwen was momentarily taken aback. Not reporting? In the next instant, the madam clapped her hands, and from the side, dozens of robust men wielding long poles emerged, their faces twisted into menacing grins. Dare to benefit without cost? We shall break your legs. The madam's voice turned suddenly cold. Gao Changwen sprang up, panic-stricken. What? My brother didn't he mention this scenario? What should I do? I need assistance, urgently. In the next moment, a hand as large as a fan swung towards him. What happened to benefiting without cost? Brother, you've left me in despair. A scream echoed. At the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gao Yang walked directly to his chambers. He was unconcerned for Gao Changwen. With guards at his side, he was not a fool. As long as he revealed his identity, few in Chang'an would dare to act against him. A valuable lesson learned from being taken advantage of, and it might even draw Gao Feng's attention, relieving some of the pressure on him. However, this day had indeed been quite tumultuous. He had intended to rise early and head straight to the Rouge Pavilion, but unexpected visits from the old generals had delayed him. Initially planning to indulge in leisurely conversations about life's aspirations with the courtesan in the afternoon, he was instead interrupted by the Empress, who lectured him for several hours on the principles of governance. Ultimately, he felt utterly drained upon returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Now, he simply wished to enjoy the comforts of his green ivy, hoping for a restful slumber. If it were to be unorthodox, that would be even better. Brat. Just as Gao Yang intended to step forward, a familiar voice resonated. It was unmistakable. Turning his head, he saw Gao Feng and his mother, Lady Li. Approaching along the corridor, Gao Feng wore a standard stern expression, striding towards him as if Gao Yang owed him money. Son pays respects to father and mother. Gao Yang promptly bowed. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Gao Feng recalled the morning's awkwardness. He coldly remarked, "Do not think that just because His Majesty protects you, I am powerless against you. Though I cannot strike you, I can impose standing penalties or require you to transcribe the works of sages." Gao Feng was deeply unsettled by the erosion of his authority and was eager to re-establish it through Gao Yang. As for the method, it was not difficult. Policies from above yield countermeasures below. How much of the silver I provided remains after your visit to the Rouge Pavilion? Gao Feng inquired in a hushed tone. A visit to the Rouge Pavilion did not cost a penny, yet a piece of brocade was procured for the sum of 10 taels of silver. Such extravagance for a mere piece of fabric? It was utterly wasteful. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng launched a fervent attack. This exquisite Zhao silk, renowned in the Zhao kingdom, was light and comfortable, specifically chosen for his mother, who toiled tirelessly for the family. Most of her garments were outdated, and it pained him to see it. As the saying goes, time does not diminish beauty. If his mother adorned herself in splendid attire, she would undoubtedly radiate the charm of youth. Li's face, regal and graceful, blossomed with surprise as she accepted the Zhao silk presented by Zhao Da, visibly moved. Indeed, time does not diminish beauty. My son speaks eloquently, she remarked with satisfaction. Casting a warning glance at Gao Feng, he was momentarily taken aback. Could this little rascal possess such eloquence? Yet, as he beheld the silk in Li's hands, a flicker of envy stirred within him. Should gifts be bestowed upon his mother without his own share, he would not remain composed. Gao Feng's gaze fell upon the rosewood plaque hanging from Gao Yang's waist. "If father desires this, I shall dutifully comply," Gao Yang declared, retrieving his prestigious membership card and presenting it to Gao Feng. Taking the rosewood plaque, Gao Feng examined it with curiosity and inquired, "What is this?" "It is a prestigious membership card gifted by Manager Liu of the Rouge Pavilion, exclusively for my use. However, it poses no issue. I shall request Manager Liu to amend the name, and you shall enjoy the corresponding privileges," Gao Yang replied. Gao Feng was touched. Although he had intended to reprimand Gao Yang for his antics at the Rouge Pavilion, he was unprepared for such generosity. This plaque appeared quite valuable. Yet what privileges did it bestow? Gao Feng scrutinized it, curiosity etched on his face. Well, it does not offer much in terms of privileges. Merely access to the Rouge Pavilion, where food and drink are plentiful, along with a daily companion of beauty and a courtesan for a delightful evening once a month, Gao Yang explained. Gao Feng gasped. A beauty each day and a courtesan each month? Yet, soon after, he sensed a palpable and intense murderous intent enveloping him from all directions. He did not need to turn around to discern the source of this ominous energy. Beware. Strangely, the wooden plaque in his hand seemed to heat up from this aura, leaving him somewhat unsettled. With a stern expression, Gao Feng admonished, "You rascal, such nonsense. Ever since I have been with your mother, I have never set foot in such disreputable places. Keep this trivial plaque for yourself." As Gao Feng handed over the now heated plaque to Gao Yang, he felt a force resisting him from the other end. "Father, your grip is rather tight," Gao Yang remarked with a smile directed at Gao Feng. Beside them, Li spoke with a stiff face, her tone neither warm nor cold. "If my husband wishes to go, then he may do so. I am not a jealous woman and would not act out in the middle of the night." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng immediately relaxed his grip, bursting into hearty laughter as he turned to Li. "What is my dear wife saying? It is clear that this scoundrel's health is frail, while I, by nature, possess exceptional strength. Though the world may abound with beauties, my heart is solely devoted to you." His resolute words brought a slight improvement to Li's expression. She then cast her gaze upon Gao Yang. "Younger, you are young and vigorous. This matter is far more beneficial in your hands than in your father's, which would merely be a waste." As she spoke, her eyes flicked towards Gao Feng, as if to say, "Do you not know your own capabilities, Gao Feng?" Gao Yang almost burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Gao Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment. Not only had he failed to assert himself, but he had also lost face in front of Gao Yang. Realizing he had lost his dignity, he became meek before Li, yet he admonished Gao Yang, "Though you are young, you must take care of your health. Remember, youth often overlooks the value of good health, leading to tears in old age." "Yes, I understand, father," Gao Yang replied, glancing at Gao Feng, preparing to withdraw. "If there are no further instructions from you, I shall return to my chamber to rest." Gao Feng replied mildly, "First, you must pay a visit to your grandfather. Today's events are not trivial, and he has been waiting for you." Understanding the implication, Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall go at once." It was no surprise that the news reached Gao Tianlong's ears. It was likely that all of Chang'an was aware of his actions against Wu Cheng, even to the point of having kicked him. "Where is Chang'an? Why did he not return with you?" Gao Feng noticed Gao Yang preparing to leave and scanned the surroundings before inquiring. "I returned first," Grandfather Chang'an said. "He went to study and will return later." Gao Feng was taken aback. "He went to study? Is the sun rising from the west?" Both he and Li were astonished. "Could it be that our lineage produces late bloomers?" Gao Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Chang'an himself declared he was going to read spring and autumn, stating he wished to bring honor to our noble house. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction. "How rare! My heart is greatly comforted." Zhao De and Chun Sheng followed closely behind, their lips twitching in amusement. Yet they forced themselves to remain composed. The young master has gone to visit his grandfather first. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng waved his hand, and Gao Yang proceeded towards the courtyard where Gao Tianlong resided. In the inner chamber, Gao Yang pushed open the door and immediately spotted Gao Tianlong seated at the table. Even in simple home attire, he emanated an imposing authority that commanded respect. "Grandfather, I pay my respects," Gao Yang said, bowing respectfully. Gao Tianlong poured a cup of hot tea, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, clearly indicating its quality. "I happen to be quite thirsty. Thank you for the tea." "Grandfather," Gao Tianlong replied, "when did I offer you tea?" He said gruffly, "You little rascal, You have more audacity than your father. Now tell me, what transpired at the Yinji Pavilion today? Instead of seeking out the courtesans, why did you resort to administering poison? Gao Tianlong cast a glance at Gao Yang, then picked up an empty teacup and poured himself a drink, before stating with a hint of detachment, "My grandfather is unaware. Today is simply beyond words." What Gao Tianlong expressed was not due to a lack of desire. He had prepared his silver, only awaiting the night to pass. Gao Yang promptly informed Gao Tianlong of the Empress's visit to the Rouge Pavilion, intending to reduce the feudal lord's power. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong's face exhibited surprise, clearly taken aback that a mere visit to a brothel could stir such unrest. The Empress, a woman of stature, certainly exhibited a vigor that rivaled men. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Tianlong spoke. "The current Empress's ambitions are evident to me, yet the reduction of feudal powers must not be rushed, otherwise, it may lead to calamity from the slightest misstep. Although the decree of promoting benevolence is indeed clever, the timing is not yet ripe, as you clearly understand." He could not help but acknowledge his grandson's remarkable talent. The strategy of promoting benevolence, a method of open persuasion, was indeed commendable, even in his eyes. However, Gao Tianlong's expression turned peculiar as he continued. "So, you have taken the opportunity to suggest the assassination of Prince Rong, followed by reforms to strengthen the nation and diminish the feudal lords? How much of this is for the sake of the country? And how much is driven by personal vendetta?" Gao Yang looked at him earnestly, stating, "There is not an ounce of patriotism involved. It is purely a matter of personal grudge. Such an unprecedented opportunity, if squandered, would be a grave mistake." Gao Tianlong responded, "That is indeed quite candid. Yet, this presents a significant temptation for the Empress. Have you considered, if you eliminate Prince Rong, how will you ensure the prosperity of Deqian or even weaken the Six Nations? What fate awaits you then?" Gao Tianlong's gaze remained fixed on Gao Yang, revealing his concerns. With unwavering confidence, Gao Yang replied, "Grandfather, I possess complete assurance in this matter. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Compared to military strategy, I excel in economics. Economics, as you may understand, relates to wealth. In my view, economic strategies often kill without a trace. If wielded effectively, their destructive power can rival that of hundreds of thousands of soldiers clashing in battle, perhaps even surpassing it." As he spoke, Gao Yang's confidence was unmistakable, reflecting an absolute certainty within his realm of expertise. He had yet to even commence his plans. An economic approach, killing without a trace? Gao Tianlong's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Clearly, Gao Yang's words had piqued his interest. If this were the case, it would indeed be a blessing for our Deqian soldiers. No one understands the brutality of battle better than Gao Tianlong. If he could conquer without bloodshed or lessen the loss of his soldiers, he would wholeheartedly support it. But did he possess the means? Gao Tianlong's eyes glimmered with anticipation. "My grandson visited the silk pavilion today and inquired about the Zhao silk, a product abundant in the Zhao kingdom. This material can be exploited to great effect. If utilized wisely, it could severely weaken the Zhao kingdom." Gao Yang candidly expressed to Gao Tianlong. Chapter 68. Your idea is not only bold but also quite severe. Zhao silk. Gao Tianlong's brow furrowed. He was well aware that Zhao silk was a luxurious fabric, not inexpensive. However, this matter possesses the potential to unleash economic strategies that could severely weaken the Zhao state, which piqued his curiosity. The old man awaited the demonstration of your capabilities. "This Grand Qian has certainly become lively due to your influence," Gao Tianlong remarked, his expression laden with profound meaning. "While Prince Rong's issues remain unresolved, Gao Yang has already devised measures against the Zhao state, an impressive speed indeed." Gao Yang inquired with curiosity, "Did grandfather summon me out of concern that Prince Rong might take advantage of tomorrow's court session?" Gao Tianlong cast a glance at Gao Yang and replied nonchalantly, "Your father is not worried, so why should I be? You dared to administer poison in public and even kicked Wu Cheng. Even if there is a commotion tomorrow, I trust it will not pose significant problems. My purpose in summoning you today is not solely regarding Wu Cheng, but rather to impart some admonitions that you must heed." Gao Tianlong's demeanor turned serious, his authority enveloping Gao Yang like a tidal wave. Though Gao Yang was accustomed to grand spectacles, he could not help but feel an indescribable pressure and thus composed himself, fixing his gaze directly upon Gao Tianlong. "I humbly request your guidance, grandfather. You accepted money from County Magistrate Du, which is indeed not a grave matter. Even if it comes to the attention of the censorate and results in some reprimands, you will emerge unscathed. However, with the issuance of the enfeoffment edict and the reduction of fiefs, even if Prince Rome clings to this matter, you may find it challenging to navigate, yet the Empress will ultimately protect you. For the Empress requires your talents. In due time, your status shall ascend. And even if you indulge in greed, the Empress will turn a blind eye, as she needs you to balance the 6 states. Yet, once the Empress no longer requires you, and the Grand Qian has truly become formidable, your corrupt tendencies will become your undoing. The wealth you have coveted for a lifetime will return to the national treasury. Do you comprehend? Gao Tianlong's authoritative gaze bore into Gao Yang. This was the essence of what Gao Feng intended to convey to him upon revealing the tea box containing money. To serve a monarch is akin to walking alongside a tiger. One cannot afford the slightest carelessness. Any emperor is far more formidable than they appear on the surface, possessing a heart of iron and stone. But has grandfather ever considered that if I, your grandson, were to be devoid of greed and lust, an individual without weaknesses, yet still capable of devising cunning schemes, how could the Empress rest easy? How could she relinquish power? Gao Yang maintained his composure and added, "A minister without weaknesses typically meets a grim fate." Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Are you suggesting that your greed and lust are merely pretense? Was the matter of the tea box a deliberate act to show the Empress that you are of value to her?" Gao Tianlong was taken aback, contemplating the depths of Gao Yang's cunning if that were indeed the case. Gao Yang shook his head, clarifying, "That is not the case. My greed and lust are indeed intrinsic to my nature, but I have chosen to display them for the Empress's observation. Furthermore, my ascension to the Ministry of Revenue is partly due to my father's position as deputy minister, which facilitates matters, and partly because the ministry is replete with lucrative opportunities." Gao Tianlong responded, "What an impeccable rationale." He found himself in a quandary. With Gao Yang's talents coupled with the Empress's decisiveness, the Grand Qian would undoubtedly undergo significant transformation. Yet, if he refrained from greed and remained upright, the Empress would remain wary. If he indulged, he would leave himself open to ruin. Gao Yang, noticing Gao Tianlong's concern, could not help but speak up, reassuring his grandfather that there was no need for worry, as he was inherently cautious and had devised several strategies to navigate the situation. Intrigued, Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang. Firstly, as the Great Qian Empire grew stronger, in the absence of absolute certainty, the child proposed a middle path, allowing for some leniency. As long as the 7 kingdoms remained in conflict, maintaining a balance, his grandson would be safe. Gao Tianlong frowned. Compared to this leniency and moderation, what he truly desired was for the Great Qian to flourish without falling prey to the inevitable betrayal that follows a rabbit's demise. Was there a way to achieve a win-win situation? Indeed, there was. The second strategy, albeit somewhat audacious and potentially alarming for his grandfather, could accomplish just that. Gao Tianlong, upon hearing this, wore an expression of displeasure. "You impudent child, what have I not witnessed in my lifetime? Even if you were to speak of your plague-ridden corpses defecting, I would remain unfazed. Speak boldly. What plan can achieve a harmonious outcome?" Gao Yang cleared his throat and boldly proposed the second strategy, to seize the Empress and win her allegiance, by ensuring the Empress's loyalty through daily exertions. There would be no need to fear the treachery of a fallen rabbit, and even Gao Yang himself exchanged an understanding glance with Gao Tianlong. A jolt ran through Gao Tianlong as the image of Wu Zetian, seated imperiously upon the dragon throne, gazing down upon the world, flashed before his mind. He regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression. This notion was not merely bold, it was audacious to the extreme. Seizing the moment, Gao Yang continued, asserting that compared to the first 2 strategies, his third proposal was not only bold but also rather severe. "To be candid with you, grandfather, I have considerable insight into swaying the hearts of the populace." Gao Tianlong's brow twitched at this revelation, and even he felt a shiver of apprehension. "Be cautious, for walls have ears." He abruptly interrupted Gao Yang, shooing him away like a bothersome fly. "If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I shall break your legs." Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles throughout his life, he dared not heed the latter part of his own proclamation. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Seeing the situation unfold, Gao Yang departed with a touch of regret. After all, what traveler through time does not seek to topple the Empress or incite rebellion? At the very least, one ought to achieve one of the two. As Gao Yang exited the inner courtyard, he fortuitously encountered Gao Changwen, who was timidly trailing behind Gao Feng like a frightened quail. His cheeks were flushed, as though he had endured a beating. Gao Feng's countenance was grim, striding ahead with palpable anger simmering within. Upon spotting Gao Yang, his expression softened slightly as he intoned, "Has father finished his instructions?" Gao Yang nodded, his gaze then landing on Gao Changwen's face, filled with indignation. "Changwen, tell your brother who has done this to you. I shall avenge you." Upon hearing this, Gao Changwen felt an immediate sense of grievance. "Brother, I have suffered greatly. Had it not been for my status as the second son of the Duke of Dinghua and the timely arrival of my guards, you would not have seen me again. What happened to the promised free ride?" He lamented, having eagerly rushed in, only to fall into a tremendous pit. Gao Feng, maintaining his serious demeanor, added, "This wretched creature claimed he was going to study, but in reality, he went to the Spring River Tower and ordered 10 courtesans, seeking to indulge in free pleasures. Upon discovering his identity, the Madam of the Spring River Tower personally visited to apologize, claiming ignorance of Changwen's status. This matter was suppressed by the old man. Yet the embarrassment was insufferable. Gao Feng, upon reflecting on this incident, felt a surge of blood rush to his head. "Changwen, you have greatly disappointed me. I specifically cautioned you against visiting the brothel. How can I come to your aid now? You even dared to provoke them." Gao Yang feigned a heartbroken expression. Changwen lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. "I merely contemplated the possibility that the laws of Deqian might allow for some leniency, and in a moment of impulsiveness, indulged myself. Little did I know that this madam would act in such a dishonorable manner, refusing to report the incident to the authorities. This wretched creature. And yet, she dares to speak recklessly." Gao Feng thundered in reprimand. Then, turning to Gao Yang, his tone softened unusually. "It is getting late. You must wait outside the palace tomorrow. Rest early." "Yes." As he watched Changwen and Gao Feng gradually depart, a radiant smile spread across Gao Yang's face. The elder brother is akin to a father. He acted out of good intentions, hoping to enlighten Changwen about the treachery of the world, urging him to be more vigilant in the future. Thus, he concluded that he could no longer fabricate a tale. His intention was merely to ensnare Changwen. Yet he understood that as long as Changwen revealed his identity and was accompanied by guards, he would remain unharmed. The true tempest lay with Gao Feng. In this way, he felt a sense of equilibrium restored, akin to the saying, "Your woman shall be taken care of by my brother." Moreover, tonight and in the months to come, he would find some respite. A dead friend does not threaten a poor priest. Gao Feng's ire would henceforth be directed at Changwen. Back in his chamber, Gao Yang instructed Chun Sheng to procure information regarding the Zhao kingdom before collapsing into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, especially as he had stuffed his ears with cotton, providing excellent soundproofing. In the dead of night, while Gao Yang enjoyed his peaceful sleep, someone in the Prince Rong's residence was unable to find rest. "Father, I cannot sleep. I simply cannot." Wu Cheng lay on his bed, his eyes bloodshot, grinding his teeth in frustration. He felt utterly drained, not only physically but mentally as well. Wu Long gazed at his son lying on the bed with a mixture of concern and fury. With a resounding crash, he slammed his palm on the table, his voice laced with murderous intent. "The Duke of Dinghua has gone too far to publicly humiliate my son, and then brazenly resort to underhanded tactics. If I do not avenge this affront, I, Wu Long, am unworthy of being a prince of Deqian. Tomorrow, I shall confront the Duke of Dinghua and hold that Gao Yang accountable." Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe frowned slightly. He had not anticipated Gao Yang's direct approach. However, the more straightforward it was, the less optimistic he felt. Yet, observing Wu Cheng's pitiful state and Wu Long's fury, he chose to remain silent in rational restraint. Wu Cheng spoke up. "Father, you must attend court tomorrow. I shall accompany you. I will personally accuse Gao Yang and demand he pays the price, forcing the entire court to stand with me." Wu Long, however, expressed concern. "My son, in your current condition, can you handle this?" Wu Cheng nodded emphatically. "As long as I can exact revenge and imprison Gao Yang in the dungeons, it will all be worth it. In front of the public, I shall see how he tries to justify his actions." In Wu Cheng's eyes, a cruel glimmer flickered. But in the next moment, his expression drastically shifted. A sense of foreboding washed over him once again, compelling him to dash toward the lavatory. Wu Long followed him into the courtyard, and upon encountering a towering figure akin to an iron edifice, he silently approached and placed a hand on the robust man's shoulder. I am fully aware of your plight. You have suffered greatly. The Prince Rong's estate shall not neglect you, nor shall I. I vow to avenge your grievances with the blood of the entire Duke of Dingwa's family." The imposing body of Wu Huwei trembled once more, and Wu Long felt an overwhelming sensation, as though he were on the verge of shattering. Chapter 69. You administered the poison, yet you were the first to suffer? The next day, a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the land of Chang'an. On the streets, merchants ambled about, balancing their burdens as they commenced their sales. Within the Golden Luan Hall, officials lined both sides. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, the noble Wu Zhao sat regally upon the dragon throne. As all the officials bowed in unison, "Long live your majesty." Wu Zhao's gaze swept over the assembly, and with a calm demeanor, she commanded, "Be at ease." Subsequently, one by one, officials stepped forward to report significant matters of state and attend to governmental affairs. Wu Zhao listened intently, while Wu Long stood at the forefront of the assembly, his eyes icy and his lips sealed. After approximately half an hour, an eerie silence fell over the Golden Luan Hall. "Esteemed ministers, do you have any further matters to present?" Wu Zhao's gaze turned toward the officials. Ultimately resting upon Wu Long, drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, I, Wu Long, have a matter to address." Feigning ignorance, Wu Zhao inquired coolly, "What is it that Prince Rong wishes to convey?" "I hereby impeach the Minister of Revenue, Gao Yang, for his blatant disregard for the law, showing no respect for your Majesty or the royal family. Not only did he dare to administer poison to the Crown Prince in public, but he also assaulted him. I beseech your Majesty to impose severe punishment." Wu Long's voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. Other officials soon followed suit, voicing their agreement. "Is this true? Does the Minister of Revenue possess such audacity?" With a respectful gesture, Wu Long continued, "My son awaits just outside. I implore your Majesty to advocate for him and for the honor of the Daiqian royal family. Summon him." Shortly thereafter, Wu Cheng, pale and lying on a stretcher, was brought in. The sight of him left the assembled ministers utterly astonished. The transformation was harrowing. Though Wu Cheng had appeared somewhat frail before, he had been in good spirits. Now, however, his complexion was ashen, and he seemed utterly despondent, as if he had endured unspeakable torment. Upon sighting Wu Zhao, Wu Cheng struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground as he lamented, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to intercede on my behalf." Wu Zhao was taken aback. What a substantial dose must have been administered. "Prince Rong claims that Gao Yang, the Minister of Revenue, poisoned you and assaulted you. Is this true?" Wu Zhao inquired, directing her attention toward Wu Cheng. "This incident occurred within the Yinji Pavilion, without a doubt. I asked the Minister of Revenue to compose a poem, and he insisted on drinking with me. The wine was beyond my sight. In the end, he deceived me into consuming it, and he even struck me below the belt. I implore your Majesty to impose strict punishment." As his words fell, all the officials turned their gaze toward Wu Cheng's injuries, then swiftly glanced at Gao Yang. Yet, the majority of the ministers merely observed with morbid curiosity. The conflict between the Prince Rong and the Duke of Dingwa is well understood. They are aware of the Empress's edict for talent and the subsequent actions taken against the Duke of Dingwa. However, they did not anticipate such a direct act of retribution from Gao Yang. The vendetta of a poisoner does not wait for nightfall. Empress Wu's gaze turned towards Assistant Minister Gao, inquiring whether there was any truth to these matters. Gao stepped forward, declaring, "My son possesses an innocent nature. He would not even trample upon an ant. This must surely be a slander." Upon hearing this, the officials cried out in disbelief. Gao Yang innocent? He wouldn't even spare an ant. Even the locusts of Guangzhong would scoff at such a claim. Minister Wu Long interjected, with both witnesses and evidence present. "Do you dare to refute? Can Gao Yang truly be deemed innocent?" Gao's own words almost brought a smile to his lips, realizing the absurdity of his statement. "My son Gao Yang awaits outside. Let the two confront each other directly. I beseech your Majesty to restore my son's honor." Empress Wu promptly waved her hand, commanding, "Summon him." Shortly thereafter, Gao Yang stepped forward. "I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your Majesty." Empress Wu fixed her gaze upon him, her voice icy as she spoke. "Prince Rong, did you disregard the imperial family by drugging the heir apparent and assaulting the current prince? Is there any truth to this?" Gao Yang clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, this statement is partly true and partly false. Oh, I indeed disregard the imperial family, for in my heart, your Majesty and the royal family of Daiqian as well as all royal families across the world, are to be respected, not merely spoken of. The officials widened their eyes at this flattery. Such shamelessness, insincerity, and audacity. Even Empress Wu found it difficult to maintain her composure. This fellow was indeed a master of flattery. And what of the latter part? Did you drug and assault the heir apparent? Empress Wu's expression remained stern as she pressed on. Slander. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I implore you to uphold justice for me. Minister Wu Cheng was nearly driven to apoplexy. You dare to claim you are wronged? He exclaimed. Gao Yang, do not attempt to obfuscate. The evidence from Yanzij is irrefutable. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Wu Cheng, smiling as he asked, May I inquire, Your Highness, do you possess evidence that I drugged you? Of course there is. In front of me. You ordered the second son of the Gao family to fetch wine and deceived me into drinking under the pretense of enhancing my inspiration for poetry. I drank and then expelled it. Is this not evidence? Wu Cheng sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Your Highness, you wrong me. I have always composed poetry with fine wine without consuming it. Is this a fault? Furthermore, who would brazenly drug someone in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng nearly exploded with rage. Gao Yang, do not be so shameless. This is clearly sophistry. You deceived me, asserting this poem pertains to me. Yet it is clouds suggest garments and flowers suggest beauty. The spring breeze brushes the railing and dew glistens thick. How do you explain this? Was this poem written for me? The officials turned their gazes toward Gao Yang, particularly Cui Xinghe and others, their expressions revealing a mixture of complexity. The lines clouds suggest garments and flowers suggest beauty. The spring breeze brushes the railing, and dew glistens thick indeed showcase profound depth. Gao Yang slowly spoke. Yesterday, the heir left in haste. And I neglected to mention that this poem is titled A Reflection on the Beautiful Women of the Past by the heir, Wu. How can this possibly be unrelated to him? Moreover, setting aside the facts, what harm is there in writing this poem for the heir? His countenance is like that of jade, and his demeanor is graceful. In my heart, he embodies a beauty surpassing that of celestial maidens. What sin is there in this? To clarify, the origins of this narrative primarily draw from both historical and contemporary schemes and strategies, intricately woven into an alternate ancient setting. Thus, the backdrop should be regarded as fabricated, reconstructing a world while reflecting shadows of various dynasties. Firstly, the concept of exterminating an entire clan and the monkey play bureau originates from the internet, with the latter tracing back to the Ming Dynasty, also known as the 72 Earthly Bureau, which is a method of setting traps, buried riches in desolate mountains. Secondly, the strategy of raising grain prices, utilizing labor for relief, and stimulating consumption through tourism derives from Fan Zhongyan of the Northern Song Dynasty, known as the three policies of disaster relief. Thirdly, the methods of locust extermination reference both modern and ancient techniques, informed by an array of materials, such as academic papers on the gregarious and solitary forms of East Asian locusts, as well as biological control methods. This includes historical accounts of Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty consuming locusts, the superstitions that plagued people's minds, the devastating locust plagues during the Kaiyuan period, and Su Shi's efforts in the Song Dynasty to eradicate locusts, alongside modern culinary uses of locusts. Fourthly, the military strategies are inspired by the Mongolian conquests, which involve the slaughter of several cities followed by the siege of others, with references to Wenhe and Zhongde. Furthermore, to address the many readers who question why the schemes are not original but rather historical, if the author possessed such prowess, they would have already orchestrated schemes akin to Gao Yang's, successfully captivating the attention of the world. Lastly, for those intrigued by themes such as economic warfare and Ponzi schemes, please come forth, and I extend my gratitude for your unwavering support. Chapter 70. I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. What sin is there in this? Upon hearing these words, Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body trembling with fury. You have disregarded the facts entirely. Even if one were to assert that Wu Cheng is a woman, what harm would that entail? You insolent wretch. Wu Cheng nearly uttered an expletive. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but nothing quite like this. Among the officials, Wu Zhao listened to these words with a dark expression. It was then that she comprehended the situation. In terms of sophistry, not even 10 Wu Chengs could contend with Gao Yang. While Gao Yang wore a smile, Wu Cheng's face flushed crimson, fearing that he might succumb to his rage and vomit blood. Wu Long, noticing this, hurriedly stepped forward to support Wu Cheng. He turned to Gao Yang, his voice cold. Gao Yuan, why? Your arguments are mere sophistry, an attempt to divert the topic. Though your tongue is sharp, it cannot conceal your ulterior motives. Now confess the truth. Given your contributions to the Great Qian, I may consider leniency in your punishment. Wulong narrowed his eyes, fixating on Gao Yang, his heart filled with silent lament. This individual must not be allowed to remain. So shameless, so devoid of honor. In all his years, Wulong had never encountered such absurdity as discarding reality in discourse. What utter audacity it takes to utter such words. Gao Yang gazed at Wulong, observing the resolute expression on his face, his entire being exuding a formidable aura, akin to a beast ready to pounce. Since Prince Rong wishes to present evidence, I shall present my own. The esteemed young Master Wu insists that the medicine belongs to my subordinates. Therefore, in the presence of the civil and military officials, as well as your Majesty, I would like to inquire of the young master, what are the effects of this medicine? Where are the witnesses? Who provided the antidote to the young master? I implore you to respond. With righteous indignation, Gao Yang posed his questions, and Wu Cheng almost blurted out a reply. However, upon gazing at the curious assembly of officials and the lofty figure of Wu Zhao, his complexion turned ashen. The effects of the medicine? Witnesses? His mind raced back to the events of the previous day. If this matter were to be scrutinized, it would necessitate full disclosure and thorough investigation. If Gao Yang stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court might be compelled to intervene. This would escalate the situation significantly. Although he could fabricate evidence, unprepared as he was, Gao Yang's knowledge of poisons would undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuit of the truth, exposing the lies. Gao Yang could not evade punishment, but what of him? He, Wu Cheng, the distinguished eldest son of the Prince Rong's household, renowned in Chang'an for his talents and looks, admired by countless noble ladies in secret. If it were revealed that he had been administered both aphrodisiacs and purgatives, such scandal would tarnish his name for eternity. This was all part of Gao Yang's cunning scheme. He regarded Gao Yang with wide eyes, sensing the devilish glee upon his face. Malicious, despicable, shameless. After having consumed the potent laxative and aphrodisiac, Wu Cheng had already contemplated an escape route. Once exposed, his reputation would be irrevocably shattered. He could even envision the mockery among the populace. Have you heard? The heir of the Prince Rong's household possesses remarkable prowess in the art of seduction, even employing forceful techniques. Wu Cheng clenched his jaw, his anger boiling. Gao Yang had presented him with a most difficult choice. Wulong's expression darkened, realizing the troublesome nature of Gao Yang. This lad was indeed quite insidious. Observing Wu Cheng's demeanor, Gao Yang stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully towards Wu Zhao. The young Master Wu accuses my subordinates of wrongdoing. I humbly beseech your Majesty to take command, directing the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to investigate this matter thoroughly and reveal the truth to the world, thereby restoring my honor. I firmly believe that under the vast heavens and the bright sun, the truth shall prevail. Gao Yang's voice resonated throughout the Golden Luan Hall, exuding righteousness and fearlessness. As if he were genuinely wronged, Wu Cheng looked at this shameless individual, nearly choking on his own blood. You speak of truth beneath the bright heavens, claiming to seek vindication? Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. In his 20 years of life, he had never encountered such a brazen character. Wu Zhao fixed her gaze upon Gao Yang. Had she not witnessed the aphrodisiac and laxative firsthand in the Rouge Pavilion, she might have almost believed him wronged. Her eyes swept over the officials, and she said coolly, as both the young master and the assistant minister present conflicting accounts, let the Ministry of Justice conduct an investigation to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Wu Cheng's forehead. He hurriedly spoke, Your Majesty, the brothel is a den of iniquity, and the esteemed high official speaks with such force and conviction. It was indeed rash of me to suggest the matter of poisoning. However, it is undeniable that the high official assaulted me in public. Wu Cheng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang, how do you explain this? If it is established that Gao Yang struck the crown prince, it would be enough to condemn him. Wu Zhao turned her attention to Gao Yang and asked, Gao Yang, did you truly resort to violence? To which Gao Yang replied, Your Majesty, I did not strike. I merely kicked. Wu Zhao responded, and Wu Cheng, upon hearing this, was elated. Your Majesty, this subordinate has admitted to it. I implore your Majesty to punish him. Wu Long also bowed coldly, stating, I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice for my son. As Wulong spoke, Chancellor Su Xuanji stepped forward, bowing respectfully. To assault the crown prince is a grave offense. If not dealt with severely, the dignity of the royal family will be irreparably tarnished. Wu Zhao looked to Gao Yang and inquired, Gao Yang, do you have anything to say? I certainly do, Gao Yang began. As a member of the Daiqian royal family, the crown prince not only fails to set a proper example, but he also shamelessly disrespects my guards in public and attempts to act against me. I merely reacted instinctively with a kick. At this, the assembly erupted in uproar, their astonished gazes fixed on Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in fury. Gao Yang, how dare you speak such nonsense in the presence of the emperor? What impropriety have I shown you? Gao Yang quickly retorted, does the crown prince still wish to deny it? Just yesterday, while I was discussing matters with your muscular guard at the brothel, you approached from behind, pressing closely against him. Then, in a fit of madness, you charged at me. As a dignified man of 7 feet, with a preference for women, I instinctively reacted with a kick, though it was as fierce as thunder. Upon realizing it was the crown prince, I withheld most of my strength and merely grazed him. If you doubt my words, you may summon the physician to examine the injury publicly. If he is unscathed, I shall willingly accept punishment, but if he is injured, it will prove that my claims are not unfounded, and thus the accusation of a forceful kick shall not stand. Wu Cheng's eyes widened. Just yesterday, he had knelt in pain. The agony was almost beyond belief. Did he consider that a mere withholding of strength? Moreover, a physician's examination would reveal only 2 possibilities regarding his lower abdomen. Either it is functional or it is not. If it remains intact, Gao Yang's assertion holds. But if it is rendered useless, he would assuredly be punished, and his reputation would be shattered. After all, he was the eldest son of the Rome prince's residence and still childless. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. Chapter 71. Wretched child, dare you gaze inappropriately? Is the Empress truly that alluring? In that instant, the entire court fell into a profound silence. Cui Xinghe stood a short distance away, feeling compelled to commend the display. With just a few words, he has turned the tables. Such tactics are truly the hallmark of a powerful minister in prosperous times, or a treacherous minister in chaotic times. His expression was a mix of complexity. At that moment, Gao Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, my son has finally matured and seeks to continue our noble lineage. Yet the Wu Crown Prince brazenly disrespects him. I earnestly request your Majesty to impose strict punishment. Upon hearing this, Wulong's expression darkened suddenly. Gao Feng had never been so shameless before. Who had he learned this from? Upon witnessing the commotion, Qin Jing stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Majesty, our Great Qian has always revered etiquette and moral integrity. It is most unbecoming for the heir apparent, a scion of the imperial family, to indulge in such proclivities. I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment. Elzhun and Zhao Ponu also clasped their hands in agreement, asserting their support. However, shortly thereafter, Su Xuanji and a multitude of censors rose in unison. In an instant, the grand Golden Luan Palace resembled a bustling marketplace. Wulong understood that it would be challenging to manage Gao Yang today. He exchanged a glance with Wu Cheng, who gently shook his head in response. Wu Cheng, gritting his teeth, remarked, Your Majesty, if this is merely a misunderstanding, let it be resolved. There is no significant issue beneath it all. As Wu Cheng spoke, Song Li wore a complex expression. What had ostensibly been an attack on Gao Yang had, in mere moments, dissipated into thin air due to Gao Yang's few words. This maneuver was utterly astonishing. Moreover, this individual was supposed to be his son-in-law. Even if he were a dark Qilin, he was still a Qilin at heart. Regret began to well up within Song Li. At that moment, Gao Yang stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I have something to convey. Instantly, all eyes in the court turned towards him, including Wu Cheng's, who appeared equally astonished. Gao Yang, what words do you have? Wu Zhao inquired. Gao Yang clasped his hands and continued, Although the truth has been revealed, my innocence has yet to be restored. In a world where strategists cherish their names, I, being a mere strategist myself, cannot escape this custom. Moreover, I am inherently virtuous and conduct myself with transparency, yet I find myself besmirched and slandered. I seek to demand a compensation of 1,000 taels of silver from the heir apparent as restitution for the emotional distress caused. I implore your Majesty to take heed. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng could no longer contain himself. Inherently virtuous and transparent? Is that truly you? Are you casting such aspersions upon yourself? You do not even pursue justice for your own grievances. yet you demand compensation. His indignation was palpable. Gao Yang, do not overstep your bounds. Wu Cheng was utterly infuriated. Gao Yang stood tall, proclaiming, bamboo may be burned, but cannot have its integrity destroyed. Jade may shatter, but cannot alter its purity. Though the body may perish, one's name can endure in history. If the heir apparent remains unsatisfied, I shall request the Ministry of Justice to intervene and investigate this matter until the truth is unveiled. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, in Gao Yang's gaze, he discerned a fearless resolve, a challenge to confront. Gao Yang harbored no fear of punishment, for he enjoyed the favor of the Empress and the protection of the Duke of the State. The court officials, especially Yin Zheng and the other censors, were taken aback. They murmured, bamboo may be burned, but cannot have its integrity destroyed. Jade may shatter, but cannot alter its purity. Though the body may perish, one's name can endure in history. In a single utterance, Gao Yang encapsulated the lifelong aspirations of these censors. Yin Zheng stepped forward and remarked, for Lord Gao to articulate such sentiments speaks volumes of his integrity. This mere scheme is but a ploy of Lord Gao's. And I too believe there has been a misunderstanding. Wu Zhao was also impressed by Gao Yang's eloquence. Such words would earn admiration from anyone. Yet when uttered by Gao Yang, they carried an undertone of irony. This farcical episode reached its conclusion, deemed a mere misunderstanding. Ultimately, Wu Zhao's decree was resolute. Wu Long and Wu Cheng wore expressions of deep discontent. Today, they have encountered yet another setback. Gao Yang performed a courteous gesture, yet his true intention was merely to vex Wu Cheng. Cui Xinghe regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression, suppressing his inner disdain and viewing Gao Yang as his lifelong adversary. However, he firmly believed that he, Cui Xinghe, would not be inferior to Gao Yang. He too would radiate his own brilliance. Cui Xinghe's resolve was unwavering. I have another matter to discuss with you, my esteemed ministers, Wu Zhao proclaimed, lifting a memorial. Since my ascension to the throne, aside from the congratulations from the states of Yin and Qi, the other 4 nations have remained utterly silent. Among them, the kingdom of Zhao is the most detestable. It borders our Great Qian and had previously shown signs of submission, yet now it refuses to bow, clearly disregarding my authority. What do you, my ministers, propose we should do? Wu Zhao's voice was laced with an icy fury, indicating her deep indignation at the situation. Upon hearing this, Elzhan erupted in anger, declaring, how dare the insignificant kingdom of Zhao disregard your majesty? I believe we should mobilize our troops. Once the formidable cavalry of Great Qian arrives, the emperor of Zhao will surely beg for mercy. At this, Wu Long interjected coldly. The kingdom of Zhao has spent decades fortifying its military. They are now well-equipped and formidable. Should we instigate war, Great Qian may not necessarily triumph over Zhao. Deploying troops is ill-advised. Elzhan countered, if we cannot take military action, what alternative do we have? Shall we simply ignore this affront and swallow our pride? A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. Wu Zhao's gaze ultimately settled on Gao Yang, and she gently inquired, Yuan Wai Lang, do you possess any brilliant strategies to punish the kingdom of Zhao? With Wu Zhao's words, the attention of the ministers swiftly turned to Gao Yang. Qin Zhenghua, Elzhan, and Zhao Ponu fixed their eyes on him, their murky gazes suddenly sparkling with intrigue. In the blink of an eye, Gao Yang became the focal point of the grand hall of Great Qian. Even Cui Xinghe could not help but glance in Gao Yang's direction. Confident in his own abilities, Cui Xinghe felt outmatched by Gao Yang, particularly in matters of cunning and strategy. Gao Yang had been half asleep, feeling no need to interject in the presence of the gathered ministers. Even strategies like the bestowal decree were conducted discreetly. Contemplating this, he involuntarily cast a few glances at Wu Zhao's bosom. The Empress, compared to Shang Wanwaner, appeared somewhat less astute. Your Majesty, the kingdom of Zhao possesses a strong military. Should war erupt, the outcome is uncertain, and I have no effective strategies to propose. I believe it may be prudent to allow them their arrogance. Great Qian should remain steadfast and not react hastily. Instead, we might choose to endure and respond with magnanimity, seeking to win them over with kindness. Upon uttering these words, the officials displayed a hint of disappointment. Was this the plan proposed by Gao Yang? The brows of Elzhan and others furrowed with concern. Something felt amiss. This young man seemed cunning yet lacked a solid plan, which was unexpected, especially his suggestion to win them over with kindness. Wu Long sighed in relief, finding that the young man was not as malicious as he had imagined. Nonetheless, he remained a potential threat. Cui Xinghe wore a contemplative expression. Win them over with kindness? His face displayed a peculiar mixture of emotions. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. It seemed entirely reasonable for him to struggle with formulating a strategy. But what on earth was he looking at? This inexplicably reminded him of Gao Yang's previous remark about maintaining unwavering focus. Could it be that he was gazing intently? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Just yesterday, Gao Yang had spoken of eliminating Prince Rong, harboring strategies to sanction the Six Nations. Yet now, in the face of Zhao Wei, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, her expression turning frigid. What was this scoundrel staring at? Wu Zhao was about to erupt in anger, but suddenly she came to a realization of her own folly. She had openly inquired about Gao Yang's ingenious plans against Zhao in the court. It was likely that as soon as Gao Yang mentioned it, Zhao would already be on high alert. As for his gaze upon her bosom, they must have devised countermeasures. The thought ignited a surge of heat within Wu Zhao. Maintaining her icy demeanor, she addressed the assembled officials, stating that the words of the assistant minister were indeed correct, and for the sake of the people of Deqian, she would feign ignorance. She intended to win over Zhao through love. With no pressing matters to discuss, the court was dismissed. Wu Zhao rose with poise, her eyes, imbued with profound meaning, resting upon Gao Yang. In return, Gao Yang offered a gaze filled with significance. Their exchanged glances sent a shiver down Shangwan Wanner's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Although it felt somewhat improper, the first phrase that sprang to her mind was colluding in mischief. She sensed that the Empress was not quite the same as when she had just ascended the throne, and it seemed a tacit understanding had developed between the two. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. The Empress had a keen sense of intuition. Although his resources were somewhat more substantial than those of Shangwan Wanner, it was not excessively so. At least his intellect was adequate. Gao Feng's countenance darkened instantly. What a wretch, still gazing. Is the Empress truly so alluring? Chapter 72. Utilizing the nation as a game board to strike at the economy. Outside the palace, the morning sun enveloped the earth. Its rays not as harsh as at noon. Rather, they cast a warm and comfortable glow. Gao Feng, his face clouded, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Wretch. Tell me honestly, where were you looking in the end? Do you not realize that is a grave act of disrespect?" Lowering his voice and glancing around, he then turned to Gao Yang, his words laden with heartache. How could the child steal glances at the Empress without his father knowing? Gao Yang appeared curious. I have navigated the corridors of power for decades. In this court, the most crucial skill is to read expressions. How could I be unaware of what you were observing? Wretch, did you not expect to be caught by me? Gao Feng snorted coldly, a hint of pride creeping in. If that is the case, then your father must also be peeking at the Empress. Otherwise, how would he know that his child was stealing glances? And even at what? Father, you two are committing an act of disrespect. If your mother were to find out, tsk. With Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng's expression froze, his eyes widening. This statement bore considerable weight, leaving him momentarily speechless. Furthermore, this impudent child had even threatened him. I heard from LV Luo that on the first day you left the city, you were in the carriage trying to catch a glimpse of Shangwan's legs. And the previous time you mentioned unwavering focus. Was that also such audacity? Gao Yang shook his head. Not quite. Gao Feng suddenly exhaled in relief. In the court, with so many eyes around, casual glances were permissible, but privately, it was a different matter altogether. The Empress is certainly observant. Before he could fully relax, Gao Yang added, about the legs we saw last time. Hiss. Gao Feng instantly looked up, gasping in shock. Surely, he was aware of his own proclivities. Could he truly resist the temptation to gaze? Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Gao Yang briskly walked to the side. Lord Shangwan, what a coincidence. Gao Yang greeted. Knowing that Shangwan Wanner had arrived, Gao Yang deliberately chose to tease in front of Gao Feng, embodying pure rebellion. Shangwan Wanner approached with an icy demeanor, first nodding coldly to Gao Feng as a form of greeting. Gao Feng was accustomed to this. The entire court was aware of Shangwan Wanner's sternness and sense of justice. Even in the presence of Prince Rong, Wulong, she remained unfazed. Upon meeting Gao Yang's gaze, a forced smile emerged on her face. Yuan Wai Lang, the emperor wishes to see you. After speaking, she nodded at Gao Feng and turned to leave. However, Gao Feng hastily interjected, Lord Shangwan, may I have a word with you in private? Shangwan Wanner hesitated momentarily, but followed Gao Feng to the side. After some deliberation, he spoke, Lord Shangwan, As the old saying goes, if a son misbehaves, it is the father who is at fault. I have heard that the rogue has been rather reckless while alone with you in a carriage. Please do not take it to heart. Shangwan paused, quickly recalling Gao Yang's indiscreet remarks about her legs. But soon, her mind was flooded with memories of Wang Zhong's tragic fate, the treachery within the Rouge Pavilion, and Wu Cheng's sorrow. Her expression remained devoid of emotion as she eventually replied, "It matters not. It was merely a glance at the legs. I am not so petty." With that, she turned and departed. Gao Feng was left in a state of bewilderment, watching the two retreating figures, feeling utterly disoriented. Had he truly fallen behind the times? Was it now customary to discuss leg-gazing upon first encounters? Before long, Gao Yang followed Shangwan into the imperial study. Inside, Wu Zhao stood by the window, awaiting his arrival. Upon hearing Gao Yang, she coldly commanded, "Summon him." As Gao Yang entered, he quickly bowed. "This subject, Gao Yang, pays his respects to your majesty. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I ask if you have devised a strategy to deal with the Zhao kingdom." Wu Zhao directly inquired, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang with anticipation. If he had a plan, she might endure for the sake of Qian. However, if he did not, she would settle accounts for both old and new grievances. Not to mention the possibility of losing an eye. At the very least, he would face 30 strokes of the rod. This subject indeed possesses some clever strategies, but I am unable to disclose them in the court. I beseech your majesty to dismiss all but Lord Shangwan. Gao Yang insisted earnestly. That is indeed my oversight. I have been somewhat negligent. However, both inside and outside the imperial study, all are my loyal subjects. You may speak freely, Wu Zhao replied slowly. Gao Yang's gaze swept across the eunuchs waiting in the imperial study, yet he maintained a grave expression as he continued. What I wish to discuss today is of utmost importance. Aside from Lord Shangwan, I implore your majesty to dismiss everyone else. His words piqued Wu Zhao's curiosity, as they suggested that what he was about to reveal was far from ordinary. The severity of her intentions may even surpass the previous schemes. Everyone withdraw. Although the eunuchs surrounding her had been thoroughly vetted for loyalty, she unhesitatingly dismissed them all. I have complied with your request. Now, reveal the cunning plan you have devised. Gao Yang replied with a bow. Thank you, your majesty. The method I am about to present is of utmost importance and must not reach the 6 kingdoms, or it would spell disaster for our Qian. If executed properly, it could resolve the issue with Zhao without the loss of a single soldier. Moreover, it could address not only Zhao. Upon hearing this, both Wu Zhao and Shangwan were taken aback. To resolve Zhao without a single soldier? Even Wu Zhao felt a surge of astonishment. If what you claim is true, I shall not be stingy with my rewards, she said, taking a deep breath. Her gaze serious. If such a strategy exists, then let us examine it. It might not be so trivial after all. For the sake of Qian, for the imperial legacy, she chose to endure for the moment. Gao Yang wasted no time, unfolding a piece of rice paper and picking up a brush. His strokes deft and unhesitating. Wu Zhao leaned in with anticipation, but soon her brow furrowed. The paper bore crooked lines that outlined 7 regions, each marked with a large character. These characters resembled the scrawls of a ghost, grotesquely ugly, yet upon a cursory glance, one could barely decipher them as Qi, Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, Yan, and Qian. How could there exist such unsightly writing? Wu Zhao was astonished. Shangwan, with a serious expression, remarked, I have seen countless characters, and regardless of their appearance, I rarely pass judgment, unless I cannot help it. These characters are indeed quite ugly. Gao Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. The original owner's handwriting was poor, and his lack of skill with the brush had resulted in this rather lamentable script. Noticing their reactions, he promptly redirected the conversation. His gaze fixed intently on Wu Zhao, exuding confidence. Your Majesty, today I shall discuss how to orchestrate a scheme that utilizes the state to precisely strike at the economy. In the imperial study, Wu Zhao wore an expression of shock, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang, her mind buzzing with thoughts. To use the state as a pawn to undermine the economy? Her expression grew grave, and she took a deep breath. A premonition stirred within her. Today she would encounter concepts that could shatter her worldview. Gao Yang, please continue. How can we orchestrate a scheme to harvest the wealth of a nation and even bring about the collapse of its system? Wu Zhao inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. If it were possible to dismantle a nation without bloodshed, she would embrace it wholeheartedly. Shangwan Wan'er also regarded Gao Yang with wide eyes, her heart racing with astonishment. If anyone else had spoken such words, even the esteemed Cui Xinghe, the top scholar of the current era, she would harbor some doubts. Yet, Gao Yang's presence and discourse on the orchestration of schemes exuded an undeniable authority and professionalism that commanded her trust. Gao Yang turned to Wu Zhao and began. As the saying goes, the highest form of warfare is to outsmart the enemy. To conquer a nation solely through military might is a strategy of the lowest order. Furthermore, mobilizing an army incurs astronomical costs in provisions daily, and the toll of casualties on soldiers is grievous. Should we encounter a renowned general who entrenches himself within a fortified city, the losses would be staggering and detrimental to our national strength. Thus, I propose an economic warfare strategy which not only spares bloodshed but possesses a potency rivaling that of 1,000,000 troops. Given that the Zhao state shows disrespect towards your majesty and harbors rebellious intentions, I suggest we utilize Zhao as a case study for a strategy one termed the harvesting of the grain crown. The essence of the harvesting of the grain crown lies in exploiting the frailties of human nature. Its core principle is to offer minor benefits to entice the other party into continuous engagement, ultimately leading them to invest greater resources, culminating in our eventual gain. Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering Gao Yang's words. The idea of luring the other party with small advantages to facilitate a harvest intrigued her. Gao Yang casually picked up a piece of pastry from the table and said, "To be more specific, may I ask, Your Majesty, are you familiar with Zhao Zhao?" "Indeed, I am aware of Zhao Zhao. It is a fabric renowned in the Zhao state, reputed to be thin and delicate, resulting in exquisite garments," Wu Zhao replied. "Yet, what does this Zhao Zhao, an ordinary piece of clothing, have to do with your proposed economic warfare and the harvesting of the grain crown?" Gao Yang shook his head. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. The essentials of life, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, form the foundation of human existence. If we are to engage in economic warfare, we must begin from these fundamental aspects. Have you ever worn garments made from Zhao Zhao?" Wu Zhao's brow slightly knitted. "Since my ascension to the throne, I have never donned Zhao Zhao. Its cost is quite substantial, and as the sovereign of a nation, if I were to lead by example and wear it, surely the nobility, commoners, and wealthy merchants would follow suit. Would this not amount to gifting silver to Zhao, essentially using the wealth of Qian to sustain their military against us? Do I appear to be such a foolish monarch?" Wu Zhao's tone was cold and assertive. Shangwan Wan'er interjected. "The Zhao state lies far from Qian, with considerable costs and logistics, thus rendering the price of Zhao Zhao quite exorbitant. To fund the enemy is exceedingly unwise." Gao Yang remained composed, understanding Wu Zhao's perspective, which was indeed rational. However, he continued, "But what if I propose that Your Majesty wear garments made from Zhao Zhao personally, even encouraging the citizens of Qian to embrace this fabric in the spirit of fostering goodwill between our two nations?" At this declaration, Wu Zhao's composure shattered. "What? You wish for me to wear Zhao Zhao personally, and even issue a decree encouraging the citizens of Qian to don this fabric?" Shangwan Wan'er looked equally astounded and could not help but exclaim, "If that were the case, the price of Zhao Zhao would surely soar, resulting in Zhao profiting immensely. Consequently, this would only bolster Zhao's national strength. Would it not be akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers?" Gao Yang, Wan'er's words held merit. As you previously stated, to strengthen oneself, one must weaken the opponent. If Qian seeks to grow powerful, it ought to impose sanctions on the Zhao state. Why then should we gratuitously enrich them? Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon Wu Zhao, standing tall and resolute. "Your Majesty," he began, "if this notion were to arise from the common folk of Qian, it would not be amiss. However, as the sovereign, you ought to possess a broader perspective." "Broader perspective?" Wu Zhao inquired, her expression one of confusion. "A broader perspective encompasses vision," Gao Yang elaborated. "As the emperor of Qian, your destiny is to be remembered as a great ruler throughout the ages. Thus, it is imperative that you perceive the entirety of the situation from a wider vantage point. A strategy, after all, cannot be assessed merely on its surface. I previously mentioned that the essence of the Guguan strategy lies in initially allowing minor gains, encouraging the other party to remain engaged and invest more, which ultimately leads to a successful harvest." Wu Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Gao Yang. For a moment, she was uncertain whether he was implying that her vision was too limited or if he was praising her. Yet, she grasped his meaning. He suggested that while Zhao state may appear to profit significantly, this is but a superficial observation. Was there a more insidious layer that had eluded her notice? Gao Yang's eyes shimmered with profound confidence. Indeed, should your majesty don garments crafted from Zhao silk, it would undoubtedly inspire the nobility and commoners of Qian alike to follow suit. Furthermore, if you were to issue a decree encouraging the populace to wear Zhao silk, demand would undoubtedly exceed supply, resulting in a swift surge in its price. This scenario would inevitably create a phenomenon, a disparity in pricing. Once there is profit to be had, merchants will flock to seize the opportunity. Qian merchants would procure goods from Zhao state, selling them at inflated prices upon their return, while Zhao merchants would traverse the vast distances to Qian, eager to reap substantial profits. At this juncture, Gao Yang paused. Casting glances at Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner, a smile graced his lips once more, a smile that sent a shiver down Wu Zhao's spine. Shang Wanwaner, too, felt tense, as if bracing for impending conflict, her eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang. With a smile, Gao Yang seemed to suggest that life is fraught with uncertainties. They awaited his further elaboration with bated breath. In the realm of commerce, when supply exceeds demand, prices fall. Conversely, when demand surpasses supply, prices ascend. Should supply and demand reach equilibrium, prices stabilize accordingly. Take, for instance, the grain prices in Linjiang City. During times of stability and bountiful harvests in Qian, grain prices stabilize at 30 yuan per dough, or even lower. However, during periods of drought or flood, when harvests fail, demand surges above supply, causing prices to soar. As grain becomes valuable, more individuals will be compelled to cultivate the land. The same principle applies to Zhao silk. The first aspect of this strategy is to inflate the price of Zhao silk, thereby bestowing benefits upon Zhao state. As the price of Zhao silk begins to escalate, both Qian merchants and those from Zhao will engage in fevered purchasing, thereby amplifying the stakes within Zhao state. Previously, the demand for Zhao silk was limited, discouraging merchants from traveling thousands of miles to Qian, where market demand was steady yet often led to unsold goods and minimal profit. However, at this moment, the entire nation of Qian adorns itself in Zhao silk garments, resulting in a sudden surge in demand. Consequently, not only will the price of Zhao silk skyrocket, but it will also exert pressure on supply. Greedy merchants and local magnates, eager to capture next year's market, will undoubtedly increase wages for silk weavers and intensify the cultivation of mulberry trees and silkworms. In this competitive environment, the citizens of Zhao, who engage in sericulture, will find themselves reaping substantial rewards. A fool who does not seize a bargain, given the immense value of Zhao silk, who would still toil in the fields. Initially, Wu Zhao's gaze bore a hint of contemplation, as if weighing her options. However, upon hearing the assertion that increasing demand would inevitably lead to heightened supply, she felt a chill run down her spine. Merchants and noble families, driven by the allure of profit, would surely enhance their incentives and escalate the cultivation of mulberries and silkworms, thereby reaping substantial rewards in the coming year. The true intention of Gao Yang was glaringly evident. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Your ultimate goal is the farmlands of Zhao." Wu Zhao's incredulity was palpable, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Chapter 74, a spectacular and terrifying economic warfare. As a confidant of the Empress, Shang Wanwaner was no fool. She too swiftly grasped Gao Yang's ulterior motives. This maneuver felt hauntingly familiar, as she had witnessed firsthand in Linjiang City how Gao Yang had obliterated grain traders. While the circumstances differed, the underlying principle resonated with a similar cadence. This time, however, Gao Yang's trap was set for the entirety of Zhao, from the imperial nobility down to the common folk. How many lives would be lost this time? Gao Yang's gaze fixated on Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner, his smile deepening with delight. This was his domain. One must admit, the sensation of ensnaring others was simply exquisite. With an expression of serene composure, he stood within the imperial study, exuding an air of tranquility. For wealthy merchants and aristocrats to profit immensely, they must augment production and recruit a multitude of silk weavers. When the populace discovered that weaving silk was more lucrative than farming, they would flock to the looms. When mulberry cultivation and silkworm rearing proved even more profitable, an influx of citizens would abandon their fields for this more lucrative endeavor. Consequently, Zhao would witness a significant number of its citizens engaged in silk-related occupations, leading to the abandonment of farmland. After all, In their eyes, as long as they amassed wealth, what concern was there regarding the availability of grain? Grain was but a pittance per measure. Once Zhao's farmlands lay fallow and the emperor dispatched envoys for verification, the final act of this scheme would unfold, leading to a harvest of wealth. Gao Yang's smile, though genuine, appeared to Wu Zhao as that of a devil. Shangwan could not help but swallow hard. Gao Yang continued his discourse, resembling a cold and indifferent harbinger of doom. When the time is ripe, the emperor could decree that no one in the Great Qian Dynasty may wear Zhao silk, while simultaneously severing diplomatic ties with Zhao. As a result, the price of Zhao silk would plummet, and the direst consequence would be the abandonment of farmlands, leading to a grain shortage and an inevitable spike in grain prices. Great Qian could then seize the opportunity to inflate prices tenfold or even 100-fold, reaping the riches of Zhao. In that eventuality, countless merchants of Zhao would face bankruptcy, and innumerable citizens would perish from starvation, unable to afford grain. Even those who previously profited from the surge in Zhao silk prices would swiftly face ruin as the silk's value diminished and grain prices skyrocketed, forcing them to return their ill-gotten gains. Great Qian would not only stand to gain immensely, but would achieve this without the need for military force, orchestrating the collapse of Zhao's economy and leaving its populace in despair. As Gao Yang's voice trailed off, a gentle breeze swept through the imperial study. The ancient tome upon the dragon table rustled in response. Wu Zetian and Shangwan gazed at Gao Yang with expressions of sheer terror. First, a decree would be issued to elevate the price of Zhao silk, causing its value to surge. Then, by exploiting the innate greed of merchants, a multitude of Zhao citizens would be compelled to cultivate mulberry trees and raise silkworms, flocking to produce silk. Consequently, agricultural lands would fall into neglect, and Great Qian would then turn the tables, bursting the Zhao silk bubble and inflating grain prices, reaping tremendous profits. Without the need for military engagement, Great Qian would orchestrate the collapse of Zhao's economy, leaving its people in despair. Wu Zetian instinctively shuddered, her heart tumultuous with waves of astonishment. This scheme was ruthlessly cunning, surpassing even the treachery within the Golden Yuan Hall. Shangwan, equally astonished, regarded Gao Yang as if he were a devil. Was this truly the firstborn son of a century-old military lineage? Such ruthlessness! Just by Gao Yang's description, she envisioned the citizens of Zhao swarming to engage in silk production, believing they would prosper, while in reality, they were stepping into a nightmare, a chasm of despair. The impending surge in grain prices would spell a monumental catastrophe. Seizing the moment of Wu Zetian's shock, Gao Yang cast a few more lingering glances. Indeed, merely gazing was quite delightful. Yet, despite his admiration, Gao Yang maintained his moral compass and continued, "Your Majesty, that is not all. Once the grain prices in Zhao skyrocket, we can not only seize the opportunity to harvest Zhao's wealth, but also arrange for insiders to infiltrate Zhao. By a fortunate stroke of inspiration, I have conceived several ingenious stratagems." Wu Zetian's gaze shifted curiously to Gao Yang, inquiring about his clever plans. As our insiders penetrate Zhao, they could disseminate rumors throughout the land, embedding notes declaring the rise of Great Qian and the demise of Zhao within fish bellies, while a white fox in the depths of the mountains speaks human words, proclaiming that the heavens have forsaken Zhao. In the Yellow River region, we could unearth a one-eyed giant. Such tales would stir a tempest of rumors. When the populace faces starvation and is confronted with exorbitant grain prices, it would be the perfect time to incite unrest. At that point, chaos would inevitably engulf Zhao, allowing Great Qian to reap the rewards of their turmoil. As his words settled, Wu Zetian and Shangwan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their hearts raced in trepidation. For the common folk, as long as their bellies were full, they would not rebel. However, should they face hunger, their ignorance and blind faith in deities could be easily manipulated. The people would surely become displaced, their lives lost in conflict. What manner of schemes were these? Notes hidden within fish bellies, a white fox uttering human speech, and the excavation of a one-eyed giant? Wu Zetian inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. Though poisonous in nature, she could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of this plan. By masterfully manipulating human greed, encouraging Zhao to engage wholeheartedly, they could execute their harvest. With an economic strategy to sanction Zhao, Great Qian could even absorb Zhao without a single soldier being dispatched. Gao Yang, truly the foremost strategist of Great Qian. She couldn't help but exclaim, This scheme, the grasping of the grain crown, is indeed the most ingenious stratagem in the world. By exploiting the universal greed of humanity to manipulate hearts, Gao Yang, you have proven your worth. Although Gao Yang's tactics were ruthless, they heralded monumental fortune for Qian. As the sovereign of the Great Qian Empire, she harbored a modicum of compassion for the citizens of Zhao. Yet it remained merely that, compassion. Your Majesty, Gao Yang remarked with a smile. If you believe that the Shunzhegu Guangguan Bureau merely exploits human greed, you underestimate it gravely. Oh, it does not exploit human greed, Wu Zhao responded, somewhat astonished. Shangguan turned her gaze towards Gao Yang, who slowly articulated, humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. Coupled with greed, anger, and ignorance, these are weaknesses in human nature that many merchants readily recognize. Yet, there exists another flaw in human nature, one that most individuals remain oblivious to: cognitive inertia. The Shunzhegu Guangguan Bureau capitalizes on this very inertia. When the price of Zhao silk escalates to exorbitant heights, the citizens of Zhao do not perceive it as a plummet. Rather, they believe it will remain scarce. Alternatively, while they may acknowledge the risk of significant losses, they steadfastly believe that misfortune will not befall them. Similarly, once a decline begins, cognitive inertia dissuades individuals from taking action, leading them to believe the fall will persist. Gao Yang's expression remained calm, for in later generations, such instances abound. In the stock market, how many retail investors chase after rising prices, falling prey to the machinations of the manipulators? Indeed, these traders may even raise stock prices during a downturn to attract attention, waiting for the opportune moment to execute a devastating blow. All of this exploits human nature. Once this strategy is unveiled, the citizens of Zhao will only think that Zhao silk will become even more sought after. Certainly, there will be those with clear minds who maintain skepticism. Yet this group will also deceive themselves and become lost amidst the soaring prices of Zhao silk. Cognitive inertia, Wu Zhao murmured, a wave of enlightenment washing over her. Gao Yang's words had profoundly impacted her, even leading her to comprehend that warfare encompasses not only direct confrontation, but also the bloodless battles of economic warfare. Economic warfare is subtler, more intricate, and, if successful, its impact can rival that of a national conflict. Chapter 75. A joyful exchange between ruler and subject. From this day forth, I shall don garments crafted from Zhao silk and initiate the scheme. If I can indeed resolve the Zhao issue without bloodshed, I shall reward you handsomely, Wu Zhao declared, her countenance radiating eagerness, clearly intrigued. Gao Yang, however, appeared unperturbed by the grand designs articulated by the Empress. On the contrary, he prudently advised her, Your Majesty, economic warfare cannot be achieved overnight. It requires no less than 1 or 2 years. Moreover, this strategy resembles the overt schemes targeting the nobility, yet it is predicated on a vital condition, that the Great Qian is robust and prosperous. Should Zhao possess the capability to retaliate, the Great Qian would suffer dire consequences. Your Majesty, I trust you understand my meaning. Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixating on Gao Yang with a peculiar expression. The junior official emphasized that the Great Qian must first attain wealth and strength before devising a clever stratagem to sanction Zhao. She questioned, What does this imply? Gao Yang, with a demeanor of utmost integrity, insisted, I have no intention of urging Your Majesty to eliminate Prince Rong. I swear it. Wu Zhao, Shangguan, she scrutinized Gao Yang for a moment, her expression one of incredulity, exclaiming, One would think Prince Rong had desecrated the ancestral grave of the Duke of Dinghua, given such profound animosity. Gao Yang touched his nose and spoke to Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, what do you think Prince Rong and the heir are doing in the residence? I am certainly not afraid of death, but I wish to burn myself for the glory of Qian. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao chuckled lightly. She replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, I will not grant Prince Rong the opportunity to act against you. However, this matter is of great significance, and even I require some time. Of course, the plan to eliminate the Zhao must proceed concurrently. Wu Zhao's expression was resolute, her demeanor exuding authority. With Gao Yang, who harbored a treasury of cunning schemes, how could Qian's coffers not overflow? Furthermore, Wu Zhao found it rather amusing. If they could not become legendary paragons of history, then they would settle for being a pair of infamous sovereign and subject. In any case, they would secure their place in the annals of history. Your Majesty is wise. Gao Yang's face broke into a smile. By now, he understood the Empress's temperament quite well, allowing for a more casual exchange. In fact, in such an intimate dialogue, the Empress would feel more at ease. Wu Zhao turned her gaze back to Gao Yang, stating, "I am quite pleased with this scheme. You, my loyal minister, have truly devised a masterstroke. It is nothing short of terrifying to manipulate the nation's affairs so." At this proclamation, Gao Yang's face once again displayed a characteristic smile. Both Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this smile. One could glean the malevolence of his schemes from that smile, and it was evident that this was not the most venomous of his plots. In the Prince Rong's residence, Wu Long slammed his palm upon the table, his face flushed with anger. Beside him, Wu Cheng implored, "Father, you must stand up for your son. That wretch even demanded compensation from me today. It is utterly outrageous." Wu Cheng trembled with rage as he recalled the events in the court. He had never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Gao Yang had ensnared him so thoroughly, and yet he still dared to demand compensation. It was utterly infuriating. He could not bear to let this go unpunished, for he would find it impossible to thrive in Chang'an otherwise. Wu Long waved his hand with authority, declaring, "I am the foremost minister of Deqian, an esteemed prince, and the Empress has always held me in high regard. I will certainly advocate for you in this matter. Gao Yang may have triumphed in the court, but in Chang'an, I shall not allow him to prevail." Wu Long then cast his gaze upon the middle-aged man in a blue robe. "Mr. Chen, you are reputed as Deqian's foremost strategist. Do you have any brilliant plans?" Mr. Chen looked at Wu Long and replied, "Indeed, I possess strategies. However, I am somewhat apprehensive. Based on my observations of Gao Yang in recent days, he is not one to act impulsively. In other words, if he dares to act against the heir so recklessly, he must not fear retaliation from the prince. This aspect eludes my understanding. From where does his confidence stem?" Wu Long scoffed dismissively. "It is merely a dispute among youngsters, not a matter of life and death. Does he truly dare to act against me?" He continued, "Since the Duke of Dinghua's residence wishes to contend with me, let us engage in a proper battle." Mr. Chen observed Wu Long's disdainful expression in silence, feeling increasingly uneasy. He sensed that offending this young man would lead to dire consequences. In the imperial study, Shang Wanwaner felt a chill in her heart at Gao Yang's laughter. That sensation returned, as if countless individuals were on the verge of ruin. Wu Zhao also felt a shiver run down her spine, unable to restrain herself from speaking. "Gao Yuanwei, please temper your smile. I find it somewhat unsettling. I am nearly covered in goosebumps." Gao Yang replied, "Is there still a sense of justice or law? Is my mere smile truly so terrifying? Your words, Your Majesty, are somewhat hurtful to me. Though their impact is minimal, the insult is profound. I am wronged," Wu Zhao retorted, resuming her seat and dismissing Gao Yang's comment. Her gaze fixed upon him. She felt a measure of disbelief but still dared to inquire, "Given the smile on your face, dear Aiqing, could there be a scheme more ruthless than the Xuanzhai Guguan plan? Surely, that cannot be the case." Chapter 76. The Tulip Scam. Deception is human nature. In the realm of treachery, there are only more devious schemes, never the most devious. While the Xuanzhai Guguan plan is indeed insidious, it is not the most ruthless. There exist schemes that ensnare the unwary by seemingly empty-handed tactics, and those are the most merciless. I hold them in deep disdain. As Gao Yang spoke, Wu Zhao's eyes abruptly shifted. What kind of scheme could provoke such disdain from Gao Yang? With a smile, Gao Yang elaborated. "The brilliance of a scam does not lie in its malevolence. Some seemingly absurd ruses can still ensnare the unwary. Why? Even when aware it is a deception, one may find themselves irresistibly drawn in." Wu Zhao appeared puzzled. Should not all scams strive to conceal their true nature and masquerade as something else? Gao Yang, however, took an unconventional path. "Your talents are indeed commendable, but I cannot fathom why individuals, knowing it to be a falsehood, still fall victim to such trickery. How does this occur?" Wu Zhao, incredulous, struggled to grasp the underlying principles, even as an emperor. Shang Wanwaner, too, regarded Gao Yang with curiosity. Gao Yang recounted the stratagem employed by the Zhao state, where Zhao Zhao was artificially inflated in value through various means, ultimately directing attention towards Zhao's farmlands, which astounded her. Should the citizens of Zhao focus solely on agriculture and mulberry cultivation, their fields would fall into neglect. If this plan succeeds, Zhao would face calamity, with countless lives lost. Numerous citizens would plunge into despair under soaring grain prices, and Deqian could significantly weaken Zhao's strength without engaging a single soldier, reaping the benefits as a bystander. This entirely ignited Shangguan Wan'er's interest in economic warfare and monetary tactics. Yet, Wu Zhao's question echoed in her mind as well. I shall explain this scheme shortly. However, I can elucidate this psychological phenomenon, which bears resemblance to the Xuanzhai Guguan plan, albeit with economic strategies that are far more brutal and cunning. I shall refer to it as the tulip scam. Wu Zhao grew increasingly intrigued, her gaze fixed on Gao Yang, eagerly awaiting further elaboration. Gao Yang's eyes seemed to reminisce, as if transported back to a future where he personally witnessed a heart-stopping scam, the downfall of a nation and the bankruptcy of countless citizens, while opportunistic merchants thrived abundantly. This illustrates the potency of such treacherous schemes. Gao Yang slowly began, for your majesty's better understanding, I shall use overseas examples. In the distant overseas realm of Deqian, there exists a grand island inhabited by a nation which we shall refer to as Langua. Langua is exceedingly prosperous, with its citizens living in peace and contentment. One day, a group of merchants from afar arrived in Langua, not only to engage in trade, but also to present exquisite bouquets of flowers known as tulips. These merchants offered their rare and beautiful tulips as tribute to the royal family, for Langua had yet to possess such blooms. Consequently, the tulips became immensely sought after, gradually evolving into symbols of status and wealth. In a flash, countless local merchants detected a lucrative opportunity. Gao Yang's eyes displayed a cold indifference, profound and inscrutable. Even Wu Zhao sensed the sinister intent lurking beneath the allure of the tulips. Shangguan Wan'er felt her heart race, instinctively clenching her fists as tension enveloped them. As local merchants began to hoard tulip bulbs, prices surged dramatically, quickly garnering national adoration. The cost of these flowers surpassed even that of rice and gold. In this transformative moment, tulips ceased to be mere ornamental blooms and instead became commodities for rapid profit. Consequently, some citizens resorted to selling their homes to stockpile these bulbs. Fully aware that the market was flooded with tulips, yet they fervently purchased them, believing in the promise of soaring prices. However, at the apex of this frenzy, those merchants who had driven the prices upward abruptly sold off their stock. One can only imagine the ensuing chaos. Gao Yang wore a chilling smile, while Wu Zhao's expression turned grave. What transpired next? Gao Yang revealed. Within a mere few weeks, prices plummeted by 90%, leading to countless bankruptcies and even cases of starvation. These merchants then manipulated grain prices, plunging Langua into economic decline, unable to compete with neighboring nations. Upon hearing this, both Shangguan Wan'er and Wu Zhao were left in astonishment. A 90% drop in just a few weeks. Wu Zhao was profoundly moved, feeling the cruelty of it all. Is this the potency of a nefarious scheme? Its destructive power surpasses even that of war. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply. What insights has your majesty gleaned from this predicament? Gao Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. It was rare to witness Wu Zhao so astonished. Wu Zhao's gaze hardened, filled with lethal intent. These unscrupulous merchants from outside must be dealt with. Is this reasoning sound? Gao Yang observed Wu Zhao's noble visage, acknowledging the unique perspective. Indeed, it is true. Those foreign merchants are either treacherous or thieving, deserving of punishment. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but interject, but this is clearly a scam, and yet people fell for it. What does that matter? Gao Yang replied with a smile. In the early stages, the scheme was not apparent, but as it progressed, the truth became unmistakable. With the entire nation hoarding tulip bulbs and multiple parties entering the fray, could the common folk remain oblivious? They were fully aware. Yet they still mortgaged their homes and fields to enter the market, driven by their insatiable greed, believing prices would continue to rise. They might believe that before this bubble bursts, the unfortunate ones are not themselves. It resembles a game of passing the parcel. As long as one is not the last unfortunate soul, one stands to gain immensely. Furthermore, those who can escape are exceedingly few, for once one has tasted success, it is challenging to resist the allure of further risk. This mirrors the gambling houses of Chang'an. One may win once, or even several times, yet over an extended period. The house will inevitably prevail. Such is human nature. The schemes devised in this world merely exploit the essence of humanity. Beyond these tactics, the art of promising grand visions is a common stratagem. Wu Zhao paused momentarily, puzzled. Promising grand visions? Gao Yang coughed twice and explained. For instance, when your majesty commands me to weaken the 6 states, only to later bestow upon me 10 beauties. This is what I mean by promising grand visions. Of course, I harbor no ulterior motives. Your Majesty need not specifically reward me with beauties or countless tales of gold. I merely sought to clarify this for your Majesty. Gao Yang fixed his gaze intently upon Wu Zhao. The corners of Wu Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. After all this time, it was the first occasion she encountered a minister so brazenly seeking rewards from her. Initially, she had considered compensating the chamberlain with several beauties, but seeing him so polite, she decided against it. A subtle smile curved her lips as she replied lightly. Gao Yang's expression transformed into one of disbelief. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap the Empress twice. How could such words be uttered? Truly, those who dabble in politics are both cunning and audacious. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness, as she was, after all, the Empress of Qian. In any case, there are many such schemes among ministers. If your Majesty finds herself in need of funds, I shall undoubtedly lend my utmost support from behind the scenes. Chapter 77. The Peculiarities of Shangguan. The sovereign seems changed. Thus, the most prudent approach to confronting a scheme is to disregard it entirely. One must resolutely refrain from believing in free handouts from the heavens and never partake in this game of passing the parcel. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Shangguan with astonishment. Indeed, wisdom often emerges from the most straightforward observations. The ancients do not deceive. Gao Yang nodded and remarked that it is curious why these individuals, fully aware they are being deceived, still fall victim. Essentially, it amounts to a grand game of passing the parcel. In his previous life, stocks had ensnared Gao Yang on numerous occasions. The intricacies of this gamble reveal the depths of human nature. One must not provoke it. Wu Zhao's fair countenance displayed a ripple of concern, and the imperial study fell into silence. Her phoenix eyes seemed to witness countless citizens cautiously testing the waters, only to end up destitute and separated from their families. Truly, a scene of utter chaos. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply. Her thoughts on that day in the Golden Luan Hall had been correct. If this individual cannot serve in an official capacity, he must not be allowed to engage in commerce, even if it means eliminating him. Otherwise, the common people shall suffer. Though he appeared innocent, his heart was as treacherous as a flowing river. Just as Wu Zhao was lost in her complex thoughts, Gao Yang suddenly rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. Before Wu Zhao could react, she found a large face before her, wearing an awkward expression. Gao Yang, feeling a surge of impatience, said, "Your Majesty, I beseech you for a favor. May I indulge myself a little?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow in disbelief. Had Gao Yang lost his senses, or was she unable to wield authority? Shangguan, too, wore a dazed expression. What audacious words were these? Had Gao Yang truly gone mad? As soon as Gao Yang uttered those words, he realized their inappropriateness and quickly added, "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, for my momentary slip of the tongue. My intention was merely to express a bit of restlessness. However, being of a pure and good nature, how could I harm my own kin? Thus, I humbly request that Your Majesty dispatch a contingent to escort me on my journey to the Six Kingdoms. For I intend to devise a most significant scheme. To be candid, Your Majesty, I have concocted several hundred ingenious plans for amassing wealth, which will undoubtedly leave the nobility of the Six Kingdoms in utter despair." This was no mere boast from Gao Yang. In the contemporary Six Kingdoms, the populace was still simple-minded, engrossed in mutual conflicts and the exploitation of the common folk. He was adept at dealing with the illiterate peasants and the unscrupulous merchants who preyed upon them. It was a sure path to success. After all, even the highly educated individuals of the past had fallen victim to such schemes, leading to the ruin of countless families teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Among those ensnared were numerous high-ranking officials and educated talents. Did they truly fail to see the deception? Not at all. Such is human nature. The more intelligent one is, the easier it is to be deceived, let alone the illiterate populace of antiquity. Yet, Gao Yang held little interest in the common folk. This was not due to any moral high ground, but rather because the returns were meager and the consequences could be dire. His true targets were the aristocratic families of the Six Kingdoms, even the royal bloodlines. However, given the weight of currency in ancient times, fleeing was a daunting task, especially when the dynasty needed stability. Yet, therein lay the challenge that excited him. The thought of hundreds of schemes for wealth set his heart racing. Wu Zhao, astonished, immediately shook her head. "This request I cannot grant you." Gao Yang, taken aback, questioned her reasoning. Is it that your majesty does not trust my abilities? No, you misunderstand. It is precisely because I have faith in your cunning that I cannot allow you to leave Qian. Should you fall into the hands of the enemy, I fear the repercussions would be dire. You might as well abandon that notion for life. As long as I live, you shall not step out of Qian even an inch. I shall arrange for individuals to scour Qian. If a suitable tulip is found, I will send people to Dechu and Dezhao to test the waters, as you suggest, to see how much silver we can reap. Wu Zhao's voice was resolute. After this exchange, her conviction grew stronger. She could do without Gao Yang's treacherous schemes. However, she must ensure that his cunning did not befall Qian, for that would spell disaster for the realm. Especially considering his demeanor, which hardly suggested steadfast resolve. He could be discerned accurately without the need for torture. Your Majesty, what then shall I do with my restless hands? Gao Yang asked, scratching them. If he refrained from ensnaring others, would he not squander his exceptional talents? Wu Zhao smiled slyly. You need not intervene with the 6 kingdoms, but among the illustrious families of Qian, the grand households, and the nobility of Chang'an. You may employ your methods as you see fit. This will also allow me to gauge your capabilities. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Majesty, is this truly your decree? If so, I shall have work to undertake. Indeed, as you mentioned, the witchcraft case will erupt in the coming days. You may prepare your strategies in advance. Once Prince Rong falls, I shall support you from the shadows. However, you must understand that the illustrious families and the royal lineage are interwoven with countless connections, not to mention the vassal kings and other royal relatives. After Wu Zetian concluded her words, her gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. Nodding, Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Realizing that since they could not act against the aristocracy or the royal kin, their only recourse was to target the wealthy merchants. Wu Zetian, however, calmly interjected, No, you are mistaken. My intention is that the royal kin are my closest relatives, and thus they deserve a share of the spoils. Be bold in your schemes. I shall provide the funds, and we shall split the profits evenly, shall we? Her phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Gao Yang, perceptively responding, stated, Your servant has little interest in silver. A 70-30 split would already be a great fortune for me. A smile blossomed on Wu Zetian's face, appreciating Gao Yang's understanding. Although sometimes a bit presumptuous, he held her in high regard. This is quite agreeable. My treasury has been depleted for far too long and is due for replenishment. Gao Yang returned her smile, though he refrained from mentioning his slight acquaintance with accounting principles. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanner stood in stunned silence, observing the scheming duo's devious smiles. Feeling somewhat disoriented, particularly, Wu Zetian's commanding presence made her feel as if the situation had veered off course. With the birth of 2 schemes, Wu Zetian and Gao Yang engaged in further discussions on the finer details. Ultimately, a satisfied Gao Yang exited the imperial study, while Wu Zetian beamed with joy. The sovereign and her minister enjoyed a delightful exchange. That day, the aristocracy, royal relatives, and noble families across Chang'an inexplicably sneezed, sensing they had become targets. In the imperial study, Shangwan Wanner turned to Wu Zetian and asked, Your Majesty, are you truly planning to send someone to the 6 kingdoms to set a trap? Wu Zetian nodded, declaring, The ruthlessness of Gao Yang's strategy is unlike anything I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. Such a cunning ploy deserves to be unleashed upon the 6 kingdoms. While her subordinates may not match Gao Yang's talent, under his guidance, they would surely suffice. Once the Prince of Rome was eliminated within Great Qian, with her backing, the next step would be to strengthen the nation's coffers. The century-old families had long occupied their wealth. It was indeed a prime opportunity for plunder. With Gao Yang by her side, she felt no trepidation. Additionally, following Gao Yang's suggestion, she issued another decree to promote friendly relations between Great Qian and Great Zhao, encouraging the citizens of Great Qian to wear garments made from Zhao silk. Bring me a set of garments made from Zhao silk. Starting today, I shall wear only Zhao silk. Wu Zetian's eyes glinted with cold resolve as she issued the command. Evidently, with these words, an economic war against Zhao was on the horizon, with Gao Yang as its orchestrator. As it was only July, should they inflate the price of Zhao silk? Within a few years, the kingdom of Zhao would face a true nightmare. Even with the issuance of this decree, Zhao would mistakenly believe that Great Qian acted with sincerity, perhaps even sending envoys laden with gifts. Yet, in reality, this was an invisible war, striking without a trace. Chapter 78, Chang'an Shaken. The economic war unfolds with Wu Zetian's decree, The entire city of Chang'an was left astounded, the officials wearing expressions of shock. Just that morning, they had been filled with fury, eager to incite a war against Zhao. Yet, in the span of a single morning, the Empress had completely changed her stance. Indeed, as Gao Yang suggested, to coexist peacefully, one must first endure and be swayed by love. This notion is utterly astonishing. After all, the Empress has only been on the throne for a few months, and they are acutely aware of Wu Zhao's temperament. Despite the Zhao kingdom's dominance, the Empress has chosen to exercise restraint, even bestowing tremendous benefits upon them. In their eyes, this is nearly an inconceivable act. Some astute officials have sensed something amiss. Their eyes flicker with speculation regarding the Empress's intentions. Yet, no matter how hard they ponder, they cannot unravel her true motives. Most courtiers breathed a sigh of relief, for the current era is one dominated by civil officials who are averse to the prospect of war. The rise of military leaders would spell trouble for them. Meanwhile, prominent merchants in the capital, upon seeing the posted edict, were invigorated. They quickly recognized the emerging business opportunities. As soon as the imperial decree was issued, the price of Zhao silk surged from 10 taels of silver per bolt to 11. It is evident that prices will continue to skyrocket. Some opportunistic merchants wasted no time in organizing their caravans, preparing to venture into the Zhao kingdom. They must act swiftly to catch Zhao merchants off guard and procure goods at lower prices, for the Zhao kingdom is not naive, and prices are bound to rise. In an instant, the entire Chang'an was abuzz with activity, ignited by Wu Zhao's decree. In the Chui residence, the grand hall was adorned with exquisite carvings and opulent decorations, showcasing unparalleled luxury. Chui Jian, clad in a magnificent robe, exuded composure as he played with 2 polished walnuts, the sound of them clicking resonating throughout the hall. "Father, why have you summoned me? If there is no pressing matter, I shall return to my studies," said Cui Xinghe, approaching with an air of dignity and calmness. Cui Jian gazed at his most cherished son with a hint of regret. Clearly, Gao Yang had caught him off guard as well. "My son, I am aware that Gao Yang of the Duke of Dinggua's household has dealt you a significant blow, but you need not belittle yourself. Nor should you confine yourself to your chamber day after day, fervently studying the classics. At the very least, in my eyes, you possess the potential to become a prime minister." Upon hearing these words, Cui Xinghe lifted his gaze toward Cui Jian, visibly moved. "Father, I shall remember your teachings. However, I simply do not wish to be overshadowed. The glory of the Cui family rightfully deserves to shine in Chang'an. I acknowledge my shortcomings, yet I will strive relentlessly to prove myself." Cui Xinghe spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice resonating throughout the hall. A satisfied smile graced Cui Jian's face. Cui Xinghe, indeed his son, displayed a demeanor that promised remarkable achievements in the future. "As long as you are aware of this matter, I have called you to discuss something for your consideration and decision, for the future of the Cui family is destined to rest in your hands." Cui Xinghe, brimming with curiosity, replied, "Please enlighten me, esteemed father." Cui Jian idly played with the walnut in his hand and said, "Just now, His Majesty issued a decree, not through the 6 ministries, but directly forwarded to the Hanlin Academy. His Majesty encourages everyone in the Great Qian to don Zhao silk, and he will personally lead by example. Many families in Chang'an are already reacting to the news. Should our Cui family get involved in this splendid opportunity?" Cui Xinghe was taken aback upon hearing this. "What? The Empress issued such a decree?" His eyes flickered. Cui Jian added, "Those in the palace have spread the word that not only did His Majesty issue a decree, but he also donned Zhao silk himself. This time, it seems he is quite serious." Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe felt no joy. Instead, his expression grew graver. "This is unusual. The Empress's behavior is too erratic." He quickly looked at Cui Jian and asked anxiously, "Did His Majesty summon Gao Yang for a private audience?" Cui Jian nodded. "Yes, he did. And Gao Yang stayed in the palace for several hours. As soon as he left, the decree was disseminated throughout Chang'an." Cui Xinghe's heart raced. Several hours. If a score of 10 represents something amiss, I now sense a full 100 of unease. "Father, even if Zhao silk were to soar to the heavens, our Cui family must not get involved. This is surely something we cannot touch." Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a solemn face. "Why not? This is a rare opportunity to earn easy money. Is it that my son has grasped the deeper implications behind the Empress's actions?" Cui Jian's voice rose in pitch, filled with confusion. Cui Xinghe raised his gaze and replied earnestly, "I do not comprehend the Empress's deeper intentions, but I understand Gao Yang. After spending several hours alone with the Empress, it could either indicate a secret affair or the brewing of a treacherous scheme. For our safety, the Cui family must not interfere. This matter is likely fraught with pitfalls, great pitfalls. After leaving the palace, Gao Yang met with Chen Sheng, who had been waiting outside, and they stepped onto the streets of Chang'an together. His purpose was simple: to witness the Empress's influence firsthand. If the citizens responded positively, the price of Zhao silk would rise accordingly, providing a significant advantage. Behind this lay a thriving marketplace. Conversely, should an economic war be instigated, more cunning methods would be necessary. Fortunately, the initial effects appeared promising. Let us return home, Gao Yang called to Chen Sheng. As he prepared to head back, he noticed a crowd gathering on a nearby street, where a sizable platform was being constructed. What is going on? Is there a major event taking place? Gao Yang wondered with curiosity. Chen Sheng glanced around and quickly replied, My lord, you may not be aware, but our Great Qian has always prioritized food above all. Even before the establishment of the Great Qian, a grand culinary competition was held every 5 years. This tradition has continued over the years, and this year, it is organized by the Imperial Kitchen, naturally causing quite a stir. It is rumored that the winner will receive an exceedingly generous reward of silver. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned peculiar. A culinary competition? Are you perhaps interested in gastronomy, my lord? This event will last for many more days. Chen Sheng remarked with a curious look. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and shook his head, stating that the mere mention of the culinary competition inspired a brilliant yet nefarious scheme. However, since no one had provoked him, he deemed it unnecessary to act. In his mind, the diminishing favor decree was undoubtedly the most cunning stratagem of antiquity, yet when it came to modern tactics, it paled in comparison. The art of turning weakness into strength and executing a grand scheme that leaves others in a quandary truly epitomized the most formidable modern ploy. Even Gao Yang had to concede that it was terrifyingly ingenious. Let us return home, he said, feeling a twinge of regret as he made his way toward the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Behind him, Chen Sheng wore an expression of curiosity, his mind swirling with questions. A brilliant nefarious scheme? It sounded as though anyone who dared provoke him would face dire consequences. But what sort of treachery could arise from a culinary competition? Chen Sheng scratched his head, perplexed, yet he dismissed the thought entirely. In the ensuing days, Chang'an remained relatively tranquil, with only news about Zhao Zhao and the fluctuating prices continuing to circulate. This led Gao Yang to lament the sheer decadence of the situation. Each day was spent idly indulging in the comforts of his estate, teasing the maidservants, truly the life of an ancient dandy, exquisite beyond words. 5 days later, in the imperial city of the Zhao kingdom, within the palace, dozens of dancers clad in sheer gauzy garments twirled gracefully. At the pinnacle of the festivities, Emperor Zhao Wuji received urgent news delivered swiftly by a rider from the Great Qian Dynasty. He could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming with delight, The Empress of Great Qian is indeed foolish and easily defeated. As the dancers withdrew, the court officials looked on with curiosity. The Chancellor of Zhao, Zhao Feng, could not contain himself and inquired, Might I ask your majesty what has brought you such joy? Clad in a black and red dragon robe, Zhao Wuji replied with a disdainful glance. Great Qian's urgent report reveals that the Empress has decreed, in the spirit of fostering amicable relations between our nations, that all citizens don the Zhao Zhao garments crafted by our kingdom. She even takes the lead herself. I have humiliated Great Qian, and yet the Empress sends me gifts. How peculiar. In an instant, the officials' eyes widened in astonishment. They were left bewildered by the Empress's intentions. Yet, within moments, they began to perceive the immense commercial opportunity. With the entire Great Qian market at their disposal, the price of Zhao Zhao garments would undoubtedly rise, translating into a veritable fortune. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Your Majesty, might there be a hidden agenda? This action is indeed perplexing. Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively. You worry too much, Chancellor. The intelligence indicates that a certain Gao Yang, a minor official, advised the Empress to maintain cordial relations with our kingdom and to refrain from resorting to arms. This Gao Yang fellow seems rather astute. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he continued, Your Majesty, I have heard whispers of this Gao Yang in recent days. His strategies to lower grain prices and handle locust plagues are quite remarkable, not the work of an ordinary mind. He is known as the living king of Great Qian, which makes this all the more suspicious. Before he could elaborate, the ministers of Zhao could no longer contain themselves. The Chancellor is being overly cautious. The Empress has just ascended to the throne, and our kingdom is strong. She would not dare provoke us. One minister declared. Indeed, this Empress is likely attempting to curry favor with our Zhao kingdom, another added. I concur, since the Empress has extended the olive branch. We must uphold our dignity as a great nation and promptly send envoys with generous gifts to maintain our bilateral relations and avoid any scandal. The value of Zhao silk surged dramatically, allowing the common folk of Zhao to reap substantial profits, to which I, the subject, wholeheartedly support. Zhao Feng remained silent. Although he sensed something amiss, he felt powerless to intervene. Behind these court officials loomed vast aristocratic families, evidently intent on stabilizing relations between the two nations to seize the opportunity for immense gain. Should he voice his concerns, he would surely incite public ire. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujing nodded and declared, My esteemed ministers, your words hold merit. Henceforth, I shall dispatch envoys to Qian, bearing generous gifts. Furthermore, I will send the beauty I recently captured to Qian, ensuring she is delivered into the hands of Gao Yang, as a token of gratitude for his counsel. In these times, there are few who, without ulterior motives, contribute to the prosperity of our Zhao. Zhao Wujing lamented. The ministers promptly knelt, exclaiming the emperor's wisdom. Their eyes flickered with anticipation. It was predictable that once the banquet concluded, they would eagerly purchase Zhao silk en masse. Who would refuse such wealth? In Qian, the city of Chang'an, the weather was stifling, enveloping the city in a suffocating heat akin to a vast steamer. Gao Yang, having retrieved ice from the cellar, tossed it into his cup and drank heartily. Although the Duke of Ding's residence was relatively cool, it remained oppressive, with comfort only arriving in the latter part of the night. Sweating profusely and lacking soap, even bathing felt sticky and unpleasant, an experience Gao Yang found intolerable. Green Orchid, accompany me to the kitchen. We must produce soap today, Gao Yang bellowed, storming towards the kitchen of the Duke's estate. This was not only for the sake of bathing but also to secure some funds. Otherwise, he would have difficulty explaining to Wu Zhao. Upon entering the kitchen, he encountered a chubby lad with a naive expression, clearly bewildered by the turn of events. Bring me all the lard from the kitchen, Gao Yang commanded. Wang Tao, misunderstanding the order, hurriedly presented all the kitchen's lard, believing he was being inspected for theft. Well done, you are quite perceptive, Gao Yang praised. Then ordered Chen Sheng to carry it all away. As he beheld the now empty containers, Wang Tao gasped, My lord. He cried out in despair. For him, culinary delights surpassed all, and lard was indispensable. Before long, within a courtyard of the Duke of Ding's estate, Gao Yang set up 2 large cauldrons, with Chen Sheng and Green Orchid standing behind him. Green Orchid, fetch me some quicklime, Gao Yang instructed. Green Orchid hurried to retrieve the quicklime. Young master, I have brought it, she announced, pouring it into the cauldron. What? Pour it in? Green Orchid was taken aback, her face a picture of confusion. Quicklime was used for moisture absorption. How could it possibly be added to a pot? She hesitated. Follow my instructions. After pouring it in, immediately add water and step back, Gao Yang advised, retreating several paces. The reaction of quicklime with water would emit a significant amount of heat, and should it splash, it could be quite painful. Unbeknownst to Green Orchid, she perceived Gao Yang as genuinely considerate, appreciating his concern for her well-being. Theoretically, both lard and vegetable oil can be utilized to produce soap, as it fundamentally involves a saponification reaction. When lime is mixed with water and stirred, it generates a significant amount of heat, resulting in lime water. By adding caustic soda to the lime water, an alkaline solution is created. When this alkaline solution is combined with lard, a saponification reaction occurs. Although caustic soda can be somewhat challenging to procure, it can be substituted with the ashes from the stove. Gao Yang, having perused numerous time travel novels, particularly those penned by Xing Xingzi, is quite familiar with the process of soap making. After stirring in the wood ashes, he proceeded to render the lard. The alkaline solution does not manifest instantaneously. It requires a considerable amount of time. Grillo observed Gao Yang ladling spoonfuls of lard into the pot, her eyes brimming with concern. In Qian, lard is a precious commodity, and most households are reluctant to use it liberally in their cooking. Yet, Gao Yang continued to add it to the pot, causing Grillo considerable distress. Young master, what culinary delight are you preparing? She could not help but inquire. Having come from a humble background, she viewed this as a wasteful act. There is no need for concern. I am making soap. Once the soap is complete, its profits will be immeasurable, Gao Yang explained nonchalantly. Soap? Grillo's curiosity was piqued. Gao Yang cast a glance at Grillo's graceful figure and teased. After bathing with this soap, not only will your skin be left soft and supple, but it will also emanate a delightful fragrance. Grillo felt as though she was being scrutinized by a predatory wolf and nervously remarked, Young master, your gaze is somewhat intimidating. Gao Yang chuckled heartily at this. Though I may be a rabbit, I only nibble on grass from my own burrow. You need not worry. Simply continue your duties as my technician. As long as you do not take the initiative to entice me and engage in any improper conduct, all will be well. Grillo's face fell slightly at his words. While Gao Yang resumed his work, before long, he poured the prepared alkaline solution into the lard and stirred it thoroughly with a stick. After bringing the pot to a boil, he reduced the heat to simmer, completing the entire process. Now, he awaited the full saponification of the fat, which would herald the birth of Qian's very first bar of soap. Seated on a chair nearby, Gao Yang added some salt and spices to the prepared mold. Eager for the soap's emergence, he picked up a volume of Qian's legal statutes and read with great interest. To orchestrate a scheme, one must possess an understanding of the law. Gao Yang's proficiency in this regard was almost heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, within the inner chambers, Gao Feng stepped into Gao Tianlong's room. Taking a deep breath and wearing a serious expression, Father, Gao Feng began, respectfully bowing. Gao Tianlong, dressed simply in home attire, exuded an air of authority even without raising his voice. What is it? Speak your mind, he said, his sharp gaze fixed on Gao Feng. Recalling the words of Lady Shangwan from a few days prior, Gao Feng's expression grew even graver. In my recent conversation with Lord Shangwan, I discerned that Yang has been rather audacious. Oh, in what manner is he audacious? Gao Tianlong recalled his recent conversation with Gao Yang, and he found himself in complete agreement. Could it be that Gao Feng was aware of it too? Yang had once boasted to Lord Shangwan about wanting to glimpse his legs. After all, Lord Shangwan was a close minister to the emperor, and there might be a unique relationship between them. How could Yang harbor such desires towards Lord Shangwan? Gao Feng was greatly concerned. However, upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong couldn't help but chuckle, a look of disdain crossing his face. Was this truly all there was to it? Gao Feng was taken aback. Was this not audacious enough for his father? Gao Tianlong smirked dismissively and then posed a profound question. Throughout history, emperors have relied on treacherous ministers to govern and reformists to strengthen their nations. Yet how many of these treacherous ministers and reformists